Just entered prison and already caught the eye of the crooked prison bully. Just when things were looking dire, I awakened the more sons, more blessings system. As long as I become a father, I can enhance my strength. Looking at the sea of male inmates in the prison, I felt utterly despondent. But a man should stand and live, never kneel and die. Then I found myself lost in thought while looking at my cellmate's predicament. At that moment, my roommate Ma Xiaobai looked at me with a wry smile and said, "You better be careful. Wang Heihu was put in solitary confinement for 10 days for fighting, and then he will be released. By then, you'll be all clean, and he definitely won't let you off." I swallowed hard. To keep my innocence, I might have to sacrifice my life. To save my life, I might have to lose my dignity. The only way to escape Wang Heihu's threat is to see if I can use the system to gain rewards. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope, but it's hard to find here. Where can I find a woman to have a child? Suddenly, in one cell, two people started fighting over a misunderstood remark. In prison, everyone's temper is volatile. You either beat others into submission or submit to them. At that moment, a figure rushed past me, shouting, "Stop! Anyone who fights again will be sent to solitary." With a baton in hand, the fierce-looking female officer, Officer Chris, struck the bars, and the two fighters immediately complied, retracting their hands. My gaze was instantly drawn to Officer Chris. At least she was a woman. Could I rely on her to complete my system tasks? Just then, two guards escorted a burly man, Zhang San, slowly inside. He was a newly arrived inmate. Chris's stunning figure immediately caught Zhang San's attention. His eyes bulged like saucers, as if he wanted to devour her magnificent curves. The prison was unusually quiet at that moment, but Zhang San smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. He immediately whistled at Chris like a rogue, the shrill sound cutting through the silence. Chris was focused on her patrol when she heard the provocative whistle. She glanced over, her gaze icy and sharp, piercing through his arrogance as a warning. However, Zhang San was unfazed. Everyone in this prison was serving life sentences. Even if she was a guard, he didn't regard Chris as a threat at all. Instead, he became even bolder, using a more brazen gaze to provoke Chris. The men in the surrounding cells silently mourned for this burly man. In the next moment, Chris moved with lightning speed. Her long, powerful legs sprang into action. She leaped into the air, her right leg a fierce gust, targeting the burly man's chest without hesitation, delivering a thunderous kick. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and the air seemed to freeze. Zhang San's body crashed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Zhang San's eyes were filled with fear, losing all his previous arrogance and bravado. After landing, Chris elegantly adjusted herself and straightened her clothes, maintaining her composure. Then, casting a glance at the writhing Zhang San on the ground, she remarked, "Provoking the law will only make your life here worse." I swallowed hard. Chris's series of actions made my heart race. I quickly pushed away any inappropriate thoughts. If that kick had landed on me, I would have been half dead. Watching Zhang San bleed, Chris turned and casually scanned the two of us, saying, "You, come out." Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Among those Chris had pointed to was a guard next to me. After the cell door opened, I stepped out with two others. "Come with me and take him to the treatment room," Chris commanded, then headed toward the treatment room. Upon arriving at the treatment room, I was instantly captivated by a busy figure. It was Dr. Lin Wanqing. "Hello, Dr. Lin, there's an injured inmate here," I said, taking the initiative to greet her. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows, casually jotted down a few notes on the medical record, then turned to me. Her bright eyes met mine, and she smiled gently, saying, "Put him on the chair." Upon hearing Dr. Lin's request, the three of us helped the injured Zhang San onto the chair she indicated. At that moment, I felt a bit anxious. This was a huge opportunity, but Officer Chris was definitely not an option. Dr. Lin Wanqing was a PhD. She probably hadn't seen much of the world. With my charming looks and smooth experience in romance, winning her over should be a piece of cake. This was Lin Wanqing, gracefully turning the stethoscope in her hands while meticulously examining Zhang San, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze as she asked if he felt any discomfort. However, it wasn't just me who was captivated by Lin Wanqing's elegant demeanor. Even the injured Zhang San thought, "Wow, this girl is quite pretty." To Zhang San, this female doctor, Lin Wanqing, seemed harmless, more like a little lamb, posing no threat compared to Chris. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Lin Wanqing asked softly, lifting her gaze to meet Zhang San's eyes. Seeing the girl looking unwell, Zhang San, with a sly grin, said, "Hey doc, my buddy down there is uncomfortable. Can you help him out?" He seized every opportunity to flirt with Lin Wanqing. At that moment, Lin Wanqing turned around to grab a medical kit, and I suddenly noticed a mischievous smile flicker at the corner of her mouth. Though it was just a fleeting moment, that feeling sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't shake the sense that something bad was about to happen. Then, Lin Wanqing's movements were fluid as she pulled out scissors from the medical kit and cut open Zhang San's shirt, revealing a large wound. Instead of using iodine, she poured alcohol directly onto Zhang San's wound without mercy. The moment the alcohol touched the wound, it felt like fire igniting on Zhang San's skin. He screamed in agony, the sound heart-wrenching. "Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this." Zhang San gasped, glaring fiercely at Lin Wanqing, his mind racing with unknown thoughts. I shot a fierce glare at Zhang San, not expecting him to still be disrespectful and tease Lin Wanqing at this moment. I almost wanted to play the hero and give him a beating. However, Lin Wanqing was not as rude as Chris. Her clear gaze landed on Zhang San, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a serene smile. Then, she took out a newly opened scalpel from the box and said, "Don't worry, if you're feeling any discomfort, I can fix that." "What are you going to do?" Zhang San trembled inexplicably, unsure of what Lin Wanqing intended for him. At that moment, the scalpel in Lin Wanqing's hands swiftly glided over the disinfected area on Zhang San's body, and blood immediately began to flow. In an instant, screams erupted again. "You crazy woman, you're going to kill me." Lin Wanqing smiled slightly, then widened the incision, picked up a pair of pliers, and rubbed them against Zhang San's bone. The sensation of metal scraping against the bone membrane was nearly maddening, causing Zhang San to feel faint from the pain. Feeling discomfort below, Lin Wanqing casually remarked, "You're too energetic. Let me help you bleed a little. Whatever you need, as a doctor, I will do my best to assist you." Her voice was as clear and melodious as a bird's song. However, at that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. I had wanted to get a little closer to Lin Wanqing, but I involuntarily stepped back half a pace. Watching Lin Wanqing's skilled movements, she appeared to be a kind-hearted doctor saving lives, but perhaps there were hundreds, if not thousands, who had met a tragic end at her hands. If a woman like her doesn't have a 100% hold over you, you absolutely shouldn't get involved. You might not even know how you died. She could casually slip something into your food, and by the time you wake up, your body could be in pieces. At that moment, Zhang San was firmly locked to the chair, and due to his immobility, he was almost slipping into shock. Seeing Lin Wanqing's condition, I raised my eyebrows. She shouldn't be as energetic as she was earlier, right? After administering some hemostatic medication to Zhang San, she picked up a needle and quickly stitched up the wound, creating a brand new masterpiece before everyone's eyes. The bleeding had stopped, and the wound was stitched up, but Zhang San no longer had any of his previous bravado. He was utterly exhausted, his gaze dazed, more terrifying than low blood sugar, and his lower half had long since gone limp. "You're healed," Lin Wanqing said gently, her gaze suddenly falling on me. "Take her back." All right, I nodded repeatedly, frightened. The expressions of the other two were even worse than mine. They didn't dare to utter a word, fearing that one careless move might turn the person in the chair into them. In the end, we tossed Zhang San into the cell, and whether he would survive depended on his own fate. This contrast made it clear that Lin Wanqing was not someone to be trifled with. Any crooked thoughts toward her might leave me unable to even be a man. I fell into deep thought again, realizing she left no one a way out. A few hours later, I heard someone shout that it was mealtime, and the prisoners in the cell began to come out in groups, forming an orderly line to get their food. I held my bowl and slowly moved forward in the line. Ahead, a middle-aged woman serving as the cook ladled food into the bowls, and though time had passed, she still exuded a certain charm. The woman swiftly scooped from the pot, gave her wrist a light shake, and then transferred the food into the prisoners' bowls. Her deft movements clearly showed she had been doing this for a long time. My gaze sharpened as a thought suddenly struck me. The cook, even though she was older, had also fallen to such depths. What else could she do? Moreover, the woman seemed to be an honest person, making her a good candidate. Anything was better than being forced by Wang Heihu later on. Thinking this, I silently clenched my fist, as if I had made a certain decision. Having set my goal, I thought to myself that when it was my turn to get food, I would get familiar with the cook and build a rapport. I was sure I could win her over quickly. Just as it was about to be my turn to get food, a rebellious-looking brute suddenly spoke. "This food looks good. It's been so long since I've had a man's cooking. Let's spice things up." He laughed at the cook. In the next second, before anyone could react, the cook swiftly grabbed a kitchen knife and, with the finesse of someone used to cooking, swung it directly at the brute. A scream pierced the air, blood flew everywhere, with a few drops splattering on my face and some even landing in my food container. An arm fell from the brute's body to the ground, and the food line fell completely silent. No one dared to say a word. The cook casually tossed the bloodied knife aside and glanced at the wounded brute on the ground, and soon a guard came to take him away. "What are you standing there for? Come get your food." Without missing a beat, the cook acted as if nothing had happened and scooped a ladleful of food into the prisoners' containers. At that moment, I was so scared that my head was spinning. all my planned words to chat with the cook were suddenly buried deep inside. It was too terrifying, even more so than Chris and Lin Wanqing. What is this place? This is a prison, the infamous Shura Island, where only the most vicious criminals come. It's absurd to think one could find an ordinary girl here. After finishing my meal, I returned to my cell, my heart racing with anxiety. This damn system leaves me no way out. If I can't complete the tasks, in a few days when Wang Heihu comes out of solitary, his ugly face might force himself on me. Just thinking about it gave me chills. I lay on my bed, deep in thought, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with a reasonable plan. Before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep. The next day during exercise time, I paced back and forth in the yard with a face full of worry, unable to come up with a feasible plan. At that moment, several burly men blocked my path, saying, "Come on, Brother Ma wants to see you." There were simply too many prisoners on Shura Island, and at that moment, I didn't know Brother Ma. Outnumbered, I was quickly dragged into a corner by them. At that moment, the men who brought me slowly dispersed, revealing an even larger man. "It's Ma Yong from the Iron Gate Gang," I call out his name. "Oh, you actually know me, Ma Yong," he said, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. On the day I first arrived at Shura Island Prison, my roommate, Ma Xiaobai, introduced me to the general situation inside, especially the few people not to be crossed, including those from the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Gate Gang. I had a rough idea of a few well-known individuals from both gangs, which is why I recognized Ma Yong from the Iron Gate Gang at first sight. As for the Black Tiger Gang, I hadn't offended them, but unfortunately, my handsome looks caught Wang Heihu's attention, truly a case of beauty being a curse. And as for my grievances with the Iron Gate Gang, that was a whole different story. Could it be that Ma Yong in front of me was also bent? Wasn't I without a way to escape? You can't be. Chi Nemo looked at Ma Yong with that kind of gaze. As soon as Ma Yong thought Chi Nemo was misunderstanding, he quickly waved his hand. "Don't think too much. I'm not that kind of pervert like Wang Heihu." Hearing Ma Yong say this, Chi Nemo finally breathed a sigh of relief for the moment. "So, you came to find me?" Although Chi Nemo felt a bit more at ease, it was clear that Ma Yong from the King Kong sect personally sought him out, and it definitely wouldn't be just to chat. It must be something troublesome. Chi Nemo couldn't avoid it. Ma Yong's eyes flickered, a hint of cunning flashing within. "I want you to provide a little semen." Chi Nemo's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. If it were just asking for help with something else, that would be one thing. But this request felt extremely strange. Shura Island was not lacking in men, yet the other party came to him, asking Chi Nemo to provide semen. It was evident that the other party had no good intentions. "What exactly do you want to do? Just say it." Chi Nemo straightened his back, staring directly at Ma Yong. If he didn't clarify his intentions, Chi Nemo definitely wouldn't agree. Who knew what this beast would do with his stuff? If he engaged in some excessive dealings, Chi Nemo would be the one to suffer the consequences. The corners of Ma Yong's mouth curled slightly, and after sizing up Chi Nemo for a second, he didn't hide anything but instead laid it all out. "There's a female prisoner next door who will be executed in 10 days. She wants to live, and there's only one way: get pregnant." Ma Yong stomped his foot. According to the regulations on Shura Island, pregnant female prisoners cannot be executed, so her life can be saved. Taking a deep breath, Chi Nemo's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party wasn't so kind as to want Chi Nemo to carry on the family line. On the contrary, such a good deed had no man in the prison willing to provide. This was simply because once the female prisoner gave birth, the guards could use the child's DNA to find out who the father was. By then, the female prisoner would be fine, but the man who provided the semen would undoubtedly be doomed. It was precisely for this reason that among so many people in the King Kong sect, no one was willing to offer. Instead, Ma Yong personally sought out Chi Nemo. He wanted Chi Nemo to die. Of course, this was something any normal person could figure out in an instant. Therefore, Ma Yong didn't intend to hide it, but rather stepped forward to block Chi Nemo's path. "I advise you to agree. If you dare refuse, you'll offend our King Kong sect, and the consequences won't be any better than offending Wang Heihu. On the contrary, if you can obediently do as we ask, we can protect you and make sure Wang Heihu won't bother you anymore." Faced with Ma Yong's threat, Chi Nemo fell into a deep dilemma. Ma Yong didn't give Chi Nemo much time to think, instead deliberately saying, "You might not know how miserable the men chosen by Wang Heihu live. That old pervert is disgusting. The number of men he has played to death has already exceeded 5. Plus, with you looking so handsome, I wonder how long you can withstand Wang Heihu's torment." Ma Yong even laughed deliberately, and Chi Nemo felt a panic in his chest. "Can you guarantee my safety?" Hearing Chi Nemo say this, Ma Yong already knew Chi Nemo was softening. He was about to agree, so he quickly patted Chi Nemo's shoulder. "Don't worry, our King Kong sect is not weaker than the Black Tiger Gang at all. You helped me with such a big favor. how could I deceive you? Shin-mo took a deep breath, his thoughts racing in an instant. In 10 days, Wang Heihu would come out. By then, it would be his doomsday. At this moment, helping Ma Yong could allow him to continue living. As for who was responsible for the female prisoner's pregnancy, there was still nearly 10 months to go. This could give Shin-mo more than enough time. Perhaps by then, the situation would have improved. Moreover, providing semen to make the female prisoner pregnant might also activate the system. Gaining rewards could similarly enhance his strength, giving him a certain level of self-protection on Shura Island. I agree. After thinking for a while, Shin-mo ultimately chose Ma Yong. Ma Yong immediately chuckled twice, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Good. He then took a test tube out of his pocket and handed it to Shin-mo. Let's make it quick. Ma Yong turned around to give Shin-mo some privacy. Shin-mo was speechless, slowly turning to look at the wall beside him. Sigh. He sighed deeply, recalling how, when he was outside, his handsome face and carefree demeanor had always attracted women. He had never needed to take matters into his own hands. Hurry up, Ma Yong urged from behind. Shin-mo gritted his teeth and, after some operations, pulled up his pants. He handed the test tube back to Ma Yong, who shook it with a broad smile before swaggering away. After the break was over, Shin-mo returned to his cell under the watch of the guards, sitting on his own bed frame. Ma Yong would definitely not deceive him. After all, he wasn't so idle as to joke around with him. This meant that he genuinely wanted to make the female prisoner next door pregnant to save his own life. Theoretically, pregnancy could occur within 7 days. So, after 7 days, Shin-mo could receive the system's reward. Shin-mo rubbed his palms together, feeling a bit excited. Now, all he had to do was wait. Wait for the other party to get pregnant, and he would receive his reward. By then, his days on Shura Island wouldn't be too miserable. In the following days, Shin-mo felt both eager and anxious. On the 7th day, he waited from morning until night. He even slept with one eye open, afraid of missing any good news. However, when he woke up the next day, he still hadn't heard the system's notification, meaning he hadn't successfully triggered it. What's going on? Is there a problem? Shin-mo looked at Ma Yong from a distance. Clearly, he had handled things well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. But why hadn't he received the system's notification? There might still be a time lag. Shin-mo felt anxious but reassured himself that there were still a few days left, so he didn't need to rush. On the 8th day, nothing happened. On the 9th day, still nothing. On the 10th day, there was still no news. Meanwhile, a more explosive piece of news came to Shin-mo's ears through Ma Xiaobai. Wang Heihu's confinement is over, he's been released. This news hit Shin-mo like a bolt from the blue. Up until now, he hadn't received any rewards. What should I do? Just thinking of Wang Heihu's dark figure made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Not only was it a psychological shock, but it could also physically impact Shin-mo. Lunchtime arrived. As usual, after getting his meal from the ant, Shin-mo sat down in a spot, eating quietly. A burly man with a gloomy face and a strange smile walked straight toward Shin-mo's table, his gaze sizing him up. Looking at Shin-mo, he seemed 1,000 times more appetizing than the food in the bowl. Little darling, we meet again. Wang Heihu's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an indescribable hint of provocation. Shin-mo raised his head, frowning slightly. As expected, Wang Heihu had taken the initiative to approach him. The large black mole on his face and the crooked smile at the corner of his mouth made him look uncomfortable. Wang Heihu. Shin-mo silently bit his lip. What do you mean? Nothing much, just want to get a little closer to you. Wang Heihu's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. You know, I've been drooling over you for a long time. Shin-mo's expression darkened. He understood the meaning behind Wang Heihu's words. This disgusting guy actually dared to harass Shin-mo in public. Shin-mo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. I'm not interested in men. Oh, come on, don't be so cold. Wang Heihu persisted, leaning forward until he was almost face to face with Shin-mo. You just haven't experienced my charm yet. If you knew how amazing I am, you wouldn't be able to resist. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. How about we? Shut up. Shin-mo raised his voice. Hasn't anyone told you that you're ugly and your thoughts are delusional? Upon hearing this, Wang Heihu's eyes turned fierce, losing the calm demeanor he had just maintained. He couldn't stand being called ugly. Of course, Shin-mo was deliberately provoking him, his gaze shooting towards Ma Yong from the Golden Arm Gang, who was sitting nearby. Ma Yong's gaze also turned this way, resulting in a brief standoff with Shin-mo. As long as Wang Heihu got angry and made a move, Ma Yong would step in, and Wang Heihu would end up in solitary confinement for fighting. While Shin-mo was thinking this, Ma Yong, who was eating, wore a playful smile on his face. He showed an expression of self-preservation, then turned his head back to quietly eat. Shin-mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ma Yong in the distance, as if nothing had happened. This beast, untrustworthy and treacherous. But he never expected that the Mayong he had risked his life to help would turn out to be so untrustworthy, unable to save Chin Mo, and instead turning back with a mocking gaze, leaving Chin Mo to pray for his own safety. Chin Mo remembered this grudge. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms. In Mayong's eyes, Chin Mo was just a dying man, destined to die sooner or later. Wang Heihu, as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, had no reason to offend the gang for someone as worthless as Chin Mo. An enraged Wang Heihu slammed his palm on the dining table, glaring at Chin Mo. Don't toast if you don't want to drink the punishment wine. Anything I set my eyes on, no one can escape my grasp. Wang Heihu exhaled, his aura extremely arrogant. Behave and be my plaything. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll let you live a few more days. Faced with this shameless person, Chin Mo had to defend his dignity as a man. You wish. Just as Wang Heihu was about to teach Chin Mo a lesson, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Mealtime, keep quiet. Anyone who dares to make noise again will be put in solitary confinement. As expected, the loud commotion attracted the guards. Wang Heihu shot a fierce glance at the guards. In the prison, he was indeed formidable. Even though he was strong, he still had to abide by the rules of Shura Island. Wang Heihu sat down, his gaze slicing through Chin Mo. Very good. The more you act like this, the more excited I get. Wang Heihu wore a smile that was anything but pleasant. Chin Mo could hardly stand his perverse demeanor, quickly stuffing a few bites of food into his mouth before hastily cleaning his lunchbox. Chin Mo decisively returned to his cell. Was it still afternoon? The guards were still relatively strict. He had already had a direct confrontation with Wang Heihu, and there was no way he would let him go. By nightfall, the guards would relax a bit. With Wang Heihu's connections and strength, he could easily come to Chin Mo's cell, and Chin Mo would truly have no chance to escape. Chin Mo scratched his head in frustration. Damn Mayong for being so untrustworthy. What had he done with Chin Mo's essence, and where had things gone wrong? After finishing lunch, Wang Heihu entered the cell, occupying a room all to himself. His burly figure contrasted sharply with the dimness of the cell, like a beast lurking in the shadows. The other subordinates of the Black Tiger Gang all looked up to Wang Heihu. Staying in the adjacent cell, Wang Heihu's gaze was fixed tightly on Chin Mo, his eyes radiating an unusual light. Whoever I, Wang Heihu, set my sights on, even if I have to skin them alive, they are mine. Wang Heihu leaned against the cold stone wall, leisurely waiting for time to pass. Chin Mo, locked in Wang Heihu's intense gaze, felt uncomfortable all over, beads of sweat continuously dripping down his forehead. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. There was absolutely no way he would submit to Wang Heihu's tyranny. Chin Mo was determined. He would never let Wang Heihu violate him. By night, the number of guards had decreased significantly. Wang Heihu lazily stroked the rough stubble on his chin, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately elongated his tone, his voice deep and hoarse, like a rusty file scraping against the heart. Little darling, Xiaomo. The sound that reached Chin Mo's ears made his stomach churn. He felt he could vomit for 3 days and nights. It's night, feeling lonely all by yourself? How about I keep you company? Chin Mo sat facing the wall, trying to avoid Wang Heihu's damned gaze as much as possible. However, Wang Heihu did not hold back. Instead, he became even more reckless. He lightly tapped the iron bars with his fingers, the rhythm alternating between fast and slow, as if provoking him. Don't be so cold. Life on Shura Island is tough. If someone could talk to you at night to relieve the boredom, wouldn't that be nice? Chin Mo could no longer endure it. He suddenly turned his head, his tone resolute. Wang Heihu, I warn you, if you keep talking nonsense, what will you do? Wang Heihu interrupted, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. You're so worked up. I just want to be your friend, to care about you. Wang Heihu deliberately emphasized the word care, his tone laden with a chilling implication. Sensing that the time was right, Wang Heihu stood up. He stepped closer to Chin Mo's cell. With the cover of his other subordinates, he could freely change his cell. Each of Wang Heihu's steps felt like a hammer striking Chin Mo's heart. Wang Heihu extended his strong arm, trying to reach out and touch Chin Mo through the iron bars, whistling playfully. Today, I want to see just how tough your bones really are. Chin Mo quickly stepped back, nearly touched by Wang Heihu's filthy hand. Get lost, Chin Mo shouted sharply. But this only made Wang Heihu more insistent. With a loud clang, he opened the door to Chin Mo's cell. Stepping inside, he was now within arm's reach. Wang Heihu laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in Chin Mo's cell like a demonic howl, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. It's been a long time since anyone dared to resist me like this. Interesting, really interesting. It seemed that Chin Mo's resistance only stirred Wang Heihu's desire for conquest even more. The more you resist, the more interested I become. You can forget about escaping my grasp. As he spoke, Wang Heihu regarded Chin Mo as a little white rabbit, transforming himself into a vicious wolf. Shin Mo clenched his fists tightly. Better to be shattered like jade than to live in shame. It seemed that today, in order to preserve his honor, he would have to fight Wang Heihu to the death. Come, Shin Mo growled lowly. Just at that critical moment, a mechanical prompt that Shin Mo had been thinking about echoed in his mind. Ding! Mo Nianxue is pregnant, reward for the host, attainment of the great perfection in transformation realm, and max level in Baji Quan. In this world, the levels of cultivation could be divided into Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, postnatal, innate, King Kong, Jishan, and Tianxiang. Wang Heihu, on the other hand, was at the early stage of Huajin. With this strength, he was already among the top few on the first level of Shura Island. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Heihu dared to act so recklessly. At this moment, a tremendous power surged into Qin Mo's body, making him feel exceptionally strong. The powerful fist technique allowed Qin Mo to gain a profound understanding of martial arts in an instant. These things seemed to be etched in Qin Mo's mind. Just as Wang Heihu was about to reach out to grab Qin Mo, Bajiquan, Qin Mo threw a punch, and Wang Heihu naturally did not take it seriously, treating Qin Mo as a little woman playfully punching her own chest. Thus he had no defense whatsoever. The next moment, Qin Mo's punch landed squarely on Wang Heihu's chest. Buffed, Wang Heihu's ribs shattered completely. As a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips, his massive body crashed to the ground like a mountain. Wang Heihu was dead. Facing Wang Heihu, who was only at the early stage of Huajin and had made no defensive measures, Qin Mo had killed him with just one move of Baji Quan, shattering all his ribs. Inside the prison, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Qin Mo's cell. They had originally worn smiles, as if waiting to witness a spectacular show. At that moment, Qin Mo's screams would surely be quite entertaining. But unexpectedly, Qin Mo's punch had actually killed Wang Heihu. Qin Mo kicked Wang Heihu twice more with his foot. Wang Heihu showed no signs of movement. Instantly, the cell fell into a dead silence. The surrounding prisoners, dumbfounded, were filled with shock, fear, and confusion, their expressions all twisted together. Finally, their gazes converged and shot towards Qin Mo. Wang Heihu is dead? Someone whispered in astonishment, breaking the frozen atmosphere. Members of the Black Tiger gang rushed over, and they saw Wang Heihu lying on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his chest caved in, and he had no breath left. This scene made everyone gasp in shock. Who could have imagined that the tyrannical and untouchable Wang Heihu would be killed by a seemingly frail Qin Mo with a single punch? What kind of strength does Qin Mo have? He actually killed Wang Heihu with one punch. In the distance, the leader of the King Kong sect, Wu Jin Gang, was also dumbfounded at this scene. Wu Jin Gang possessed high-level Huajin cultivation. However, he had also fought against Wang Heihu. Even relying on his higher cultivation, he knew it would be impossible to defeat Wang Heihu in less than 100 moves. Yet, an ordinary and unremarkable Qin Mo had managed to kill Wang Heihu with just one move. This was enough to show that Qin Mo's strength was terrifying. This kid, he has been hiding his strength all along. Wu Jin Gang gasped inwardly. Fortunately, he had not provoked Qin Mo, or the one lying on the ground would have been him. Qin Mo clenched his fist and swept his gaze over the other members of the Black Tiger Gang. In an instant, Qin Mo's gaze shot out, and the other members of the Black Tiger Gang all knelt down on the ground. Even their gang leader couldn't withstand the might of Qin Mo's punch. How could they? Master Qin, all the blame lies with that Wang Heihu. It has nothing to do with us. We have never done anything to you. Wang Heihu deserves to die. In an instant, they knelt on the ground, banging their heads and crying, snot and tears flowing, mourning more painfully than if their own mother had died, admitting their mistakes in front of Qin Mo. Qin Mo also felt the perfection of his cultivation and the formidable power of the 8 Extremes fist. Get lost, get lost. The members of the Black Tiger Gang scurried away. After everyone left, Qin Mo leisurely lay down on the bed. News spread quickly. After a while, the female officer Chris appeared again. You killed Wang Heihu. Chris's eyes fixed on Qin Mo. With such delicate skin, he surprisingly possessed such strength. Qin Mo stretched lazily and nodded. It was me. Qin Mo openly admitted it. In front of so many witnesses, even if he denied it, it would be futile. You have guts. In Chris's eyes, Qin Mo seemed to see a hint of admiration. Qin Mo killed someone, take him to the isolation cell. Even though Chris admired Qin Mo, she could not exempt him from punishment. The next moment, a guard beside Chris took Qin Mo out and escorted him to a dim isolation cell. Go in, kid. Killing Wang Heihu, you really have guts. A guard gently pushed Qin Mo, who stumbled a few steps before stepping into the iron door. With a loud clang, the iron door slammed shut behind Qin Mo, completely isolating him from the outside world. The air in the isolation cell was damp and oppressive. Looking around, he saw that the narrow space contained only a rickety wooden bed, with some tattered cotton by the bed, and nothing else. Shin Emo walked slowly to the wooden bed, silently gazing at the oil lamp beside it, the flame flickering. This was the only source of light in the isolation cell. This is my first time in an isolation cell. Shin Emo lay down on the wooden bed. Although he didn't understand what the guard meant, the strength he possessed was real. Shura Island had 18 layers of hell. Currently, Shin Emo was only on the first layer. The highest achievement was merely transformation. At this moment, Shin Mo's cultivation was at the peak of transformation, making him undoubtedly the strongest on the first layer. He no longer had to be coerced by others or watch their expressions. Wang Heihu brought this upon himself. Shin Emo lay on the bed, deciding to sleep for a while. Not good, Warden. The female inmate Emo Nyenshue, who was about to be electrocuted, has been found to be pregnant. It seems the electric chair can't be used on her. An ordinary guard quickly relayed this news to the 6th warden, Catherine. In this strict prison, there were a total of 6 wardens, each possessing great strength and absolute authority. Catherine was the 6th warden, overseeing the 1st to 4th layers of this massive prison. She had the power of life and death over the inmates. Upon hearing this news, Catherine slightly turned her head, her powerful aura making the nearby guard shiver. Despite being a woman, Catherine's position showed her exceptional capabilities. Are you sure? The guard nodded. Catherine was tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure and thick chestnut curls cascading naturally over her shoulders. Her delicate nose stood elegantly, complementing her full red lips, forming an extremely attractive face. The stern warden's uniform could not conceal her proud figure, but what was most impossible to ignore was the warden's sword in her hand. It was a symbol of her power. You've really become bolder, daring to pull tricks right under my nose. The iron-fisted methods of the warden were well known among all the guards on the 1st to 4th floors. Few who dared to anger Catherine and offend her ended up well. The aura of dominance radiating from her seemed to declare her absolute power and status in the prison from the 1st to the 4th floor. Take Emo Nyenshue to the cell, and isolate her. Even the warden could not violate the prison's engraved rules. However, Catherine's voice was deep and magnetic, like rich red wine, each word clear and powerful, without a doubt. Such matters cannot be accomplished alone. There are likely guards colluding with them, helping the prisoners do this. Catherine's gaze flickered. Recently, many things had happened, and such an incident occurring in her managed floors was tantamount to insulting her authority. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Regardless of which prisoners or guards are involved, I want them all to pay the price they deserve. Daring to play tricks right under my nose, they should know their own weight. Yes, the guard immediately complied. He knew that this time, quite a few people would likely be cleaned out. Shin Emo was confined in a small, dark isolation room. The space was extremely cramped and oppressive. Shin Emo groped to the corner, where there was a worn-out grass mat. He sat down, curling up his body, staring at the only light source. This damned ghost place. Shin Emo finally understood the terror of being in isolation. Completely pitch black, with only a tiny flicker of light, sometimes dim, sometimes bright. No one could speak, they could only talk to themselves. In the small space, the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. At first, Shin Emo felt nothing unusual. However, in the isolation room, there was no distinction between day and night, and no one would accurately inform you of the time. Shin Emo himself was not a monk. He had never been this miserable. Yet, the only particularly special thing during the day was meal delivery. At this moment, the iron door would open, and the guard would toss in a large steamed bun. Those in isolation had a worse diet than ordinary prisoners, with each meal consisting of just one bun. Hurry up and eat, just don't starve to death, said the guard outside. When he learned that Shin Emo was confined for killing Wang Heihu, he felt a bit of admiration for him. At the same time, it was clear that Shin Mo's strength was extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary guard. Shin Emo bit down hard on the bun and then pointed to the opposite side. Who is that over there? Why is he snoring all day long? Can't he be a little quieter? Shin Emo complained, finding the thunderous snoring next door more unbearable than hunger. While trying to block out the thunderous noise with his hands over his ears, he wished for time to pass more quickly. However, the sound penetrated everywhere, striking at the soul. No matter how much he tried to block it, he could not shield himself from the snoring, which crashed against Shin Mo's nerves like waves. Are you talking about him? The guard paused and then smiled. You can only blame your bad luck for being placed in the isolation room next to him. But you only need to stay for 10 days. After 10 days, you won't have to suffer here anymore, just endure it. This guy has been locked up here for a year, sleeping so soundly every day. A year. At this moment, Shin Emo felt a bit curious about him. This guy is naturally able to adapt to any environment. In a place like this, Shin Emo felt uncomfortable after just 3 days and wanted to go out for a stroll. But the result was that the other party had already been locked up for more than a year and could still sleep so soundly. If Chi Nemo were locked up for a month, he would definitely go crazy. Suddenly, Chi Nemo seemed to think of an even bigger question. Wang Heihu, as a top-tier existence on the first level, had few opponents. However, Chi Nemo had killed such a person and had only been locked up for 10 days. Meanwhile, the other party had been imprisoned for over a year. Why has this person been locked up for so long? What did he do? At that moment, the prison guard, who had not yet closed the iron bars, glanced at Chi Nemo, paused for a moment, and then said, "He eats people." Just those two words inexplicably sent a chill down Chi Nemo's spine. The prison guard continued, "He's not a good guy, you need to be careful. He ate a lot of people on our 4th level, even chewing down on bones." Chi Nemo swallowed hard. Just then, the earth-shattering snoring suddenly stopped. A voice stretched lazily from within, and although the situation inside was not visible, the person inside said slowly, "You don't have the qualifications for me to eat." The tone was both contemptuous and confident, as if the prison guard outside and Chi Nemo next door didn't even have the right to make him open his mouth to eat. The person had woken up, and the prison guard felt the powerful aura emanating from the confinement room, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. After the bun was stuffed into his confinement room, he decisively left quickly. The person next door took a bite of the bun and then asked, "Kid, what's your name?" Chi Nemo took a deep breath, knowing that the person next to him was not a good guy and that his strength might far exceed his own. However, since they were both in confinement, he figured he wouldn't pose any immediate threat. Staying in the confinement room, aside from sleeping and going crazy, there was basically nothing to do. At least now, the other person was someone to chat with to relieve the loneliness. So Chi Nemo also shared his name, and soon he and the other person got to know each other a bit. The person opposite was named Wei Chi Chang. He possessed the realm of innate perfection, and his strength was terrifying. After Wei Chi Chang finished the bun given by the prison guard, he immediately said, "What a coincidence, if there's a chance, next time I eat someone, I'll save you a bone." Hearing Wei Chi Chang's words, Chi Nemo was completely stunned. The guy seemed quite nice, even offering to share a bone when he ate people. "No need. You can keep it for yourself." Wei Chi Chang smiled. "What a pity. You don't know how delicious these strong people are." Hearing him talk about deliciousness as if he were talking about some rare delicacy, and knowing that the person next to him was a bloodthirsty monster who would eat people, Chi Nemo felt a chill run down his spine. Wei Chi Chang spoke as if it were a casual matter, like discussing something ordinary. Wei Chi Chang was very strong, but he didn't eat just anyone, he only ate innate level experts. There are two great delicacies in the human body. One of them is the blood of innate level experts. You don't know, once one's cultivation reaches the innate level, the blood in the body carries a thick layer of spiritual energy. As he spoke, Wei Chi Chang drooled, involuntarily licking the corner of his mouth. That fresh blood emits an enticing aroma, just a gentle sip, and the rich texture spreads across the tongue. With a hint of sweetness and a slight bitterness, it's simply a delicacy of the human world. The taste is even sweeter than the most exquisite wine in the world. This is not only a delicacy on the tip of the tongue, but also the essence of life and strength. Once tasted, it is unforgettable for a lifetime. As Wei Chi Chang spoke, he felt a dryness in his throat. The terrifying innate level powerhouse, in the eyes of the strange person Wei Chi Chang in the confinement room, was merely blood meant to be savored like fine wine. Chi Nemo found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, his cultivation was still at the transformation stage. For someone like him, it was impossible to take action against himself unless he met his standards. What about the other one? Although Chi Nemo felt that Wei Chi Chang beside him was quite frightening, in this confinement room, separated by thick walls, he could not come close. He couldn't see him, but chatting through the wall was still possible. At least it allowed Chi Nemo to gain a clearer understanding of Shura Island. Wei Chi Chang came from the 4th level. The 4th level had even more monsters and perverse individuals, with stronger cultivation. If Chi Nemo wanted to establish himself on Shura Island, it was entirely necessary to understand more about the situation. The other one is the heart of an innate level powerhouse. Wei Chi Chang paused. He hadn't tasted this delicacy in a long time and closed his eyes to savor the thought. You just need to use a knife to gently cut open the left side of the chest, and the blood will flow down. You will soon see a slightly beating heart. At this moment, Wei Chi Chang could hardly contain his overwhelming desire to share, wanting to describe the entire tasting process. At this time, you must not let the other person die. Quickly pry open their ribs and then swallow the heart whole at the fastest speed. You can feel the heart's powerful beating and the essence of energy exploding in your stomach. That taste. Wei Chi Chang spoke as if in a trance. Chi Nemo only felt a heaviness in his chest. The perverse Wang Heihu that Chi Nemo knew was at least a normal person, just with a problem in sexual orientation. However, the Wei Chi Chang next door was purely pathological. Is everyone on the 4th level like this? He is countless times crazier than Wang Heihu. 10 days later, the iron door slowly opened, and a figure walked out. Shin Mo shielded his eyes with his hand. After stepping out of the confinement room, he took several seconds to lower his hand. The confinement room was pitch black, with only a dim oil lamp, making Shin Mo's eyes unaccustomed to the brightness outside. Finally out. Staying in the confinement room could suffocate a person. With each step Shin Mo took, he left a deep shoe print on the hard floor. Upon returning to the cell, as soon as Shin Mo appeared, the entire prison seemed to hit the pause button. The originally vast prison instantly fell silent. The prisoners all stopped and turned their gazes toward Shin Mo. Some looked down to avoid eye contact, while others secretly observed him with awe and even fear. Shin Mo had returned. The Shin Mo who had killed the incredibly strong Wang Heihu with a single move had returned. Shin Mo's return was enough to change the dynamics of the first level of Shura Island. Brother Shin, you finally came out. Ma Xiaobai, who shared the same cell with Shin Mo, immediately approached him. Previously unaware of Shin Mo's immense strength, Ma Xiaobai quickly began to flatter him, his face filled with smiles, his tone completely respectful, as if treating Shin Mo like a tyrant. After all, being in the same cage, if he dared to offend Shin Mo, Ma Xiaobai's good days would be over. Shin Mo glanced at Ma Xiaobai and then nodded. This kid had a decent relationship with him. When he first arrived, it was Ma Xiaobai who helped introduce him to the situation on Shura Island. Brother Shin, it must be tough in the isolation room. We brought some food. Among the crowd, a few prisoners approached Shin Mo, flattering him as they took out chicken legs wrapped in plastic from their pockets and handed them to him. The food in the isolation room was quite poor, with meals consisting solely of steamed buns, day in and day out. There was no meat to be found. Shin Mo, staying on Shura Island, didn't mind this. He picked up the chicken leg handed to him and took a few hearty bites. It had been a long time since he had tasted meat, and at that moment, it felt quite delicious. Brother Shin, you killed Wang Heihu with a single move. Your strength is probably the strongest among us on the first level. If there was anything Brother Shin did wrong in the past, please be forgiving. A few prisoners who had previously spoken harshly to Shin Mo also came to curry favor, flattering him. Brother Shin's strength is such that even the Iron Fist of the Iron Fist sect wouldn't be his match. He is truly the number one. That damned Wang Heihu was blind, not recognizing a mountain. Brother Shin doesn't stoop to his level, yet he still tries to take advantage. Alright. Shin Mo clapped his hands, signaling them to leave. The others immediately dispersed, understanding that Shin Mo wouldn't hold them accountable, and this matter came to a close. However, Shin Mo felt a bit puzzled. Logically, his strength was unmatched on the first level. Why didn't they want to acknowledge him as their leader? No one suggested uniting under him or taking in other gangs. They only wanted to maintain a good relationship with Shin Mo and avoid harm, nothing more. Could it be? Just then, the leader of the Iron Fist sect, Wu Jingang, personally arrived. He entered Shin Mo's cell, his gaze casually sweeping over Ma Xiaobai. Ma Xiaobai immediately understood and nodded repeatedly at Wu Jingang. You all chat, I'll step out for a bit. With that, Ma Xiaobai quickly left. The room was left with only Wu Jingang and Shin Mo. Brother Shin really knows how to hide his strength. I also failed to recognize a mountain. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Saying this, Wu Jingang prepared some fine wine and dishes, instructing someone to bring them in. Shin Mo had just eaten a chicken leg and wasn't full, so he didn't mind Wu Jingang's hospitality. The others from the Iron Fist sect were outside, keeping watch for Shin Mo and Wu Jingang. Shin Mo and Wu Jingang casually ate a little. You're too polite. Leader Wu is the true expert, single-handedly pulling up the Iron Fist sect. Who doesn't know its extraordinary strength? Wu Jingang waved his hands repeatedly, knowing that Shin Mo was just being polite. On Shura Island, everything revolved around strength. As long as one had enough power, there were plenty of opportunistic prisoners who could quickly rally to form a force not weaker than the Iron Fist sect. Brother Shin is truly being polite. Wu Jingang understood that Shin Mo's strength could easily kill him. Now, it was essential to get as close to him as possible. After Shin Mo casually ate a bit, he suddenly placed his chopsticks down and his tone turned stern. However, I have to say I don't have a good impression of the Iron Fist sect. The previously polite Shin Mo's attitude flipped 180 degrees. Wu Jingang had thought Shin Mo was a very easygoing person. Hearing this, Wu Jingang's eyes widened in shock. If Shin Mo wanted, he could completely change the dynamics here, because Shin Mo's strength was undoubtedly the strongest on the first level. What brings this up? Wu Jingang forced a smile. Is it that brat from the Iron Fist sect who offended Brother Shin? Please, speak freely. Looking at Wu Jingang's attitude, Shin Mo was quite satisfied. He intended to befriend Shin Mo, and Shin Mo no longer put on airs. Is there someone named Ma Yong under your command? He made quite a fuss and actually dared to deceive me. Wu Jingang suddenly realized. He instantly stood up and shouted outside, "Bring Ma Yang to me right now." After saying that, he immediately turned to Qin Mo with a grin. "It's all my fault for not managing my disciples properly. But I, Wu Jingang, assure you that as long as I am in this Jingang sect, there will definitely be no conflict with you, my brother." Qin Mo quickly urged Wu Jingang to sit down. "You're being too harsh, too harsh. It's that Ma Yang who doesn't know what's good for him, dragging the Jingang sect into this, which is indeed unacceptable." Wu Jingang let out a sigh of relief, and seeing Qin Mo's attitude, he only wanted to blame Ma Yang. As long as he handled this matter properly, his Jingang sect and his position on the first level would not change. Before long, Ma Yang was dragged in. Qin Mo sat on the cold stone chair, his gaze sharp, staring intently at Ma Yang in front of him. Ma Yang glanced at Qin Mo, then quickly found his sect leader, Wu Jingang. Ma Yang's face was pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Qin, I was wrong. I really was wrong." Ma Yang walked up to Qin Mo, deeply bowing, his voice clearly trembling. However, Qin Mo did not respond immediately, just coldly staring at him. At this moment, Ma Yang's heart was particularly anxious. He cautiously raised his head to take a look at Qin Mo's expression. Then he continued to speak tremulously. "I shouldn't have deceived you. All the mistakes are mine." Ma Yang immediately caved in. The sect leader was clearly not on his side. With a thud, Ma Yang knelt down in front of Qin Mo. "Qin Mo, no, wait, brother Qin. I was blind and couldn't recognize your greatness. I couldn't see this true Buddha." Ma Yang's body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down, completely soaking his clothes as if he had been submerged in water. After a long while, Qin Mo finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "Do you know the price of deceiving me?" Ma Yang, kneeling on the ground, humbly acknowledged his mistakes, slapping his own face hard. "I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this time," Ma Yang pleaded desperately. Hearing Qin Mo's words, his face turned pale with fear. Ma Yang's words began to break and become hurried, incoherent, his heart completely occupied by fear. He heavily knocked his head against the ground towards Qin Mo. "Brother Qin, I beg you for one chance. I am willing to pay any price to atone. Just please let me go this time. Spare my life. I really know I was wrong." Wu Jingang glanced at Qin Mo, then took out an extremely sharp knife from his pocket. Ma Yang was his capable subordinate, but what exactly had he done? Wu Jingang was unclear. Seeing Qin Mo's expression at this moment, Wu Jingang knew it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. Blood must be shed. He walked up to Ma Yang, directly grabbing his hand, and with a swift motion, the knife fell. Crack! Ma Yang let out a miserable scream, watching helplessly as his arm was severed by his sect leader, Wu Jingang. Wu Jingang tossed Ma Yang's arm to the ground. "Brother Qin, how does this look?" Seeing Wu Jingang do this, Qin Mo silently nodded. "Very well. This matter is considered settled. If you dare to deceive me again in the future, it won't be as simple as losing an arm," Qin Mo said lightly. However, Ma Yang understood just how much weight Qin Mo's words carried. If he dared to deceive Qin Mo again next time, he might not even need Qin Mo to take action himself. If it weren't for the others, Ma Yang would have been hacked to death. "Thank you, Sect Master Xia, for not killing me. Thank you, Brother Qin, for not killing me." Ma Yang gritted his teeth against the pain and bowed to Qin Mo. Seeing that Qin Mo forgave Ma Yang, Wu Jingang stepped in, fed Ma Yang a pill, and quickly performed a simple bandaging. Then, relying on Wu Jingang's robust internal energy, he stopped the bleeding. "There are a few things I want to ask you." Temporarily out of life-threatening danger, Ma Yang's complexion regained a bit of color. Qin Mo intended to ask questions, and Ma Yang immediately pledged his loyalty. "Brother Qin, feel free to ask. Whatever I know, I will tell you everything without holding back." Ma Yang's life was in Qin Mo's hands. With just a word from Qin Mo, Ma Yang would die, more tragically than Wang Heihu. Qin Mo lightly tapped the bedboard with his fingers and asked, "What channels did you use to enter the women's prison next door?" Upon hearing Qin Mo's inquiry, Ma Yang thought Qin Mo wanted to vent and immediately answered truthfully. "I bribed the local prison guards. They can only help deliver liquids. People can't get in." Ma Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes sizing up Qin Mo. Could it be that Qin Mo was going crazy wanting women? But there was nothing he could do. "Isn't there any other way?" Qin Mo continued to press. "There really isn't. After this incident, I heard that the higher-ups plan to conduct a thorough investigation, and the prison will be stricter than before, with almost no loopholes." Ma Yang said helplessly, although he also wanted to help Qin Mo find a few women to vent, but his own strength and level were limited. At this moment, Wu Jingang squinted his eyes and turned his gaze to Qin Mo. A man in his prime, just entering Shura Island, wanting women was only natural. But this was Shura Island, and the matter became quite troublesome. Brother Qin, if you really want women, I do have a place to suggest, Wu Jingang said. Qin Mo's eyes lit up, and he asked with interest, where? The 4th level of the Shura Island prison. Upon hearing Wu Jingang mention the 4th level, Qin Mo's heart inexplicably trembled. His gaze locked tightly onto Wu Jingang. This was not the first time Qin Mo had heard of the 4th level. Wei Chi Chang, who was locked up in the adjacent confinement room with Qin Mo, came from the 4th level. That was a monster that devoured people. Seeing Qin Mo still looking puzzled, Wu Jingang immediately explained. The 4th level is a mine, specifically for extracting black phosphorus. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a black dragon was suppressed there, and it is said that it has all turned to fossils now, while a large amount of black phosphorus is buried below. That stuff is formed from the scales and bones of the black dragon. The black dragon is extremely poisonous, so the black phosphorus also carries great toxicity, making it impossible for ordinary people to touch. Wu Jingang deliberately paused, watching Qin Mo listen intently, clearly unaware of the situation there, and then continued. Martial artists who have reached the transformation realm have enhanced physical qualities across the board, allowing them to resist the toxicity of black phosphorus. Thus, only those who have reached the transformation realm can enter the 4th level. Those who enter the 4th level are basically prisoners from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, with the lowest cultivation being at the transformation realm. Among them, there are quite a few martial artists with acquired and innate cultivation. This was the first time Qin Mo had heard about the 4th level, and he listened with great interest. There are only a few transformation realm experts in the 1st level. Could it be that those people have all been taken to the 4th level? A bold guess slipped from Qin Mo's lips. Just as Qin Mo thought, Wu Jingang immediately nodded, confirming Qin Mo's inner thoughts. In the 4th level, there is no distinction between men and women, and there are quite a few female prisoners. Once you reach the 4th level, wanting women becomes much simpler and more convenient. Qin Mo completely understood Wu Jingong's meaning and silently nodded. Although he could find women on the 4th level, the lowest cultivation level there was already at the transformation stage. There were also postnatal and innate level experts. Additionally, there were perverts like Wei Chi Chang who could eat people. Even if there were women on the 4th level, with Qin Mo's current strength, entering the 4th level was clearly more dangerous than beneficial. The 4th level is too perilous. The 1st level is much safer. Qin Mo waved his hand, planning to stay on the 1st level for now, prioritizing his own safety. However, Wu Jingang looked at Qin Mo with a puzzled expression. You don't know? At that moment, Qin Mo felt even more confused. Don't know what? Wu Jingang took a deep breath, thinking that Qin Mo was aware of the unspoken rules of Shura Island. He assumed Qin Mo was pretending not to know martial arts just to stay on the 1st level. Yet, he was forced by Wang Heihu to reveal his strength. It seemed that Qin Mo truly did not know, so Wu Jingang explained again. Once you reach the transformation stage, according to the rules, you can only stay on the 1st level for a month before you must enter the 4th level to mine black scale stones. The corner of Qin Mo's mouth twitched. He had just been thinking that the 4th level was too dangerous and didn't want to enter. And now there was coercion involved. No wonder. The transformation stage was already a top existence on the 1st level, but on the 4th level, it was almost the lowest tier. Suddenly, Qin Mo raised his head. Wait a minute. Wu Sect Master, hasn't your cultivation already reached the transformation stage? Why haven't you gone to the 4th level? And what about Wang Heihu? He hasn't gone to the 4th level either? Qin Mo looked at Wu Jingang with curiosity. According to the rules, those at the transformation stage would be sent to the 4th level to mine black scale stones. But as far as Qin Mo knew, Wu Jingang had been on the 1st level for several years without going to the 4th level. Was there another reason? Wu Jingang smiled awkwardly. What you said is indeed correct. Wang Heihu and I haven't entered for several years. Qin Mo's gaze was fixed on Wu Jingang, trying to see if he had any way to delay. Given the current situation, it was not suitable for Qin Mo to enter the 4th level. Facing Qin Mo's expectant gaze, Wu Jingang could only awkwardly wave his hand. That's because Wang Heihu and I spent money. Specifically, we spent a total of 10 billion to obtain a 10-year exemption. Qin Mo was taken aback. Wu Jingang and Wang Heihu relied on their families, possessing substantial financial resources, and had spent 10 billion to gain a 10-year exemption from entering the 4th level. This was a result achieved purely through money. Qin Mo didn't want to take risks, but he had no money. 10 billion was an astronomical figure. Qin Mo swallowed hard, and then Wu Jingang continued to remind him. Wang Heihu is part of the Black Gold Group, and the Wang family controls assets worth tens of trillions, a terrifying force. Wang Heihu can act tyrannically in prison largely because of the backing of the Black Gold Group. Now that you've killed Wang Heihu, his family will definitely not let you off. Suddenly, Qin Mo's heart sank. He had thought that killing Wang Heihu and being confined for 10 days was a small punishment for himself. He didn't expect Wang Heihu's family to be so formidable. It seemed he had gotten himself into big trouble. But you don't need to worry too much. There are several powerful beings on Shura Island who maintain order. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly and can only follow the rules. On the first level, no one is your opponent, but going to the fourth level is still too dangerous. If there's a way, it's best to improve your strength as much as possible before heading to the fourth level. After hearing Wu Jing'an's reminder and the introduction about the fourth level, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Although Wu Jing'an showed strong goodwill towards Qin Mo, he couldn't possibly provide the 10 billion funds needed for Qin Mo to gain a 10-year exemption. By calculating the time, Qin Mo had been on the first level for over 20 days, leaving only 3 days before he would be forcibly taken to the fourth level. It seemed he needed to find a way to quickly enhance his strength. Only by reaching the acquired realm would he have some self-defense capability to deal with the current crisis. Otherwise, he would surely be killed by the Wang family of the Black Gold Group. After a brief exchange with Wu Jing'an, he left. The simplest way to enhance his strength was still to leverage the system. In essence, he needed to find a woman to help him have a child. But how to implement it? Qin Mo lay on the bed, still pondering. Suddenly, the female officer Chris gently knocked on the iron bars. Qin Mo, right? Come out for a moment. The sudden voice startled Qin Mo. He immediately stood up from the bed, his gaze locking onto Chris. She was dressed in her police uniform as before, accentuating her curvaceous figure, standing outside Qin Mo's cell, unlocking the door. Hurry up and come out. Qin Mo couldn't recall any interaction with Chris. Could it be that she was attracted to him because of his handsome looks? Although Qin Mo knew he was good-looking, it wasn't to that extent. Seeing that Chris had no ill intentions towards him and wanted to take him somewhere else, Qin Mo stood up and slowly walked over. However, Chris seemed a bit anxious. Seeing Qin Mo dawdling, she could hardly wait. As a white woman, Chris was more decisive in her actions. She directly grabbed Qin Mo's hand and began to navigate through the winding corridor. Chris's fingers were soft and warm, and holding onto Qin Mo felt electrifying. He was tightly pulled along behind her. After a while, Qin Mo arrived at a familiar place. This was the medical room he had previously visited when he escorted the injured man. Chris gently pushed open the door to the medical room, and a faint smell of disinfectant wafted in. Chris released his hand. Go in. Qin Mo looked at Chris in confusion. Then he turned his gaze forward and stepped closer, where he saw a woman in a white coat, her back to him. Under the bright lights, a woman in a white coat was busy with her head down, her long black hair giving her a gentle and wise demeanor. My dear Dr. Lin, Chris's soft voice broke the silence, interrupting Lin Wanqing's focus. I've brought you the person you wanted. Lin Wanqing raised her head and turned around, looking softly at Qin Mo, then smiled slightly. Hello, Qin Mo. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Wanqing. You should remember me. Lin Wanqing extended a friendly hand towards the prisoner Qin Mo. Seeing her extend her hand, Qin Mo's gaze grew more puzzled. However, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity and immediately reached out to shake her hand. Lin Wanqing's hand was even softer, as if it had been soaked in milk, very comfortable. After 3 seconds, to maintain politeness, Qin Mo withdrew his hand. Dr. Lin Wanqing, a beautiful fairy like you, once met, I'm afraid I'll never forget. Upon hearing Qin Mo's teasing, Lin Wanqing immediately covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Chris glanced at Qin Mo, surprised that this handsome guy had such sweet words. He wasn't wasting his good looks. Did you call for me? Qin Mo's gaze assessed Chris and Lin Wanqing. First, I want to thank you for killing Wang Heihu. Lin Wanqing's words were calm and powerful, each word striking Qin Mo's heart like a hammer. At this moment, she had no intention of teasing. On the contrary, her eyes were clear and exceptionally sincere, shining with gratitude and admiration. Wang Heihu, relying on the power of the Heijin family behind him, has harassed me multiple times and even attempted to violate me. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with disgust for Wang Heihu. If it weren't for Chris helping me during this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You killed him. Perhaps it was just a grudge between you two, but I still want to thank you. Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together and sincerely bowed slightly to Qin Mo. You're being too serious. Qin Mo immediately indicated that Lin Wanqing didn't need to be so formal. He further realized that Wang Heihu deserved to die. He had thought Wang Heihu had issues with his sexual orientation, only interested in men. Now he understood that Wang Heihu wanted to have both men and women. Quite dark indeed. Fortunately, he acted in time. Otherwise, this beautiful and delicate female doctor before him might have fallen into the tiger's hands. I didn't expect you to be quite impressive, Chris said from the side. My sister Lin insisted on meeting you to express her gratitude in person. Chris looked at Qin Mo with admiration, genuine respect from the bottom of her heart. After all, being able to kill Wang Heihu in one move was not something an ordinary person could do. Now that Wang Heihu is dead, your troubles are resolved, Shin Emo said quietly, but my strength has also been exposed. I wonder how much you know about the 4th level of Shura Island. Shin Emo had 3 days left before he would be coerced into going to the 4th level. Knowing more about the situation on the 4th level would help him prepare in time. Shin Emo encountered Chris and Lin Wanqing, and he wanted to learn about the specifics of the 4th level from them. Having killed Wang Heihu, he had done them a huge favor. They were filled with goodwill towards Shin Emo and immediately shared everything they knew with him. As for the situation on the 4th level, this is all we know. However, from what we understand, the death rate on the 4th level is extremely high. Basically, someone dies every few days. Upon hearing this, Shin Emo fell into deep thought. With his perfected cultivation and the 8 extremes fist, he had no means of self-protection on the 4th level. Seeing Shin Emo in such a predicament clearly indicated his worries about his future and safety. Lin Wanqing also understood how dangerous it was for Shin Emo to enter the 4th level at this time. It wasn't just the inherent dangers of the 4th level. Simply killing Wang Heihu would subject him to endless revenge from the Wang family of the Heijin group. Lin Wanqing didn't want Shin Emo to sacrifice himself like this. I do have a way to help you buy some time. Hearing Lin Wanqing say this, Shin Emo immediately asked, what method? What Shin Emo needed most right now was time. I can write you a medical certificate, which should buy you a few months, but at most only 3 months. That's all I can do. Thank you so much. Shin Emo immediately reached out and tightly grasped Lin Wanqing's delicate hand. In an instant, Shin Emo could clearly feel the warmth of Lin Wanqing's palm and that delicate touch, like the spring sun shining on his fingertips, bringing warmth to his heart. However, Lin Wanqing was caught off guard by Shin Mo's sudden handshake. She only felt the warmth and heat from Shin Mo's large hand, causing ripples to surge in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, as if kissed by the afterglow of the setting sun, adding a touch of shy beauty. Lin Wanqing had not been unfamiliar with the touch of a man's hand, but being suddenly touched without any preparation still brought forth that unique shyness and reserve of a young girl. Lin Wanqing gently withdrew her hand, and Shin Emo sensed her resistance, promptly letting go, allowing them to maintain a bit of distance once more. Shin Emo fixed his gaze on Lin Wanqing, who lowered her head slightly, still a bit shy. Shin Emo smiled faintly. Lin Wanqing now had a good impression of him. She was not entirely resistant to his touch, and with his handsome and suave appearance, winning Lin Wanqing over should not be too difficult. Shin Mo's gaze then flicked to the side at Chris. In the eyes of a white woman like Chris, touching hands and expressing gratitude was the most normal thing. Chris felt no sense of abnormality. She held Shin Emo in high regard. Although she was not as shy as Lin Wanqing, the difficulty in winning her over should not be great either. However, getting Chris and Lin Wanqing to bear his children would still be a bit troublesome. After all, Shin Emo was a prisoner serving a life sentence on Shura Island, while they were a prison guard and a female doctor with a doctorate. The disparity in their identities was too great. They could not accept bearing children for Shin Emo. Thinking of this, Shin Emo sighed helplessly, wanting to quickly reactivate the system. It seemed that getting the soon-to-die female prisoners to have children would be the easiest. To save their lives, they would surely give birth if they became pregnant. Shin Emo then turned his attention back to the two of them. He could first build a good relationship with them, turning them into his allies. By then, they would be Shin Mo's channels, helping to transport his fluids. However, all of this hinged on first winning them over, otherwise, they would never help him with such a significant matter. The medical record certification will be handled by Dr. Lin, Shin Emo said again. It's a small matter, Lin Wanqing replied, lifting her head to glance at Shin Emo before instinctively lowering it again. Just then, a man in uniform entered the medical room. He walked in with a light step, exuding an undeniable aura. Chris noticed him first, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Director Zhao. He was Zhao Guodong, a man in his 30s, currently the head of the prison guard department. Despite having a beautiful wife at home, this did not prevent him from harboring inappropriate thoughts about Lin Wanqing, often using his position to harass her endlessly. As soon as Zhao Guodong stepped into the medical room, his gaze locked onto Lin Wanqing. His eyes burned with intensity, like a cheetah locking onto its prey, as he strode toward Lin Wanqing with a self-satisfied smile he believed to be charming. However, to Lin Wanqing, his smile was as repulsive as that of a snake. Dr. Lin, we meet again. Zhao Guodong deliberately lowered his voice, as if to make it sound more magnetic, laced with a hint of ambiguity and provocation. You have something dirty on your face. Zhao Guodong reached out, intending to deliberately touch Lin Wanqing's cheek, but she quickly dodged away. You must be mistaken. Lin Wanqing retreated to the side. This action ignited Zhao Guodong's inner fury, yet he maintained a facade of false piety. Suddenly, Zhao Guodong's gaze fell on Shin Emo. Another man, aside from himself, appeared here. The facade of Zhao Guodong's gentleness crumbled instantly, replaced by a surge of hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhao Guodong squinted, staring intently at Qin Mo, as if he wanted to poke two holes in him. Zhao Guodong's tone was exceptionally cold, his commanding presence pressing down on Qin Mo. I'm here to see Dr. Lin for treatment, Qin Mo calmly retorted. Zhao Guodong seemed unwilling to let Qin Mo off the hook, leaning slightly forward, his nose almost touching Qin Mo's cheek, the provocation evident in his demeanor. Now this prisoner wants to see a doctor for the slightest pain. They've really spoiled them with this bad habit. Dr. Lin is truly kind-hearted. If it were up to me, I'd let such lowly beings fend for themselves in prison. Why go through all this trouble to save them? Zhao Guodong's words were filled with sarcasm and disdain, as if Qin Mo were merely an ant he could crush at any moment. You better recognize your own identity. You're just a lowly prisoner sentenced to life imprisonment. Some people are beyond your reach. Faced with Zhao Guodong's provocation, Qin Mo's expression darkened instantly. The anger within him erupted like a volcano, and he clenched his fists tightly. At that critical moment, Lin Wanqing immediately spoke up. Qin Mo, your issues have been resolved, you can leave now. At this point, Zhao Guodong added, yeah, hurry up and get out. Seeing that Qin Mo was still reluctant to leave, Lin Wanqing quickly exchanged glances with Chris. Chris immediately grabbed Qin Mo's hand. Let's go. Just as they stepped out of the medical room, Zhao Guodong's lewd voice came from inside. Dr. Lin, can you take a look at my arm? It doesn't feel right. I feel weak all over. Only seeing you, Dr. Lin, makes me feel a little better. Do you think I might have some terminal illness? Qin Mo was brought to the door of the medical room by Chris. However, Zhao Guodong's harassing words immediately followed. Neither Chris nor Qin Mo left. If Zhao Guodong really laid a hand on Lin Wanqing, Chris would definitely stand up for her. But verbal teasing and minor harassment like Zhao Guodong's were very difficult to prove. Chris had limited options and couldn't just beat him up over a few words. As a female prison guard, she was bound by rules. Even standing outside the medical room, hearing Zhao Guodong's lewd remarks, she could only imagine the torment Lin Wanqing was enduring inside. Suddenly, Chris's gaze turned to Qin Mo, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She raised an eyebrow, lightly licking her red lips, her movements reminiscent of a cat teasing its prey, full of seductive intent. Her impressive figure slowly approached Qin Mo, her graceful body appearing particularly alluring under the light. Qin Mo, what do you think of me? Chris's voice was like the gentle plucking of a string, laced with a hint of laziness and charm. She slightly turned to the side, revealing her beautiful curves, her proud posture seemingly inviting Qin Mo closer. Dare to play something exciting? Chris tilted her chin slightly, provocatively looking at Qin Mo, her bright eyes shining like stars in the night sky, radiating an enticing glow. Then Chris threw him a flirtatious glance. As long as you go in and give the Zhao guy a good beating, I can promise you one thing. After saying that, Chris added, anything, okay. At that moment, Chris was like a charming fairy, tempting Qin Mo. Qin Mo's chest brushed against Chris's curves, a surge of heat rising within him. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Chris's slim waist. This is what you said. Qin Mo smiled, gently pinching Chris's waist, and then without looking back, he charged inside. He had intended to give this so-called director Zhao a good beating anyway, but Lin Wanqing was afraid that Qin Mo would clash with Zhao Guodong and suffer losses. She wanted Qin Mo to leave and not get involved in this mess. However, Chris valued her friend more and wanted to use Qin Mo's hands to give Zhao Guodong a good beating, making him remember his lesson. With Chris being so sincere, how could Qin Mo refuse? Still in the medical room, Zhao Guodong, with his shirt open, pointed to his wound. He was still teasing Lin Wanqing, saying, this wound really hurts. You're helping me disinfect it. Dr. Lin disinfected me, and it didn't hurt at all. How strange, Dr. Lin. Does your hand have some magic? Zhao Guodong laughed brightly when Qin Mo suddenly barged in. Qin Mo didn't waste any words. His movements were exceptionally cold as he launched an attack. A heavy punch went straight for Zhao Guodong's face. Zhao Guodong was caught off guard, only feeling a flash before his eyes. The powerful impact knocked him dizzy. Qin Mo didn't stop there. He followed up with a knee strike that hit Zhao Guodong's abdomen hard. The intense pain made Zhao Guodong curl up in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo unleashed a flurry of punches that rained down on Zhao Guodong, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose, leaving him unable to fight back. Qin Mo Lin Wanqing, regaining her senses, wanted to call out to Qin Mo, but it was already too late. Since the fight had started, they might as well make it thorough. Lin Wanqing walked over to Zhao Guodong's side and, taking advantage of his moment of inattention, kicked him hard twice. Zhao Guodong tried to struggle to his feet. However, Qin Mo had anticipated this, stepping on his chest and forcing him back down to the ground. Looking down at Zhao Guodong, his eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. "Zhao," he said, "let me tell you, Lin Wanqing is my friend, and no one is allowed to bully her. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you." Qin Mo kicked him a few more times, and Zhao Guodong passed out completely. Lin Wanqing immediately checked to see that Zhao Guodong was not dead, finally letting out a sigh of relief. For a moment, Lin Wanqing didn't know whether to blame Qin Mo. She had clearly wanted to prevent him from clashing with Zhao Guodong, yet it had happened anyway, and it was because of her. However, when Qin Mo said no one was allowed to bully Lin Wanqing, she felt a warmth in her heart, as if she were wrapped in a giant hand. "Thank you," Lin Wanqing expressed her gratitude to Qin Mo, "but you've hit someone, and it might cause trouble." Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly. Qin Mo, however, didn't care at all. "I have plenty of troubles, this one doesn't matter. But I still need that medical record, so I hope Dr. Lin can help." Just then, other prison guards rushed in from outside, quickly taking Qin Mo away. Following that, Chris walked in from outside. "Are you okay, my Lin sister?" Chris said with a smile, finally getting to see Zhao Guodong get beaten up. Looking at his disheveled state, Chris felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. "Didn't I tell you to take him away? Why is he back?" Lin Wanqing asked Chris with a hint of reproach. "What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for him?" Chris put her hands on her hips. "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. He wanted to come back, I didn't force him. Besides, I promised him." All right. Lin Wanqing immediately interrupted Chris. "I know you're the best to me. He beat Zhao Guodong, so he's completely offended him. You should keep an eye on him." "You don't need to tell me." "I know," Chris replied, "but this guy is indeed reliable. He really packs a punch. Let's see if Zhao Guodong dares to bully you again." Qin Mo was taken away, and logically speaking, since he had beaten Director Zhao, he should have been sent to solitary confinement, at least for 10 days. But unexpectedly, Qin Mo was to be assigned to the 4th floor 3 days later. He couldn't be put in solitary confinement. Moreover, with Chris's help in negotiating, Qin Mo faced basically no punishment at all. Upon returning to his cell, the other prisoners immediately heard about Qin Mo's latest heroic deed. "Brother Qin, you are really impressive." One prisoner quickly gave him a thumbs up. "That Director Zhao, I've never liked him. I really wanted to give him a good beating. It's all thanks to you, Brother Qin. You beat him up like that, and in the end, you got no punishment, not even a trip to solitary. I truly admire you." Listening to their compliments, Qin Mo smiled and waved his hand. Zhao Guodong indeed deserved a beating. However, Qin Mo recalled how Chris had deliberately teased and provoked him, and she had promised that he could do anything he wanted with her. Just thinking about it excited him. On the other side, Zhao Guodong, who had just woken up, was seething with rage. "That damn bastard! How dare he hit me! I'll make him beg for his life, not for death." When Zhao Guodong heard that Qin Mo would be going to the 4th floor in 3 days and wouldn't be sent to solitary confinement, he thought, let him jump around for a few more days. Once you get to the 4th floor, there are plenty of ways to deal with this bastard. The next day, Chris took the initiative to find Qin Mo. Taking advantage of the absence of others, she led Qin Mo out of the cage. They arrived in an empty room. In an instant, the room was left with just Qin Mo and Chris, who turned to face him. Chris immediately displayed the same alluring gaze and seductive demeanor as the day before. "Have you made up your mind? What do you want me to do?" Chris tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, as if she was anticipating something. What those words meant was clear to Chris in her heart. As a white woman, Chris had a more open mindset. As long as it was someone she recognized, even if they had only met a few times, she would be willing to sleep with them. Qin Mo was handsome, completely fitting Chris's aesthetic. Moreover, with Qin Mo's powerful abilities, Chris, despite her own strength, also admired strong men. "I've made up my mind," Qin Mo replied, and Chris continued to lean closer to him, gently unbuttoning the top of her shirt. With the collar open, one could see Chris's fair skin and the 2 black straps hanging from her shoulders. Having reached this point, Chris had effectively tacitly agreed to any actions Qin Mo might take with her. However, at a critical moment, Qin Mo suddenly spoke up. "I want you to help me deliver some liquid to the female prisoner next door." Chris's brain seemed to short-circuit at that moment. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened, momentarily forgetting to close it. She had thought Qin Mo's request would involve some emotional exchange or physical contact. She never expected him to make such an unexpected request. "Are you sure?" Chris repeated, her voice filled with surprise and confusion. "You're sure you're not joking with me? You only have this one chance." Chris's gaze was fixed on Qin Mo, hoping he would change his request. However, Qin Mo's gaze was particularly firm. "I'm not joking." Faced with Chris's relentless stare, Qin Mo immediately raised his voice. "After all, I'm a man. There's an old saying, of the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the greatest. Being in prison, I want to leave a legacy, don't I? You can't help me have a child. you can only find a way to get someone else to help me. Shin Mo shrugged, looking helpless. If the other party, Chris, was willing, Shin Mo would be more than happy. Hearing Shin Mo's explanation, Chris fell into deep thought. Biting her lip, after a long stalemate, she raised her head again. What you said makes sense. You can touch my body, but I absolutely cannot have your child unless we get married. But you know, that's impossible. Chris was quite clear on this point. Shin Mo was a prisoner in the jail, while she was a female guard from Shura Island. Although I did promise you and can help you with anything, transporting liquid is too dangerous and seriously violates the regulations of Shura Island. I can't help you with that. Chris rejected Shin Mo's request. For a moment, disappointment flashed in Shin Mo's eyes. Chris looked at Shin Mo and then leaned in closer. Although I can't help you transport liquid to the next cell, if you just want to pass on your lineage, I might have a way. Hearing Chris say this, Shin Mo's eyes lit up. What other way is there? Chris took a breath. I know someone who can help you get pregnant and have a child. Shin Mo beamed with joy, not expecting Chris to have such resources. But don't get too happy too soon. This woman is on the 4th floor, and you must reach the 4th floor before you can have relations with her. The 4th floor again. Shin Mo bit his lip, unsure of what kind of person she was. The thought of someone being able to help him pass on his lineage made Shin Mo a bit excited. However, Chris saying this clearly indicated that there wasn't too much of a problem. It was just that the 4th floor was fraught with danger, and without a postnatal realm, it would be hard to ensure his survival. Only by getting a woman pregnant and breaking through to the postnatal realm could he have some self-protection on the 4th floor. At that time, having her bear him a child wouldn't be a bad thing either. Shin Mo revealed a natural smile, then it settled. Chris nodded, looking at Shin Mo, a hint of disappointment flashing in her heart. One last time, I ask you again, are you really not considering changing the conditions? Chris stared fiercely at Shin Mo. She had already thought about indulging with him. The fire in her heart, which had finally ignited, was suddenly doused by Shin Mo's words, leaving her feeling particularly suffocated and uncomfortable. Even though Shin Mo had confirmed twice, she still wanted him to change his mind. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm sure I don't want to change, Shin Mo said firmly, a slight smile on his lips. After Chris understood all of Shin Mo's intentions, she shot him a fierce glare. Her words were so obvious. Yet, Shin Mo remained unmoved. All right, Chris directly bypassed Shin Mo. I'm leaving first. You go back. I will do what I promised you. Chris's tone was somewhat low, carrying a hint of irritation. Although Chris wanted to indulge with Shin Mo, if she agreed to his previous condition and then continued with him like this, wouldn't that just let him gain even more? Absolutely not. Chris stomped her foot but held back, walking towards the exit, disappearing from Shin Mo's sight. Watching Chris leave in a slightly angry manner, Shin Mo couldn't help but smile openly. This little enchantress would eventually be his. Shin Mo returned to his cell on the 1st floor. Ma Xiaobai, upon learning that Shin Mo would be going to the 4th floor in 2 days, furrowed his brows, worry evident on his face. Staying in the same cell, although they hadn't spent much time together, Ma Xiaobai was a friend worth getting close to. I don't know much about the situation on the 4th level. This is all I know, and it's all written down here. Take a look. As he spoke, Ma Xiaobai shoved a piece of paper into Shin Mo's hand. This contained all the information he and his friends had gathered about the 4th level. The 4th level is quite dangerous, with many factions, and people die there every day. You must be careful. Ma Xiaobai didn't want to lose a friend like Shin Mo. Worried about me? Shin Mo lay on the bed, looking at Ma Xiaobai. Just enjoy yourself for now. Ma Xiaobai shrugged helplessly. Do I need to explain your situation again? The 4th level is inherently perilous, and you've offended Director Zhao, the prison guard, and killed Wang Heihu. The Black Gold family behind him will definitely not let you off. Any one of those could get you killed countless times on the 4th level. But I don't want you to die. If possible, think of ways to delay things as much as you can. Seeing Ma Xiaobai speak like a woman made Shin Mo's skin crawl, but he could also feel Ma Xiaobai's good intentions. Got it. Shin Mo patted Ma Xiaobai's shoulder. Trying to kill me isn't that easy. Even if it's a tiger's den, I'll knock out a couple of his front teeth. The door to the 4th level was made of piled stones. In front of it stood Tai Quangdao, the master of the Black Stone Gate. Tai Quangdao stood like a pine tree, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. This kid has quite a reputation. He even got the Black Gold Group to issue a kill order personally. Tai Quangdao wore a dark black robe and had a thick blade strapped to his waist. His deep voice carried a high level of authority. Shin Mo. Tai Quangdao muttered the name. Killing Wang Heihu and offending those old geezers from the Black Gold Group means his good days are over. Today he will descend to the 4th level. Today is his doomsday. Besides Tai Quangdao, several experts from the Black Stone Gate stood nearby. Some held long spears, while others carried bows and arrows. They wielded various weapons, but the aura emanating from them was anything but friendly. Listen up, everyone. We'll wait here and greet him properly when he arrives. Remember to be swift and leave no traces. The Black Gold group doesn't want us leaving any trouble. Yes, master. Everyone responded in unison. Suddenly, a little lackey beside Tai Kwangdao said with a hint of a smile, with so many experts, dealing with a Qin Mo who just came from the first level is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Tai Kwangdao shot him a glance, his hand resting on the blade at his waist, the coldness still palpable without drawing the weapon. Since the Black Gold group has given such an order, we must handle this beautifully. On the other side, Director Zhao Guodong approached with a sinister smile, followed by several prison guards. Zhao Guodong stopped in front of Qin Mo, his gaze piercing as he stared at him. According to the rules, you are entering the 4th level today. Zhao Guodong's words dripped with obvious glee. He elongated his tone, as if savoring the impending revenge that would bring him joy. You're not a fool. With my connections, I've already given a heads up to my friends on the 4th level. Zhao Guodong emphasized friends, his eyes filled with mockery. Those guys are not only mentally unstable but also physically dangerous. They're not easy to deal with. I believe you'll experience an unprecedented warm welcome when you get there. Zhao Guodong's tone was mocking. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's expression changed slightly. He was well aware of the dangers of the 4th level. Indeed, as Zhao Guodong said, the prisoners on the 4th level are all some heavyweights, ruthless and vicious criminals. Arriving at the 4th level is no different from a sheep entering a tiger's den. However, it is impossible to make Qin Mo back down in front of someone like Zhao Guodong. Director Zhao, why is your face still covered with so much cloth? Are you still uncomfortable? Qin Mo said calmly, hitting Zhao Guodong's sore spot. After being beaten badly by Qin Mo, his face was disfigured. He used to look quite decent. Now, even if he healed all the wounds, he would still look ugly. He was too embarrassed to show his face in front of Lin Wanqing. This was all Qin Mo's fault. Zhao Guodong's face twisted even more. I will make you die a miserable death. After saying that, Zhao Guodong waved his hand to the nearby prison guards, and soon these guards stood on either side of Qin Mo, escorting him to the 4th level. Looking at the guards watching over him, Qin Mo knew he couldn't escape. His heart began to feel uneasy. Perhaps a large group of prisoners on the 4th level had long been eyeing him, just waiting for him to arrive. Qin Mo felt heavy-hearted. Each step he took was particularly slow. Had Lin Wanqing run into some trouble? She still hadn't shown up. If Lin Wanqing didn't come soon, he might only see his own corpse. Before long, they arrived at an elevator entrance. Zhao Guodong was exuding a strong sense of amusement. Go in. As soon as he stepped into the 4th elevator, it wouldn't take a few seconds to reach the 4th level. There was Qin Mo's hell. Qin Mo looked back, not seeing anyone else. What are you waiting for? Even the King of Heaven can't save you. Today is your day of death. Just as Qin Mo was about to step into the elevator to the 4th level with the guards, his keen hearing immediately picked up the sound of hurried footsteps coming from a distance. Wait! At a critical moment, Lin Wanqing rushed to the elevator entrance, almost running. Seeing that Qin Mo had not entered, Lin Wanqing smiled with relief. She had finally made it. Lin Wanqing was running too fast and was panting heavily. Wait! Lin Wanqing's voice was clear and strong, attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Guodong gritted his teeth, watching the exchange of glances between Lin Wanqing and Qin Mo, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Wanqing. Zhao Guodong called out her name, the first time he had ever said it so stiffly. You are a doctor, do not interfere with our official duties. As he spoke, Zhao Guodong waved his hand, signaling the other two guards to forcibly push Qin Mo into the elevator. At this moment, however, Lin Wanqing walked directly between Qin Mo and Zhao Guodong. She then held up a document in her hand, showing it to everyone present, especially Zhao Guodong. Qin Mo's health has a problem. This is the latest medical report, indicating he needs a 3-month recovery period. Until his body has recovered, he cannot endure the physical labor of the 4th level. Zhao Guodong's face instantly darkened, completely confirming the illicit relationship between Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing. He had no idea when they had gotten involved. He had been completely unaware before. If it weren't for that connection, Zhao Guodong couldn't fathom why Lin Wanqing would help Qin Mo. Looking at Qin Mo, who was as strong as an ox, even stronger than himself by tenfold, how could there be a problem with his health? Zhao Guodong's anger burned fiercely in his eyes. Lin Wanqing, you should know the consequences of forging medical records. I advise you to take this and get lost quickly. I can still pretend that nothing has happened. Lin Wanqing, however, remained calm, facing Zhao Guodong with unwavering determination, showing no signs of retreat. Please look clearly. This is a document personally approved by the warden. As the director, you surely recognize the warden's seal, right? Lin Wanqing glanced at Qin Mo. I am just a doctor, stating my medical advice and the recovery period. Chin Mo's body is indeed not suitable for physical labor on the 4th floor. Director Zhao clenched his fist and took the document from Lin Wanqing's hand. After carefully reading through it, his expression grew increasingly grim. Are you not planning to release him? Is this questioning the authority of the warden? Lin Wanqing's tone suddenly intensified, as if she intended to label Director Zhao as disobedient. The guards present exchanged glances. No one dared to anger the warden. She held absolute authority, and her decisions were beyond question, including those of Director Zhao. How could I dare? I naturally obey the warden's orders. Director Zhao harshly threw the document back at Lin Wanqing with a cold snort. Very well, I remember this. Immediately, Zhao Guodong turned his head, his fierce gaze fixed on Chin Mo. You're lucky this time, but this isn't over between us. With that, Zhao Guodong turned and left angrily with the guards. The loneliness and helplessness within felt like a roaring fire suddenly extinguished, leaving only cold embers. Let's go! Lin Wanqing immediately took Chin Mo's hand and returned to the medical room, a space that belonged to her alone. Now you're fine. In the bright and quiet medical room, there were only Chin Mo and Lin Wanqing. The light fell on Chin Mo's face, accentuating his sharp features. Chin Mo was indeed handsome, exuding a comfortable charm that made girls want to get closer. Chin Mo's gaze lowered. In such an atmosphere and environment, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to be alone with Lin Wanqing. He stepped forward, gently holding Lin Wanqing's hand, his tone exceptionally sincere. Wanqing, thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, who knows where I would be now? Pa. Lin Wanqing didn't pull her hand away. The feeling of being held by Chin Mo was quite nice. Don't say such ominous things. Now you have 3 more months, temporarily safe. Chin Mo nodded, gazing at Lin Wanqing, his eyes locked onto her delicate and beautiful face. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, exceptionally bright, with a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, as if she was born with elegance and gentleness. Lin Wanqing noticed the look in Chin Mo's eyes and seemed to anticipate something in her heart. Suddenly, her heart twisted and struggled. Chin Mo suddenly moved, wrapping his arms around Lin Wanqing's waist, lowering his head to speak to her. The first time I saw you, I thought you were like a fairy from the heavens. You even went through so much trouble to get a medical certificate, saving my life. Your beauty, kindness, and talent are all incredibly captivating. Let me protect you, okay? Chin Mo lowered his head, slowly leaning closer to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's red lips were alluring, making it hard for a man to control himself. As he got closer, he could instantly smell the fragrance emanating from her hair. The fresh and elegant scent was intoxicating. Chin Mo's breathing became rougher, just as he was about to lean in. No! Lin Wanqing's rationality overcame her tangled emotions. She pushed Chin Mo away with her hand, biting her lip tightly. Lin Wanqing still refused, but her voice remained exceptionally gentle. I understand your feelings, but you also know our identities and circumstances. Lin Wanqing sighed softly. I am the doctor here, and you are. There are too many differences and obstacles between us. Let's cherish the friendship between us, but love is still too extravagant for us. After hearing this, Chin Mo couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. It wasn't that Lin Wanqing had no feelings for him, but rather that various environmental factors, such as their differing social statuses, led her to rationally refuse. Chin Mo forced a smile. I understand. I was too abrupt. Then, are we still friends? Lin Wanqing immediately squeezed out a smile as well. Of course, we should always be good friends. A subtle and complex emotion filled the medical room. To avoid further awkwardness, Chin Mo said to Lin Wanqing, that I'll take my leave. Okay, I have things to do too. Lin Wanqing nodded at Chin Mo. Be careful. Lin Wanqing watched as Chin Mo opened the door, then closed it, his figure disappearing from her sight. Though there was regret, she also felt a sense of relief. Chin Mo returned to his cell, lying on the bed in boredom. He had almost succeeded. But Lin Wanqing was, after all, a well-educated PhD, and more often than not, she maintained her sharp rational thinking. After this rejection, Chin Mo had no idea when he would be able to achieve a happy ending with Lin Wanqing. Ma Xiaobai, well informed, immediately heard about Chin Mo's situation. Originally, Chin Mo was to be taken to the 4th floor, but at a critical moment, the beautiful Lin Wanqing personally intervened. Brother, you really are lucky. Even a big beauty like Wanqing is personally thinking of you and getting a medical certificate. This is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. I've never experienced anything like it. The last time I was injured, the other party just disinfected me roughly, almost killing me with pain. Ma Xiaobai joked. However, Chin Mo didn't respond at all, instead lying there gloomily. Although Ma Xiaobai hadn't seen Lin Wanqing directly reject Chin Mo, given the recent events, it was clear that the originally cheerful Qin Mo was now extremely depressed. With Ma Xiaobai's experience in dealing with people, he couldn't guess that Qin Mo was facing emotional obstacles. What's bothering you so much? It can't be a romantic failure, right? It shouldn't be. In the past, with your physique and looks, if any woman saw you, they would have already thrown themselves at you. Who's the blind one? Tell me. I'll go call someone to beat him up. Ma Xiaobai muttered to himself, getting more and more animated as he spoke beside Qin Mo. Qin Mo tilted his head, coldly staring at Ma Xiaobai. Don't be too annoying. Ma Xiaobai immediately laughed, quickly raising his hands in surrender. It was basically confirmed. After the teasing, they returned to normal. However, Ma Xiaobai's mouth was quite big, and he had let slip the situation he had guessed. Others didn't dare to mock Qin Mo openly, but many looked at him with a hint of meaning, as if carrying a trace of a smile. Though they said nothing, it felt as if they had said everything, all conveyed in their gazes. Qin Mo immediately shot a glare at Ma Xiaobai. Ma Xiaobai quickly put on an innocent expression, but Qin Mo didn't care about that and pulled him over, lightly punching him a couple of times. Okay, I won't say anything more. I. After taking 2 punches from Qin Mo, Ma Xiaobai began to beg for mercy. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death, Qin Mo threatened, feeling much better inside. Ma Xiaobai covered his abdomen but still managed to squeeze out a smile. You really hit hard. Of course, Qin Mo had already held back quite a bit. If he hadn't, those 2 punches alone could have incapacitated Ma Xiaobai. Life must go on. The next day, Qin Mo went to the cafeteria for a meal. Ma Xiaobai immediately came over to ingratiate himself. He quickly held out his tray, offering the only chicken leg inside to Qin Mo. This chicken leg is really delicious, you should try it. Ma Xiaobai winked at Qin Mo, who accepted it. Seeing Qin Mo take his chicken leg, Ma Xiaobai finally felt relieved. He immediately began to wolf down his food. Qin Mo held his own tray and took a few bites when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 3 uninvited guests. They were particularly conspicuous, dressed in matching gray prison uniforms, their muscles well defined. Sitting at a table to the northwest of Qin Mo, their gazes occasionally flicked in his direction. Interesting. Qin Mo gently tapped the table, asking Ma Xiaobai, who was busy eating, do you know what's up with those 3? Ma Xiaobai glanced in the direction Qin Mo indicated and then turned back to him. You mean those 3? They just arrived yesterday. I heard they were injured and came to this level to recover. Qin Mo sneered. How could 3 martial artists at the transformation level suddenly be injured at the same time, and all come to the first level to heal? Transformation level martial artists were already rare on the first level. They were clearly paying attention to Qin Mo, evidently having come specifically for him. Qin Mo's gaze shifted around. The entire cafeteria had a pitifully small number of guards. Usually, there were about 10, but today only 1 or 2 remained. If a fight really broke out, those few guards wouldn't be able to stop them. It seemed they were ready and about to make a move on Qin Mo. Qin Mo's gaze shot over without concealment. Their eyes met his. The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly became tense. After a brief moment of eye contact, the 3 transformation-level martial artists moved toward Qin Mo in unison. They were like 3 beasts poised to pounce on their prey. Qin Mo, one of them said coldly. Ma Xiaobai was still focused on his meal, completely unaware of the situation, and quickly turned to look. What are you doing? Just eat your meal properly. This is the cafeteria. Fighting is prohibited. As soon as Ma Xiaobai spoke, he suddenly met the fierce gaze of the other party and fell silent, not daring to say another word. Qin Mo shot him a look, and Ma Xiaobai immediately held his tray, leaving with a warning of be careful, and ran off. Putting down his utensils, Qin Mo's gaze was particularly sharp. That's me. What's the matter? One of them smirked slightly, reaching out to grab Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo's movements were faster. He moved like an arrow released from a bow, directly confronting them without a hint of fear. You all stop. This is the cafeteria. Fighting is prohibited, a guard shouted loudly. The sound reached others' ears, but they ignored it. The people around quickly backed away, afraid of being caught in the powerful attacks. Quick, go call for help, hurry up. The guard looked at his few men and then at the 3 prisoners ganging up on one. Charging in to stop them would be tantamount to seeking death. Calling for help was the only way. Qin Mo, surrender. The 3 martial artists launched their attacks simultaneously, their fists and feet coming at Qin Mo like a storm. Their attacks were strong, but Qin Mo's 8 Extremes fist was already at its peak. He could utilize every move to its fullest. Facing the nearest martial artist, Qin Mo executed a chopping punch, the force of his fist like thunder, striking down like a sudden rain. The man felt an overwhelming force hit him, and before he could mount an effective defense, the punch struck his chest. Stumbling back, blood quickly sprayed from his mouth. After delivering that blow, Shin Mo shifted his body, leaning against the mountain. His body crashed into the warrior on the left like a mountain pressing down. The opponent felt an immense force coming at him, as if his arm were caught in a crushing machine, nearly shattering. The man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The last person, not daring to slack off for a moment, exerted all his strength to unleash his ultimate skills. However, Shin Mo's elbow strike had been waiting for him for a long time. A hit to the opponent's soft spot was followed by a palm strike that slammed into his back. The man instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Shin Mo stepped on him, saying, "With this little strength, you think you can deal with me?" Shin Mo sneered and kicked the man on the ground hard. "Tell me, who sent you?" Shin Mo's movements were fluid and effortless. Every move of the 8 Extremes fist was executed perfectly, not wasting an ounce of extra energy. Although the opponent also possessed the cultivation of transformation, he was no match for Shin Mo. Even facing 3 opponents, he won with such ease and grace. The man under Shin Mo's foot spat blood. Stubborn? Without hesitation, Shin Mo kicked him again. The pain made him curl up almost entirely. "Are you going to talk?" I'll talk. The warrior could no longer endure the torment and quickly said, "It's the leader of the Black Stone Gate, Taekwangdao. He sent us." Shin Mo kicked him away. In his mind, he kept repeating, "Black Stone Gate, Taekwangdao." Based on what Shin Mo had learned earlier about the situation on the 4th level, this Black Stone Gate had many connections with the Wang family's Black Gold Group. It seemed the Wang family's Black Gold Group wanted Shin Mo's life. So eager. If it weren't for Lin Wanqing arriving in time yesterday, he might have been killed by these scoundrels as soon as he reached the 4th level. The gazes of those around focused on Shin Mo and the 3 warriors on the ground who possessed transformation cultivation. The shock was overwhelming. Although they all had transformation cultivation, the strength different people could exert was worlds apart. Everyone cast admiring looks at Shin Mo. With so many people present, I'd like to remind some of you today. I, Shin Mo, do not wish to cause trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. On the 1st level, if anyone finds me displeasing, feel free to come at me. I'm always ready. Shin Mo's words were firm, both a warning and a declaration. He made it clear that those with ulterior motives should keep them to themselves. Although Shin Mo had killed Wang Heihu, instilling some fear among the people on the 1st level, it was hard to guarantee that some still wouldn't try to take action against him. This was a perfect opportunity to establish his authority. A few guards nearby looked on in shock, and the starry-eyed Chris weakly asked, "Captain, are we not going to arrest anyone?" Chris had actually arrived a while ago. She had witnessed the spectacular scene of Shin Mo taking on 3 opponents. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light, a mix of admiration and surprise. Every move of Shin Mo seemed to tug at every string of Chris's heart, seemingly fulfilling her fantasies about men. Chris had always liked powerful men, finding them more attractive. Plus, Shin Mo's charmingly rogue demeanor left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Hearing the guard beside her, Chris quickly snapped back to reality and blinked. "Go arrest those 3 for me. Publicly fighting and taking action on their own. Lock them up." Chris immediately issued the order, and the nearby guards nodded obediently. "What about Shin Mo?" Chris slapped the head of the guard beside her. "Didn't you see that it was the other 3 people who deliberately planned to gang up on Shin Mo? Shin Mo is the victim, it's just that the other side is overestimating themselves. This time, they kicked a steel plate and can only blame their own poor judgment and consider themselves unlucky. Hurry up and arrest them." With that, Chris said, and the other guards sprang into action, capturing the 3 prisoners who had already been beaten and were bleeding. "Pretty impressive," Chris said as she walked over to Shin Mo and patted him on the shoulder. After just a second of eye contact, Chris took the other 3 prisoners and walked away. Shin Mo watched Chris leave and smiled slightly. That little vixen. In the prison, a middle-aged prisoner moved stealthily, like a rat stealing oil. He weaved through the corridors of the cells, glancing around as if searching for his target. This man was the prisoner Tian Dogwon. His greasy hair stuck to his scalp, and his clothes were wrinkled. After searching back and forth, he finally locked his gaze on Shin Mo. Tian Dogwon tiptoed cautiously towards Shin Mo, as if afraid of disturbing some monster. When he reached Shin Mo's side, he deliberately lowered his voice and adopted a sycophantic tone. "Hey, you're Shin Mo, right? I heard you took care of a few tough guys today. That's really impressive." Tian Dogwon raised a finger towards Shin Mo, looking rather unappealing. Shin Mo frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing, not welcoming this sudden approach from Tian Dogwon. Tian Dogwon quickly introduced himself. Tian Dagwan, right? What do you want? Tian Dagwan grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I do have something. If you have something to say, just say it, Shin Mo replied, not in the mood for pleasantries. Tian Dagwan didn't mind. Instead, he rubbed his hands together with a fawning expression. Do you want to get into the women's prison? Once you get in, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Shin Mo's eyes lit up. Go on. Tian Dagwan knew he had piqued Shin Mo's interest and immediately continued. Previously, my roommate and I spent over 10 years digging a tunnel. This tunnel leads directly to the women's prison. Once you get in, you can. Tian Dagwan chuckled. Shin Mo nodded in satisfaction. He was worried that his system couldn't be activated and that he couldn't find a woman to have a child for him. Unexpectedly, this good news had come directly to him. As long as he could find a woman to have a child for Shin Mo, his cultivation could improve, and even if he went to the 4th level, he would have some self-protection. Shin Mo's gaze turned to the dog-like Tian Dagwan. He should have heard of Shin Mo's exploits. Perhaps it was Shin Mo's display of strength today that prompted him to seek him out. Of course, such news came with conditions. Speak, what are your conditions? Shin Mo didn't beat around the bush. Seeing Shin Mo so straightforward, Tian Dagwan was overjoyed. Can you protect me? Tian Dagwan's eyes were filled with concern for his own safety. Shin Mo squinted, and Tian Dagwan no longer hid anything, quickly explaining the situation to Shin Mo. Recently, I had a conflict with a prisoner named Li Shosi. He wants to kill me. Tian Dagwan forced a smile. In prison, people getting killed happens often, sometimes just because of a few words or simply not liking someone. In prison, only those with strong personal strength can stand firm. It's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Tian Dagwan had come to seek protection precisely because he saw Shin Mo's formidable strength. He even offered to exchange his information for help. Seeing that Shin Mo remained unmoved, Tian Dagwan immediately knelt down before him. I beg you, you must save me. That little Bradley Shosi is really capable of killing someone. Shin Mo nodded, and after a moment of silence, he patted Tian Dagwan's head and slowly spoke. I can help you, but you must ensure that the information you provide is accurate. If you dare to deceive me, it won't be Li Shosi who kills you, it will be me. Shin Mo's calm demeanor carried an undeniable weight. Upon hearing this, Tian Dagwan nodded repeatedly and immediately raised his hand to swear. I, Tian Dagwan, swear to the heavens that I speak no falsehoods. If I do, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning, and let Brother Shin kill me. All right, Shin Mo agreed, and Tian Dagwan revealed a silly smile. Based on the information provided by Tian Dagwan, they quickly found the prisoner Li Shosi, who had a conflict with him. This person was also notorious for being domineering and ruthless within the prison. Shin Mo walked to the front of Li Shosi's cell. He didn't go inside but stood directly at the door, speaking in a calm tone. Li Shosi, I heard you've had some conflicts with Tian Dagwan recently and want his life? Li Shosi, lying on his bed smoking, suddenly turned his head sharply upon hearing Shin Mo's voice. Seeing Shin Mo standing at the door, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He was well aware of Shin Mo's rising reputation. The name Shin Mo was like thunder in his ears. He had killed Wang Heihu with a single move and fought 3 opponents alone. Li Shosi knew very well that he was no match for Shin Mo, so he immediately jumped off the bed and feigned calmness. Big brother, what do you mean? I'm not very good with words, just tell me directly what you want. Shin Mo smiled lightly, noticing that Li Shosi seemed to understand the rules, and continued, I'm not interested in the conflicts between you two, but right now, Tian Dagwan is temporarily under my protection. Anyone who touches him is touching my people. You should understand the rules of the prison, so I won't say more. Shin Mo gave Li Shosi a look, and Li Shosi broke out in a sweat, fully aware of the weight of Shin Mo's words. He had no right to confront Shin Mo head-on. He also never expected that Tian Dagwan would find such a powerful ally in Shin Mo. Li Shosi swallowed hard and spoke softly. Since Brother Shin has said so, I understand. Don't worry, I will let go of my issues with Tian Dagwan, and I absolutely won't cause him any trouble. Shin Mo nodded, said no more, and turned to leave. With Shin Mo's 2 interventions, he had already established enough authority in the prison. Even without lifting a finger, everyone on the first floor clearly understood Shin Mo's strength and the weight of his words. Tian Dagwan was overwhelmed with gratitude for Shin Mo resolving his troubles with just a few words. Thank you, Brother Shin. Thank you, Brother Shin. You are truly like my reborn parents. Tian Dagwan didn't care about his image at all, kneeling as he spoke to Shin Mo. Now, Shin Mo was Tian Dagwan's backing, and very few people in the entire prison dared to touch him. Just get the job done. If you dare to fool me, I will make you regret living in this world. Tian Dagwan repeatedly agreed, no problem. That tunnel was dug by my own hands. There will definitely be no issues. However, the entrance to the tunnel is on the 2nd floor. I'll go prepare, and then we can head over. Tian Dogwon hadn't been with a woman for a long time. Thinking about how he had just escaped a life and death crisis and was now going to a women's prison, a lewd smile immediately appeared on his face. Get lost! With a command from Chin Mo, Tian Dogwon immediately scampered away. In the private chamber of the Black Stone Gate, the resolute face of the gate master, Tai Quangdao, darkened. Before him stood a messenger in black, an envoy from the Black Gold Group, whose expression was grim and whose eyes revealed an impatient murderous intent. The messenger's voice was particularly cold and hard. Tai Quangdao. He directly called out the name of the Black Stone Gate master, as if he held him in no regard whatsoever. The Black Gold Group is extremely dissatisfied with your efficiency. You must resolve the issue with Chin Mo as soon as possible, without any delays. Tai Quangdao furrowed his brow. But Chin Mo had not yet reached the 4th level. How could he possibly deal with him if he couldn't even see him? You know the situation with Chin Mo. He needs 3 months to recuperate from his injuries. According to the plan, he won't be sent to the 4th level until 3 months later. Once he arrives at the 4th level, I guarantee he won't survive a day. Tai Quangdao was quite confident. As long as Chin Mo dared to come to the 4th level, he would ensure he would not return. However, the messenger sneered at this moment, his tone filled with disdain. 3 months? The Black Gold Group does not have that much patience. Who knows if they will find other reasons to delay again after 3 months? The black-clad messenger stamped his foot. 10 days. I am giving you 10 days. If Chin Mo is still alive in 10 days, then you will be the one who dies. With that, the Black Gold messenger left immediately. His words were like an unquestionable command, leaving no room for luck. Tai Quangdao understood the seriousness of the situation and gritted his teeth. He then called over several capable and intelligent individuals from the Black Stone Gate to discuss. What? Only 10 days? These bastards can't get things done and just throw it on us. It's not that easy. The people of the Black Stone Gate couldn't help but complain, but the task still had to be done. Although we are in the 4th level, our people can also return to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, but there are corresponding level restrictions. Only those with the strength of the transformation realm can go to the 1st level. One person spoke up. Should we send someone to the 1st city? No way. Chin Mo is already invincible at the 1st level. Even if we send more subordinates with transformation realm strength, they won't be his match. Another powerful subordinate of the Black Stone Gate stated the facts. Last time, they sent 3 transformation realm warriors, the strongest under Tai Quangdao, and they were all easily defeated by Chin Mo. Listening to his subordinates' discussion, Tai Quangdao silently nodded. After all, he is a prisoner. Sending someone to the 1st level requires a lot of connections, which is very inconvenient. Suddenly, one of Tai Quangdao's capable subordinates stood up. Master, I have a plan. This person was Ying Tai, a postnatal warrior. He originally came from the 2nd level and possessed a late-stage postnatal realm. Basically, no one in the transformation realm is a match for Chin Mo. To kill him, we need a postnatal warrior. And I happen to know that there is a secret passage between the 2nd and 1st levels, which allows entry from the 2nd level to the 1st level. Seeing that the master was quite interested in his proposal, Ying Tai immediately continued. As long as I return to the 2nd level, I can enter the 1st level through the secret passage. Once I encounter Chin Mo, killing him will be a piece of cake. Tai Quangdao nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Ying Tai's idea was very good. Very well. As long as you can complete this task, the Black Stone Gate will definitely not treat you poorly in the future. Ying Tai accepted the task, and under Tai Quangdao's arrangements, the prison guards began to escort him to the 2nd level. Dr. Lin, this is the transfer order. Lin Wanqing's supervisor stood in front of her, holding a transfer order personally signed by the warden. Lin Wanqing glanced at it, confirmed there were no issues, and then asked, what happened? Why am I being transferred to the 2nd level? Confused, Lin Wanqing looked at her supervisor, who also seemed quite helpless. There was a riot on the 2nd level. Many prisoners got into a fight. It's said that it was a clash between 2 factions. Now the casualties on the 2nd level are severe, and there is a serious shortage of doctors. Under the warden's strong request, we are requisitioning doctors from other levels to be sent to the 2nd level. Prepare yourself, you'll be leaving soon. Lin Wanqing knew she couldn't change or refuse the order from above. She quickly packed a few clothes, took her personal belongings, and headed to the 2nd level. Let's go! Tian Daiguan waved his hand in front, and Chin Mo, filled with curiosity and excitement, followed him through the winding corridors. Eventually, they arrived at a hidden corner. Tian Daiguan gently touched the marked brick on the wall. After finding it, he slowly pried it open, and after a while, a narrow secret passage appeared. The secret passage was narrow and dark, only allowing one person at a time, with moss covering the stone walls on both sides. This passage leads to the second level. We have to get to the second level first to switch to another passage that leads to the women's prison, Tian Dogwon said excitedly in a lowered voice. Licking his lips, the thought of being able to indulge freely later filled him with an indescribable exhilaration. Follow me, Tian Dogwon said as he stepped into the passage first. Shin Mo followed closely behind, his heart racing and feeling particularly tense. This was so thrilling. They were about to reach the women's prison, where they could play freely. As long as they could get them pregnant, Shin Mo's strength would increase, and he could also receive rewards from the system. Just thinking about it was exciting. Until Shin Mo went to Shura Island, he had never really done anything with real weapons. Even the last time he received a system reward could only be described as a stroke of luck borrowed through someone else's hands. Following the passage down, they finally arrived at the second level. However, just as they reached the second level, a tense atmosphere suddenly enveloped them. Kill them, those sons of bitches. I don't believe you're not afraid of death. Let's do it. Who's afraid of who? The second level, which should have been quiet, was now filled with extremely loud shouts and sounds of fighting. The entire floor was plunged into chaos. What's going on? Shin Mo asked in a low voice, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Tian Daiguan looked around, completely unprepared for this situation, and trembled as he spoke. No, this is bad. It seems that if I'm not mistaken, there's a riot on the second level. This is terrible. We might not even be able to touch the edge of the passage to the women's prison. An extremely anxious expression appeared on Tian Dogwan's face. Shin Mo immediately scanned the surroundings. He quickly made a judgment. In this chaotic situation, if they continued forward, not only would they be unable to reach the passage, but they might also face a significant threat. Let's go back. In a riot, anything can happen. Safety first. We'll come back another time. Tian Dogwan nodded repeatedly, already planning to return the way they came. Hearing Shin Mo say this, Tian Dogwan felt a bit relieved. Just as the two were about to turn back, a group of people suddenly appeared. Who are you two? Which side are you from? A group suddenly appeared, stopping Shin Mo and Tian Dogwan. Tian Dogwan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, unsure of which gang member was questioning him. Shin Mo nudged Tian Dogwan with his elbow, urging him to answer immediately. Tian Dogwan hesitated for a long time. Hurry up and say something? After all, he had been to the second level before and was somewhat familiar with the situation there, so he casually replied, "We are from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just joined." Upon hearing this, the group behind them immediately relaxed their guard. So it's our own people. I thought it was those bastards from Iron Fist Gate. Tian Dogwan and Shin Mo realized they couldn't leave in this situation, as there were about a dozen people around them. The two of them could only move forward and join the group. They had to wait for an opportunity to escape later. Let's go. Let's deal with those bastards from Iron Fist Gate. As they spoke, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked at Shin Mo and Tian Dogwan, who were empty-handed, and handed each of them an iron rod. Then, he pulled Shin Mo and Tian Dogwan out, planning to confront Iron Fist Gate head-on. With no other choice, and with a crowd watching them, they could only brace themselves. The strongest martial artist on the second level was merely at the acquired realm. However, similar to the first level, most martial artists who reached the acquired realm would be taken to the fourth level to mine black scale stones. Therefore, there were very few acquired martial artists on the second level, only two. They each formed a gang, one led by a fire bear as the leader, establishing Iron Fist Gate. The other was the Heavenly Demon Sect, led by Tian Dogwan and Shin Mo, with their leader being Xianging Tian. Both were at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. For various reasons, they led their subordinates in brutal battles. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The iron bars originally used to divide the area had been destroyed by the prisoners, leaving the scene in chaos. Shin Mo and Tian Dogwan cautiously navigated through the tumultuous crowd to avoid being recognized as outsiders on the second level. Shin Mo smeared his face with black ash. What should we do? Tian Dogwan was at a loss. Although he had been here many times, he had never seen such a large-scale scene. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we cover it with earth. Now we can't leave. We'll have to act according to the situation later, and we mustn't let them focus on us, Shin Mo said slowly as they entered the chaotic battlefield. The prisoners wielded various weapons. Some swung iron rods while others used dismantled bed frames as shields. The entire scene was exceptionally brutal, resembling a battlefield. Kill. Under the leadership of the Heavenly Demon Sect's captain, Shin Mo and Tian Dogwan were reluctantly drawn into the fight. The prisoners attacked each other with fists and feet. Although Shin Mo was strong, he saw no need to waste energy on them. To avoid trouble and being targeted, he tried to dodge as much as possible. He avoided entanglements with the prisoners from Iron Fist Gate, but some reckless prisoners, driven mad by the chaos, charged at Shin Mo. Looking for death, Shin Mo could only teach one a lesson, quickly knocking him out before retreating to the side. Tian Daiguan was even more frantic, dodging left and right. His lack of strength meant rushing in would be suicidal, so he tried to stay close to Shin Mo. Isn't this too dangerous? Let's find a place to hide for a bit amidst the chaos, Tian Daiguan said nervously, fearing that he might be accidentally killed by someone. Shin Mo thought he had a point and was about to lead Tian Daiguan away when suddenly, he noticed someone in the crowd. His gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure. The person was wearing a doctor's white coat, stained with a lot of other people's blood, but she was busy treating the injured prisoners, her eyes flashing with fatigue. Lin Wanqing. Shin Mo's gaze fixed intently on the woman in the white coat. There was no doubt that it was Lin Wanqing. How could Lin Wanqing be here? Shouldn't she be on the first floor? There had been a riot on the second floor. It was too dangerous for Lin Wanqing to be here. Let's hurry, Tian Daiguan urged again. At that moment, a burly prisoner had set his sights on Lin Wanqing, who was tending to the wounded. A smear of blood was on the prisoner's face, and his eyes gleamed with a particularly greedy light. Taking advantage of the distraction, he crept closer to Lin Wanqing step by step. Seeing Lin Wanqing's gentle and stunning figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was just too beautiful. He had never had the chance to play with such a gorgeous woman in his life. Approaching Lin Wanqing, he said, "Little beauty, I'm hurt too, help me out." Lin Wanqing initially wanted to ignore his filthy words. However, he suddenly grabbed her arm and pushed her to the ground. "What are you doing?" The prisoner didn't care at all. Looking at the stunning beauty before him, he laughed lewdly. "What am I doing?" The corner of the prisoner's mouth curled up slightly. "Playing with you. Today, I'm going to have my fun with you." The prisoner spat out malicious words, his chubby face twisting in anger. "Get away." Yet Lin Wanqing's voice was particularly weak amidst the chaos. "Help! Help! Let go of me." If no one was paying attention to her, no one would even notice her presence. "Looking for death," Shin Mo growled, directly shoving Tian Daiguan aside. In a critical moment, Shin Mo's figure shot out like a flash of light. With his eyes wide open in anger, he delivered a flying kick that sent the prisoner, who was on top of Lin Wanqing, flying away. At the same time, he helped the shaken Lin Wanqing to her feet, shielding her behind him. "You're looking for death." Shin Mo's voice was as cold as December ice, each word piercing like a sword. The prisoner, having taken a heavy kick from Shin Mo, was in pain and furious. "Do you know who I am?" "I am." Just as the prisoner was about to reveal his identity, he was interrupted by Shin Mo. "I don't care who you are. Today, I'm sending you to your grave." Shin Mo charged at him directly. The prisoner was equally unrelenting, roaring like a black bear as he lunged at Shin Mo. Shin Mo swiftly turned, Ojikwan. This time, Shin Mo concentrated all his strength into a single punch. He struck hard at the opponent. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the prisoner's forehead. The head burst open, and the prisoner died instantly. Turning to look at Lin Wanqing, her beautiful face was now filled with panic from the shock. Although Shin Mo's face was smeared with dirt, Lin Wanqing recognized him at once. "Shin Mo, what are you doing here?" Shin Mo pulled Lin Wanqing tightly into his embrace. "Are you okay?" Fortunately, Shin Mo arrived just in time. If he had been any later, Lin Wanqing's innocence might have been lost. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, her head resting on Shin Mo's shoulder. Suddenly, someone noticed the situation over by Shin Mo. Then, a loud shout rang out. Who is it? Who killed the master's brother?" All eyes suddenly turned to Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing beside him. It was him. He killed Huoxiong's brother. Not far away, Huoxiong, upon hearing this news, was instantly furious. "What did you say? My brother is dead?" The fire bear slapped the other person across the face. "Bring people to kill him. Daring to kill my brother, I will make him die in agony." The fire bear immediately led his subordinates towards Shin Mo, intent on killing him. Amidst the screams and gasps of the crowd, Shin Mo realized that the prisoner he had just beaten to a pulp was actually the infamous brother of the Iron Fist sect's leader, the Fire Bear. This was tantamount to stirring up a huge trouble. The Fire Bear, accompanied by a group of fierce subordinates, charged in with a menacing aura. "You little brat, none of you are leaving here alive today." The Fire Bear's roar echoed like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding prisoners to scatter. Shin Mo was aware of the opponent's strength. He couldn't confront them head-on, especially with Lin Wanqing still by his side. Shin Mo quickly grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand and fled the battlefield at the fastest speed possible. There was no time to speak. Shin Mo tightly held Lin Wanqing's hand and ran as fast as he could. Completely unfamiliar with the terrain and routes on the second floor, Shin Mo was just stumbling through. In a desperate dash, he suddenly spotted a hidden cave. The cave was dark and narrow, and it seemed to have no exit at the end. "Catch up to them!" The Fire Bear's angry shouts grew closer. Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance, with no other choice but to move inside. Shin Mo pulled Lin Wanqing into the cave. Before long, the fire bear and his subordinates arrived as well. Someone, keep an eye on this cave, not even a fly is allowed to escape. The fire bear ordered his men to surround the cave entrance. This time, he intended to catch them in a trap. There was no other way out of this cave, only this one exit. Once inside, Shin Mo was effectively trapped. Boss, should we charge in now? To avenge your brother. One of the subordinates was eager. If he could kill Shin Mo, it would earn him recognition in front of the fire bear. The leader would surely value him more in the future. Wait, this cave seems off. We can't just rush in. The fire bear squinted, speaking in a rough voice to his subordinate beside him. Looking around, he noticed some unfamiliar vegetation growing at the cave entrance. It emitted a strange, eerie green glow. Just a glance from the outside made the cave feel filled with an ominous and eerie atmosphere. If we charge in like this and fall into their trap, we will lose both the lady and the soldiers. We need to prepare thoroughly. When the time comes, I want him alive. I will torture him until he wishes for death but cannot have it, the fire bear said viciously. Just as he was contemplating how to breach the cave and capture Shin Mo, another subordinate rushed over at top speed to report. Leader, not good, not good. The helm of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiangying Tian, is personally overseeing things, and our men are retreating one after another. Without your personal command, we are no match for them. Because the fire bear had led his powerful subordinates to pursue Shin Mo, it had given Xiangying Tian an opportunity. Hearing this news, the fire bear's anger flared even more. He clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! The fire bear glanced at the cave. The people inside can't escape. Send a few men to guard here. Absolutely do not let him out. Once I deal with Xiangying Tian, I will come back to deal with this guy. With that, the fire bear immediately took his men and charged back. This battle with the Heavenly Demon Sect absolutely could not be lost like this. Inside the cave, Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing watched the people outside who were just standing guard and had no intention of breaking in, allowing them to breathe heavily. It seems they don't plan to come in, Lin Wanqing nodded, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. Thank you, you saved me again. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and tidied her hair. If it weren't for you, For now, we're safe, Shin Mo patted Lin Wanqing. As long as I'm by your side, no one is allowed to hurt you. Remembering how Shin Mo had rushed in front of her without hesitation, killing the person who almost assaulted her, Lin Wanqing felt as if her eyes were filled with Shin Mo at that moment. You sit here for a while, I'll go check the situation around. Shin Mo instructed Lin Wanqing, finding a suitable stone for her to sit on. He then went to observe the entire cave. Arriving at the original entrance, Shin Mo could sense from a distance that several people were blocking the door. As soon as he dared to go out, they would kill him. This route was absolutely impassable. Shin Mo turned around. Besides the huge water pool inside the cave, the surroundings were incredibly smooth. After wandering for a while, he still couldn't find another way out. According to Shin Mo's guess, there must have been a fierce conflict between the Iron Fist sect and the Heavenly Demon sect. Fire Bear personally came to avenge his brother, which would lead to the Iron Fist sect being leaderless and retreating step by step. With no other choice, Fire Bear could only temporarily seal off the exit and lead the Iron Fist sect members to resist. In this case, Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing were temporarily safe in the cave. However, to avoid them suddenly breaking in and catching Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing off guard, Shin Mo searched for the few resources available in the cave. He set up some traps at the entrance. As long as they dared to enter, the traps would be triggered, catching them off guard and giving Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing some time to react. After setting up the traps, Shin Mo returned to Lin Wanqing's side. Lin Wanqing felt anxious and particularly worried. How long do we have to stay here? The enemy was just outside the cave, and Shin Mo and Lin Wanqing couldn't get out, so they could only stay inside. We'll stay as long as we can. We can only drag it out for now, at least for the time being. It's safe for us. Shin Mo sat down next to Lin Wanqing. If the second level is in turmoil, if things escalate further, it will inevitably attract the higher-ups. Once they come down to quell the rebellion, we'll be safe. Hearing Shin Mo say this, Lin Wanqing silently nodded. For her own safety, staying with Shin Mo was undoubtedly the right choice. Just then, Lin Wanqing felt her stomach rumble. Gurgle, gurgle. What sound is that? Shin Mo looked around warily, thinking something had happened. At that moment, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she watched Shin Mo looking around, feeling a bit embarrassed. She smiled gently, trying to ease the awkwardness. It's just my stomach growling. Lin Wanqing's cheeks were rosy, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment and shyness. Hungry? Shin Mo looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing shook her head. Actually, not really, it's just... Lin Wanqing, who was still trying to explain, was directly interrupted by Shin Mo. He gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Still being stubborn, your stomach is much more honest than you. Chin Mo teased, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Wanqing pursed her lips. I'm really sorry, my stomach just had to make noise at this time. In front of Chin Mo, Lin Wanqing didn't need to pretend too much. Instead, she felt quite relaxed and at ease. By the time they reached the second level, there were simply too many injured prisoners. Lin Wanqing devoted herself tirelessly to helping the patients. Often during mealtimes, she would just hastily grab a bite. As a result, she was now feeling hungry and her stomach was burning. Chin Mo looked around, his gaze settling on a nearby pond. It seemed that no one had visited this pond for a long time. The fish in the pond swam happily, showing no fear of them. Looks like we won't starve after all. There are quite a few fish here, and each one is a decent size. Chin Mo pointed to the fish in the pond. Lin Wanqing smiled at that. At least they wouldn't end up as starving ghosts. She walked over to Chin Mo's side, both of them peering into the pond. Can you catch fish? Lin Wanqing asked softly, her tone filled with a sense of longing. After all, she had never learned this skill, and asking her to catch fish was like asking a duck to climb a tree. Chin Mo smiled slightly, found a sturdy branch nearby, and then picked up a sharp stone. He tied them together, creating a simple homemade spear. Though rudimentary in Chin Mo's hands, it was like a divine tool for fishing. I used to catch fish with my grandfather by the river when I was a child. It's not difficult for me. Hearing Chin Mo's skilled movements, Lin Wanqing smiled even more happily. She then stepped aside, quietly watching, not wanting to disturb him. Chin Mo became serious, slowly walking along the edge of the pond, carefully observing the fish. The fish were quite large, and Chin Mo found a spot where the fish were densely packed and stopped. He bent down, his gaze fixed on the biggest fish, keeping his body as parallel to the water's surface as possible. Chin Mo's movements were very subtle, not startling the fish. Bang! With a slight ripple in the water, Chin Mo seized the moment and thrust the spear down with lightning speed. The action was crisp and decisive. The spear accurately pierced through the fish's body. The water surface rippled and then returned to calm. Chin Mo quickly pulled back the spear, the fish struggling at the tip. With practiced skill, he brought it down and tossed it heavily onto the shore. Lin Wanqing watched from a distance, her eyes filled with amazement. So impressive. Lin Wanqing looked at Chin Mo with admiration. It seems that tonight we can enjoy some delicious grilled fish. Chin Mo smiled at Lin Wanqing, who responded with a smile of her own. Staying with you, at least life won't be too hard. One fish wasn't enough, so Chin Mo continued. Since he had startled the fish earlier, he had to find a new spot to catch more. The fish here were rather naive, and with Chin Mo's excellent skills, he was almost always successful with each attempt. Before long, 5 or 6 fish weighing over 10 pounds were tossed onto the shore. That should be enough for a hearty meal. They would soon be able to enjoy a feast of grilled fish. Lin Wanqing was a bit impatient, quickly gathering some dry branches and leaves from the surroundings. Once she had collected everything, she suddenly felt at a loss. Looking at Chin Mo, who was slowly walking towards her, she shyly murmured, I seem to be a bit bad at starting a fire. Lin Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed. Although she had learned a lot, her practical life skills were like that of a novice. Upon hearing this, Chin Mo smiled gently, then squatted down beside Lin Wanqing. He tenderly picked up some dry grass and small twigs, beginning to demonstrate. It's okay, I'll teach you, it's very simple. He selected 2 suitable stones and struck one against the other. Chin Mo patiently demonstrated how to create sparks until a spark successfully ignited the pile of dry grass. After successfully igniting the fire, Chin Mo carefully blew on the faint flame. At the same time, he explained to Lin Wanqing beside him, the key is ventilation, but you absolutely mustn't blow too hard. Lin Wanqing watched intently, slowly taking the branch from Chin Mo's hand and mimicking his actions, gently blowing. At first, she almost extinguished the flame. Chin Mo intervened just in time, stabilizing it. Lin Wanqing had a stubborn spirit and tried several more times, gradually mastering the technique. You're learning pretty quickly, Chin Mo praised, patting the back of her hand. Lin Wanqing beamed with joy. Of course, after all, I'm a PhD. The flames gradually grew stronger. Now, only one last step remained to enjoy delicious grilled fish. How do we grill it? Although Lin Wanqing had eaten grilled fish all her life, she had never grilled it herself. By the fire, Chin Mo had already cleaned a few fish and said to Lin Wanqing, grilling fish is actually quite simple. I'll teach you. Chin Mo first used a long, thin branch to skewer the fish, ensuring it lay flat over the fire to heat evenly. Given the current environment, we don't have any seasonings, so we can only rely on its freshness. It was already good enough to have something to eat in the current situation, so they didn't pursue gourmet flavors. Lin Wanqing immediately mimicked Chin Mo's actions. The heat is very important. It can't be too high, or the outside will burn while the inside remains raw. As Chin Mo spoke, he adjusted the fire, keeping the flames moderate, placing the fish over the fire, and occasionally turning the branch to ensure even cooking. Lin Wanqing sat close to Qin Mo, observing every detail of his actions. They occasionally exchanged glances, sharing a smile. At that moment, Lin Wanqing's smile was particularly innocent and romantic, as if she were an 18-year-old girl, awakening her youth and beauty. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, filling Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing's nostrils. "It's ready!" Qin Mo exclaimed. "It smells really good. Hurry and try it." He handed the first grilled fish to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's stomach had been growling for a while, and she was nearly starving. Swallowing hard, she carefully took the fish from Qin Mo, which was a bit hot. Lin Wanqing took a gentle bite, her face lighting up with surprise. "It's really delicious." She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long. At that moment, looking at the grilled fish before her, it seemed like a delicacy from heaven. Nothing could compare to this exquisite grilled fish. "You should try some too." Lin Wanqing immediately offered the piece she had just bitten into to Qin Mo, completely unconcerned about the difference between genders. Qin Mo, not being polite, took a bite. "It really is good. You should eat more." Throughout the process, Qin Mo had been the one doing all the work, and Lin Wanqing wanted him to eat a bit more. Qin Mo smiled. "The other one is almost done, so you should eat quickly." Lin Wanqing swallowed again and then brought the grilled fish back to her mouth. "Then I'll eat." After glancing at Qin Mo, she no longer cared about her ladylike image and began to devour it. Lin Wanqing finished 3 whole fish, contentedly patting her belly and even burping without regard for her image. "I haven't eaten this full in a long time." Lin Wanqing was completely starved and now had the time to indulge herself. "As long as you're full, that's good." Qin Mo smiled happily as well. As night fell, there were still people guarding outside the cave entrance. After taking a look, Qin Mo returned to Lin Wanqing's side. "We'll have to make do here tonight." The two leaned against the wall, closed their eyes, and began to rest. However, as the temperature in the cave began to drop sharply, a chill seeped in. Lin Wanqing, being a girl, had a weak resistance and was not wearing much clothing. Faced with the cold night, she instinctively tightened her clothes around her, but still couldn't stop her body from trembling slightly. Qin Mo suddenly noticed Lin Wanqing's discomfort, slightly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with concern. "Are you cold?" Qin Mo asked softly, particularly worried about Lin Wanqing's well-being. Lin Wanqing nodded, her teeth chattering slightly. "A little. The temperature difference in this cave is really big. It gets cold at night." Qin Mo said no more, instead taking off his coat and gently draping it over Lin Wanqing's shoulders. "Come, lean against me, it will be warmer this way." Lin Wanqing hesitated, her gaze flickering as she looked at Qin Mo. How could Lin Wanqing not understand Qin Mo's intentions? But then she thought, given the situation, whether they could survive was uncertain, so why dwell on those messy thoughts? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wanqing could no longer withstand the night's chill and slowly leaned against Qin Mo. Qin Mo reached out and gently embraced Lin Wanqing, using his body heat to drive away the cold. After all, Qin Mo possessed a perfected cultivation level, and this bit of cold could not harm him. Held tightly by Qin Mo, feeling the warmth of his chest, Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered. It felt really warm. The two nestled together. "Feeling better?" Qin Mo's voice was gentle. Lin Wanqing rested her head lightly on Qin Mo's chest, rubbing against him. The dark night could not hide the blush on her face. Lin Wanqing softly replied, "Much better. Thank you, Qin Mo." Unknowingly, time passed. During the day, Qin Mo caught fish while Lin Wanqing grilled them, and at night they cuddled together to rest, as if everything had become a habit. And so, 3 days passed. Qin Mo went to the cave entrance to take a look. To his surprise, there were still people guarding there, showing no signs of leaving. The noise outside was particularly loud, the chaos had not yet subsided. It seemed they could only prepare for the long haul inside. Qin Mo shared his analysis with Lin Wanqing, who nodded silently. Staying with Qin Mo was not necessarily a bad thing. However, it had been 3 whole days, and Lin Wanqing had not taken a bath. Lin Wanqing was used to bathing every day. Without a bath, she felt uncomfortable all over. On the first day in the cave, Lin Wanqing had actually wanted to take a bath. Unfortunately, Qin Mo was by her side. With just the two of them, it was rather inconvenient. Lin Wanqing thought that in a few days, once the situation outside was resolved, they could leave. But now, it seemed they had to prepare for the long term, and no one knew when they would leave. Due to the prolonged tension and travel, Lin Wanqing's body had been soaked in sweat countless times. That sticky feeling made her quite uncomfortable. Lin Wanqing could no longer endure it. She walked up to Qin Mo. "Qin Mo, I want to go wash in the pond. I really feel uncomfortable." After saying this, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed with 2 red clouds, her gaze shyly lowered, not daring to look directly at Qin Mo. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo nodded and said, "Go ahead, I'll stay here to make sure no one disturbs you. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and slowly walked towards the pond, feeling nervous again. Suddenly, she stopped and turned back. Looking at Qin Mo, her voice was weak. You turn around too, no peeking, Lin Wanqing said shyly. No matter how you say it, Lin Wanqing is still a young lady. She has never been this intimate with a man, let alone being seen in such a way. Qin Mo smiled slightly, then slowly turned around, jokingly saying to Lin Wanqing, "Don't worry, I'll just admire the wall. I'm not interested in any other scenery." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered. She felt an inexplicable fear that Qin Mo truly had no interest in her at all, but she was also afraid that his interest in her was too intense. The conflicting emotions made Lin Wanqing's heart race. She gently bit her lower lip, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and then she quickly walked towards the pond. When she reached the edge of the pond, Lin Wanqing glanced back, then cautiously began to remove her clothes. Her feet lightly stepped into the cool water, which felt a bit icy. After adjusting, Lin Wanqing continued to walk further in. The splashes of water and the cool spring water brushed against her body, washing away her discomfort. Qin Mo had his back to Lin Wanqing, but his ears were very sensitive, able to catch even the slightest sounds. Each ripple Lin Wanqing created sent similar ripples through Qin Mo's heart. Thinking of Lin Wanqing's stunning figure, any man who saw it would be unable to control himself. Now, if Qin Mo just turned around, he could see everything clearly. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and fixed his gaze firmly on the wall. At this moment, Lin Wanqing had quite a good impression of Qin Mo, but she absolutely could not let a moment of impulse lead to a significant loss, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. In the pond, Lin Wanqing was immersed in the coolness of the water, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from the water, and a sizable fish leaped out, crashing into Lin Wanqing. Ah! Lin Wanqing screamed in fright and lost her footing, sliding into the deeper water. "Qin!" Lin Wanqing called out, only to choke on a mouthful of water. Qin Mo immediately turned his head sharply, almost instinctively reacting, and without hesitation, he jumped into the water, swimming vigorously towards Lin Wanqing. Water splashed everywhere as Qin Mo's figure quickly approached the panicked Lin Wanqing. "Don't be afraid." Qin Mo grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand, stabilizing her falling body, then wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tightly against his chest. Finally, the two of them steadied themselves in the water. "Are you okay?" Qin Mo stood up in the water, his soaked clothes clinging to his body. He reached out to gently tidy her messy hair and wipe the water droplets from her face. His movements were tender, treating Lin Wanqing like a precious treasure. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's wet hair clung to her cheeks and neck. Water droplets slowly slid down from the tips of her hair. Her stunning face, framed by a slightly flustered expression, appeared particularly alluring. In her eyes, there was a lingering fear mixed with an imperceptible shyness. Lin Wanqing shook her head, wanting to speak. At that moment, Qin Mo could no longer control his inner impulses. He quickly leaned down and kissed her, sealing Lin Wanqing's slightly trembling red lips that were quivering from nervousness. The suddenness of it caught Lin Wanqing off guard, and she almost didn't have time to react. She tried to push him away with her hands, but it was futile. Lin Wanqing's breathing became rapid at that moment. "No, you." Lin Wanqing gave up. She couldn't push him away and didn't want to anymore. Instead, she silently closed her eyes, accepting this sudden tenderness. Their lips met in a continuous collision, waves of warmth coursing through her body. Qin Mo held Lin Wanqing tightly, embracing her in the water, seemingly forgetting everything. Lin Wanqing was also completely immersed in Qin Mo's tenderness and passion, unable to extricate herself. After it was over, Lin Wanqing's body was still trembling as she gently pushed Qin Mo away. Sitting up, she covered her body with her hands and quickly found a few not-so-clean clothes around her, slipping them on. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Lin Wanqing whispered, a hint of frustration and unease in her voice, "Qin Mo, we didn't take any protective measures. I'm worried. I might be pregnant." Lin Wanqing bit her lip. The situation had happened so confusingly. She admitted that in the face of Qin Mo's tenderness, her body was simply uncontrollable. In truth, Lin Wanqing did not regret what had happened between them. Without Qin Mo, she would either have been persecuted by Wang Heihu or, during her time on the second floor, already violated by a scoundrel of a prisoner. It was all because of Qin Mo that these tragedies did not befall her. Moreover, Lin Wanqing indeed harbored special feelings for Qin Mo. But, Qin Mo, having just awakened from the passion, looked at Lin Wanqing and reached out to gently stroke her back, trying to comfort her. "It's not that easy. Others might not conceive even after months." Lin Wanqing lowered her head, her fingers entwined in her hair. Such things can happen even with just one time. Lin Wanqing was a doctor herself. Matters of childbirth often followed the adage that sometimes you can plant flowers and they won't bloom, while other times, you can casually plant willows and they will flourish. I'm really worried. If we have a child, what should we do? You're a prisoner. I'm the prison doctor. At this moment, Lin Wanqing felt an immense frustration. Shin Mo remained silent for a while. Then, he directly pulled Lin Wanqing into his embrace with a possessive force. Don't think too much. What's done is done. I will take responsibility for you, and I won't let you face this alone. Whether there's a child or not, you are my woman, and that's an undeniable fact that no one can change. Feeling Shin Mo's firm attitude, Lin Wanqing leaned against his chest. Hearing his promise brought her a bit of comfort. Lin Wanqing could only pray that it wouldn't be so precise this time. Of course, Shin Mo's thoughts were the exact opposite. He couldn't wait for Lin Wanqing to become pregnant. If Lin Wanqing could get pregnant, Shin Mo could reactivate the system, which would give him a means of self-protection, preventing the group outside from threatening him, and allowing him to save Lin Wanqing from peril. Otherwise, once the Iron Fist Gate's Firebear made its move, it wouldn't just be Shin Mo who would die. Lin Wanqing could also meet an untimely end. Shin Mo knew that the probability of it happening just once was not that high. To make Lin Wanqing pregnant, they would need to increase the frequency. That night, after eating fish, by the campfire, Shin Mo held Lin Wanqing in his arms as usual. Although Lin Wanqing did not resist Shin Mo's body, she still felt some psychological resistance. It doesn't seem that cold today. I'll rest alone. Lin Wanqing tried to pull away, but Shin Mo's attitude was even more domineering than before, as if he regarded Lin Wanqing as his treasure, not allowing her to suffer any harm. You'll be cold alone. Shin Mo held Lin Wanqing tightly in his arms, gently patting her back. Wanqing, I know what you're thinking, Shin Mo said softly, and Lin Wanqing stopped moving, fully enjoying the feeling of lying in his embrace. The current situation is hard one for both of us. Originally, after your rejection in the medical room last time, I thought it was all over between us. Lin Wanqing listened silently, her heart feeling particularly complicated. But heaven has eyes. In this situation, not only did it save you, but it also allowed us to meet and have this time alone together. This is heaven's favor towards me. No matter what I encounter in the future, I will always be your solid support. Shin Mo's tone was like a warm breeze, dispelling the anxiety in Lin Wanqing's heart. Nestled in Shin Mo's embrace, listening to his words, a warm current surged within Lin Wanqing. It was truly hard to resist the choice of her heart. Lin Wanqing also wanted to be with Shin Mo forever. I believe in you, it's just. A hint of worry lingered in Lin Wanqing's voice. What are you worried about? I know, Shin Mo said, gently stroking Lin Wanqing's hair. I will find a solution and won't let you get hurt. Our meeting and knowing each other may be the most unlikely situation, yet it has brought us together, so real and beautiful. Shin Mo's words were like a peculiar magic, gradually melting away the last trace of hesitation in Lin Wanqing's heart. She lifted her head, gazing into Shin Mo's eyes, which were filled with love and infinite longing. In an instant, their lips pressed together once more. Lin Wanqing decided to let go of her heavy thoughts and wholeheartedly immerse herself in this matter. Whether it was willful or reckless, this cave seemed like a paradise, isolating them from everything outside. Lin Wanqing no longer thought of herself as a doctor and Shin Mo as a prisoner. Instead, she saw herself as a woman, with the man she loved before her. Shin Mo's hand gently caressed Lin Wanqing's body, and she no longer resisted but instead took a bit of initiative. Shin Mo smiled as he lifted Lin Wanqing, and in the glow of the firelight, their shadows tightly embraced, burning with a brilliance more intense than the fiercest flames. Outside the cave, Huaxiong led his disciples into a brutal conflict with the Tianma sect led by Xiangyin Tian. Both sides suffered heavy losses. It had been several days. Huaxiong had not forgotten that Shin Mo, who had killed his brother, was still in that cave. Damn it! That old man Xiangyin Tian is watching me. As soon as I move away, he immediately brings people over. I can't get away at all. Originally, it would have been easy for Huaxiong to kill Shin Mo with his cultivation level, but unexpectedly, a fight broke out between the Iron Fist sect and the Tianma sect. If Huaxiong did not personally lead the Iron Fist sect, it would be completely swallowed by Xiangyin Tian's Tianma sect. By then, even if he killed Shin Mo to avenge his brother, he would become a lone commander in the second level of the prison. Although his brother's revenge was significant, he was already dead. Huaxiong absolutely would not allow the power he had painstakingly built to be completely dismantled. Absolutely not. If Shin Mo and that woman escape, you all must firmly guard the entrance. Once I resolve my grievances with Xiangyin Tian, I will personally kill that kid Shin Mo to avenge my brother and honor his spirit. Why are we fighting back and forth? I really can't take it anymore. Isn't it better to live well? Whether it was the Tianma sect or the Iron Fist sect, after experiencing wave after wave of fierce fighting, it was still the lower-level prisoners who suffered. They were inexpressibly miserable, some had their hands and feet broken, left disabled, truly suffering. Yet even so, they were still forced to continue fighting. They really couldn't endure it any longer. We've been fighting for so long, why hasn't anyone come to stop it? Some hoped that those in power would intervene to halt the battle. Then, they, as ordinary disciples, could escape disaster and reconcile. You still don't understand. The guards don't care about us at all. They can run as far as they want. The warden doesn't care about the lives of us prisoners. To him, it's better if all of us villains are dead. Just thinking about this made their hearts feel particularly desolate. They wanted to stop it, but they were insignificant. If they dared to say anything in front of their leader to stop the fighting, they would probably be the ones to die. I heard the former big brother of the second tier, Ingtai, has returned. Why don't we go ask him for help? With the big brother personally intervening, maybe he can put an end to this brawl. Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. Those who didn't want to continue fighting quickly raised their hands to vote, and the proposal was soon passed. This group of people found the big brother Ingtai and explained their intentions. They wanted Ingtai to stop the conflict between Huaxiong and Xianging Tian. After much contemplation, Ingtai finally agreed. In one of the better cells in the prison, Ingtai personally presided over the meeting. He invited the two strongest figures of the second tier, Huaxiong and Xianging Tian, to come over. I heard that recently, everyone has been tense due to some minor frictions, which is particularly disadvantageous for us. Ingtai's voice was exceptionally steady. When it comes to seizing territory, there must be rules. Creating such chaos, once the higher-ups intervene and personally suppress it, everyone in the second tier will die. Ingtai's words carried great authority. He wasn't joking. If things escalated further, the higher-ups could easily pin a rebellion charge on any prisoner. Everyone in the second tier would be doomed. Huaxiong was a tough guy, usually arrogant and overbearing, but in front of Ingtai, he restrained himself considerably. Xianging Tian, a shrewd middle-aged man, although unwilling in his eyes, also refrained from rebutting. They both understood Ingtai's weight. Not only was he the former big brother of the second tier, but he had also joined the Black Stone Gate. Listen to me, today, in front of me, let's put this issue to rest. Huaxiong, Xianging Tian, you two are smart men, you should understand what the consequences will be if this continues. Ingtai stepped between the two, placing one hand on Huaxiong's shoulder and the other on Xianging Tian's. Although the gesture seemed casual, it was filled with strength. Brother Tai, you're right, I'll listen to you. Huaxiong, despite his conflict with Xianging Tian, still had to give face to Ingtai. Upon hearing Huaxiong's agreement, Xianging Tian also expressed his consent. Good. Ingtai nodded in satisfaction and returned to his position. That's settled then, we can redivide your territories later, and this matter will end here. Everyone nodded, and Huaxiong immediately stood up. Since Brother Tai has said so, this matter is hereby dropped. I need to leave first to find someone to avenge my brother. Upon hearing this, Ingtai's eyes narrowed slightly. Who has offended you? Huaxiong immediately clenched his fists, revealing a fierce expression. Xin Mo. He killed my brother. I'm going to settle the score with him now. Ingtai was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Xin Mo? Huaxiong nodded. Yes, Xin Mo. I investigated, he's not from our second tier. He sneaked into our second tier through a secret passage. I don't know what he's planning, but he killed my brother over some filthy woman. Upon hearing this, Ingtai was overjoyed. Searching high and low yields nothing, but this comes without effort. I returned to the second tier from the fourth tier on the orders of the Blackstone Gate's leader to eliminate this person named Xin Mo. As long as this matter is settled, you will also benefit from it. Huaxiong never expected that Xin Mo could cause so much trouble. A person on the first level could actually provoke someone from the fourth level. Where is he now? Ingtai was even more impatient than Huaxiong at this moment. I've trapped him in a cave, there's only one exit, and they can't escape even if they had wings. Good. Ingtai laughed heartily. Now I'll go with you to take revenge for your brother. You bastard, you bastard, you bastard. Lin Wanqing sat beside Xin Mo. Her little face had not stopped being flushed these past few days, waving her fists in shyness and anger, pounding on Xin Mo's solid chest. Though her strength was small, in Xin Mo's eyes, it carried a hint of coquetry. Xin Mo. Lin Wanqing called out directly, you are such a bastard, how can you never have enough? These past few days, you always. Lin Wanqing's voice gradually lowered here, the blush on her cheeks deepening, her head bowed, not daring to meet Xin Mo's eyes. Her hands continued to pat Xin Mo's chest, as if scolding him. Xin Mo grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, holding it tightly, his eyes filled with affection. Who told my Wanqing to be so excessively beautiful? Taking the opportunity, Qin Mo kissed Lin Wanqing's little face again. Lin Wanqing was like poison wrapped in honey. Even knowing it was toxic, she couldn't help but want to indulge. She was simply too beautiful, and as a young man full of vigor, how could Qin Mo resist Lin Wanqing's alluring figure? Lin Wanqing broke free from Qin Mo's hand and hit him a couple of times. I can hardly move now. Although everything between Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing was built on her comfort and willingness, Qin Mo's physique was simply too strong, and Lin Wanqing was feeling overwhelmed. Raising her head, her gaze met Qin Mo's, and knowing the love in his eyes, her dissatisfaction and sulkiness diminished significantly. This was not the first or second time. Lin Wanqing couldn't even remember how many times it had been. I'm worried, what if? Lin Wanqing hesitated, but what was she really worried about? Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing shared an unspoken understanding. In Qin Mo's embrace, Lin Wanqing gently rested her chin on his forehead. Silly, I will take responsibility. No matter what happens, we will face it together. You only know how to say nice things. Lin Wanqing huffed in Qin Mo's arms. Although she felt some worry, wrapped in Qin Mo's words, she still felt blissful. Not today. Lin Wanqing found a more comfortable position in Qin Mo's embrace. Qin Mo was unwilling to give up, raising a finger in front of her. Lin Wanqing directly swatted his hand down. Not even once. You just know how to bully me. Lin Wanqing lay proudly in Qin Mo's arms, her spoiled demeanor incredibly cute. Just then, a very rude voice came from outside. Qin Mo, get out here and die. Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing were still enjoying their warm moment. Suddenly hearing the noise from outside, Qin Mo immediately became alert. He gently shielded Lin Wanqing behind him. Stay behind and don't move around. Qin Mo instructed Lin Wanqing, who nodded, her heart suddenly filled with worry. She clutched Qin Mo tightly. No risks, you must be careful. At worst, we'll die together. I'm not afraid. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, and after saying that, she released her grip. After kissing Lin Wanqing's lips again, Qin Mo stood up. I can't bear to see you die. He then turned around, his gaze sharp as it shot towards the cave entrance. Hearing footsteps getting closer, soon, two figures gradually appeared. Originally, the traps Qin Mo had set at the cave entrance. The attack was easily blocked by Huaxiong and Ying Tai. Just a little trick, Ying Tai said, looking at these small antics with disdain. Huaxiong strode forward, his fierce gaze locked onto Qin Mo, shouting in a rough voice, Qin Mo, you've lived here for so many days, it's time to settle the score. The debt for my brother's death will be collected from you today. Ying Tai was more composed than Huaxiong. The moment he saw Qin Mo, he finally relaxed the tension in his heart. It was this Qin Mo. You've messed with the Black Gold group, even if you sprout wings, it won't help. If you know what's good for you, surrender and save yourself some pain. Qin Mo sneered and took a step forward. If you have the guts, come at me. Qin Mo glanced at Lin Wanqing behind him. For himself and for his woman, he could not show any sign of retreat. Even if he had to die, he would protect her. You've got guts, Ying Tai growled. To resolve the fight quickly, Ying Tai made the first move. Black Tiger prowling the heart. Ying Tai's hand curled into a claw, aiming straight for Qin Mo's vital chest. This move was a hard-earned skill he had practiced for years. It was as fast as lightning, and if it hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Mo was preparing to counter with Bagwazang. At the critical moment, he heard a familiar mechanical sound. Lin Wanqing is pregnant, reward, perfect completion in 2 days, full level of Golden Bell Shield, full level of 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Facing Ying Tai's swift Black Tiger prowling the heart, Qin Mo's muscles tensed, Golden Bell Shield, rise. A faint aura enveloped Qin Mo, unbreakable. Ying Tai's claw, like a tiger's sharp talon, struck Qin Mo's chest. The moment it touched Qin Mo's aura, it felt like hitting a wall of iron, producing a dull thud. Then, the force of Ying Tai's attack was completely neutralized. Qin Mo stood motionless, while Ying Tai, pushed back by the recoil, stumbled a few steps, disbelief filling his eyes. How is this possible? Ying Tai exclaimed, unable to fathom how Qin Mo could withstand his signature move. The Black Tiger prowling the heart had failed to harm him in the slightest. As far as Ying Tai knew, Qin Mo was merely a master of the transformation realm. Although his Bagwazang was exquisite, he had never heard of him possessing such formidable defensive martial arts. Qin Mo felt the powerful strength coursing through his body, his eyes narrowing, turning fierce. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me. Qin Mo's voice rumbled like thunder. Ying Tai was about to continue his attack when he saw Qin Mo shift his stance, both hands coiling with energy. A tremendous aura began to spread. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the dragon in anger. Qin Mo unleashed the strongest strike of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. As Qin Mo chanted softly, he thrust his palms forward, the palm wind fierce like crashing waves, striking directly at Ying Tai. This attack, which concentrated all of Qin Mo's strength and powerful techniques, was not something a mere postnatal realm could withstand. As the palm wind approached, Tai gathered all his energy, attempting to take the hit head-on. Bang! Shinmo's palm strength was too overwhelming, as if a true dragon was emerging from the sea, unstoppable. The moment it made contact with Tai, there was a thunderous roar, and Tai was smashed into a pile of flesh, dead beyond recovery. At that moment, everything in the cave fell eerily silent. Every breath sounded exceptionally loud. Shinemo slowly withdrew his palm, his eyes filled with shock. It was the first time using the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and he never expected its power to be so terrifying. Tai, reduced to a pile of flesh, had all his bones shattered, to the point where he could no longer be recognized as a human. All I know is that this is a pile of meat. Lin Wanqing stood by, covering her mouth with both hands, initially thinking that Shinemo would suffer and was already prepared to die alongside him. But she never expected Shinmo's strength to be so terrifying. With a single move, he could kill a postnatal level expert. Now, there was still one person left in the cave, Firebear. Seeing this situation, Firebear was horrified. The excess flesh all over his body trembled involuntarily. Shinmo's power exceeded his imagination. He had actually dared to seek revenge in front of such a strong opponent. It was akin to seeking his own death. Suddenly, Shinmo's gaze shot over, like an unbreakable crossbow bolt, capable of piercing through a person's body. Firebear swallowed hard, realizing that if he didn't take action immediately, he would likely be the next to fall. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, the proficiency not inferior to that of a practiced master. Trembling, Firebear clasped his fists towards Shinemo, his voice filled with fear and pleading. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. I'm a fool. Shinemo slowly walked over to Firebear and stood beside him. He said nothing, yet his presence commanded respect. Spare me this once, and I will be your dog from now on. Whatever you ask of me, I will do it, absolutely loyal, without a hint of betrayal. Firebear repeatedly bowed, his forehead striking the ground, his face filled with terror. Shinemo smiled slightly. Aren't you supposed to avenge your brother? What? Planning to hide beside me first and then find an opportunity? Shinmo's words were like a knife to the heart. Firebear quickly slapped his own face hard. The sound of the slap was particularly loud. My brother was a scum. He dared to touch your woman. He deserved to die. Such a person should have gone to the underworld long ago. Killing him is just eliminating a menace. Although I am his elder brother, I also bear the responsibility of not disciplining him well and am willing to accept any punishment. Firebear flipped faster than turning a page in a book. Just a second ago, when Tai was still alive, he was shouting for Shinemo to take his life. The next second, upon seeing Tai dead, he claimed his brother deserved to die. Get up! Shinmo's voice was authoritative, as if he were the ruler of this place, his immense strength being his greatest support. Hearing this, Firebear felt as if he had been granted a great pardon and quickly got up, nodding. I have something to ask you? Upon hearing that Shinemo intended to inquire about something, Firebear expressed that he would tell Shinemo everything he knew without holding back. Shinemo glanced back at Lin Wanqing, who was still sitting in place, then leaned closer to Firebear and quietly asked, do you know the secret passage to the women's prison? When Shinemo first came to the second level, his main purpose was to use the secret passage to reach the women's prison and thus enhance his strength. If it weren't for the turmoil on the second level, he would have inadvertently saved Lin Wanqing. By now, Shinemo might have already been in the women's prison. Firebear swallowed hard, his expression somewhat awkward, scratching his head and avoiding eye contact. Well, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush, Shinemo blared at Firebear. Only then did Firebear hurriedly say, Big brother, your information is a bit outdated. That secret passage was discovered by the guards a month ago. It is said that a prisoner accidentally leaked it, and it has now been completely sealed off. Upon hearing this, Shinemo couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. He had thought that finding this secret passage would make it much easier for him to enhance his strength in the future. What a pity, it seems the plan needs to be reconsidered, Shinemo muttered to himself. At this moment, Firebear, wanting to appear more useful, quickly flattered Shinemo, but big brother, if you need anything, just command me. Although that secret passage is blocked, I still have some connections on the second level of the prison. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know, big brother. I absolutely won't refuse. Huoxiong was afraid that due to the previous unpleasantness, he would seem worthless, just like Tai, who was slapped to death by Shinemo. Being slapped to death wasn't a big deal, but being turned into a mush like Tai would truly be suffering. Alright, Shinemo patted Huoxiong's shoulder. After all, Huoxiong had established the Iron Fist sect on the second level, and he had quite a few people under him. Keeping him around would make things easier for Shinemo in the future. This unpleasantness will be put aside for now. Huoxiong nodded repeatedly upon hearing Shinmo's words, not daring to refuse. But you listen well, if you dare to play any tricks behind my back, I will make you die worse than that person. Qin Mo pointed to the pile of mush on the ground. Just a glance at it made Hua Xiong's heart race. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Qin Mo returned to Lin Wanqing's side and smiled. The matter is resolved. We can go now. Lin Wanqing blinked, not expecting this man before her to be so strong. Using all his strength, he protected Lin Wanqing behind him, not allowing her to suffer even the slightest harm. A warm current surged in Lin Wanqing's heart, knowing that the matter had been resolved. She began to rise, intending to leave with Qin Mo quickly. However, after several days of exhaustion, her steps were unsteady, and after just a couple of steps, she stumbled and nearly fell. Seeing this, Qin Mo said nothing and bent down to gently pick her up, holding her securely in his arms. As he carried Lin Wanqing out, she was momentarily stunned, her cheeks instantly turning a shade redder than an apple. In Qin Mo's arms, Lin Wanqing protested softly, Qin Mo, put me down quickly, I can walk by myself. Even though she had spent so many days in the cave without any shame with Qin Mo, she feared that if they were seen outside, she would be utterly embarrassed. Qin Mo smiled, his eyes filled with affection. You're being stubborn again. Look at you, so exhausted. If you fall while walking, I would feel heartbroken. Qin Mo didn't put Lin Wanqing down, but this time, she stubbornly clutched at his clothes. Hurry up, it won't be good if others see us. Qin Mo noticed Lin Wanqing's concerns. I can put you down, but only if. He deliberately dragged out the last word, a sly glint in his eyes as he leaned down to whisper in Lin Wanqing's ear, you kiss me again, and I'll let you down. After leaving the cave, Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing would temporarily part ways, making future meetings much more troublesome. Hearing Qin Mo say this, Lin Wanqing's face turned even redder. You scoundrel, taking advantage of me. I shouldn't have. Qin Mo stopped in his tracks, leaning closer to Lin Wanqing. I've done everything I shouldn't have, and yet you still have so many concerns. If you don't hurry, I'm really going to walk out of the cave. Once we're out of the cave and someone sees us, the news will spread uncontrollably. There were many gossipers in the prison. Even a small matter could spread like wildfire, making it impossible to refute. Seeing that Qin Mo was really about to carry her out of the cave, Lin Wanqing bit her lip and gently tapped his chest with her hand. Then, she slightly raised her head, summoning her courage to lightly press her lips against his cheek, shyly blooming like a flower in its first bloom. It was both a compromise and an expression of emotion. Is that enough? Looking at Qin Mo's mischievous expression, which constantly tugged at Lin Wanqing's heartstrings, Qin Mo felt the warmth on his cheek and gently set Lin Wanqing down, but he didn't let go of her hand. That's more like it. Be careful, don't fall. Shortly after, Qin Mo escorted Lin Wanqing back to the medical room. Qin Mo couldn't stay long and had to leave. Lin Wanqing also sensed something unusual about her body and hurriedly looked for a pregnancy test. Seeing the 2 lines, she confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. No wonder she felt nauseous. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, still deep in thought when Chris heard that Lin Wanqing had been assigned to the 2nd floor and had encountered a riot. Chris took the initiative to find Lin Wanqing and happened to run into her. Faced with her sister's pressing questions, Lin Wanqing could only reveal the general situation. Chris gently walked to Lin Wanqing's side, her tone filled with concern. I'm straightforward, so don't take it the wrong way. Qin Mo is special and very likable. If you like him, I have no objections. Being with him is fine. But you need to understand what having a child means for you. Chris touched Lin Wanqing's hand. Having a child with a prisoner, do you know how much trouble that will bring you? Your future life and career will be affected. Listen to me. Terminate the pregnancy. Chris wanted Lin Wanqing to abort the child. However, Lin Wanqing's gaze was gentle as she touched her belly, and after a moment of contemplation, she gently shook her head. I know you're worried about me, but this isn't a simple choice for me. After all, it's a life. I really can't do it. No matter how the outside world sees it or what happens in the future, I'm willing to bear all the consequences. Chris was frustrated, but Lin Wanqing was also stubborn. Once she made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Looking at Lin Wanqing's determined eyes, Chris felt a mix of emotions. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly, her eyes flashing with pain. You're always so kind, but reality is cruel. Lin Wanqing held Chris's hand. I know this path isn't easy, but it's my choice. Knowing that Lin Wanqing had made up her mind, Chris could only respect her decision. As they left the room, Chris clenched her fists tightly. The image of Qin Mo appeared in her mind, and she wished she could tear him apart. That bastard, bullying Lin Mei is one thing, and now he's got her pregnant. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later. The secret passage to the women's prison on the 2nd floor had been sealed. Lin Wanqing was safely delivered by Qin Mo. Staying on the 2nd floor offered no benefits. If discovered by the guards, she would be punished. According to the rules, any prisoner changing floors needed to apply a tedious process. I need to get back quickly, Qin Mo thought to himself, needing to use the previous secret passage to return to the first floor. If discovered, he feared he would be in trouble again. After searching for Tian Dagwan without success, Shin Mo decided not to look for him anymore. He planned to retrace his steps back to the entrance of the tunnel. However, just as he returned to the entrance of the secret passage, he found it had been reinforced, the iron plate sealed tightly. Shin Mo cursed inwardly. Sure enough, several figures suddenly appeared behind him. "You've got quite the skills," the guard's stern voice rang out. "While others complain about living too short, you dare to run from the first floor to the second floor." Shin Mo turned around and saw Tian Dagwan already handcuffed, his head lowered. No wonder Shin Mo couldn't find him, he had been arrested. Shin Mo's gaze shot towards Tian Dagwan. Tian Dagwan sensed Shin Mo's fierce eyes and quickly tried to explain with his gaze that he hadn't betrayed him. Tian Dagwan was so anxious that he almost started dancing, fearing that Shin Mo would misunderstand him. Otherwise, once the punishment was over, Tian Dagwan would be in deep trouble. Shin Mo naturally understood Tian Dagwan's meaning. He had been on the second floor for quite some time, and many people had seen him. It was normal for someone to report him. Glancing over the numerous prison guards, Shin Mo could only accept the punishment with peace of mind. What punishment? Just say it. Shin Mo spread his palms, not intending to resist. The prison guards quickly surrounded Shin Mo, and one of them stepped forward and shook his head at Shin Mo. "You've got quite the resilience. The second floor has been in chaos for so long, yet you're still alive and kicking." The leading prison guard looked at Shin Mo with disdain and then waved his hand. "Bring him to the isolation cell, this time, lock him up for 3 months. Shin Mo was taken aback. Previously, when he killed someone, he was only locked up for 10 days. This time, it was a direct 3-month sentence. Before Shin Mo could say anything, he was dragged away by the guards and thrown back into the isolation cell. Shin Mo's mood was exceptionally heavy. The cramped space and dark environment were not the root of his gloom. Lin Wanqing had worked hard to get him a medical certificate, buying him 3 months' time. As a result, he would have to spend the next 3 months in this isolation cell. Once the 3 months were over, he would have to head to the 4th floor. Shin Mo couldn't help but curl his lips in frustration. Fortunately, his strength had improved. Even if he reached the 4th floor, he would have some ability to protect himself, so he wouldn't be easily killed. Upon arriving at the isolation cell, he found himself in the same old spot as last time. "You're back again?" There was no snoring from the next room. Instead, a question was raised. Hearing that familiar voice, Shin Mo knew that his neighbor was still the man-eating monster, Wei Chi Chang. "Yeah, I'm back. This time I'll be here longer. Maybe I can keep you company for a while." Shin Mo forced a smile, trying to make light of the situation. For the next 3 months, it seemed that only the man-eating monster Wei Chi Chang next door could chat with him and relieve his boredom. At that moment, Wei Chi Chang suddenly burst into laughter. "You're not simple, ha! It's only been a short time since we last met, and your cultivation has improved so quickly. You've already reached the peak of acquired realm. It seems you've had some adventures outside," Wei Chi Chang said without reservation, already calculating his own little schemes in his mind. His perverse desire to eat people seemed to be ingrained in his very genes. In Wei Chi Chang's eyes, those with high talent and strong power were the best delicacies, with taste and the energy within their bodies being exquisite dishes. Shin Mo was momentarily speechless. Previously, he had only reached the transformation stage, which was nothing in Wei Chi Chang's eyes. He didn't even qualify to be a snack. But now, with his cultivation at the peak of the acquired realm, he was just one step away from reaching the innate realm. This was a deadly temptation for Wei Chi Chang. "Once you reach the innate realm, I really want to taste your unique flavor." Wei Chi Chang expressed an intense interest in Shin Mo. Hearing this, Shin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, a bone-chilling sensation that made him shudder. Suddenly, Shin Mo snapped back to reality and temporarily suppressed his inner fear. "You're locked in the isolation cell. Even if I reach the innate realm in 3 months, you might not be able to find me." As Shin Mo spoke, he tried to relax, believing that Wei Chi Chang posed no significant threat to him. But Wei Chi Chang was unfazed and bluntly told Shin Mo otherwise. "About 3 months later, I will be going out." As soon as Wei Chi Chang said this, Shin Mo's expression turned serious. The opponent's strength was already formidable, and the people he consumed were basically innate-level experts. Once he set his sights on someone, there was basically no chance of escape. Once he left the confinement room, finding Shin Mo would be as easy as pie. Shin Mo swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat that had erupted on his forehead. Fortunately, his realm was only at the perfected acquired stage, and he had not truly stepped into the innate level. Otherwise, he would probably have already become food in Wei Chi Chang's mouth. However, what puzzled Shin Mo even more was how Wei Chi Chang could come out. Hadn't he consumed many people? Someone like him shouldn't be able to be released for a lifetime. The fact that he could still be alive and come out was incomprehensible to Qin Mo. Did you pay them off? Qin Mo tentatively asked, suspecting that Wei Chi Chang had bribed the prison guards with a large sum of money to be released. Wei Chi Chang chuckled, I don't have that kind of spare time. This made Qin Mo even more confused. Then why did they let you out after all you've done? Are they going to specially release you to eat people? Qin Mo's mind quickly sorted through the logic, as if trying to find a clue. Wei Chi Chang's actions had not been for just a day or two. To be able to commit such perverse acts of cannibalism, there must be a lot of people in the prison who were in the know. Yet, without Wei Chi Chang bribing the guards, there were still people willing to let him out. This was a form of tacit approval. What was the reason behind it? Wei Chi Chang paused, then spoke, shocking Qin Mo directly. Why? Wei Chi Chang chuckled lightly, because the guards of Shura Island don't care about the lives of the prisoners. They only care about one thing. Kid, do you think Shura Island is so bright, still protecting our lives as prisoners? Wei Chi Chang's tone was laced with sarcasm. Although Qin Mo couldn't see him, his tone was that of someone who had been through it, speaking to a junior. On Shura Island, the guards don't care about the lives of the prisoners. To them, we are merely movable tools. Qin Mo listened intently, while Wei Chi Chang continued. In their eyes, there is only this thing is more important than everything else. For prisoners like us, the meaning of living is to mine, to keep mining until the last bit of resentment is squeezed out. As for the death of one prisoner or two, to them, it's as simple as the death of an ant. As long as you have sufficient value, eating people is just a trivial matter. Listening to Wei Chi Chang's words, the blood in Qin Mo's chest surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, Qin Mo seemed to realize that the environment he was in was even more dire and hopeless than he had imagined. Although Wei Chi Chang's words were sharp and bitter, they seemed to expose the cruelty of the entire prison system. Just as Wei Chi Chang said, as long as it was beneficial to the higher-ups of Shura Island, anything could be done here. Wei Chi Chang's strength was terrifying. One person could even do the work of a dozen. Killing someone like him, or keeping him locked up here, was nothing short of a waste of resources. Only by continuously utilizing him could they keep extracting value from him. As for those who had been eaten by Wei Chi Chang, they could just turn a blind eye. Suddenly, Qin Mo thought of something and immediately asked Wei Chi Chang, what about the prisoners below the 4th level? Are they also mining black scale stones? Wei Chi Chang, upon hearing this, did not shy away at all. You're right, the prisoners below the 4th level are also mining the bodies of black dragon fossils. The 4th layer only excavates the fossils formed by the scales of the black dragon's outer layer, and the deeper you go, the more you encounter the internal structure of the black dragon's body. Wei Chi Chang had spent enough time on Shura Island to gather a wealth of information, much of which was inaccessible to others. However, the deeper you go, the stronger the toxicity becomes, requiring higher cultivation to withstand its poison. Qin Mo's heart was already filled with shock. If what Wei Chi Chang said was true, this dragon's size was beyond imagination. It was precisely because of the fossils left by this black dragon after its death that the main structure of this prison was built. But what was the purpose of all this? What secrets were hidden within? Qin Mo pondered for a moment, a cloud of doubt looming in his heart. Wei Chi Chang, what do you think is hidden on Shura Island? Why is the fossil of this black dragon being continuously excavated? Why is it given such importance that a massive prison system was constructed, constantly sending people here? In an instant, countless mysteries surrounded Qin Mo. Wei Chi Chang squinted slightly, seemingly lost in thought as well. Secrets? Wei Chi Chang didn't think too much about it. His mind wasn't particularly sharp. As long as his needs were met here, that was enough. Seemingly resonating with Qin Mo, he spoke casually. There are too many versions of the Black Dragon's secret. Some say the Black Dragon is a fossil left by ancient divine beings, containing endless treasures within its body, while others say the Black Dragon's body connects to other places, and mastering the secret key within can grant infinite supreme power, and so on. Anyway, as long as you want to inquire, you can always hear different versions, but none of them seem to have been verified. But there's no need to think too much. For prisoners like us, living well and doing what we want while we're alive is enough. Qin Mo nodded silently. Indeed, as Wei Chi Chang said, he was merely a cultivator of acquired realm. Wanting to understand all the secrets of the prison was akin to a fantasy. However, the information he learned from Wei Chi Chang gave Qin Mo a deeper understanding of Shura Island. On the other side, the master of the 4th layer, Iron Mad Blade, was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, with a shocking trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long whip of the black gold messenger continued to strike him relentlessly. With each crack of the whip, a new raw mark would appear on Iron Mad Blade's body. Facing the lashes from the black gold messenger, Iron Mad Blade offered no resistance, only silently enduring. "Please, give me another chance." Iron Mad Blade's voice trembled, each word accompanied by heavy gasps, a plea squeezed from the depths of his soul. In front of outsiders, he was so glorious, so proud. The master of the Black Stone Gate was someone who would never bow to others. Yet before the Black Gold Group, he was like a dog. Failing to complete the assigned task meant enduring excruciating physical punishment. Upon hearing this, the messenger threw the long whip to the ground. The boots thudded against the concrete floor, sounding as if they were stepping on Iron Mad Blade's heart. The Black Gold Messenger stopped in front of Iron Mad Blade, looking down at the master of the Black Stone Gate with an exceptionally flat tone. "A chance? Did I not give you a chance? You wasted it." The Black Gold Messenger, dressed in black like a ghost, especially with eyes resembling two cold stars in an abyss, stared at Iron Mad Blade. Iron Mad Blade gritted his teeth against his injuries. He had thought that sending his capable subordinate Ing Tai, according to his plan, would be able to kill Qin Mo, but he never expected that he would receive news just now. Ing Tai actually died. Moreover, he was killed by Qin Mo himself. This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. At the same time, the 10-day deadline given to him by the Black Gold Messenger had also arrived. Tai Kwangdao clenched his fists. "Give me another 10 days. Within 10 days, I will definitely complete the task and present Qin Mo's head to you, Messenger." Tai Kwangdao's desperate roar was his final struggle against fate. Otherwise, he would be useless to the Black Gold Group. The master of the Black Stone Gate said he would change immediately. As soon as Tai Kwangdao's words fell, the Black Gold Messenger's hand clutched tightly around Tai Kwangdao's neck, making him feel suffocated. 3 days. This is your final deadline. Complete the task, and you can continue to be the master of the 4th level. If you still can't do it, you can prepare to apologize. After saying this, the Black Gold Messenger released his grip and turned to leave. In the dim light, only Tai Kwangdao was left alone. Only 3 days left. 3 days was Tai Kwangdao's final deadline. If it weren't for the Black Gold Messenger showing mercy, Tai Kwangdao would probably have already met a tragic end. Tai Kwangdao tightly clenched his fists, his eyes revealing boundless killing intent, silently reciting a name. "Qin Mo, I will kill you." Tai Kwangdao dragged his wounded body back to his residence, each step feeling particularly heavy. After quickly circulating his energy and using some medicine to treat his wounds, he changed into a brand new outfit. "Qin Mo, this time, I will take action myself. You absolutely cannot escape." Stabilizing his injuries, Tai Kwangdao's eyes flashed with extraordinary determination. For Tai Kwangdao, he had only 3 days left. If he did not kill Qin Mo within these 3 days, he would be the one to die. At such a critical moment, Tai Kwangdao could no longer trust the useless subordinates under him. If they messed up again, it would be his own death. Therefore, he planned to take action himself this time. "Report to the master that kid has been put in solitary confinement, truly asking for it." A subordinate from the Black Stone Gate conveyed the information he had gathered. Tai Kwangdao waved his hand to dismiss him. "Solitary confinement, this is indeed a good opportunity." Tai Kwangdao muttered to himself, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Originally, Tai Kwangdao was still thinking about how to temporarily leave the 4th level and head to the 1st level. Now it seemed much simpler. After making preparations, Tai Kwangdao dressed up the next day and blended into the crowd of prisoners. After drinking, he acted like a drunken man, his behavior becoming particularly flamboyant and provocative. Each prisoner had a bad temper, only recognizing fists and not reason. In just a few exchanges, Tai Kwangdao got into a verbal spat with others, starting to curse. Before long, they began to shove each other. They were just a step away from a full-blown fight. "Stop it, stop it." At this moment, a guard appeared, just as Tai Kwangdao had anticipated, to intervene. "This is not a place for you to fight. If you want to brawl, do it in your cells." The guard did not want to add trouble for himself. At this moment, Tai Kwangdao took advantage of the opportunity when the guard was distracted by the drunkenness, and with one punch, he struck the unsuspecting guard. The movement was swift and precise, but at the last moment, he still held back his strength to avoid causing too much harm. "What the hell? Dare to meddle in my business?" Tai Kwangdao acted like a mad, drunken giant. He provocatively shouted to intentionally anger the other party. The guard, inexplicably hit by this punch, naturally could not let Tai Kwangdao go. "You have some guts." The guard covered his face and immediately blew the whistle around his neck. Before long, nearly 7 or 8 people rushed over and surrounded Tai Kwangdao in the middle. "Get him!" As they spoke, a few quickly subdued Tai Kwangdao. "Beast, give him a good beating." The leading guard couldn't swallow his anger and called over a few other guard brothers to punch and kick Tai Kwangdao. Tai Kwangdao quickly covered his face, curling up and enduring the rain of fists falling upon him. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! It hurts!" Just when Tai Kwangdao thought they would lock him in the isolation cell, The leading guard waved his hand. Thanks, you can go back now. These prisoners deserve a beating. Just give him a good thrashing. Generally, only those with bad behavior would be sent to the isolation cell. Seeing such a good opportunity slipping away, Tai Kwangdo immediately jumped up again. He kicked the leading guard right in the backside. Useless! You bunch of useless people. In an instant, this completely infuriated the guards. The few guards who had planned to leave surrounded him again and began to punch and kick Tai Kwangdo. Crouched up, Tai Kwangdo immediately showed an extremely frightened expression in tone. Don't put me in the isolation cell. No, no. After the leading guard beat Tai Kwangdo, he directly lifted him up. No, I insist. He landed a heavy punch on Tai Kwangdo's stomach and then tossed him to a few guards under him. You've got some guts. Daring to attack a guard, if this isn't dealt with severely, won't it turn the world upside down? Lock him in the isolation cell for a few days first. Saying this, the guards escorted Tai Kwangdo towards the isolation cell. Tai Kwangdo finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After taking 2 beatings, it wasn't in vain. On the way, Tai Kwangdo pretended to be scared, feigning drunkenness, staggering a few steps from time to time. In reality, he was secretly observing the surrounding environment, calculating his next plan. Suddenly, he saw an isolation cell that had just been used. Tai Kwangdo immediately acted drunk. Throw him in there. The leading guard tossed Tai Kwangdo into a small, dark compartment. Right next door was the isolation cell where Chin Mo was located. Once in the isolation cell, Tai Kwangdo immediately pressed against the cold stone wall, his ear against the wall, carefully listening to the movements next door. With his innate level of cultivation, all his attention was focused on his ears. The breathing and footsteps from next door were all detected by Tai Kwangdo. Postnatal realm, heavy footsteps. It should be Chin Mo. While staying in the isolation cell, Tai Kwangdo stroked his chin. Everything was part of his plan. Generally, people locked in the isolation cell cannot be released. But there are special circumstances. If someone feels unwell or is sick, once confirmed by the guards, the patient will be taken to the nearby medical room for a short rest based on their actual condition. Only if necessary will a doctor be called. In Tai Kwangdo's plan, before being locked in the isolation cell for beating the guards, he had already bribed a guard in the isolation cell. Tai Kwangdo stayed in the isolation cell for about an hour when he heard movement outside the door. Soon after, the door was opened. A guard walked in. It was Zhao Sun, the guard Tai Kwangdo had bribed before. Tai Kwangdo cleared his throat and then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handing it over with fluid movements. There was a hint of casual intimacy. Brother Zhao, have a smoke to relax, don't be so tense. Zhao Sun, a middle-aged man, looked haggard, feeling suffocated by the burdens of life. Being involved in a deal with Tai Kwangdo made him somewhat nervous. Zhao Sun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took the cigarette from the other person. What is it? Just say it directly, don't make it too difficult for me. Tai Kwangdo hooked his arm around Zhao Sun's shoulder. You need to slip something into the food of the guy next door. As soon as Tai Kwangdo's words fell, Zhao Sun immediately thought of murder. I can't do anything about killing someone, that would cost me my head. If someone dies in our isolation room under unclear circumstances, the investigation will definitely lead back to me, and then I'll lose my job. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun's face changed drastically, and he shook his head repeatedly. He absolutely could not do such a thing. Seeing the other person's refusal, Tai Kwangdo did not threaten him. Tai Kwangdo had already figured out Zhao Sun's background. Zhao prison guard. I've heard that your family is in some trouble. Your elderly mother needs a considerable amount for medical expenses, urgently needing treatment. As long as you help me with this, I'll give you 500,000 right away. After hearing this, Zhao Sun hesitated a bit. Tai Kwangdo had considerable influence in the prison, with complex connections. His background had long been investigated by him. However, Zhao Sun had never committed murder and was utterly afraid to do so. If discovered, he would lose his position, which would be a disaster for his family. Seeing that Zhao Sun still refused to agree, Tai Kwangdo immediately loosened his bottom line. How about this? I won't ask you to kill anyone. You just need to put some laxative in Chin Mo's food, and when he feels unwell, take him to the medical room. I'll handle the rest myself. As long as you help me with this, once it's done, the 500,000 cash will be transferred to you immediately, and your mother's medical expenses will be covered. Zhao Sun's body visibly trembled. His mother's illness had always been a major concern for him. That 500,000 was like a lifeline for him. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Sun finally sighed, all right, just this once. Tai Kwangdo nodded in satisfaction, took out a bottle from his pocket, which contained some laxative, and handed it to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun took the bottle, his hands trembling slightly, but he still needed to do this. Putting it in the food is a bit difficult. In the isolation room, we only have steamed buns for every meal, it would be too easy to be discovered. I have some coffee here, strong in flavor, I can send it over now. Tai Kwangdao waved his hand. That's fine, just get him to the medical room. The isolation room was almost devoid of light, and Chin Mo sat on the bed, bored and lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard a noise from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Want some coffee? No one responded. Knock, knock, knock. Do you want coffee? Still, no one answered. After a while, someone finally knocked on Chin Mo's isolation room door. Brother, want some coffee? Hearing someone outside asking, Chin Mo walked to the iron door and knocked in response. Coffee? In the next second, Zhao Sun opened the ventilated iron window. Although it was small, he could clearly see the other person. It was a middle-aged prison guard, with a somewhat unnatural smile on his face. This person was Zhao Sun, holding a tray with several cups of coffee, still steaming. I just brewed some coffee. Want to give it a try? Seeing Chin Mo's puzzled expression, Zhao Sun casually added, it's boring in the isolation room. A cup of coffee can help wake you up. To avoid appearing too deliberate, Zhao Sun had knocked on the doors of nearly everyone locked in isolation. Out of so many cups of coffee, only one had been taken and drunk. His ultimate goal was still Chin Mo, as designated by Tai Kwangdao. Poisoning the food was too obvious, and Zhao Sun couldn't go to the kitchen. Sprinkling powder on the steamed buns would be immediately noticeable. The coffee had a strong flavor, and even if a little extra was sprinkled in, it was undetectable. Have the meals improved? Chin Mo looked up, staring at Zhao Sun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why had he never seen such treatment before? He could even drink coffee. Coffee was a rare commodity in prison. Most people couldn't even get a taste. Chin Mo's puzzled gaze was fixed on Zhao Sun, but being in the isolation cell was incredibly boring. The only food available every day was steamed buns, leaving his mouth feeling bland and tasteless. Looking at the coffee in Zhao Sun's hand, Chin Mo couldn't remember the last time he had had coffee. He reached out, about to take it, but then thought of something. His hand paused in the air, a flash of caution crossing his mind. This coffee wouldn't have any problems, would it? Chin Mo looked at Zhao Sun warily. One must always be on guard. Zhao Sun's heart tightened, the smile on his face becoming even more rigid, and at that moment, he suddenly had a clever idea. What are you joking about? I bought this coffee myself, how could there be a problem? Saying this, Zhao Sun immediately took a sip from one of the cups. The taste is quite authentic. Seeing Chin Mo still looking doubtful, Zhao Sun quickly found a reason. Which of us in isolation isn't a person of significance? We're all human too. Building good relationships is the way to go. Zhao Sun gave Chin Mo a meaningful glance. Chin Mo then realized with a smile that Zhao Sun was quite resourceful. Those who could be put in isolation were certainly not lacking in strength. Although the prison guards and inmates stood on opposite sides, guards managing inmates, and inmates being managed, if a good relationship could be established between the two, the guards would find it much easier to operate within the prison. Chin Mo immediately took the coffee. You're quite thoughtful. He didn't drink it right away but first sniffed it. There was no strange odor. Zhao Sun's heart raced, his palms sweating. He was afraid Chin Mo would notice something. It had been a long time since Chin Mo had tasted this, and he immediately began to savor it. Chin Mo gave Zhao Sun a thumbs up. The taste is pretty good. Perhaps it was because Chin Mo hadn't had this in so long. It felt like a delicacy. Suddenly smiling made Zhao Sun's anxious heart finally settle down. After finishing one cup, Chin Mo immediately asked for another. Zhao Sun handed him another cup, and Chin Mo quickly finished it. He was still planning to ask for more. Zhao Sun awkwardly waved his hand. There are still some others. If you drink it all, that wouldn't be good. Zhao Sun smiled awkwardly at Chin Mo. Chin Mo could only helplessly pout. Being able to taste coffee in the isolation cell was a stroke of luck. Putting on a full act, Zhao Sun sequentially asked the others in the isolation cells if they needed coffee. After finishing, Zhao Sun paced anxiously outside the isolation cell. Occasionally, he peeked through the small window to spy on Chin Mo's movements inside. He was eager to see the effects of the coffee once it entered Chin Mo's stomach. Time passed second by second. Zhao Sun was like an ant on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. Inside the isolation cell, Chin Mo felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he leisurely did some simple exercises. After drinking the coffee, Chin Mo felt refreshed, with a sense of boundless energy. It was just a pity he had to stay in this cramped isolation cell. If only he could go out and stretch his legs. Over an hour passed, and Zhao Sun still hadn't noticed any abnormalities in Chin Mo. Sweat began to bead on Zhao Sun's forehead as he muttered to himself, "Is this guy's stomach made of iron? How come there's no reaction at all?" Zhao Sun scratched his head, his expression conflicted, as an intense inner struggle unfolded within him. If this medicine doesn't work, we'll have to come up with another plan. If we can't get Qin Mo out, Tai Quangdao will definitely not give that 500,000 to Zhao Sun. Then his mother's surgery fees will absolutely not be covered. Zhao Sun wandered around, pretending to be concerned as he walked towards the door of Qin Mo's confinement room. He looked through the iron bars into the room. Oh, still boxing? Hearing the noise, Qin Mo stopped and walked to the door, seeing the same brother who had just brought him coffee. It's rare to have coffee in a confinement room. Qin Mo had some good feelings towards Zhao Sun. I'm just a bit bored, so I'm boxing to pass the time, Qin Mo said with a smile, but at that moment, Zhao Sun suddenly froze while looking at Qin Mo. Then Zhao Sun began his serious act. Do you feel unwell? Ha! Qin Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily, squinting at Zhao Sun, then patted his own body. Not at all, Qin Mo said sincerely. He looked at himself, his limbs were intact, strong and healthy, with no discomfort whatsoever. Zhao Sun swallowed hard. I think you are a bit unwell. Listening to Zhao Sun's strange words made Qin Mo feel uneasy. How could I not know if I'm feeling unwell? Qin Mo cupped his hands towards Zhao Sun. Don't worry, I'm in great health. Seeing that Qin Mo was not taking the bait, Zhao Sun pretended to be professional. You might not realize it yourself, but I've been here for so many years, and I have a deep understanding of physical ailments. Saying this, Zhao Sun picked up a very rough stethoscope and pretended to examine Qin Mo through the window. After looking, he glanced around at Qin Mo's complexion. After doing all this, he dramatically said, after my careful observation, you are ill, and it's quite serious. Qin Mo chuckled lightly, not wanting to argue with Zhao Sun, but rather found it boring. At this moment, he cooperated with Zhao Sun's questioning. Then tell me, what illness do I have? If you're deliberately cursing me with an illness, I might get angry. Zhao Sun insisted that Qin Mo was unwell and even sick. Qin Mo felt nothing at all, and with Zhao Sun's serious demeanor, he wanted to ask him what exactly was wrong with him. Suddenly asked, Zhao Sun froze for a second, then after a flicker in his eyes, he said seriously to Qin Mo, after my careful observation, you should have acute freedom deficiency syndrome. Qin Mo scratched his head immediately. Is there such a disease? I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Qin Mo stared at Zhao Sun. Listening to him talk about such a strange illness sounded so odd. Many medical conditions have bizarre names. Qin Mo only understood a few like typhoid fever. He didn't know much about other diseases. This can't be fake. Zhao Sun clapped his hands. This kind of illness is quite common in our confinement room. When it gets serious, it can harm oneself, and in severe cases, it can lead to self-harm, which is very dangerous. Hearing Zhao Sun say this, Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Although it sounded absurd, it also seemed somewhat reasonable. Staying in such a small confinement room, feeling stifled, was quite uncomfortable. For someone as lively and active as Qin Mo, wouldn't he be suffocated? So, this illness sounds quite serious. Is there any treatment? At this moment, Qin Mo surprisingly asked for advice from Zhao Sun, who was not a professional at all. Seeing that Qin Mo finally caught on, Zhao Sun felt a sense of relief. At the same time, Zhao Sun seemed to be filled with the joy of impending success. The treatment method is very simple. This disease is caused by a lack of freedom. If you go outside for a bit and supplement your freedom factor, it will promote physical and mental well-being, preventing the condition from worsening. I simply call it, Zhao Sun paused, the freedom therapy. He then leaned in close to Qin Mo, feigning mystery. For your condition, you just need to walk more. You're lucky to have met someone as kind-hearted as me, otherwise, most people wouldn't let you out for fresh air, even if you were seriously ill. As he spoke, Zhao Sun eagerly picked up the key to Qin Mo's confinement room and with a click, unlocked it. I'm letting you out for humanitarian reasons. Remember to go to the medical room and relax. If you wander off and get caught, it won't be good. Qin Mo was left in a daze. He hadn't even stepped out of the confinement room, yet Zhao Sun had pulled him out. Hurry up! Qin Mo was bewildered. He turned back to look at Zhao Sun, who was signaling him to move quickly, as if genuinely afraid that Qin Mo's acute freedom deficiency syndrome would flare up. How absurd! Was it Qin Mo who was sick, or was it this prison guard named Zhao Sun? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Although everything felt somewhat nonsensical, even absurd, he was at least out of the confinement room and could wander outside. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity for fresh air. Alright, since Officer Zhao has said so, I'll follow the medical advice and take a stroll. To avoid causing trouble for Zhao Sun, Qin Mo decided to wander casually but ultimately planned to head to the medical room. Meanwhile, Tai Quangdao immediately pretended to be ill as well. A heavy cough echoed throughout the confinement room, his acting quite convincing. Under Zhao Sun's careful arrangement, Tai Quangdao also exited the confinement room. As soon as Qin Mo arrived at the medical room, he immediately noticed another figure. It was a coincidental encounter with Tai Quangdao. Stay here and don't make a fuss, I'll find a doctor for you in a bit. With that, the other guards left, leaving only Qin Mo and Tai Guangdao in the medical room. The moment Tai Guangdao saw Qin Mo, he revealed a particularly smug smile. Finally, he had met Qin Mo. Didn't expect to run into me here, did you? At the same time, Qin Mo became alert, watching Tai Guangdao closely. Tai Guangdao kept staring at him, his gaze fierce and filled with a strong killing intent. Qin Mo took a few steps back, maintaining some distance, but Tai Guangdao didn't seem in a hurry. I am Tai Guangdao, the leader of the Black Stone Gate. Tai Guangdao directly revealed his identity. He sat down on a chair in the medical room, adopting a rather lazy posture. A smug smile hung on his lips, as if everything was under his control. Qin Mo. Tai Guangdao called out Qin Mo's name, leisurely crossing his legs, as if dealing with someone like Qin Mo was beneath him. But to ensure nothing went wrong, a powerful innate realm expert like him had to deal with such a small fry. Look at your current situation. How is it? Everything is in my hands, Tai Guangdao said disdainfully, his words dripping with provocation. He lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, producing a dull sound. You are the mouse in my hand, and I am the cat. Whenever I want you to die, you will die. Tai Guangdao was exceptionally confident. Qin Mo, however, did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze swept over Tai Guangdao, and then a faint smile appeared on his lips, as if mocking Tai Guangdao's arrogance. Tai Guangdao? I remember now, the one on the second floor, Ying Tai, is your subordinate, right? And the 3 warriors sent from the first floor before, should they also be your masterpieces? Qin Mo shook his head. Your judgment in choosing people as the gatekeeper is really poor. Time and again you failed, and Ying Tai was directly turned into a meat pie by me. Qin Mo's faint smile seemed to be the greatest mockery of Tai Guangdao. Speaking of those subordinates, it was precisely because they were ineffective that Tai Guangdao ended up being beaten up by the Black Gold Messenger. The injuries on his body had not yet fully healed. Naturally, Tai Guangdao did not dare to attribute this matter to the Black Gold Messenger. Instead, he placed all the grievances on Qin Mo, believing everything was because of him. If it weren't for Qin Mo, he wouldn't have been beaten up, nor would he have faced death threats. I'm really curious, where does your confidence come from? Tai Guangdao's expression darkened as he looked at Qin Mo, who showed no fear, and he regarded him with a bit more respect. Qin Mo twisted his neck. Just because we met in the same room, you think you can control me? No wonder the Black Stone Gate is filled with idiots like you. A cowardly soldier leads a cowardly bunch. It turns out their gatekeeper is just as foolish. Tai Guangdao was not particularly angry. Instead, he merely thought Qin Mo was bluffing. Underrate me, Tai Guangdao. Tai Guangdao unconsciously mocked himself. Although in front of those big shots, he was like a dog, he believed he still had enough confidence to handle Qin Mo. Ignorant child, underestimating the power of the Black Gold Group is akin to seeking your own death. I am already standing right in front of you. Tai Guangdao shook his body and bluntly told Qin Mo, I'm not afraid to tell you that I possess mid-stage innate cultivation. You cannot be my opponent. Just commit suicide. If I make a move, I will make your death excruciating. I have diligently practiced my swordsmanship, able to strike my enemies 360 times without killing them, slicing their flesh piece by piece until they bleed dry and die. Qin Mo's gaze locked onto Tai Guangdao, radiating a cold light, as if it were the icy point of a glacier. Is that so? I have a very stubborn temper, typical of someone who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. I'm actually looking forward to how you will make me suffer, how you will cut my flesh. Qin Mo seemed to truly disregard the gatekeeper of the Black Stone Gate. Tai Guangdao no longer treated him politely. Kid, seeking death. Ignorant child, today I will let you witness the might of my iron hand blade. Tai Guangdao could no longer contain the anger in his heart, leaping up, his hands transforming into sharp blades. The air seemed to be sliced with a whistling sound, carrying an unprecedented killing intent, rushing towards Qin Mo. Die! Tai Guangdao shouted, his hands transformed into blades gleaming with sharpness. He continuously approached Qin Mo, aiming directly at his vital points. This move contained his thick innate internal power, let alone those in the acquired realm. Even innate experts would find it hard to resist easily. At this moment, however, Qin Mo remained calm. The true energy within him surged, and a faint golden sheen began to appear on his skin. Golden Bell Shield. Tai Guangdao's blade struck Qin Mo as if hitting a copper wall or iron bastion. All that could be heard were ding-ding sounds, sparks flying, yet it could not shake Qin Mo in the slightest. Your little tricks are nothing to me. Qin Mo's tone carried a hint of disdain, but he did not retaliate. Instead, he was accumulating thick power within. If you can't even break through my defense, how can you talk about killing me? The Golden Bell Shield is a self-strengthening defensive technique, providing 360-degree defense without dead angles. How easy is it to crack? However, while the Golden Bell Shield's defense is strong, it is not flawless. There are indeed ways to break through. The human body has 362 acupoints, and the method to unlock them lies within. Only by striking the fatal acupoint that causes Qin Mo to exhale can one use skill to break through Qin Mo's golden bell shield. Otherwise, one would need nearly dozens of times the strength to force a miracle and break the golden bell shield. However, it was clear that the iron mad blade before him, despite his strong power, completely misunderstood the key to the golden bell shield. His wild strikes against Qin Mo looked impressive but caused no harm whatsoever. After failing to land a hit, Iron Mad Blade's attacks became even more ferocious, with knife shadows densely packed, attempting to win through sheer numbers. Yet all of this was futile in front of Qin Mo's golden bell shield. How is this possible? Iron Mad Blade found it hard to believe. How can your defense be so strong? With his own mid-stage innate cultivation, he was unable to inflict any damage on Qin Mo. Iron Mad Blade struck again with a palm against Qin Mo. Qin Mo immediately used the force from the attack to rebound, sending Iron Mad Blade staggering back 4 or 5 steps before he gradually eased his strength. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Qin Mo's true energy surged like a rushing river, gathering between his palms. 18 palms of the dragon. The divine dragon swings its tail. Qin Mo murmured softly, swiftly changing his technique. With a slight movement, an overwhelming momentum suddenly rose. His palms flew, and a wave of energy, as if solid, erupted with the sound of a dragon's roar. The palm force was naturally formed, incredibly thick, and surged towards Iron Mad Blade. Iron Mad Blade's pupils constricted as he felt an unprecedented crisis in his life. I'll block it. Iron Mad Blade exerted all his strength, condensing the remaining inner power within his body into his hands, transforming it into an illusory shield, attempting to withstand Qin Mo's devastating strike. However, the 18 palms of the dragon was a heavenly level technique. Having cultivated it to the maximum level, Qin Mo's mastery of the palm technique had reached the pinnacle. The seemingly simple and unadorned palm technique combined hardness and softness, blending strength and gentleness, achieving a terrifying level of destructive power. The moment Qin Mo's palm force reached Iron Mad Blade, he realized how weak his defense was in front of Qin Mo. A thunderous boom echoed as Iron Mad Blade was sent flying by Qin Mo's immense palm force, crashing into the wall of the medical room. He then fell heavily to the ground. Put! Iron Mad Blade spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The reason Iron Mad Blade was so easily defeated by Qin Mo was that he was unarmed and his injuries had not healed at all. Otherwise, he could have held his ground against Qin Mo for a while. Of course, if Qin Mo also had innate cultivation, that last strike would have been enough to shatter Iron Mad Blade's internal organs. Iron Mad Blade struggled to get up from the ground, disbelief filling his eyes. At this moment, he could no longer care about his image as the leader of the Black Stone Gate. Surviving was the priority. Help! Someone come, help! If no one comes soon, I'm going to be killed. Iron Mad Blade, in a state of disarray, cried out urgently. While shouting, he fled in panic. As long as the prison guards arrived, Iron Mad Blade would have a chance to save his life. Help! Iron Mad Blade was running with all his might, his heart racing wildly in his chest, pumping blood to sustain the strength he needed. His wounds mixed with sweat, but he could no longer care about the pain. If he slowed down even a little, he might give Qin Mo the chance to catch him and kill him. Thinking of escaping? It's not that easy. Qin Mo's voice spread out like the scythe of death. Since the other party had come with the intent to kill Qin Mo, he would never let them go if given the chance. Once the prison guards arrived, Qin Mo would lose the opportunity to eliminate Iron Mad Blade. Qin Mo was also pursuing with all his might. Where do you think you're going? Tai Quangdao, in a panic, fled to the door of a confinement room. Exhausted, he turned back in despair, ready to fight Qin Mo to the death. I'll fight you to the end. Just then, a hand effortlessly tore the heavy iron door apart like a piece of paper, followed by a loud crash. Before Tai Quangdao could react, a scarred arm yanked him inside. He was dragged into the dark confinement room. Inside, it was pitch black, and a pair of eyes glimmered with a beast-like light in the darkness. Tai Quangdao, terrified, wanted to scream for help but only managed a short gasp. Followed by a violent scream. The sound was completely drowned out by a series of gnawing noises. Delicious, really delicious. I haven't tasted such fresh blood in a long time. So sweet, so sweet. When Qin Mo arrived at the door of the confinement room, only the earlier screams echoed in his ears. This confinement room was right next to his own. The person inside was the man-eating monster, Wei Chi Chang. Through the iron door, Qin Mo could see some torn clothes on the ground, a pool of blood, and a man gnawing on bones. Want to try some? I told you before, I can share a leg with you, Wei Chi Chang said, glancing at Qin Mo at the door, then shaking the thick leg bone in his hand. Seeing such a bloody scene, Qin Mo suppressed his horror and silently shook his head. Not interested. Seeing that Qin Mo didn't want any, Wei Chi-chang immediately began to devour his meal again. Having not tasted human delicacies for a long time, Wei Chi-chang was particularly joyful as he ate. In the blink of an eye, only a lonely skeleton remained. Wei Chi-chang slowly stood up, licking the blood from his hands, as if still savoring the taste. Suddenly, his dark eyes shot towards Qin Mo. Qin Mo shivered all over. Being targeted by such a monster made it impossible for him to remain calm. Wei Chi-chang's lips curled up. You really pique my interest more and more. To think that someone at the postnatal level could defeat a congenital level powerhouse is truly surprising and tantalizing. Wei Chi-chang swallowed hard, and Qin Mo couldn't help but take a step back. He chuckled lightly, although it was a very eerie laugh. There was a hint of ease in his tone. Don't be nervous, your cultivation hasn't reached the congenital level yet. Eating you now would be a waste of the most delicious food in the world, so I won't eat you. But your body, I've already reserved it in advance. Wei Chi-chang laughed heartily, and after eating his fill, he had no intention of leaving, lying down in the confinement room, planning to take a nice long nap. Qin Mo felt a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head. In Wei Chi-chang's eyes, the door of the confinement room was as good as non-existent. He could leave any time he wanted. Qin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had to either refrain from advancing to the congenital level for now or be strong enough to fight Wei Chi-chang. Tai Quangdao is just a waste. That self-righteous guy wasted so much of my time, failing to eliminate Qin Mo, and instead became someone else's meal. It's simply disappointing. The Black Gold Messenger scolded Tai Quangdao. If the headquarters of the Black Gold Group knew how absurd the situation was, they would also face punishment. The Black Gold Messenger paced back and forth, thinking for a while, then slowly spoke. A waste is a waste. Wasting more time is pointless. That kid Qin Mo does have some trouble. I can only call upon stronger pieces to take action. The Black Gold Messenger personally went to the 4th level, where at the end of a winding path, there was a room decorated with various peculiar musical instruments. Even before arriving, strange melodies could be heard echoing from within. At that moment, the Black Gold Messenger knocked on the door, which opened automatically. The other party had their eyes closed, their fingertips dancing on an ordinary-looking jade flute that emanated an eerie glow. The melody was bizarre, sometimes like a gentle spring breeze, and at other times as piercing as a cold wind. The air around them stirred restlessly under the influence of the strange melody, twisting and entangling repeatedly. The Black Gold Messenger cleared his throat softly, interrupting the eerie tune. The other party slowly opened their eyes, a hint of languor in their gaze. Did the messenger come from afar to hear my solo? Or is there something interesting? The one who spoke was one of the strongest individuals on the 4th level, the master of the Black Wind Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Shu Di. Shu Di was born with an artistic flair, but he regarded killing as an art form, viewing his music as the soul's eccentricity. Possessing innate perfection in his cultivation, combined with an artist's heart, he had a peculiar temperament yet was ruthless. In the 4th level, or rather throughout the entire prison, he was a unique presence. The Black Gold Messenger did not hesitate, instead placing all the information about Qin Mo and the sincerity of the Black Gold Group on the table. Help me kill this person. Shu Di leisurely took the documents, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He then turned his gaze to the Black Gold Messenger. This guy is indeed a troublesome matter, like a discordant note disrupting your symphony. Shu Di chuckled, since you are so sincere, let my music draw a splendid rest for him, shall we? The Black Gold Messenger paused for a moment. As long as you can kill him, there will be other generous rewards. Deal. Shu Di smiled elegantly. Would you like to hear my latest composition? As he spoke, the Black Gold Messenger quickly shook his head. No need, I have other matters to attend to. The Black Gold Messenger hurriedly left, and Shu Di glanced at him, disdainfully saying, these people who don't understand music. Rude. Members of the investigation team were seated around a long table, with someone quickly recording notes while also using some recording equipment. Qin Mo sat opposite them, calmly answering their questions. The lead investigator was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Qin Mo, we received a report. You had a conflict with Iron Mad Blade near the confinement room. Please describe what the situation was like at that time. Originally, both Qin Mo and Iron Mad Blade were in the confinement room. Suddenly, they both left the confinement room and started fighting. In the end, Iron Mad Blade was forcibly taken down by Wei Chi next door. This incident caused quite a stir, prompting the higher-ups to send an investigation team to look into it. Qin Mo slightly adjusted his sitting posture and then replied, that day I was in the confinement room, and I don't know how it happened, but Iron Mad Blade barged in. He deliberately provoked me, stirring up trouble. I had no intention of fighting him, but his attack was too sudden, and I could only defend myself. The investigator paused. Are you saying Iron Mad Blade charged directly into your confinement room? Is that correct? Qin Mo nodded. The investigator took a deep breath and then pressed on. So how did Iron Mad Blade get out of the confinement room? How did your confinement room door open? Was there a guard involved? A series of probing questions seemed aimed at interrupting Chin Mo's train of thought. Chin Mo fell silent for a moment before responding. I don't really know what the situation was at the time. I just remember the door suddenly opened, and Tai Kwangdao barged in. Whether there were prison guards helping or who helped, I honestly didn't pay attention. Chin Mo replied calmly, but the investigator still wore a skeptical expression. However, Chin Mo didn't care at all. Now that Tai Kwangdao was dead and gone, no one could testify. They didn't directly question him but continued to probe. So why do you think Tai Kwangdao suddenly attacked you? As far as I know, Tai Kwangdao was an inmate on the 4th floor. There shouldn't be any grievances between you, right? Chin Mo shrugged. Although I have no personal vendetta against him, it might be related to the Black Gold. Just as he was about to mention the Black Gold group, the investigator interrupted him. All right, I understand. They seemed unwilling to mention the Black Gold group. After casually asking Chin Mo some irrelevant questions, the members of the investigation team exchanged glances, collected all the evidence, and organized it into a folder. We have understood this matter clearly and will ensure the safety and order of the prison. If you think of anything or have any leads, please notify us in a timely manner. Saying this, he waved his hand, and soon after, the prison guard took Chin Mo back to the isolation cell. The guard escorting Chin Mo back was Zhao Sun. Upon entering the isolation cell, Zhao Sun lowered his voice, filled with gratitude. I really don't know how to thank you. Zhao Sun felt a bit guilty, but his eyes were full of appreciation. You helped me cover up the past. I will remember this favor. As long as Chin Mo casually mentioned Zhao Sun, an investigation would be initiated. Even if Zhao Sun wasn't stripped of his position, he would definitely lose it. At that point, he would lose his stable job, let alone support his family. Chin Mo smiled and patted Zhao Sun's shoulder. It's in the past, don't worry about it. But since you say that, I do have something I want you to help with. Zhao Sun immediately said upon hearing this. Don't say it's just one thing. As long as it's something I can do, I won't refuse. However, Zhao Sun's tone suddenly softened, about violating the rules of the Shura path. That. Chin Mo smiled. Don't worry, I won't make you do anything against the rules. Hearing this, Zhao Sun felt completely at ease. Just go ahead and say it. There's a female guard among you called Chris. I want to see her. Can you help me call her? Zhao Sun's expression stiffened. This woman had quite a temper, and he, as a junior guard, couldn't command her. I can pass the message, but whether she comes or not, I can't guarantee. Chin Mo smiled slightly. Don't worry, just tell her I'm Chin Mo. She will come. Chin Mo stayed in the isolation cell, relaxed and unhurried. After a light knock on the door, Zhao Sun pushed it open. He entered with another guard. It was Chris. You two chat, I'll step out for a bit. Zhao Sun wasn't interested in what Chin Mo and Chris were going to talk about. As long as Chin Mo didn't expose him, he could keep his job, and Zhao Sun was already grateful for that. What do you want? Chris's attitude towards Chin Mo was not as good as before. It was entirely because Chin Mo had gotten her friend Lin Mimi pregnant. She was still angry about it. Chin Mo's gaze lingered on Chris for a moment before he got straight to the point. Didn't you promise me a request before? To find a woman for me to get pregnant and have a child? What's her name? Chris looked at Chin Mo with a speechless expression. At this moment, she was not concerned about Lin Wanqing. Instead, Chin Mo still insisted on finding a woman to have his child. Chris felt a bit speechless, her brows furrowing, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. You really are persistent, but you don't have to worry about the child anymore. Lin Mimi has a kind heart and can't bear to abort the child you have with her, so she has decided to give birth. You'll soon have an heir. Chin Mo shook his head, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Although Lin Wanqing could give Chin Mo a child, it was far from enough. To have the ability to stand firm here, strength was fundamental. Chin Mo needed more women to help him bear children. It's not that simple. Just tell me her situation and information. Chris's emotions were a bit agitated, her hands clenched into fists in front of her chest, her voice rising a few notches. Aren't you a scoundrel? Do you know how excessive this is? Lin Mimi is willing to give up her future for you and her child, and you still want to find other women to bear children for you. Chris really wanted to give Chin Mo a good beating on behalf of Lin Wanqing. After glancing at Chris, Chin Mo thought for a moment, then his voice became particularly heavy. I have my own difficulties. Looking at Chris's intense gaze locked onto him, Chin Mo slowly said, You might not understand, but the reason I'm so persistent is that I know very well that once I step into the 4th level, it's a point of no return. You probably know better than I do about the mortality rate in the 4th level. Once you step in, life and death are unpredictable, and my chances of meeting Lin Wanqing are even slimmer. Chin Mo's voice became particularly low, filled with helplessness. You know I'm a prisoner, and Lin Wanqing is a doctor. Even if the child is born one day, I can't just casually appear in front of Lin Wanqing and the child. At most, I can only watch them from a distance. If I show up, it will ultimately harm both of them. Shin Mo spoke with a sense of despair. At this moment, Chris seemed to understand a bit. Even if Lin Wanqing was willing to carry on the family line for Shin Mo, to protect her from gossip and to safeguard her future in their child, without sufficient strength, Shin Mo absolutely could not acknowledge this child. He needed to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for the mother and daughter. So I want to find another way to ensure my bloodline continues. Hearing Shin Mo's explanation, the anger in Chris's heart gradually faded, replaced by sympathy. Even if Shin Mo had a child with Lin Wanqing, they still couldn't meet freely, which was perhaps the most tormenting part. Maybe having other children could alleviate Shin Mo's inner anxiety. Chris sighed softly, her tone becoming much gentler. I didn't consider your situation. Chris patted Shin Mo's shoulder. The promise I made to you still stands. I'll help you. That woman in the 4th level is named Angela. Shin Mo grasped Chris's hand. You must help me and prepare her mentally. If she doesn't agree, I wouldn't know what to do. Chris nodded at Shin Mo. I promise you, I'll do the ideological work with her, make her your woman, and bear your child. Don't worry. At that moment, Chris showed her gentle side, as if in this cold environment, she brought a touch of warmth back to Shin Mo. No matter what happens later, Lin Wanqing sees me as an older sister. I will do my best to protect your child and not let them come to harm. After explaining everything, Chris slowly left. Shin Mo continued to stay in the confinement room. Every day, being locked up in the confinement room was quite depressing. However, Shin Mo was very familiar with Zhao Sun. Every day during his shift, he would let Shin Mo out to walk around freely. Sometimes two people can chat, and Zhao Sun even shared some of the food from the guards with Shin Mo. The relationship between the two was quite good. Shin Mo's days in the isolation cell were not as miserable as before. Time passed quickly, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. Shin Mo was finally about to be released from the isolation cell. He was soon to enter the 4th level. Zhao Sun walked to Shin Mo's isolation cell, opened the door, and wore a smile, clearly bringing good news. During this time together, Zhao Sun had learned some basic information about Shin Mo. Today, you're leaving, he said. I have some good news for you. I pulled some strings, and you'll be assigned to Angela's team. Being in the same team will make things much more convenient for you. Zhao Sun glanced at Shin Mo with a hint of meaning, and Shin Mo was also surprised. He stood up and nodded at Zhao Sun. I really have to thank you this time. Shin Mo patted Zhao Sun on the shoulder, not expecting him to be so loyal. Zhao Sun waved his hand casually. No need to be so formal. Aren't we friends? Besides, you've helped me before, so this is just returning a favor. Working in Angela's team will be relatively easier. Feeling Zhao Sun's goodwill, Shin Mo regarded him as a friend. But you still need to be careful. The 4th level is not like the other 3. The relationships inside are very chaotic, with various forces intertwined. A slight misstep could lead to trouble, and mining black scale stones is a very dangerous job. You must take care. Zhao Sun said this very seriously, genuinely considering Shin Mo's well-being. If he really had a way, he would want to prevent Shin Mo from going to the 4th level. If they want my life, it won't be that easy. Once I become strong enough, I'll make sure you enjoy life in prison. Shin Mo smiled slightly, said a simple goodbye to Zhao Sun, and began heading to the 4th level. What's that smell? The moment Shin Mo stepped into the 4th level, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The entire 4th level felt exceptionally oppressive. However, the most noticeable thing was a faint, pungent odor in the air. It was a toxic gas that could make one's throat itch. The gas mixed with the air created a strange smell, and inhaling it caused a subtle discomfort in the body. It felt as if living particles were gently rubbing against his chest. This gas was the toxic fumes emitted by the black scale stones. Shin Mo could only muster his strength to resist it. Following that, under the guard's arrangement, he received his mining tools. He spent the day resting, and the next morning, before dawn had fully arrived, he was rudely awakened. Led by the guards, he was taken to an open quarry. This was the place for mining black scale stones. Huge blocks of black phosphor stone were scattered everywhere. The surface of the black scale stones was covered with a dark, glossy layer that resembled biological scales. The smallest black scale stone was at least several dozen meters long, with width and height that were equally impressive. Such a massive size made it impossible for one person to mine. It required teamwork to move and extract them. From now on, you'll be in this small team, said the guard who brought Shin Mo, pointing to a 3-person team. They were originally 4, but one had recently died. With Zhao Sun's arrangement, Shin Mo was placed in this team. Besides Shin Mo, there were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. Since they would be working together, they introduced themselves to each other. One of the burly men was named Tai Zhu. The other, who was relatively thin and looked somewhat comical, was called Shou Ho. They all appeared slightly fatigued. Doing physical labor and breathing in the toxic air of the 4th level, it was inevitable that the body would feel somewhat dispirited. However, among the members of this group, the most striking was undoubtedly the eye-catching silver-haired beauty among them, Angela, the girl Chris had mentioned to Chin Imo before. Her long silver hair formed a stark contrast against the dim environment. Although her face was slightly dusted, it could hardly conceal her unique charm. Get to work, the guard reminded. The 3 members in the same group as Chin Imo had clear divisions of labor and had been cooperating for a long time, making them quite skilled at their tasks. Chin Imo, being new, could only lend a hand at first. However, with his later stage perfection cultivation, he had enough strength. Even just lending a hand significantly alleviated their burden. As each group member performed their duties, a piece of black-scaled stone, neither too big nor too small, was completely excavated and then moved to the designated location. After finishing all this, the other group members were immediately exhausted and panting. Let's take a break. Take care of the new brother. Taiju awkwardly smiled, and everyone immediately sat down to rest for a while. Mining black-scaled stone was physically demanding, and after years of working here, they basically needed to rest for a while after extracting a piece. This was just what Chin Imo wished for, as it gave him time to chat with Angela. Chin Imo took the initiative to sit beside Angela, disregarding the dirty and messy environment, and sat down casually. The time alone with Angela, although they had exchanged a few polite words earlier, was still superficial. As Chin Imo sat down next to Angela, before he could speak, Angela had already turned her body, her gaze sweeping over Chin Mo's figure and pausing on him. Looking at Chin Mo's slightly disheveled hair, it was still hard to resist the unruly charm he exuded. Angela reached out and actively tidied up Chin Mo's hair. After finishing, she quickly withdrew her hand, her face adorned with a brilliant smile. Chris really didn't lie to me. Angela beamed with a sweet smile, a feeling she had never experienced before quietly blossoming from her heart. At first, when Angela heard that a handsome guy was willing to have a child with her, she didn't believe it. She suspected that Chris was playing a trick on her. But now, seeing it for herself, Chris's words were indeed true. Chris should have told you about me, right? Chin Imo looked at Angela. As a white woman, Angela was relatively open, and with her delicate features, Chin Imo was quite satisfied with her appearance. She has already made it clear to me. Angela nodded at Chin Imo. I am willing to have a child with you. Angela was exceptionally sincere. Chin Imo could see no hint of falsehood in Angela's eyes. This made Chin Imo somewhat puzzled. No other conditions? Just like that, she agreed. Should it be said that Angela was too open? Or that Chin Imo was too cautious? After all, it was only their first official meeting. You are quite special. Chin Imo chuckled lightly, a look of confusion on his face. Why do you want to agree to have a child? Don't you have any requests or conditions for me? Moreover, the environment on the 4th level is quite dangerous. It's uncertain whether we can survive. Angela's gaze softly fell on Chin Imo, her tone carrying a hint of sadness. The reason I am willing is because... Angela took a deep breath, as if to muster her courage. I won't hide it from you. My situation is actually not optimistic. The long-term exposure to toxic gas from working here has already taken a toll on my body. I have been diagnosed with cancer, and my time is short. I also want to leave a legacy for myself. Chin Imo did not expect this, his gaze fixed on Angela. For a moment, he didn't know what identity or tone to use to comfort this beautiful girl before him. Angela, Angela gently shook her head, a somewhat tragic smile appearing on her face. It's okay, I've come to terms with it. Who can escape death while living? I just want to know if I can leave something behind after I die. At least my child can continue to live in this world, and that would be like seeing the world for me. Angela's eyes held a hopeful longing. A child? Chin Imo pursed his lips. Angela knew that Chin Imo, like herself, was also a prisoner here, stuck on the 4th level, not knowing when he might die here. These things were uncertain. You don't have to worry about the child. Chris has already promised me that as long as I give birth, she is willing to help raise it. At that time, I can even call her mom. Unexpectedly, Chris was quite righteous. Chin Imo nodded, also realizing that the place he lived in was more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. The toxic gas here accumulated over the years, unable to be expelled. When it accumulates in the body to a certain extent, it leads to a series of diseases. The chaos on the 4th level comes not only from the fights between prisoners but also from this pervasive toxic gas. As long as one stays on this 4th level, they must continuously endure the toxic gas. Many people, even those with high cultivation, ultimately succumb to this gas. The constantly absorbed toxic gas would weaken the body over time until it was eroded by the gas, eventually falling ill like Angela and ultimately perishing. It was understood that even every day, someone dies from fighting. But the number of people who die from the toxic gas is no less than those who die from fighting. Time to work, time to work. A fierce-looking Taiju glared at Qin Mo, jealousy radiating from him. Taiju and Shouho stood nearby, their eyes clearly filled with jealousy. They discussed among themselves, filled with envy towards Qin Mo, who had just arrived and had a slight good impression from Angela. Look at this pretty boy. He just got here and has already hooked up with Angela. It's really disgusting. Taiju's temper was straightforward. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, he couldn't hide the sourness in his heart. Who says it's not? You should see how beautiful Angela's smile is. She never treated us like this. We've been in the same group with Angela for so long. Logically, we should be her support. This Qin Mo's appearance is too unfair to us. Shouho was also filled with jealousy. Before Qin Mo appeared, there were only 3 people in the group. The 2 men, Shouho and Taiju, naturally took extra care of the beautiful Angela, trying to win her heart through flattery. However, Angela did not give them much of a good face, treating them as ordinary team members, mainly because their abilities were average, and their looks were indeed not outstanding. Why don't we show him some colors? Taiju patted Shouho's shoulder hard. We must make him understand that this is not a place where you can rely on looks. Shouho's eyes lit up, immediately agreeing. Good idea. Let's team up and let him know that here, strength is the real deal. The 2 hit it off and immediately walked towards Qin Mo, blocking his path directly. Qin Mo, don't say we are deliberately bullying the newcomer, but you really don't understand the rules at all. You just got here and already want to flirt with Angela. Isn't that a bit too much? The 2 of us have been in the same group with her for so long and haven't done anything. The skinny monkey chimed in, fanning the flames. Don't think you can rely on your looks here. Strength is what matters. From their expressions, it was easy to guess that Qin Mo's brief exchange with Angela seemed like a romantic encounter in their eyes. They were suddenly jealous. Faced with such provocation, Qin Mo had no intention of backing down. Angela can chat with whoever she wants and get close to whoever she wants. You 2 have no say in it. After all, Angela had already agreed to have a child with Qin Mo. He had to protect her. If you 2 are looking for trouble, I'm always ready. Taiju and the skinny monkey looked at Qin Mo's arrogant demeanor and immediately sneered. Today, we'll see just how strong your fists really are. Taiju sneered and charged forward first, intending to overpower Qin Mo with brute force. At the same time, he clenched his hands like 2 iron hammers, aiming for Qin Mo's chest. Qin Mo sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the attack, and delivered a beautiful sidekick that struck Taiju's waist. Taiju immediately lost his balance, staggering a few steps before quickly falling to the ground. Seeing this, the skinny monkey, unwilling to back down, attempted a sneak attack with his agility. However, his little trick had long been seen through by Qin Mo. With a quick turn, the skinny monkey's punch hit nothing but air. Qin Mo didn't use any techniques. Instead, he executed a clean and swift joint lock, easily twisting the skinny monkey's arm behind his back. The skinny monkey's face turned purple from the pain as he begged for mercy. I was wrong. No. Qin Mo released his grip and then delivered a kick to the skinny monkey's waist. Both of them immediately fell to the ground, lying there and exchanging glances. The seemingly delicate Qin Mo turned out to be so strong. They were filled with shock. On the 4th level, strength was undoubtedly the most important thing. Realizing they were no match for Qin Mo, they quickly put on big smiles for him. We were wrong. We were just overthinking. We promise we won't dare again. After easily dealing with the 2, they fully understood Qin Mo's strength. Alright. After all, they were members of the same group as Qin Mo. Killing them wouldn't be difficult. It would just be a casual matter for Qin Mo. However, keeping them around could help with mining the black scale stones. It would save a lot of effort. Plus, with the 2 of them now fawning over him, they wouldn't dare to attack Qin Mo again or disturb Angela. Get back to work. With just a casual move, Qin Mo had already crushed the others in the organization. Although Qin Mo's status hadn't changed, he was still just an ordinary member of a small organization. From this moment on, the group began to revolve around him. As for how to mine the black scale stones, it was all up to Qin Mo. Mining the black scale stones, Qin Mo and Angela exchanged glances and smiled from time to time. Taiju and the skinny monkey, acting as the awkward third wheels, could only smile awkwardly and continue working. Qin Mo was quite satisfied with Angela in every aspect. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Qin Mo needed to get Angela pregnant as soon as possible. Only then could he receive the system's rewards, and once his strength increased, he would be completely safe on the 4th level. If time dragged on too long, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Black Gold Group would definitely not let Qin Mo off the hook. They might send someone to kill him at any moment. Increasing his strength was Qin Mo's greatest assurance. After moving another piece of black scale stone, Qin Mo let everyone take a break for a moment. Qin Mo supported Angela and walked to a nearby resting area. The The matter of having a child is inherently a mutual decision. Moreover, Angela herself was not resistant to it. It was best to clarify this matter quickly and proceed. The longer it was delayed, the more time would be wasted. After all, Chris had already prepared Angela psychologically for this. Shinemo then stopped, turned to Angela, and said seriously, "Although this is our first day meeting, I want to say that if you can accept it, I hope we can have a child as soon as possible. Everything on this 4th level is uncertain, and an accident could happen at any moment. Having a child quickly would be a form of assurance." Shinemo spoke very seriously, and Angela did not expect him to make such a request so soon. She had originally wanted to take a couple of days to think it over, but then she reconsidered. The matter of having a child could not be completed in just a day or two. If luck was not on their side, it could take even longer, and something unexpected might truly happen. After pondering for a moment, Angela nodded. "All right, then." Angela bit her lip. "Shall we try tonight?" With Angela being so decisive, Shinemo could not hesitate. He immediately took Angela's hand. At that moment, no more words were needed. Instead, he held Angela in his arms. Feeling the tenderness of Angela, she also sensed the warmth emanating from Shinemo. The thought of having a relationship with the man before her tonight and bearing a child stirred a strange emotion within Angela. Just then, a distant and eerie flute sound suddenly rang out. The strange flute sound shattered the tranquility. Shinmo's chest inexplicably trembled. This eerie flute sound carried a strong chill and a deadly intent. It was as if it was a call from the underworld, making one's heart race. Upon hearing the flute sound, Angela's expression changed immediately. "Run!" The other members of nearby groups fled in a frenzy. They ran as far as they could. Angela tightly grasped Shinmo's arm, her voice trembling. "This flute sound. It can't be wrong. It's that person. How could he come here? Are we going to die?" A hint of despair shone in Angela's eyes. It was not the fear of death. Rather, it was the thought that before dying, Angela had not fulfilled her wish to bear a child and leave a legacy. Shinmo's expression was equally grave. Sensing the special power of the enemy's flute sound, this profound inner strength could only be emitted by a congenital level expert capable of producing such a terrifying flute sound. Shinemo gently patted Angela's back. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Angela found it impossible not to be afraid. She had been on the 4th level for a long time. The flute sound made her heart clench involuntarily. The leader of the Black Wind Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Chu-Di. He is known for killing invisibly with his flute sound. I have heard that his flute technique has reached an extraordinary level, even able to manipulate people's hearts and evoke their inner fears. Without a fight, he can firmly control the opponent's mind. Angela explained to Shinemo. Shinemo quickly shielded Angela behind him, keeping her a little farther away for the time being. If Shinemo was not mistaken, the opponent had suddenly appeared and was getting closer to him. They were coming for him. The sound of the flute grew louder and clearer, and the opponent was getting closer to Shinemo. There was nowhere for Shinemo to escape. Just then, the flute sound suddenly stopped, followed by a steady sound of footsteps. Chu-Di's figure slowly emerged in the dark environment. Holding the jade flute he cherished, he approached Shinemo step by step, a smile that was as unpredictable as the wind on his face. His gaze was firmly locked onto Shinemo, like a fierce tiger fixating on its prey, leaving no chance for escape. "I was wondering what kind of person could warrant my personal visit. Not like you have 3 heads and 6 arms. The voice of Chu-Di was particularly clear, laced with a hint of mockery and a touch of threat. Shinmo's eyes burned with intensity. "Master Chu, what brings you here?" Shinemo had previously gathered information about the various factions on the 4th level. Among the strongest was Chu-Di. Chu-Di chuckled lightly, the flute in his hand spinning slightly. "You and I were supposed to keep to our own paths, but unfortunately, the price for the person you've provoked is simply too high." Shinemo understood Chu-Di's meaning. At the same time, the few subordinates he had brought were already surrounding Shinemo tightly. There was no way for him to escape. They were just waiting for a command. At that moment, everyone would leap forward and kill Shinemo. Shinemo was acutely aware of this, yet Chu-Di possessed the innate perfection of his cultivation. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could never match him. However, it was absolutely impossible for Shinemo to just sit back and wait for death, to surrender without a fight. Shinemo clenched his fists, while Chu-Di was unwilling to delay any longer. "Shinemo, before you die, let me play you a piece I love the most. Consider it your funeral." Chu-Di slowly brought the jade flute to his lips, preparing to blow. Suddenly, a suffocating sense of pressure surged through the air. Even the faintest breeze seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, an indescribable scent of blood rushed towards them. The smell permeated everywhere. Shinmo's nerves were on edge. This scent was all too familiar. "He's coming." Shu Di's voice was particularly suppressed, as if he already knew who was about to arrive. He halted his action of blowing the flute, his eyes flickering in the darkness like a beast cornered, sensing the imminent danger. Faced with that monster, Shu Di would not easily waste any of his strength. The next moment, a bulky man appeared. This man was the nightmarish presence of the 4th level, Wei Chi Chang. Wei Chi Chang had devoured many innate level powerhouses on the 4th level. He was known by everyone there. It was said that he was locked in a confinement room due to the numerous innate level powerhouses he had consumed. But now he was released, suddenly appearing at this moment. His presence brought a danger that even a perfected innate powerhouse like Shu Di felt a chill. What do you want? Wei Chi Chang stepped into everyone's view, and Shu Di's hand trembled slightly, his tightly clenched fist loosening and tightening again, ultimately lowering slowly. Wei Chi Chang walked over to Qin Mo, casting a glance at him, radiating an intense smile. This person is my reserved delicacy. If anyone dares to touch him, I will take their life. Wei Chi Chang seemed to transform into a wild dog protecting its food. Anyone who dared to touch his meal would have to face his wrath. Seeing this, Qin Mo displayed an expression that was hard to describe. He was being protected simply because, in Wei Chi Chang's eyes, he was a delicious meal. Shu Di seemed unwilling to give up. I want to kill this person. If you really want food, I can find you another. Let me kill him right now. Shu Di paused. Seeing that Wei Chi Chang did not respond, I can step back further. You can kill him as long as he dies. Wei Chi Chang casually scratched his ear. Do you think I would hand over my delicacy so easily? Still the same thing, this person can only be killed by me, and he cannot die yet. Wei Chi Chang immediately erupted with his powerful aura, not at all weaker than Shu Di. Even with Shu Di accompanied by 4 or 5 subordinates, he held no advantage in front of Wei Chi Chang. Rationality told him that confronting Wei Chi Chang head-on would be asking for trouble. This guy acted without any rules, mad and perverse. After all, Shu Di had already achieved the innate perfection of his cultivation, and his strength was formidable. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a madman. After much consideration, Shu Di relented. Today you're lucky. Shu Di shot a fierce glare at Qin Mo. Although somewhat unwilling, he turned around. With a wave of his hand, he didn't look at Qin Mo again and slowly disappeared with his subordinates. Qin Mo stood in place, his expression complex. He had survived this life-and-death crisis in such a manner. However, Wei Chi Chang had already left the confinement room. He had completely set his sights on Qin Mo. Qin Mo did not feel grateful to Wei Chi Chang. It was out of a desire to consume Qin Mo that he spared him. Time passed quickly, and today's work was done. Qin Mo was eager to have a child with Angela. They had already agreed to try that evening. After all, the chances of success in having a child in one go were too low. The previous attempts could serve as practice to get familiar with each other. As long as Angela could get pregnant, with Qin Mo's innate cultivation, he would no longer have to fear Shu Di. Even Wei Chi Chang would not be able to easily manipulate Qin Mo. On the 4th floor, few could threaten him, and he would not let Angela come to harm. But at that moment, Qin Mo found Angela. Angela's eyes were filled with worry, as if she was starting to have second thoughts. Qin Mo's hand rested on Angela's waist, ready to begin. Angela paused for a moment but then pushed Qin Mo away, her gaze fixed on him, her clear eyes reflecting her inner turmoil. I'm sorry, I think I want to back out. Just as they were about to take the final step, Angela suddenly changed her mind. Qin Mo scratched his head, puzzled. What are your concerns? Just say it. Angela bit her lip. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with you and willing to have a child with you. But I didn't expect you to be so closely watched by the people of the demon cult. In such a short time since you arrived, the cult leader Shu Di is already coming to kill you. This situation has far exceeded our control. Angela said seriously, her face showing an undeniable gravity. I want to have a child to ensure he can grow up healthy and safe. But you are now being closely monitored by the demon cult. How can we guarantee our safety? I'm scared. If I have a child with you, not only you but also I and our child will be in greater danger. Angela spoke hurriedly. Did Qin Mo understand Angela's worries? He held Angela's hand. I know what you're thinking. As long as you have a child with me, I have a way to deal with Shu Di and won't let him become a threat between us. Angela still shook her head, her hair brushing against her cheek, looking particularly helpless. You don't understand what I mean. Even if you really can kill Shu Di, so what? It will only make the people of the demon cult even more insane. They will still retaliate against you, and your child will also be in danger. They will eradicate everything, leaving no one behind. Qin Mo took a deep breath. To solve all the problems, one must have enough strength. As long as one is strong enough, these people would not dare to lay a hand on Qin Mo and his children. However, if Qin Mo wanted to increase his strength, he needed to have more children. Chinemo explained to Angela earnestly, the cultivation method I practice is quite special. As long as I can pass on my lineage and have more children, my cultivation will become stronger. Chinemo tightly held Angela's hand, not allowing it to slip away easily, his words carrying a hint of urgency. If you can help me have a few more children, perhaps after my strength increases, I could even find a way to cure your illness, or even wipe out the entire heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, a look of shock briefly crossed Angela's face, which quickly transformed into deep disappointment. Looking at the relatively handsome Chinemo before her, she suddenly felt a profound sense of disillusionment. At the same time, she felt sorrowful that Chinemo would utter such absurd words to deceive her into having his children, as if he truly regarded her as a 3-year-old child. Chinemo. Angela's voice rose a few notches. Are you joking with me? The bitterness in her tone seemed to reflect her helplessness towards life. Is there really such a cultivation method in this world? We are both adults, how can we place our hopes on such fantasies? My life has already been difficult enough, don't use such flowery words to deceive me. I don't believe it. As she spoke, Angela's gaze gradually turned cold. She forcefully shook off Chinmo's hand. Angela did not believe Chinmo's nonsense at all. She decided to give up on him. Watching Angela leave, Chinmo found himself at a loss, unable to explain clearly. Wei Chi-chang, who had not yet left, was not far from Chinmo. He had heard every word exchanged between Angela and Chinmo. Wei Chi-chang quickly walked over, a playful smile on his face, his gaze fixed intently on Chinmo. Humph, what an interesting statement. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard of it. If such a cultivation method really exists, it would be quite amusing. Aside from his particular interest in cannibalism, Wei Chi-chang found himself intrigued by the unique cultivation method Chinmo mentioned. Just right, since that little girl won't help you, I'll come and help you verify this so-called special cultivation method. Wei Chi-chang waved his hand casually. You just wait here, I'll find a few women for you and see if, as you say, having children can enhance your cultivation. After saying this, Wei Chi-chang left. The sudden turn of events left Chinmo at a loss. Wei Chi-chang was surprisingly considerate. Part of it was due to his strong interest in the special cultivation method Chinmo spoke of. On the other hand, if Chinmo's cultivation were to increase even a little, he would reach the innate realm. It was because of these dual factors that Wei Chi-chang wanted to help Chinmo verify it. Watching Wei Chi-chang's departing figure, Chinmo scratched his head. This might not be a bad thing after all. After all, as long as it was a woman who bore Chinmo's children, he could increase his strength. As long as he could get someone pregnant, he would no longer have to fear Chu Di and Wei Chi-chang. At this moment, Chinmo felt a bit of anticipation, wondering what kind of women Wei Chi-chang would find for him. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Angela was also a good woman. Chinmo would not easily give up. After all, having one more person meant one more opportunity for others. The next day, Chinmo and the other group members continued to mine the black scale stones. Although Chinmo deliberately approached Angela, she seemed somewhat resistant to him, not wanting to have more contact with him. Instead, she repeatedly rejected Chinmo's goodwill. While they were resting, a handsome guy from Sakura country came to find Angela. This person is Nanami Masato. Nanami Masato, dressed in a kimono, walked over with a relaxed gait, drawing the attention of many. He smiled, seemingly enjoying the spotlight, with a smug grin on his lips. His gaze searched around and quickly landed on his target. The purpose of his visit was Angela. Before long, Nanami Masato stood in front of Angela, feigning elegance as he bowed. However, his posture felt somewhat awkward. Beautiful Miss Angela, may I have a word with you? Nanami Masato was quite lecherous by nature and was somewhat of a celebrity on the 4th floor. He often flirted with women, behaving in a particularly sleazy manner, yet at this moment, he put on an act of a gentleman. Angela initially had no intention of acknowledging him. However, seemingly wanting to make Chinmo give up, she glanced at Chinmo standing not far away and decided to give Nanami Masato a chance. Fine, just say what you want. Seeing Angela's agreement, Nanami Masato was even more delighted. He had recently heard that Angela was looking for a man to have children with. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Angela did not show Nanami Masato much kindness. I heard that the beautiful Miss Angela is looking for a suitable partner. I believe I fit the bill perfectly. Nanami Masato's voice was deliberately gentle, each word seemingly masked. Although it sounded unremarkable, there was an indescribable greasy and uncomfortable feeling. Nanami Masato attempted to touch Angela's cheek, but she immediately dodged. Not being able to touch the beauty, he awkwardly smiled and quickly adjusted his clothes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Nanami Masato, and I am a member of the Sakura Society. I think I meet your criteria quite well. Angela frowned, having little fondness for this uninvited guest, mainly because Nanami Masato had a terrible reputation. Being lecherous was one thing, but his frequent flirtations and sleazy behavior made people quite uncomfortable. He often slept with women and then ran off without a care. Such an irresponsible person was not someone Angela considered. The only reason she was willing to say a few words to him was because of Chin Mo. Mr. Nanami, I think you may have misunderstood. You are not within my consideration, especially someone with your reputation. Nanami Masato, hearing Angela's words, was unfazed and instead laughed even more recklessly, stepping closer. His movements were flirtatious, as if every action brushed against Angela's boundaries. He was a stark contrast to Chin Mo. If it weren't for the unknown dangers surrounding Chin Mo, which could bring great disaster to a child, Angela would choose Chin Mo no matter what. Oh dear. Nanami Masato blocked Angela's path. Miss Angela, don't reject me so quickly. After all, I possess innate early-stage cultivation and am a strong individual on the 4th floor. I would provide excellent genes for you and your child. Nanami Masato licked his lips, seemingly eager to win Angela over. Even if it meant not having children with her, just a simple fling would be quite enjoyable. Angela took a step back, her eyes filled with disgust. Please have some self-respect. I will say it again. My matters have nothing to do with you. Please leave immediately. Angela wanted to leave, but Nanami Masato seemed unwilling to let it go, instead pulling her back. Nanao Masato, squinting his eyes, began to show a hint of threat in his smile. Miss Angela, this isn't good for you. I am a member of the Sakura Society. You should be aware of the power of the Sakura Society. Are you sure you want to provoke me? The smile on Nanao Masato's face had long since faded, replaced by a gloomy expression. If you provoke me, even if you find other men here, I will ensure they are left without descendants. It seemed that Nanao Masato was determined to get what he wanted today, wanting Angela to agree to be with him. Angela tried to leave, but Nanao Masato wouldn't let her. Shin Mo, unable to stand by any longer, walked over to Angela's side. He pulled Angela into his embrace protectively. A sudden man appeared before Nanao Masato. Moreover, he pressed his prey into Chin Mo's arms right in front of him. Before Nanao Masato could speak, Chin Mo had already made his move. With a wave of his hand, a loud crash echoed as Nanao Masato was struck by an invisible force. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Angela, held by Chin Mo, widened her eyes in surprise. She never expected that the one who acted was Chin Mo, and he defeated the early innate Nanao Masato with just one move. That single move gave Angela a new understanding of Chin Mo's strength. Aren't you only at the acquired level? Angela pressed against Chin Mo, feeling the surge of his power. There was no way she could be mistaken. Yes, now you believe what I said, right? Chin Mo had sent the early innate Nanao Masato flying with a single slap. This far exceeded Angela's expectations. Angela wasn't foolish. She could immediately see through the surface to the essence. This was enough to prove that Chin Mo's martial arts were indeed very strong. Ordinary martial arts could never achieve this level. Angela fell silent for a moment. The two voices in her heart were in constant conflict. For a time, she really couldn't easily convince herself. In every aspect, appearance, demeanor, and behavior, Chin Mo was beyond Angela's psychological expectations. Yet, Chin Mo had provoked the heavenly demon sect. It truly made it difficult for Angela to choose. After a while, Angela lifted her head, her gaze directed at Chin Mo. I can't make a decision right now. After all, the trouble you have is indeed considerable. Angela expressed her attitude to Chin Mo, still very sincere. But the combat power you have shown now has also impressed me. I need to observe you for a while longer. Angela released the hand Chin Mo had around her. If it's really possible, I would be very willing to have children with you, even if it's more than one. That's fine. After saying this, Angela jogged away. Chin Mo smiled, but it seemed he would need more time to get Angela to agree. Nanao Masato, who had been sent flying by Chin Mo's slap, got up from the ground. All his hatred suddenly focused on Chin Mo. Nanao Masato, covered in dust, looked quite disheveled, but he seemed unwilling to leave just like that, clutching his chest and forcing himself to stand firm. He glared fiercely at Chin Mo. Nanao Masato appeared to be fearless, still shouting, "You dare to lay a hand on me? I am a member of the Sakura Society. Daring to act against someone from the Sakura Society, humph, just wait. When the time comes, I will bring more powerful members of the Sakura Society to let you know how you will die." After saying this, Nanao Masato turned to look at Chin Mo. He also knew that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses and was about to leave. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood wafted in, a scent Chin Mo was all too familiar with. Nanao Masato wanted to leave as quickly as possible. but he was directly grabbed by a heavy hand and slammed to the ground. The person who came was none other than Wei Chi-chang, who instilled fear in the hearts of those on the fourth floor. Wei Chi-chang strode forward, effortlessly capturing Qi Wei Zhangren, like an eagle catching a chick. Qi Wei Zhangren struggled desperately, but found he could not break free from that iron-like grip. Wei Chi-chang, patting his belly, said, "Just in time, I'm hungry." He licked his lips. Before Qi Wei Zhangren could scream, Wei Chi-chang tightly locked his throat. Qi Wei Zhangren could only emit faint gasps. At the same time, Wei Chi-chang threw a burlap sack he was carrying over to Qin Mo. When the sack was opened, it revealed a woman. "Hurry up and give birth," Wei Chi-chang said to Qin Mo, then turned his attention back to the Qi Wei Zhangren he was holding. "I'm going to eat first." With that, Wei Chi-chang rubbed his hands together and left, eager to savor his meal. Qin Mo looked at the woman on the ground. A wave of intense nausea suddenly surged in his stomach. It was as if he had seen something filthy. The woman before him appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, with rough skin and protruding teeth. What was even harder for Qin Mo to accept was the countless dark moles scattered across her face, almost blinding him. Just a glance made Qin Mo question his life. He quickly turned his head away. That damn Wei Chi-chang, what taste does he have? He casually picked a woman just to mess with Qin Mo. Qin Mo had initially wanted to give it a try. After all, if he could just have one more child, he could resolve the crisis. But when he turned back to take another look, he nearly vomited again. Qin Mo covered his mouth, truly unable to bear it. After all, he was used to seeing stunning beauties like Lin Wanqing and Angela. Suddenly being faced with an old woman covered in moles was like falling from heaven to hell. Qin Mo thought his heart was strong enough, only to realize he was still too weak. He quickly left, trying to distance himself from the woman as much as possible. To even think of her was the greatest disrespect. Wei Chi-chang put his fingers in his mouth and sucked for a while. There were still some traces of blood on them, with a hint of flavor. He patted his belly in satisfaction and then walked over in Qin Mo's direction. He saw the woman thrown in the distance, and Qin Mo was half lying down resting on the other side. "What's wrong? Finished with the main business?" A playful smile suddenly appeared on Wei Chi-chang's face, thinking that Qin Mo had completed his task too quickly. Half an hour and done? His body couldn't take it, so he could only lie down to rest. As a result, Qin Mo turned his head with a speechless expression and looked at Wei Chi-chang. "What kind of person did you find? This is too disappointing. It doesn't even spark my interest," Qin Mo complained, and Wei Chi-chang scratched his head in confusion. He then walked over to the woman, examining her from side to side and top to bottom. Wei Chi-chang poked her skin with his finger. "What's wrong? I can't see it." "Clearly, she's not bad. Look at this skin, so firm." Qin Mo gasped. In Wei Chi-chang's eyes, this woman looked good, with nice flesh, very tasty, right? No wonder. In Wei Chi-chang's view, whether man or woman was the same. He only looked at the flesh quality. Although this woman was a bit older, Wei Chi-chang only cared about whether the meat was good to eat. "You're seriously face-blind." Qin Mo turned his head away. Wei Chi-chang's sense of aesthetics was problematic. Asking Wei Chi-chang to find beautiful women for Qin Mo was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and what he pulled up were all moldy embroidery needles. Seeing that Qin Mo was not satisfied, Wei Chi-chang leisurely walked to Qin Mo's side and patted him on the shoulder. "How about I go find you another one?" Wei Chi-chang was not ready to give up. He genuinely wanted to see the capabilities of Qin Mo's special technique. However, Qin Mo shook his head at this moment. "Your taste, I really can't commend. Even if you find me another one, I might not be able to go through with it." Wei Chi-chang scratched his head, feeling that Qin Mo had a point. After all, matters like having children depend on Qin Mo's own willingness. At the very least, Qin Mo had to be interested and willing to act. With a thoughtful expression, Wei Chi-chang seemed to come up with an idea. "Forget it. I'll take you to a place where there are many women. You can take a look for yourself. If you find someone you like, just tell me directly." With that, Wei Chi-chang was about to pull Qin Mo to change locations. Qin Mo had just arrived on the fourth floor and was not very familiar with the various situations there. Under Wei Chi-chang's guidance, they arrived at a special building. Although it looked unremarkable from the outside, the inside was a different world altogether. This place was privately known as the Flower Pavilion. There were men continuously entering. Wei Chi-chang hurriedly pulled Qin Mo inside. Initially, they were attracted by the dazzling lights, but stepping inside revealed a completely different realm. Inside the Flower Pavilion, the lights flickered, and light gauze danced. A strong scent of perfume immediately filled the air. The women here were all dressed in alluring outfits, their eyes sparkling as if they could see into one's heart. The desires deep within them were evident, with perfectly timed smiles as they wildly beckoned to the incoming male guests. "Come play. Gentlemen, come in. Hurry, hurry. Our girls will surely satisfy you." Seeing this scene, Shin Mo seemed to understand what kind of place the flower pavilion was. It truly surprised him. The entertainment facilities on the 4th floor were surprisingly complete, even including a brothel. I'm dying here. I haven't been here for 3 days, and I can finally indulge again. A man with a weak complexion but an excited expression clutched a red stone tightly in his hand. This red stone was the dragon bloodstone. The dragon bloodstone was the hard currency here. You kids struck it rich, coming here once every 3 days? A man beside him joked. Struck rich? You still don't know my situation? I only earn a little bit every day. The man sighed, glancing at the small amount of dragon bloodstone in his hand, which took him 2 days to save up. Then you. The other man gave him a meaningful look. My requirements aren't as high as yours. I can't find someone like Yu Yen from the flower pavilion, but I can find someone like Hua. If I can't improve the quality, I can only increase the quantity. The group laughed and chatted. The other men coming here were particularly skilled. Upon seeing their familiar female companions, they immediately wrapped their arms around their waists and headed deeper into the flower pavilion, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment. Shin Mo also noticed the dragon bloodstones in their hands. Under the rules of the 4th floor, they had formed their unique system. Compared to another well-known currency on the 4th floor, the black scale stone, the dragon bloodstone was rarer and truly hard currency. It contained rich power, formed from the precious dragon blood mixed with rock under specific conditions. Its deep color exuded a peculiar energy from afar. Its main use was in drug refinement, especially in special medicines that could enhance physical strength, restore stamina, and even stimulate human potential, all of which required the precious dragon bloodstone. Therefore, the dragon bloodstone was particularly valuable on the 4th floor, and its importance was self-evident. On the 4th level, the status of dragon bloodstone as hard currency is almost unshakable by anything else. The prison guards also highly recognize the value of dragon bloodstone. As long as a small piece is submitted, they can grant a prisoner a precious day off. This has become a default practice. No matter the method, as long as dragon bloodstone is submitted, it suffices. Countless prisoners, in their quest for a brief release, will go to great lengths to seize dragon bloodstone. Violence is the simplest and most convenient method. As long as one has a strong enough fist, it's not a problem. Some, lacking strength, resort to petty theft, while others go so far as to sell their own bodies in exchange for these precious stones. The organization of brothels formed here caters to clients to earn the valuable dragon bloodstones they hold. Through their hard work, the women can avoid the daily toil of mining black scale stones and stay away from areas thick with toxic gas. The gang leaders entrenched on the 4th level can rest easy, not needing to participate in labor themselves, as they have gathered a group of subordinates through their formidable strength. Under the strict hierarchy, the fear of death among the subordinates and the established system create corresponding rules. The underlings continuously gather dragon bloodstones for the gang leader in exchange for protection or to elevate their status within the gang. Those in the upper echelons of the gang generally do not need to mine black scale stones themselves. They only need to submit dragon bloodstones regularly. This is not a special secret. Shin Mo paused and said to Wei Chi Chang beside him, I don't have any dragon bloodstones. Do you? Wei Chi Chang scoffed. What the hell? I've been stuck in the confinement room for so long. Where would I get dragon bloodstones? Then what do we? Shin Mo looked at the brothel. Go in and get it for free. Don't worry so much, just go in. Wei Chi Chang said, and Shin Mo stopped hesitating. As they stepped inside, women surged toward Shin Mo like a tide. Shin Mo and Wei Chi Chang entered the brothel. Wei Chi Chang, exuding an aura of dominance, said beside Shin Mo, take a look for yourself. Pick whichever one you want to have a child with. The brothel is the territory of the Sakura Society, vast and with a wide-ranging business. As a well-known figure on the 4th level, the man-eating monster Wei Chi Chang is recognized by anyone with a bit of power. The sharp-eyed manager inside the brothel had already noticed Wei Chi Chang. Oh, it's Brother Chang. Manhwa immediately walked over to Wei Chi Chang, swaying her hips in an alluring manner, holding a fan, and fanning him lightly. Brother Chang, it's rare for you to come here. What kind of girl are you looking for? Pure and beautiful, or charming and versatile, sweet or spicy, just say it, and I guarantee I'll find it for you. Manhwa dared not show any negligence toward Wei Chi Chang. Provoking him was like provoking a living king of hell, leading to unimaginable consequences. Get him one. Wei Chi Chang glanced at Shin Mo. Manhwa assessed the relationship between Shin Mo and Wei Chi Chang. Shin Mo was a handsome young man, and she immediately praised him. What a handsome young man. Is this your first time here? Manhwa said with a smile, taking Shin Mo's hand. Today, just have fun. The sisters of the brothel will definitely make you happy. Hearing Manhwa's flattery, Wei Chi Chang grew a bit impatient. Stop with the nonsense. Quickly bring out the decent-looking girls in the brothel for him to choose from. Manhwa turned her gaze to Shin Mo, wanting to know what type he preferred. Chi Nemo touched his nose, feeling a bit shy on his first visit, but after a moment of adaptation, he relaxed considerably. Since there is Wei Chi Chang as a backing and he doesn't need to spend his own money, Chi Nemo naturally wants to choose the most beautiful ones. The prettier, the better, hurry up and call them. Manhwa was not surprised to hear Chi Nemo say this. After all, Chi Nemo himself was so handsome, it's normal for him to be a face control. Manhwa nodded repeatedly. You two gentlemen, please go upstairs first, wait inside, have a drink, and the ladies will be here soon. Wei Chi Chang and Chi Nemo quickly arrived in the private room. Before long, Manhwa had already called several young ladies to Chi Nemo's room, standing in a row. The ladies are here. Quickly see which lady meets your brother's fancy. Manhwa stood aside as Chi Nemo's gaze lightly swept over the few ladies the moment they entered the room. They wore various outfits, their bodies swaying like vibrant flowers blooming in spring, each vying for attention. This is Sister Zi Xian. Chi Nemo glanced at the girl named Zi Xian. Dressed in a striking purple long dress, the strong scent of perfume was somewhat overwhelming, and the makeup on her face was a bit heavy, but under the light, she was still somewhat presentable. Sister Zi Xian sings beautifully. She is the best singer in our fragrant flower building. Her voice is melodious and enchanting, like heavenly music. Listening to her sing makes the brothers feel refreshed. Bring Sister Zi Xian into the room. I guarantee she will make you happy. Manhwa introduced her to Chi Nemo, but seeing that Chi Nemo's expression showed little satisfaction, she quickly began to introduce the next one. This is Sister Luer. Dressed in a light green gauze dress, she appeared a bit shy, extending her hand to greet Chi Nemo immediately. The skirt was embroidered with delicate willow leaves, the pattern resembling willow branches gently swaying in the spring breeze. Sister Luer is best at dancing. She can do butterfly poses, handstands, splits, backflips, many difficult moves that only Sister Luer can accomplish. Manhwa chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Chi Nemo. And this one is Xiao Meng. Manhwa introduced 6 or 7 young ladies to Chi Nemo in succession. Their appearances were not outstanding. Instead, in an effort to appear more enchanting, they continuously applied makeup to themselves, highlighting their features in a deliberate manner, like a blank sheet of paper painted with various colors, yet lacking the subtlety of leaving some spaces uncolored. Although they were particularly eye-catching, at this moment, Chi Nemo could only think of Angela and Lin Wanqing. Their beauty was naturally unique and radiant, seemingly emanating a natural glow from within. It was not a deliberate display of charm, a quality that could not be fabricated no matter how much one adorned themselves. Handsome guy, pick me, pick me. Want to try Luer? Luer is so sweet. Xiao Meng is very obedient, guaranteed to listen to her master. Trust me, Xiao Ling can definitely make you happy. The young ladies kept throwing flirtatious glances at Chi Nemo. They used this method to attract customers. In the fragrant flower building, handsome guys like Chi Nemo were quite rare. Compared to entertaining some ugly clients, they preferred to serve a handsome guy. They could earn blood dragon stones and not lose out physically. These women eagerly waved at Chi Nemo, wanting him to choose them. A hint of displeasure flashed across Chi Nemo's brow. The aura of these women was too heavy with the scent of the world. It unconsciously reminded one that they had experienced countless scenes, mingling with all kinds of people. They might even have forgotten how many men they had been with and how many times they had miscarried. Most importantly, their bodies might have already been damaged. Whether Chi Nemo can have children is still an unknown. Looking at their expressions, Chi Nemo felt an inexplicable nausea. All the women before him seemed to have lost their vibrant colors, becoming particularly dull and uninteresting. Is there anyone you fancy? Wei Chi Chang glanced disdainfully at these women. He had no idea what Chi Nemo's feelings were, but he found none of them appealing. Their flesh was simply too soft. In Wei Chi Chang's eyes, they were hardly considered delicacies, lacking any chewiness. Thank you for your kindness. Chi Nemo slowly stood up. I think I'll take my leave now. Chi Nemo bypassed the other women, intending to leave. His meaning was quite clear. He was not satisfied with any of the girls brought by Manhwa. Wei Chi Chang's anger erupted in an instant, like a long-suppressed volcano finding an outlet. Bang! A slap hit the table, shattering it completely. Wei Chi Chang's voice was filled with a threatening tone as he jumped in front of Manhwa. Are you toying with me? Each of Wei Chi Chang's words struck Manhwa's face like blows. Manhwa trembled and quickly begged for mercy. I didn't. Wei Chi Chang directly threw Manhwa to the ground. Bringing trash to fool me? No way. I heard you have a top girl named Xiao Lu Yuzi. Hurry up and bring her out for me to see. If you dare to play tricks on me again, I'll turn this place into ruins. As he spoke, Wei Chi Chang clenched his fists, revealing impatience and anger. He also pulled Chi Nemo back. Inside the private room, the other women were too nervous to breathe, their faces filled with panic. Wei Chi Chang was exceptionally formidable, and no one dared to provoke him. If he truly got angry, he would treat people like food. Master, please calm down, I will immediately. Just as Honghua was about to run out, the elder sister of the Sakura Society, Tsukishima AI, appeared. I apologize. Tsukishima AI's appearance was like a spring breeze, bringing a touch of softness to the tense atmosphere. Shin-mo was instantly captivated by her exquisite appearance. Tsukishima AI wore a delicate kimono, with intricate patterns and elegant colors, resembling blooming cherry blossoms, embodying both traditional Eastern beauty and modern elegance. The kimono swayed gently with her movements, pleasing to the eye. You may all step back. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Tsukishima AI's beauty was outstanding, with a delicate oval face and refined features, exuding a gentle temperament. She approached Shin-mo and Wei Chi-chang, bowing deeply, her voice as smooth as jade. Miss Xiaolu Yuzi is feeling a bit unwell, but please rest assured, I have arranged for her to meet you both immediately. In the meantime, please allow me to apologize on her behalf. Saying this, Tsukishima AI immediately walked forward. At another table, filled with wine glasses, she slightly bowed to Shin-mo and Wei Chi-chang before downing a drink in one go. Her movements were crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Shin-mo couldn't help but swallow, his gaze already captivated by Tsukishima AI. Her graceful demeanor and humble attitude were in stark contrast to the previous women. She was understated yet striking, like an orchid quietly blooming in a deep valley, making it hard to ignore her beauty. Shin-mo couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Such a woman, even in a place of vice, maintained an air of transcendence. Tsukishima AI's actions and her apologies to Shin-mo and Wei Chi-chang not only eased Wei Chi-chang's anger but also drew Shin-mo to her involuntarily. After a while, the top girl of the flower pavilion, Xiaolu Yuzi, finally arrived. Dressed in a pink outfit, she walked in a swaggering manner. After all, she was the top courtesan, exuding arrogance. Upon entering the room, she held her head high. Although her appearance was not much different from that of Aizawa AI, she gave off an uncomfortable vibe. Two gentlemen? Who needs me? Yuko Shika was already used to such situations, her gaze shifting between Wei Chi-chang and Shin-mo. At that moment, Wei Chi-chang glanced at Shin-mo. Shin-mo's eyes seemed to be locked on Aizawa AI at all times, showing little interest in Yuko Shika, the top courtesan of the brothel. Wei Chi-chang laughed recklessly. He didn't care who Shin-mo was interested in. As long as there was a woman that Shin-mo could use to validate his techniques, that was enough. Let Yuko Shika serve the guests next. Aizawa AI bowed deeply to Shin-mo and politely stepped back. Wei Chi-chang's gaze on Shin-mo remained, unwilling to leave, still lingering on Aizawa AI. Who are you interested in? That Aizawa AI, Wei Chi-chang said casually as he leaned closer to Shin-mo. Shin-mo nodded. She is indeed beautiful, but never mind. Shin-mo sighed. Aizawa AI was not an ordinary woman from the brothel. She was the sister-in-law of the entire Sakura Association, the president's wife, and the woman of Taichi Taro. Her husband is Taichi Taro, one of the strongest among the fourth floor, so it's better not to provoke him. At this moment, Shin-mo still understood the limits. Although Aizawa AI was a stunning beauty, her husband was Taichi Taro. Taking away the wife of a president would undoubtedly place a green hat on his head. Any normal man would find it hard to accept such humiliation. Shin-mo currently did not have the strength to challenge Taichi Taro. Looking at Yuko Shika in front of him, although she was not bad-looking, she was like other courtesans. The worldly aura around her was too heavy. With so many men accompanying her, her body had already deteriorated by half. It was uncertain whether she could still bear children. Instantly, Shin-mo lost interest. Although Wei Chi-chang was a straightforward man, he noticed Shin-mo's lack of interest in Yuko Shika and instead was very interested in Aizawa AI. Why bother with so much? Since you're interested, just take her away. Saying this, Wei Chi-chang stood up directly. Step aside, everyone step aside. Wei Chi-chang's voice was like the cold wind of winter, sharp and carrying an undeniable authority. After opening the private room door, his gaze immediately locked onto Aizawa AI, not far ahead. You. Shin-mo hurriedly followed, not expecting Wei Chi-chang to be so reckless. Just as he wanted to call out to Wei Chi-chang, it was already too late. With a piercing gaze, Wei Chi-chang locked onto Aizawa AI and strode over to her side. Before anyone could react, Wei Chi-chang grabbed Aizawa AI's wrist. The speed of his action made everyone present gasp in shock. Aizawa AI looked slightly stunned, about to speak, but was unceremoniously thrown into Shin-mo's arms by Wei Chi-chang. To prevent Aizawa AI from falling, Shin-mo stepped forward and quickly caught her, holding her in his embrace. Aizawa AI's body was very light and soft, seemingly weightless, her eyes filled with fear and panic, saying no. You have some nerve. Do you know who she is? She is the sister-in-law of our Sakura Association, the president's woman. Seeing someone being so rude to Aizawa AI, the guards of the brothel immediately reacted, stepping forward to block Wei Chi-chang and Qin Mo. They held long knives, the tips pointed directly at Wei Chi-chang and Qin Mo, attempting to intimidate them and protect the president's wife. Get lost, Wei Chi-chang scoffed dismissively. Striding forward with an air of arrogance, a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, concealing deep mockery and contempt within the grin. Sakura Society? Taida Taro? I, Wei Chi-chang, am taking this woman away today. I want to see who can stop me. Qin Mo watched Wei Chi-chang's domineering demeanor, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He had come with Wei Chi-chang, and to others, they were seen as two peas in a pod. Moreover, Tsukishima AI was cradled in Qin Mo's arms. Even if he wanted to quell the farce, it was evidently impossible. Everyone was watching Qin Mo and Wei Chi-chang with hawk-like eyes. They had completely provoked them now. Fine. Qin Mo took a deep breath, holding the stunning beauty in his arms, and immediately moved forward in step with Wei Chi-chang. Tsukishima AI tried to struggle, but Qin Mo shot her a fierce glare. Tsukishima AI was instantly frightened, lowering her head and shrinking into Qin Mo's embrace, not daring to move again. Other guards wanted to take action, but saw Wei Chi-chang's figure flicker, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the guards. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, followed by several heavy impacts as a few guards from the Sakura Society were sent flying, collapsing to the ground like withered leaves, lifeless and breathless. A few others charged at Qin Mo with knives, but he did not strike back. Instead, his figure shifted, his seemingly chaotic yet orderly legwork kicked into the chests of his opponents. Their ribs shattered, and their bodies were forcefully sent flying. After all this, Qin Mo quickly followed Wei Chi-chang's lead, holding the woman in his arms, and hurried back to their original residence. Qin Mo quickened his pace, he needed to move faster. If Taida Taro was here, it would be dangerous. The flowering building fell into a dead silence in an instant. The sudden shock startled everyone inside the bustling establishment. They could hardly believe what was happening before their eyes. Someone actually dared to be so domineering, directly snatching away the woman of the Sakura Society's president. This was akin to defecating on the head of the Sakura Society. The other members of the Sakura Society who did not take action were left with their lives. Quick, hurry and report to the president. Wei Chi-chang took away the big sister, Tsukishima AI. Members of the Sakura Society ran out frantically, rushing to find the president. This was the biggest scandal in the history of the Sakura Society. It trampled the dignity of the president and all its members into the ground. Back at the residence, Qin Mo set Tsukishima AI down from his embrace. They had finally returned. However, Qin Mo's nerves remained taut. He had no idea how long it would be before the other side sent someone to hunt them down. Wei Chi-chang turned to Qin Mo with a smile. This woman, she looks good, right? How about letting her bear you a child? Ha ha ha. Wei Chi-chang's tone was arrogant, seemingly disregarding everyone present. He paid no attention to Tsukishima AI's feelings at all. Upon hearing this, Tsukishima AI's face instantly turned pale. After breaking free from Qin Mo's embrace, she took a few steps back, distancing herself slightly from him. Qin Mo's gaze fell on Tsukishima AI. She seemed to be very resistant. Having been inexplicably brought into this unfamiliar environment, she radiated discomfort. After a while, Tsukishima AI slowly regained her calm demeanor. Once she steadied herself, she responded in a composed tone. You must be joking, right? I am a member of the Sakura Society, and the president's wife at that. Don't you think what you're doing is absurd? Tsukishima AI scrutinized Qin Mo, hoping they would let her go. If you send me back now, maybe you can still ease relations with the Sakura Society. If you really do something unreasonable to me, Taida Taro will not let you off easily, and you will attract endless trouble. Tsukishima AI analyzed rationally to Qin Mo. I won't agree to go with you. Tsukishima AI glanced at Qin Mo. Although Qin Mo was handsome, Tsukishima AI still felt a sense of retreat. Qin Mo, standing aside, was also filled with mixed emotions, forcibly taking Tsukishima AI away. But she was not a woman of the world. She had her own principles, her arms crossed protectively over her chest, watching Qin Mo warily. You really don't want to? Qin Mo asked. Tsukishima AI shook her head, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Wei Chi-chang pulled Qin Mo aside. What are you afraid of? What is she? Does she have the right to speak in front of us? If she doesn't want it, then just leave her alone? Ridiculous. Just go for it. She's just a worthless woman. What can she do in front of you? Wei Chi-chang wanted Qin Mo to take the lead forcefully. Faced with Wei Chi-chang's sudden absurd request, Qin Mo's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed he was contemplating something. If she doesn't want to, don't force her. In this brutal fourth level, there is no such thing as willingness or unwillingness. Strength is the only truth. Even if one is forced, the weak can only silently endure, with no room to speak. But in Shinmo's eyes, having a child was a significant matter, not something Tsukishima AI was playing around with. When the child is in Tsukishima AI's belly, if she truly doesn't want it, no matter how much effort is put in, the child cannot be kept. Therefore, matters of having children must respect Tsukishima AI's own inner wishes, allowing her to willingly accept it. Moreover, doing so would go against Shinmo's principles, so he didn't want to force her. Wei Chi-chang looked at Shin-mo, who could maintain his composure in front of a beauty to this extent, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. But for the moment, he was at a loss. Help! A cry for help came from not far away. The voice was very familiar. It was Angela's voice. Angela, you killed my brother. I will make you pay the price. The speaker was Kenji Nanao, a subordinate of Nanao Masato. There were also some friends of Nanao Masato around, a total of 6 people. Their eyes were filled with greed, holding daggers in their hands, as if they could not wait to unleash the anger in their hearts. What do you want? Angela retreated in panic. Faced with the members of the Sakura Society, Angela felt somewhat at a loss. What do we want? Don't you know? Kenji Nanao's lips curled slightly. They had long been plotting this. Previously, Nanao Masato had taken a liking to Angela, and the others did not dare to act. Now that Nanao Masato was dead, they were just using the pretext of avenging him to take revenge on Angela. You killed Nanao Masato, what else do you have to say? First, let's have your flesh compensate us properly. As he spoke, the 6 people quickly surrounded Angela, leaving her with no way to escape. Just as Kenji Nanao was about to pounce, a figure rushed in, swiftly kicking him away. The dagger in the opponent's hand was snatched away by Shin-mo in an instant. Die! Shin-mo lightly uttered a word like the decree of death. The dagger he had just seized shot out like an arrow released from a bow, piercing straight into the opponent's throat. Kenji Nanao, a subordinate of Nanao Masato, was sealed at the throat by a dagger and died. Shinmo's movements were as quick as lightning, and seeing this, the others frantically tried to escape. However, they were subdued by Shin-mo in just a few moves, brutally kicked to the ground. His movements were fluid and clean. Angela beside her steadied her mind, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of security. With Shin-mo by her side, it seemed much safer. These were all subordinates of Chiwei Zhangrun and their friends, who, under the pretense of avenging him, wanted to bully Angela. They had come looking for trouble, and Shin-mo would not let them off the hook. Since you came looking for death, I can only send you on your way. The voices of the crowd pleading for mercy were incessant. However, Shin-mo did not waver in his determination to kill them. Just as the dagger in Shin-mo's hand was about to fall, a voice suddenly came from afar. Don't! The voice seemed to be a hysterical cry from the throat. The dagger, which was about to strike the person below, halted. Moon Island AI rushed over from a distance, her face filled with anxiety. With Wei Chi-chang present, Moon Island AI could not get close. Under Wei Chi-chang's urging, she walked towards Shin-mo. But just one glance made Moon Island AI panic. Even Shin-mo and Wei Chi-chang were particularly surprised by Moon Island AI's sudden fright. As Moon Island AI approached, her voice carried an unmistakable plea. Please, don't kill him, okay? The man below slightly turned his face and was shocked to find that it was his sister, Moon Island AI. Sister! One of the so-called friends who came to help Chiwei Zhangrun take revenge was Moon Island AI's brother, Moon Island Shirji. No wonder Moon Island AI was so flustered at this moment. She hurriedly shielded her brother, fearing that Moon Island Shoji would encounter misfortune. Why should I let him go? Shin-mo said coldly. He interrupted her plea, his gaze revealing coldness. After all, Moon Island AI was merely the woman of the president, Taidi Taro. Moreover, she had clearly rejected Shin-mo, unwilling to bear his child. Would Shin-mo really let Moon Island Shoji go just because of Moon Island AI? Shin-mo did not have such a great kindness. Moon Island AI immediately knelt before Shin-mo. He was impulsive. I promise he will never do it again. Please spare his life. As long as you can let him go, I am willing to do anything for you. Moon Island AI was compromising. You know what I want. Bringing Moon Island AI from the flower pavilion to here, as well as what Shin-mo and Wei Chi-chang had said, had basically not avoided Moon Island AI. Moon Island AI was not a foolish woman. What did Shin-mo really want? Moon Island AI knew in her heart. I am willing to accompany you at night, but please, do not make me have a child. I really cannot bear the consequences of this. I really cannot accept it. Moon Island AI was at her wit's end. Suddenly, Angela, who had come to her senses, recognized Moon Island AI in an instant. She stepped forward and fiercely grabbed Moon Island AI's hair. What are you pretending for? Angela looked at Moon Island AI with disgust, her eyes even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Shin Emo likes you and is willing to let you bear his child, that is giving you face. Don't you see where you are now? Do you have the qualifications to negotiate with us? Angela kicked Moon Island Shoji, sending him tumbling. Shin Emo looked at Angela, feeling puzzled. He wanted Moon Island AI to bear his child, and he wasn't in a hurry. Why was Angela so anxious? Angela was very angry, and Shin Mo's puzzled gaze happened to meet Angela's. Angela did not hide her words. That bastard killed one of my best friends, Emily, in the past. Just thinking about losing her best friend ignited a surge of anger within Angela. Angela directly picked up a dagger from the ground and pressed it against the neck of Tsukishima AI's younger brother, Tsukishima Koichi. Instead, she helped Shin Emo by threatening, "Promise Shin Emo that you'll have his child, or I will take your brother's life right now." In Angela's eyes, Tsukishima AI was the president's woman, high and mighty, which was why she was unwilling to bear Shin Mo's child. She believed this lowered Tsukishima AI's status and identity. Helping Shin Emo with the threat was also out of gratitude towards him. If it weren't for Shin Mo's timely intervention, she would have likely been toyed with by those beasts. Moreover, forcing Tsukishima AI to have a child for Shin Emo was a humiliation towards her. Tsukishima AI shook her head frantically, quickly explaining to Angela, "It wasn't me who killed your friend Emily, it wasn't me." Fearing that Angela might become agitated and harm her brother, she hurriedly added, "Emily was killed by the president. He's a pervert. He can't do it himself, but he enjoys torturing women. He just happened to set his sights on your friend and had her tied up. But your friend was strong-willed and refused to comply, and in the end, she was tortured to death. I had no way to stop it. I really had no way." Angela was somewhat shocked, but still looked down on Tsukishima AI. "Even so, you're not a good person. With such a large enterprise as the Flower Pavilion, you've always been the one to maintain it. You know better than I do how many girls are forced into prostitution there." The Flower Pavilion was so large, and there were many girls inside. Not everyone was willing to degrade themselves from the start. Without beautiful girls, the Flower Pavilion could not operate. Some virtuous women were forcibly thrown into the Flower Pavilion, threatened with their lives. After breaking their most cherished virtue, they were further demanded to entertain clients daily, or else their friends and family would be threatened with death, using all sorts of coercion and temptation. In desperation, they could only be forced into prostitution. As the president's wife, Tsukishima AI had always helped run the Flower Pavilion. She had certainly done this many times. In Angela's eyes, no matter how much Tsukishima AI claimed to be innocent, she was definitely not a good person. Tsukishima AI was already in tears, wiping her face. "I don't want this either. I am being forced by the president." Tsukishima AI stood up slowly, carrying an indescribable pain. I am also powerless. To prove to everyone, Tsukishima AI's gaze swept over the crowd, carrying a hint of pleading for understanding. As she stood straight, her voice barely finished, she almost instantly pulled open her collar, revealing the skin hidden beneath her clothing. What should have been a flawless white shoulder and back was covered in shocking scars. The new and old scars intertwined, like a silent indictment, recording countless tortures and pains. These marks varied in depth and color, from light purple to dark red, all indicating the president's inhumane abuse of Tsukishima AI. Countless scars contrasted sharply with Tsukishima AI's unparalleled beauty. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the sound of breathing became unusually loud. Even Angela was particularly shocked at this scene. The dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. There was a sense of having misunderstood Tsukishima AI, as if the pain she endured was unknown to anyone, and now, it was revealed before everyone, shedding her disguise. For a moment, the emotions within each person intertwined, deeply shaken by the sight before them. A frail woman had been subjected to such brutal abuse, evoking a desire to cherish her. Shin Emo slowly walked to the side of Tsukishima AI and put her clothes back on. Tsukishima AI sobbed and said to Shin Emo and the others, "You all hate the president, but I hate him even more. If you can kill the president, I'll do anything for you, even bury your child, I would agree." At this point, Tsukishima AI paused, her gaze locking onto Shin Mo's eyes. "But if you can't kill Taichi Taro, I won't agree. Even if you force me to conceive a child, once the president finds out, both my life and the child's will be in danger." The tone in which Tsukishima AI spoke did not sound like a lie. What she said was also a fact. Even if she became pregnant, if the president was still alive and found out, not only would Tsukishima AI be in danger, but the child in her womb would also die. For a moment, the entire scene fell into silence. "Someone's coming," Wei Chi-chang suddenly spoke, and everyone became alert. Wei Chi-chang had profound cultivation and could sense someone approaching at high speed from a distance. Moreover, the target was absolutely clear, heading straight for Shin Emo. At this moment, with such a fierce approach, it was obvious who it was. Wei Chi-chang. A deep voice echoed, and Taichi Taro's footsteps sounded particularly clear in the silent air, gradually closing in step by step. You are too much. In front of so many people, openly taking my wife away at the flower pavilion, you simply do not regard me, Taichi Taro, as anything. Taichi Taro roared, holding a gleaming samurai sword, standing alone against Chin Mo, Wei Chi-chang, Tsukishima AI, and Angela. Tsukishima AI's body trembled involuntarily, her expression quickly shifting from weakness to a deliberately feigned helplessness. Lowering her head, her long hair fell, covering half of her face, revealing only a pair of seemingly tear-filled eyes, pitifully enchanting. President, I beg you, save me. Tsukishima AI's voice was weak yet particularly clear, tinged with a sob, sounding both desperate and dependent, as if she were the most helpless woman in the world. She slightly raised her hand, wanting to reach out to the distant Taichi Taro, but the distance was too great, and her hand could only stop in midair. Looking at Tsukishima AI's disheveled appearance, her buttons all fastened incorrectly, it was evident that when Chin Mo dressed her, he had hastily done so to avoid embarrassment. In her emotional turmoil, Tsukishima AI had not had the chance to fix it. To Taichi Taro, it looked as if Chin Mo had done something to Tsukishima AI. Instantly, the killing intent in Taichi Taro's eyes surged, and the samurai sword in his hand slowly twisted. I will kill you. Taichi Taro's face was resolute as he stepped closer to Chin Mo, the blade's presence seeming to split the air in two, the murderous intent unmistakable. Chin Mo's expression grew serious, just as he was about to respond to this imminent crisis. Wei Chi-chang suddenly intervened, forming an insurmountable barrier. Want to kill him? You better see if you have the ability. Wei Chi-chang reached into his pants and, after a moment, actually pulled out a pair of short sticks made of special steel. Chin Mo was momentarily taken aback, glancing sideways at Wei Chi-chang. His choice of weapon storage was indeed unique. This was also the weapon of Bathhouse Chang, a pair of shiny silver short sticks. Most people on the fourth floor were not worthy of Wei Chi-chang using his weapons. However, the Taichi Taro before him, possessing innate perfection in cultivation, was indeed worthy of Wei Chi-chang drawing his weapon and fighting with all his might. Wei Chi-chang. Taichi Taro muttered this name, wishing he could tear him apart. Although he was very wary of Wei Chi-chang, his notorious reputation was well known. But to take away Tadataro's wife and humiliate him, such a cuckolding act, even a man who was not humane would absolutely not allow himself to remain passive. I want to experience your skills, my lord. Tadataro flew in, and the short stick in Wei Chi-chang's hand clashed with his katana, instantly sparking. The crisp sound of metal colliding spread an extremely powerful momentum. Tadataro's swordsmanship was fierce, with every move filled with lethal threat. Coupled with his strike fueled by rage, it seemed to have the flavor of splitting heaven and earth, making it hard to look directly at. Wei Chi-chang looked at Tadataro, his eyes more excited, skillfully responding with the two short sticks in his hands, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's attacks. Both sides were well matched in offense and defense, and the fighting scene was exceptionally intense. As two innate-level powerhouses clashed, Chin Mo seemed unable to intervene at all. He could only protect Angela and Tsukishima AI behind him, avoiding being injured by their excessive attacks. I will kill you. Tadataro was nearly mad. He unleashed all his strength, his katana slicing through the air like a storm, attempting to break through Wei Chi-chang's defense with overwhelming force. Although Wei Chi-chang appeared bulky, his movements were extremely agile, using the short sticks with incredible skill. After dodging the opponent's blade, he launched a rapid counterattack, forcing Tadataro to retreat step by step. At a critical moment, Wei Chi-chang suddenly executed a sweeping move. The short stick swept across, stirring up a gust of wind. As Tadataro continued to retreat, he thought he had caught a flaw in his opponent. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the katana in his hand suddenly accelerated, striking towards Wei Chi-chang like a bolt of lightning. However, Wei Chi-chang's movements were unpredictable. He deliberately used the opponent's force against him, executing a beautiful spin. The short stick accurately struck Tadataro's wrist, causing the blade to tilt, and his hand was hit at a certain acupoint, instantly losing strength. Even the katana in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Damn it! Tadataro cursed inwardly. The Wei Chi-chang before him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Tadataro knew deep down that he was no match for him. In this brief moment, Tadataro gripped the sword with both hands. After a sudden turn, he used the katana to carve a crack in the ground as cover and quickly fled. Old man, where are you running? Wei Chi-chang shouted, pursuing without hesitation. This was a brilliant opportunity. If he could capture Tadataro, it would be another sumptuous feast. The two moved in a complex environment, intertwining, and for a moment, life and death were unpredictable. Chin Mo quietly watched the retreating Tadataro and Wei Chi-chang. His gaze slowly shifted to Tsukishima AI beside him. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he reached out to wrap his arm around Tsukishima AI's delicate waist. Tsukishima AI involuntarily let out a soft gasp, looking up only to find herself in Shinmo's embrace. "What are you doing?" A flustered Tsukishima AI slowly lowered her head. Her younger brother, Tsukishima Koichi, was not dead. Logically, she had promised Shinmo that as long as she didn't have his child, she should unconditionally obey him in other matters. Shinmo chuckled lightly at this moment, tilting Tsukishima AI's chin. If he had some reservations before, now Shinmo was becoming unrestrained. At first, he was unwilling to provoke Tsukishima AI, not because she wasn't beautiful, but because he didn't want to force her. However, upon learning that Tsukishima AI was living in dire straits beside the president, Shinmo realized that the only obstacle between him and Tsukishima AI was none other than Tadetaro. As long as he killed Tadetaro, there would be no more obstacles between Shinmo and Tsukishima AI. Tadetaro, with his innate great perfection cultivation, is the president of the Sakura Society, one of the strongest among the few at the 4th level, yet Shinmo still had his reservations. However, the recent battle made Shinmo realize that he had underestimated Wei Chi Chang's strength. He had thought that Wei Chi Chang and Tadetaro could only fight to a draw. To his surprise, Tadetaro was actually so weak. Using all his strength, watching his wife being taken away, he retaliated with burning anger, yet still couldn't defeat Wei Chi Chang. He was just a waste. With Wei Chi Chang as his backing, Shinmo was completely unafraid of Tadetaro, so why should he still regard Tadetaro highly? Shinmo's hand played with Tsukishima AI's smooth face. "Didn't you say that as long as you could kill the president, you would be willing to have children? You won't go back on your word, right?" Shinmo tightened his grip slightly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tsukishima AI had indeed said this, her eyes darting around nervously. She hadn't expected that the president would be one of the strongest men she had ever seen. The result was that she witnessed him being chased and beaten by Wei Chi Chang. This also meant that as long as Wei Chi Chang was around, he could easily kill Tadetaro. Tsukishima AI, staring intently at Shinmo, asked weakly, "You and Wei Chi Chang?" Tsukishima AI couldn't understand why Shinmo, who had no reputation at the 4th level, had so many connections with Wei Chi Chang. From what she had seen and heard, Wei Chi Chang seemed particularly concerned about Shinmo. It was Wei Chi Chang who brought Shinmo to the flower pavilion. Moreover, he wanted to help Shinmo choose a girl. He had never shown interest in women but was always thinking about getting Shinmo to find a woman to have children. This relationship made anyone feel that they were closer than brothers. "Can't you see the relationship between us?" Shinmo said while wrapping his arms around Tsukishima AI's slender waist, his fingers gliding smoothly over her jade neck. Just thinking about the various abuses Tsukishima AI had suffered made him feel that such a woman deserved to be cherished. "We're like brothers, really close. Since you want the president dead so much, just let my buddy take care of him. As for you?" Shinmo chuckled, the implication clear. After pondering for a moment, Tsukishima AI, who had long wanted to get rid of Tadetaro, would be happy if it could really happen. She nodded, "I won't go back on my word. I agree to you." As soon as the words fell, Tsukishima Koji, her younger brother, quickly expressed his disagreement. "Sister, no." Seeing Wei Chi Chang able to defeat Tadetaro, Tsukishima AI had already agreed to Shinmo, willing to have his children. At this moment, her brother Tsukishima Koji came out to stop her. "Sister, no." Tsukishima AI looked at her brother with a puzzled expression. Tsukishima Koji immediately explained, "You can't agree to him. If you do, we're done for. The president will definitely not let us go. Although right now, the president is not a match for Wei Chi Chang, he is still alive, and as long as he is alive, he is a huge threat to us. If he escapes, who knows when he will come back? By then, with his power, he will bring even greater wrath." Tsukishima Koji deeply expressed his concerns. Clearly, Tsukishima AI had already been swayed by Shinmo, willing to have his children. Yet, Tsukishima Koji's words made her hesitate. What he said was not without reason. As long as Tadetaro was alive, he would always be a huge trouble. He could threaten their lives at any moment. Tsukishima AI wanted to break free from Shinmo's hand. However, Shinmo was unwilling to let go. He looked at Tsukishima AI sincerely, his gaze like a ray of sunshine in winter, exceptionally warm. "I will ensure your safety, so don't worry so much. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you, nor will I let anyone harm our child. Moreover, Wei Chi Chang is my good buddy. Even if he didn't kill Tadetaro this time, they pose no threat to us. If he dares to come again, he will definitely be the one to die. Shin Mo spoke with conviction. As long as Tsukishima AI could give birth to Shin Mo's child, even if the road ahead was filled with thorns, Shin Mo would carve a path through it. But Tsukishima AI had lived beside Taiji Taro for a long time and knew well how twisted he was, how extreme his actions could be. As long as he was still alive, anything could happen. Yet, facing Shin Mo's tender gaze, Tsukishima AI's heartstrings were tugged, but she still had her concerns and couldn't give Shin Mo an immediate answer. For a moment, both sides were at a standstill. Shin Mo held Tsukishima AI, and she couldn't push him away. She could only let him hold her. After a while, she saw a man trudging toward them. With keen eyes, Shin Mo recognized it was Wei Chi Chang. Soon, he returned to the group. Wei Chi Chang had no serious injuries, he was just exhausted and breathing heavily. That old man, not good at fighting, but he runs away like a rat, quite nimble. At that moment, everyone had witnessed Wei Chi Chang's formidable strength. Meanwhile, Shin Mo, still holding Tsukishima AI, gave Wei Chi Chang a look. Understanding Tsukishima AI's worries, Wei Chi Chang's gaze finally landed on her, and he chuckled lightly. Sister, I know what you're worried about, that's why you don't want to give Shin Mo a child. Wei Chi Chang played with the iron rod in his hand, stained with some blood. That was from when he chased Taiji Taro. Although that old man escaped, you should see how much strength I really have. Even if he had another hand, he would never be my match. Wei Chi Chang's arrogant tone exuded dominance. He wasn't afraid of Taiji Taro at all. Even if he comes back, I can still make him find his teeth all over the ground. His gaze slowly swept over Tsukishima Koji. As an older sister, you must want your brother to survive, right? As long as you agree to give Shin Mo a child, I will promise you to spare your brother's life, and as for that old ghost, I will definitely eliminate him myself. I've wanted that old man's life for a long time, I'll swallow him whole and see if his meat has any chewiness. Wei Chi Chang threatened while laughing. Tsukishima Koji shook her head at her sister. Even if Wei Chi Chang was powerful, he was just one strong person. Shin Mo, on the side, felt like a useless person. His sister was the dignified president's wife. The thought of giving birth to a child for a piece of trash was unacceptable to Tsukishima Koji. Shin Mo looked at Tsukishima AI in his arms, cold sweat on his forehead, lost in deep thought. Tsukishima AI hesitated to respond, and Wei Chi Chang's demeanor suddenly turned fierce. You're a woman, so don't toast and then refuse to drink the penalty wine. You fear that old man, but you should also be clear about whose hands you're in right now. It's best if you agree. If you don't, you and your brother have no value to us, and I will just eat you both. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsukishima Koji was so frightened that she took a step back, no longer daring to signal her sister. She was truly afraid of being eaten directly. This was the most miserable way to die in the world. Tsukishima AI looked around anxiously, then her gaze met Shin Mo's again. I agree. Seeing Tsukishima AI finally made him relax again. Everyone was suddenly in high spirits. Good, great. Wei Chi Chang smiled, his eyes squinting to the point where only a slit was visible. 2 iron rods were shoved back into his pants. Finally, he could witness Shin Mo's unique martial arts. At the same time, Shin Mo also smiled happily. He had finally embraced the beauty. Shin Mo picked up Tsukishima AI and said to Wei Chi Chang, it definitely won't be finished in the next couple of days. I won't mind the black scale stones for the next 2 days. Wei Chi Chang chuckled, no problem. I'll just kill a few people and grab some dragon blood stones from them. I'll take care of your share. Just focus on your business. If I don't see results, you'll be in trouble. After arranging everything, Shin Mo immediately held Tsukishima AI and headed towards the dormitory. Shin Mo didn't have a good territory at the moment. He only had the ordinary dormitory for prisoners. In Shin Mo's arms, Tsukishima AI felt an unprecedented sense of security. Lying in Shin Mo's embrace felt particularly gentle, and a warm current surged involuntarily in her heart. Tsukishima AI knew what would happen next. Although there was a feeling of being coerced, her heart was also filled with anticipation. For so many years, Tsukishima AI had never been treated as a woman. Ever since she was kidnapped by Taiji Taro, who publicly claimed her as his wife, her incredibly tragic life began. The inhumane Taiji Taro had never regarded Tsukishima AI as a woman. Instead, she was merely a tool for venting his frustrations, subjected to various forms of abuse as a perverse source of amusement. From beginning to end, Tsukishima AI had never truly been a woman. To outsiders, Tsukishima AI, as Taiji Taro's wife, lived an incredibly happy life, protected by a powerful man. Little did they know, Tsukishima AI's beauty was merely a facade for Taiji Taro, the president of the Sakura Society, to display. In her mind, images of humiliating scenes played out like a movie before her eyes. Tsukishima AI wished she could bite off a piece of flesh from Taiji Taro. Unconsciously, Tsukishima AI felt Shinmo's embrace tighten a little more. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Shinmo's jawline, so handsome and distinct. In stark contrast to that old man Taichi Taro, she could escape from Taichi Taro and even be with Shin-mo. Perhaps it wasn't a disaster at all, but rather a blessing from heaven. Being able to have children with Shin-mo was even more of a happiness. After a while, they finally arrived at the dormitory. Shin-mo gently set Tsukishima AI down, admiring her slightly shy expression. Shin-mo glanced around the dormitory. This place can't compare to the flourishing flower building. It's a bit crude. Tsukishima AI slowly scanned the room, not minding it. She had experienced hard times before. She didn't find it bothersome at all. What did it matter how luxurious the flourishing flower building was? Tsukishima AI felt no moment of ease there. Next to Shin-mo, her restless heart seemed to find some calm. It's fine. Tsukishima AI didn't mind, reaching out to gently wipe away some fine sweat from Shin-mo's forehead, like a caring lover. You rest first, I'll tidy up the bed. As the door to the dormitory closed, it felt as if everything in the outside world was cut off. Only Shin-mo and Tsukishima AI remained in the room. Tsukishima AI supported Shin-mo and sat down beside him. Under Shin-mo's burning gaze, Tsukishima AI's fair cheeks involuntarily flushed a light red, making her look particularly charming. I'll go tidy up the bed first. With that, Tsukishima AI walked to the foot of the bed, her palm gently smoothing out every wrinkle on the sheets. Ensure the entire bed is smooth and warm. Then, she searched inside and selected the softest bedding, gently spreading it evenly over the bed. Her palm softly patted it, making it even softer. One could almost imagine Shin-mo lying on it after a long day, enjoying a comfortable rest. After checking carefully and confirming everything was in order, she nodded in satisfaction. Once the bed was made, Aizawa AI turned and walked to the corner of the room, found a wooden basin, and filled it with warm water. She had a bottle with her, containing rose petals, and sprinkled a few into the water, which immediately floated on the surface, releasing a faint fragrance. After tucking the bottle back into her arms, Aizawa AI carefully picked it up and walked slowly to Shin-mo's side, speaking softly. Let me help you wash your feet, relax a bit. Seeing Aizawa AI's thoughtfulness, how could Shin-mo refuse? Sure. After receiving Shin-mo's consent, Aizawa AI extended her delicate fingers and slowly untied Shin-mo's shoelaces. As soon as she took out Shin-mo's foot, a strong odor wafted up. Shin-mo smiled awkwardly, but Aizawa AI didn't seem to mind. After removing the socks one by one, she gently placed Shin-mo's feet into the warm water, carefully massaging them. How's the water temperature? Is it too hot? Aizawa AI looked up with concern, afraid her service was lacking. Shin-mo shook his head. The temperature is just right. Aizawa AI's delicate fingers glided over Shin-mo's rough feet, scrubbing away the dead skin with great care. Shin-mo was quite enjoying it. After washing, she gently dried Shin-mo's feet with a clean towel. Would you like me to massage your feet too? Aizawa AI suggested softly, mainly gauging Shin-mo's thoughts. You can do that? Shin-mo looked at Aizawa AI with interest. Aizawa AI nodded slightly. I know a little. After a long day, a foot massage could make Shin-mo feel more comfortable and relaxed. Alright. Since Shin-mo wasn't in a hurry, the following time passed without anyone disturbing them. Aizawa AI belonged only to Shin-mo. Seeing Shin-mo agree, Aizawa AI sat on the edge of the bed, gently lifting Shin-mo's feet and placing them on a higher wooden stool. She took out a black bottle from her pocket, squeezed out a few drops of liquid, and then let it slowly dissolve in her palm. Shin-mo could immediately smell a faint herbal fragrance that invigorated him. Aizawa AI had quite a bit of knowledge about perfumes, soothing liquids, and powders. The liquid in this bottle was extracted from a dozen different plants by Aizawa AI. Then I'll start, Aizawa AI said softly, with a gentle smile. First, she warmed Shin-mo's soles with the heat of her palms, then her fingertips slowly moved along the meridians of Shin-mo's feet, applying just the right amount of pressure. In her spare time, Aizawa AI often read books. When it came to taking care of others, she could do exceptionally well. If it weren't for Taito Taro, who was such a disappointment, Aizawa AI could definitely be considered a virtuous wife. Every movement of Aizawa AI was just right, neither too forceful nor lacking in effect. How does it feel? Aizawa AI asked while massaging, her voice soft like a spring breeze. Shin-mo slowly closed his eyes, enjoying this rare comfort, a contented smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Very comfortable. It feels like all the fatigue of the day has been melted away by your delicate fingers. As Aizawa AI's fingers danced, waves of relief coursed through Shin-mo's soles. The deep muscles were awakened, and the tension and pressure in his body seemed to dissipate like smoke. Suddenly, Aizawa AI pressed on the Yongquan acupoint. Even in a relaxed state, Shin-mo couldn't help but let out a faint hum. His body seemed to have been completely liberated. Is this pressure okay? If it's too heavy, remember to tell me, Tsukishima AI asked with concern while massaging, her gaze particularly focused and serious. Her hands didn't stop, as if she were doing something remarkable. Just right. Shinmo's voice carried a sense of satisfaction. It feels really good. Tsukishima AI smiled slightly, seeing how pleased Shinmo was with her technique, and she revealed a genuine smile. After the massage, she looked at Shinmo, who had achieved an unprecedented level of relaxation. With his eyes closed, he seemed unwilling to move. Tsukishima AI slowly leaned closer to Shinmo. If you don't want to move, I'll help you take off your outer clothes and wipe your body. It'll be more comfortable this way. Tsukishima AI was very considerate, as if every word she said and every action she took resonated with Shinmo's heart. Shinmo nodded slightly, and Tsukishima AI prepared a basin of clean warm water. She cautiously approached Shinmo first. Unbuttoning his shirt, her movements were gentle, avoiding disturbing Shinmo's peaceful state. As each button was slowly undone, Tsukishima AI gently pulled away Shinmo's clothing. The fabric slid down, revealing his chest in front and his back behind. Tsukishima AI picked up a clean towel, dampened it, and then carefully wrung out the excess water. She kept the temperature moderate to avoid making Shinmo feel cold. Starting from his neck, she gently wiped, as if treating a precious treasure. The towel glided down along Shinmo's shoulders and arms. There were some wounds, both large and small, on his body, and Tsukishima AI tried her best to avoid them to prevent any abrasions. This might be a bit cool, bear with it. Using the soft towel, Tsukishima AI slowly relaxed Shinmo's tense muscles. From his chest to his abdomen and then to his feet, not a single spot was missed. After confirming that Shinmo's body was thoroughly cleaned, she wiped the sweat from his forehead. All done. Tsukishima AI seemed to have completed a huge project. After wiping him down, she simply put a loose pajama on Shinmo for convenience later. Tsukishima AI supported Shinmo as he lay down on the clean and tidy bed. I'll go wash up. Shinmo glanced at Tsukishima AI. Being cared for so thoughtfully made him feel a bit at a loss. He feared he might be in for a treat in the future. Tsukishima AI was truly exceptional at taking care of people, especially tender and considerate. After a while, as the sound of running water stopped, Tsukishima AI slowly walked out, the sheer towel clinging tightly to her graceful figure. Her dried black hair fell casually over her shoulders, dancing in the breeze. Shinmo's eyes widened. Tsukishima AI's skin, in the warm mist, became even more fair and delicate, like a lotus blooming for the first time, exuding a soft pink hue. Her eyes were clear and bright, carrying the freshness of a bath and a hint of barely noticeable shyness. Tsukishima AI gently bit her lower lip, taking small, graceful steps toward Shinmo. Each step was light and elegant, and even before reaching him, he could smell the faint floral fragrance emanating from her. Standing in front of Shinmo, she smiled softly. Did I disturb you? Tsukishima AI was like a breath of fresh air in spring, brushing past his heart. Shinmo looked up at Tsukishima AI, her unparalleled beauty stunning him. It was as if the person before him was an incredibly precious treasure. Shinmo shook his head, feeling his throat dry, unable to find his voice. No, it's just that you're too beautiful. Shinmo tugged at her, pulling Tsukishima AI closer to him. Sticking to her cheek, she unconsciously kissed the moon's loving red lips. In that instant of contact, various desires poured out. As the towel slipped from Tsukishima AI's body, she was completely liberated, releasing the long-suppressed yearning of being a woman. Tsukishima AI felt that the dormitory was too monotonous. Just then, she found some simple wildflowers around. She collected them into a pot. Holding scissors in her hand, she focused intently on trimming the flowers. Tsukishima AI was completely absorbed, fiddling with the flowers in her hands, occasionally whispering softly, as if conversing with them. This looks even better. Tsukishima AI's fingers danced nimbly among the green leaves and petals, arranging each flower in its suitable position. So engrossed was Tsukishima AI that she didn't notice Shinmo had appeared behind her. Suddenly, Shinmo reached out, gently wrapping his arms around Tsukishima AI's waist from behind. The movement was soft yet filled with possessiveness, and he was very afraid of breaking this tranquility. The sudden sensation made Tsukishima AI tremble all over. Her hand stopped abruptly, and she turned to meet Shinmo's gaze, a shy smile blooming on her face. You're back? Tsukishima AI's smile was exceptionally radiant, like clouds at the horizon, making one feel a delightful tingle. After being nourished, Tsukishima AI seemed to exude love from every part of her being, allowing her to truly appreciate the value of being a woman. It looks really beautiful, Shinmo commented on the flower arrangement Tsukishima AI had carefully crafted. Before Tsukishima AI could respond, Shinmo's kiss had already gently landed on her neck, like morning petals. In an instant, Tsukishima AI's body softened involuntarily, and she dropped the scissors in her hand. Originally, her feet were already uncomfortable. Now, with Chinmo's touch, her body seemed to lose gravity at that moment. She could only lean on Chinmo's embrace for support. The matter of having children couldn't be rushed. It could only be tried again and again. Tsukishima Ai closed her eyes, savoring this brief sweet invasion, her hands slowly wrapping around Chinmo's neck, only parting after a long while. Seeing some ingredients Chinmo had just exchanged, she said, "I will rest for a bit and make you something to eat." Tsukishima Ai could cook many dishes. She had specifically asked Chinmo in the morning to exchange for some ingredients so that he could taste her cooking. Chinmo playfully lifted Tsukishima Ai's chin. "You know so much." After some playful banter, Tsukishima Ai used the ingredients Chinmo brought back to make a lot of sushi. Holding a plate, she walked over to Chinmo's side. Chinmo looked up, their eyes meeting. A smile immediately crept onto his lips as he watched the sushi Tsukishima Ai had made. Tsukishima Ai sat beside Chinmo, took out a pair of ordinary chopsticks, and gently picked up a piece. Chinmo opened his mouth in response, catching the carefully made sushi. The moment it entered his mouth, the flavors of the fish and rice seemed to achieve perfect harmony. Incredibly delicious. "So good. You always manage to surprise me," Chinmo exclaimed while eating, a bit of rice sticking to his mouth. Tsukishima Ai smiled brightly, feeling immensely happy at Chinmo's praise. In the past, no matter what Tsukishima Ai did, she was always criticized and constantly tormented. In contrast, being with Chinmo felt like living a fairy tale life. Gently using her finger to wipe the rice from the corner of Chinmo's mouth, she smiled and said, "I can do a lot. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I can try to make it for you." Tsukishima Ai's voice was exceptionally gentle, like a considerate little wife. The two of them took turns eating, and soon the sushi was all gone. Then, Chinmo pulled Tsukishima Ai into his arms. "Having eaten enough sushi, it's time to taste something sweet." Tsukishima Ai panicked for a second but did not resist. She silently closed her eyes and kissed Chinmo. "If you like to eat, then eat more." For the next several days, Chinmo and Tsukishima Ai were inseparable. They either ate the meals Ai cooked or indulged in each other, living a life without shame. The main purpose was also to have a child as soon as possible. On the other side, Tsukishima Ai's younger brother, Tsukishima Koji, watched as his sister was taken away by Chinmo. He had survived because of his sister. Yet, there was not a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with anger. "Sister, you are the woman of the president. How can you have a child with a lowly ordinary prisoner?" Although Tsukishima Koji was Ai's brother, he did not know how much pain and suffering his sister had endured with the president. Ai had never told him. "The president is not dead," Tsukishima Koji murmured to himself. "If he knew, both my sister and I would die." Tsukishima Koji's thought process was peculiar. Instead, he returned to the Sakura Society. He found President Taida Taro and proactively told him, "President, something bad has happened. That bastard Chinmo took my sister away and forced her to have relations with him, to have his child. You must save my sister." "What did you say?" Taida Taro was furious and rushed back to the headquarters of the Sakura Society. He was somewhat disheveled when he heard the information Tsukishima Koji had shared. He was unwilling to accept this fact. Hearing Tsukishima Koji say it himself, Taida Taro couldn't help but feel anger. Due to her physical condition, Ai had never slept with Taida Taro watching. Now, she had been taken by a pretty boy. Sister must have had no choice. She really can't escape. Kneeling on the ground, Tsukishima Koji pleaded, "Sister must still have feelings for the president. President, please think of a way to bring my sister back." Tsukishima Koji was very dissatisfied with Ai's actions. She should not have had a child with Chinmo. After all, she was the president's wife, Taida Taro's woman. Doing so not only embarrassed her but also disgraced the Sakura Society. Tsukishima Koji spoke frankly, attempting to inform Taida Taro through this method, hoping to gain favor and be reused by the president. "President, I am absolutely loyal to you. You must believe me." Taida Taro was already furious. He raised his katana, his eyes wide with rage, resembling a beast ready to devour Tsukishima Koji before him. "Go to hell." With that, Taida Taro swung down, a furious strike that cleaved Tsukishima Koji in half. Poor Tsukishima Koji, not very bright. Originally, Chinmo and Wei Chi Chang had spared him for Ai's sake. Yet, he still ran back to Taida Taro, thinking Chinmo and Wei Chi Chang were just small fry. With the president's identity and status, eliminating them would be no problem. But in Taida Taro's rage, he couldn't even preserve a complete corpse. Still burning with anger, Taida Taro contemplated countermeasures. A melodious flute sound pierced the air. Soon after, a man holding a long flute slowly walked into the heavily guarded headquarters of the Sakura Society. "Long time no see, President." The visitor was the person of equal standing with Taida Taro on the fourth floor, Chudi. Tai Taro looked at the person before him without surprise. To be able to enter the heavily guarded headquarters of the Sakura Society without alarming anyone and come before him quietly was something very few could achieve on the entire fourth floor. The flute in front of him could be counted as one. You are quite a rare guest. It's not often I come here. Tai Taro picked up a chair and flung it towards the flute player with great force. The flute player's flute spun slightly and immediately met the flying chair, rotating 180 degrees in the air before pinning the chair to the ground. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met, the flute player said with a smile. Tai Taro fixed his gaze on the flute player. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The other party couldn't possibly just be here to catch up. Moreover, he was the leader of the Black Wind Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. There were certain conflicts of interest between them. The flute player did not sit down but slowly approached Tai Taro. With a slight flick of the flute in hand, he spoke to him. I heard you also suffered at the hands of Wei Chi Chang. This was news the flute player had just heard. Seeing Tai Taro remain silent, the flute player chuckled, as if treating it as a rather embarrassing matter. The man-eating madman Wei Chi Chang is indeed ruthless. It's hard to deal with him alone. And the person I need to deal with is hiding right behind Wei Chi Chang. If I can't eliminate Wei Chi Chang, I won't be able to complete the task given to me. How about we join forces? The flute player said with a smile, playing with the flute in his hand. If we join forces, there will be no rivals on the fourth level. Even Wei Chi Chang will fall into our hands. Tai Taro frowned slightly, his gaze deep, as if weighing the flute player's intentions. Suddenly, Tai Taro slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Cooperate? That doesn't seem like your style. You've always been a lone wolf, proud and disdainful of working with others. Why the exception this time? The flute player shook his head. You jest. Wei Chi Chang is indeed terrifying. Even after being locked up in the confinement room for these years, his strength hasn't diminished. In a one-on-one fight, almost no one on the fourth level can match him. But that is also his fatal flaw. He has almost no friends on the fourth level. As long as you and I join forces, he is bound to die. The flute player analyzed seriously, as if this idea had been considered many times in his mind. It was precisely because of the recent events involving Tai Taro that the flute player had made up his mind to seek him out. Ha ha, Tai Taro laughed twice. Cooperate? That's not out of the question. However, I have a condition. Give me 10,000 dragon bloodstones, and I will agree to go with you to kill Wei Chi Chang. The flute player's expression did not change, but a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Tai Taro, you really are asking for a lot. What was originally a mutually beneficial cooperation had turned into a request for help with the need to provide the other party with a large amount of dragon blood stones. President, the flute player said with a sarcastic tone, our heavenly demon sect's intelligence system is not so shabby. I am well aware of the most interesting recent news and the hottest events. Wei Chi Chang's arrogance and reckless behavior have already crossed your bottom line, haven't they? Tai Taro did not respond, quietly watching the flute player. Seeing that his words had no effect, the flute player's tone became sharp. Dragon bloodstones are just a small matter for our heavenly demon sect. But what interests me even more is your wife, Tsukishima AI. The flute player spoke cunningly, such a stunning beauty. Since marrying you, it seems she hasn't even had a single affair. At this point, Tai Taro clearly froze for a moment, not expecting him to know this news. Now, mixing with other men, who knows if she's living it up and whether she still has you, the president, in her heart is uncertain. I last saw that pretty boy, and he was quite handsome. 1,000 times better looking than you old fool. Your wife, who knows, might already be so happy that she has completely forgotten about you, the president. Ha ha ha. Chu Di spoke in a sarcastic tone, attempting to provoke hatred towards Qin Mo through Tsukishima AI. The goal was to unite and take down Wei Chi Chang together. However, unexpectedly, Tai Taro, aside from being momentarily stunned at first, showed no signs of emotion at this moment. His eyes were nonchalant. Brother Chu is truly joking. As for matters of the heart, they are merely pieces on a chessboard to me. Their value has basically been fully utilized by me. Once the opportunity arises, I will eliminate them. It's nothing significant. Upon hearing this, Chu Di's eyes flashed with surprise. He never expected Tai Taro to be so cold-blooded and ruthless, still a ninja turtle at heart. To endure such provocation was remarkable. Very well. If you can bear wearing a green hat, then wear it well. With that, Chu Di turned to leave the headquarters of the Sakura Society. Seeing this, Tai Taro felt a sense of foreboding. Wait, Tai Taro quickly called out to Chu Di, then changed his expression. Are you in a hurry? What I just said was merely a joke. Tai Taro laughed, but a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Wei Chi Chang was a nightmare for everyone on the fourth level. Moreover, he was a man-eating monster. If one day his strength became strong enough, he could even devour those of them who were innate perfectionists. If given the chance, Tai Taro would naturally not let it go and would eliminate him. Furthermore, it was precisely because of Wei Chi Chang that Shin Mo had put a green hat on Tai Taro. Although she was just a woman, Tsukishima AI was seen as worthless in the president's eyes, like a lowly servant. However, Tai Taro valued his own reputation and status even more. If Tsukishima AI were insulted by other men, it would bring damage to Tai Taro's reputation. That was what he truly could not tolerate. Tai Taro wanted to kill Wei Chi Chang, kill Shin Mo, and also kill Tsukishima AI. Weren't you just dismissive? Chu Di retorted in anger. Brother Chu, don't take it to heart. One must always be cautious. I also need to see if Brother Chu truly has the determination to confront Wei Chi Chang. If you run away halfway, that would not be a joke, Tai Taro explained. After all, he was the one who had truly confronted Wei Chi Chang. He understood the terrifying strength of Wei Chi Chang. Only if both of them went all out would it be possible to take down Wei Chi Chang. Moreover, Tai Taro had many assets under the Sakura Society's president. Pulling one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. Every move had to be calculated. However, it seemed that Chu Di was indeed very eager to eliminate the hidden danger of Wei Chi Chang. Wei Chi Chang is also a great concern for me. As for the Dragon Blood Stone, let it be. I will take nothing. But after killing Wei Chi Chang, I want to personally kill Tsukishima AI and Shin Mo, that pair of dog lovers. Tai Taro extended his hand, showing his sincerity. Chu Di glanced at him, fell silent for 3 seconds, then also extended his hand. Their hands clasped together, demonstrating their willingness to cooperate. Alright, originally, Tsukishima AI and Shin Mo were living a blissful life as a couple. Today, however, an unexpected guest arrived. A member of the Sakura Society brought a box to Shin Mo and Tsukishima AI. This is what the president asked me to deliver to you. The moment it was opened, a pungent smell wafted out. Tsukishima AI was instantly frozen in place, her body trembling as she approached. She reached in and slowly lifted out a blood-stained hand from the box. It bore a very noticeable scar, but it was already cold, devoid of life. The hand, this is the hand of Tsukishima AI's younger brother, Tsukishima Koichi. As his sister, Tsukishima AI recognized it at a glance. In an instant, tears streamed down Tsukishima AI's face, her heart twisted in agony. How could this happen? How could you be so cruel? Tsukishima Koichi's hand had been brutally severed and placed in a box, sent to Tsukishima AI. Her heart was shattered. If only Tsukishima Koichi had hidden away by himself, this wouldn't have happened. Who would have thought he would be so foolish as to approach the Cherry Blossom Society? He provoked the furious president, leading to such a tragic outcome. The members of the Cherry Blossom Society were expressionless, coldly dropping a line. Tsukishima AI, this is the president's warning. If you do not appear at the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Society to apologize by noon tomorrow, you know what will happen to Koichi. Their words were laced with threats. Tsukishima AI was on the verge of collapse, tightly gripping that cold hand. I will go back with you right now. I won't allow you to hurt Koichi. Tsukishima AI was in a daze, and seeing this, Shin Mo immediately stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms. He tried to offer her a bit of warmth from his body as comfort for her troubled heart. Calm down. Going back now is just walking into a trap. You won't be able to save Koichi, and you'll put yourself in danger. The member of the Cherry Blossom Society who brought the items didn't dare to linger. Fearing for their own life, they hurriedly left. Tsukishima AI struggled, tears streaming down her face, her body collapsing into Shin Mo's embrace. Even though my brother is a scoundrel and often does bad things, I know that. But in the end, I am his sister, he is my brother, he is my only family, I absolutely cannot ignore him. Seeing Tsukishima AI in such deep sorrow, Shin Mo quickly patted her back, comforting her. I know, but acting impulsively now will only make things worse. Don't be afraid, I will be with you. Tsukishima AI looked at Shin Mo with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, it seemed she found a woman's support in him. Is there really a way? What can we do? Shin Mo thought for a moment and came up with an idea. We need to come up with a foolproof plan. We absolutely cannot act impulsively. How about this? Shin Mo found a seemingly feasible solution. If we can have a prison guard accompany us to meet the person in charge, even if they have the intention to act, they will have to think twice. You used to be around Tai Taro, so you should know quite a few influential prison guards, right? Hearing Shin Mo's question, Tsukishima AI let out a wry laugh, her face full of helplessness. I indeed had some connections with the higher-ups of the prison guards because of my relationship with the president. But now, with my current situation, Tsukishima AI glanced at Shin Mo. I have already fallen out with the president, and those connections have likely vanished into thin air. They wouldn't be willing to risk offending Taidataro for me. Shin-emo did not give up. Instead, he gently patted Tsukishima Ai's shoulder, urging her not to panic. Perhaps we can think of other ways. Although you have lost the president's protection, your influence is still not to be underestimated. Think about whether there are any prison guards who have benefited from you in the past, or those who have a good relationship with you, as well as some of your close friends. If you can reach out to them, it could work. Shin-emo encouraged Tsukishima Ai to think carefully. Tsukishima Ai pondered, faces flashing through her mind. Tsukishima Ai was only responsible for managing the flower house. Unlike the other women in the flower house, who had to entertain guests, their relationships were much closer. The connection with Tsukishima Ai can be said to have basically severed after leaving the venue. Suddenly, Tsukishima Ai thought of someone and abruptly opened her eyes. Yuko Shika. Hearing Tsukishima Ai say this name immediately triggered memories for Shin-emo. They had coincidentally met last time at the Flourishing Building. Her looks were indeed on par with Tsukishima Ai's, but she definitely did not possess the same thoughtfulness and gentleness that Tsukishima Ai had. She is my best friend. In a place like the Flourishing Building, we often chat and share our feelings when we have free time. She was able to become the top star at the Flourishing Building partly because of my support. Tsukishima Ai said seriously, feeling that finding Yuko Shika was particularly feasible. Since she became the top star, the quality of her customers has improved significantly. She is also smart. She shows kindness to the prison guards who come to the Flourishing Building, and her relationships with many of them are quite harmonious. Many guards are very willing to come and let her serve them. Hearing Tsukishima Ai's detailed introduction, Shin-emo silently nodded. What you said makes sense. I'll go with you. After all, Tsukishima Ai was Shin-mo's woman. How could he let a woman take risks in such matters? After wiping away Tsukishima Ai's tears, she slowly regained her spirits. At least during her moments of sadness and despair, there was a man who would not abandon her. Even if it was just a little comfort, Tsukishima Ai felt that her days during this time had not been lived in vain. Let's go! Shin-emo took Tsukishima Ai to the Flourishing Building. Entering through the front door would get them discovered. The Flourishing Building itself was a property of the Flourishing Society, with many eyes inside. If they were found out, and Taro came after them, it would be troublesome. Shin-emo held Tsukishima Ai and, following her guidance, directly climbed through a window. As they entered through the window, the people inside were startled and panicked. Why you? Who are you? What are you doing here? A man who had just taken off his clothes was about to get to work when suddenly a man and a woman burst in through the window, scaring him greatly. The other party quickly covered his body with his hands, feeling extremely awkward. Sorry, could you take a break for a moment? Before the other could respond, Shin-emo stepped forward and knocked him out with a swift chop, tossing him aside. Yuko Shika was also frightened and thought they were intruders. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Tsukishima Ai, Yuko Shika felt relieved. What are you doing here? Yuko Shika asked in confusion. I need to talk to you about something, Tsukishima Ai said, awkwardly looking at Yuko Shika. You should get dressed first. Yuko Shika glanced at herself, realizing she had no modesty cloth on, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tsukishima Ai immediately pulled Shin-emo and turned around, allowing Yuko Shika to get dressed. Last time, Shin-emo had been too focused on Tsukishima Ai and had neglected Yuko Shika quite a bit. Now, after taking a careful look, she could indeed be called a great beauty. She had a unique charm. No wonder she could become the top star here. It's just a pity that there were too many men around her, constantly navigating among various men. Such a woman, no matter how beautiful, Shin-emo would not be interested in. After getting dressed, Yuko Shika slowly walked to a nearby chair. Tsukishima Ai and Shin-emo also came over to sit. What do you need me for? Yuko Shika had heard about Tsukishima Ai's recent troubles. However, she was reluctant to ask too much, to avoid bringing trouble upon herself. I want you to help me, Tsukishima Ai pleaded. I know you know quite a few high-ranking prison guards. I want you to pull some strings so he can go with me to see the president, and save my brother Shoji's life. This simple matter was conveyed to Yuko Shika. However, Yuko Shika turned her face away, showing her reluctance. Your brother is not a good person. He has tried to take advantage of me several times. He even flaunts your name at the flower pavilion, deceiving several girls who have suffered at his hands and come to me to complain. Yuko Shika did not want to help. She already harbored dissatisfaction towards Aizawa's brother, Aizawa Shirji, and disliked him immensely. She wished he would just disappear. Over the years, Yuko Shika's reputation had grown, and she despised freeloaders the most. Aizawa was anxious, as she did not understand her brother's situation. To express her sincerity, Aizawa immediately knelt down before Yuko Shika. I'm begging you, just think of me as your sister, please, just help me out. After all, he was Aizawa's only biological brother. No matter how poor Shioji's character was, Aizawa, as his sister, had to help. If my brother has wronged you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. If there's a chance in the future, I will make it up to you. Please, help me. Shin-emo watched as Aizawa knelt down, quickly lifting her up from the ground. He couldn't bear to see his woman kneeling before someone else. Shin-mo's expression suddenly turned fierce. Aizawa's humble pleas were meant to make Yuko Shika recognize the situation. Otherwise, Shin-emo would have to resort to violence. Sensing a deadly threat, Yuko Shika immediately changed her tone. Since you've said that, what can I, as your sister, do? Just wait, I'll call for you right away. Yuko Shika quickly used her connections. After a while, she brought a burly white prison guard into the room. This man was the head of the prison guards on the 4th floor, with innate abilities that made him not to be underestimated. His gaze swept across the room, and as the head, he managed a large number of guards beneath him. He exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without anger. Shin-emo observed him, around 40 years old, and had an impression in his mind. The head of the 4th floor was called Kirby. After surveying the room, Kirby's gaze finally landed on Yuko Shika. Yuko, what do you need from me? Yuko Shika gently pulled Aizawa closer and said to the director, "This is my good sister, Aizawa AI. She is in big trouble right now. Could you accompany her to see the president and help save her brother? Your presence would provide some safety and make things easier." Kirby's gaze flickered over Aizawa, revealing a hint of interest. She was as beautiful as Yuko Shika, and there was a softness about Aizawa that was inexplicably alluring to men. Since she is Yuko's sister, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Kirby sat down, however, helping out will require some effort. Yuko Shika immediately understood Kirby's meaning and hugged him from behind, lightly punching his chest with her small fists. I know you are busy with work every day, and I appreciate you taking the time to help my friend. Once this is over, come to me, and I'll give you a massage. I promise to help your tired body relax completely. Seeing Yuko Shika say this, Kirby immediately stood up and patted his chest. Absolutely no problem. I always keep my word on the 4th floor. No matter what happens, I will definitely ensure your friend's safety. Kaorubi's gaze was not only on Yuko Shika but also on Ai Tsukishima, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. He wished he could transform into a vicious wolf and devour Ai Tsukishima. As for Shin-emo, who was closely beside Ai Tsukishima, Kaorubi didn't regard him at all. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he receive Yuko Shika's gentle and considerate care for free, but he could also gain favor with Ai Tsukishima. Who knows when he might have the chance to taste such an extraordinary beauty in the future. You don't need to go, do you? Kaorubi pointed at Shin-emo, his eyes filled with disdain. It seemed he was unwilling to have any excessive entanglement with Shin-emo. In Kaorubi's eyes, Shin-emo was merely an ordinary prisoner who had reached a state of completion, a lowly ant. It should be Ai Tsukishima, in a moment of desperation, randomly seeking help. With him by Ai Tsukishima's side, anything would be a trivial matter. Bringing Shin-emo along was like carrying a burden. Shin-emo felt Kaorubi's arrogant and rude attitude, intentionally or unintentionally targeting him, and was particularly dissatisfied. But saving the person was the priority. After all, he held the position of director, which could make Taidotaru cautious. One more person means one more strength. You never know what unexpected situations might arise. Ai Tsukishima chimed in, "Let's go together. We can look out for each other." Kaorubi nodded silently. "Then you take care of yourself. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to help you." After saying that, Kaorubi waved his hand, "Let's go." The sooner they finished, the sooner they could return. Kaorubi casually patted Yuko Shika before setting off. Under Kaorubi's lead, Ai Tsukishima and Shin-emo arrived directly at the headquarters of the Sakura Society. Although the headquarters was on the 4th floor, the interior decoration was extremely luxurious, rivaling that of some prison guards' offices. Meanwhile, members of the Sakura Society stood in rows inside the headquarters. They surveyed their surroundings, their gazes firm and spirited, as if waiting for the president's command to take action at any moment. Kaorubi walked ahead, swaggering with an air of superiority. He carried himself with composure and confidence, showcasing the authority of the director of the 4th floor prison guards. After surveying the room, his gaze finally landed on Taidotaru, who was seated in the main position. Kaorubi casually took out his credentials for everyone to see. Director of the 4th floor prison guards, Kaorubi. Kaorubi immediately displayed his official authority in front of the other man. Stealing a glance at Ai Tsukishima, Kaorubi revealed an incredibly confident smile. This was a grand occasion. If he could rescue Ai Tsukishima's brother, she would surely be grateful to the point of tears, offering herself in return. Then, Kaorubi took a step forward, his tone calm. "President, these two are my friends. I heard that my friend's brother had some unpleasant incidents with your society, and he has also been detained by you. Kaorubi patted his chest. Give me a favor, and let this matter go. Release him. If you have any trouble in the future, you can count on me. What do you think? In Kaorubi's view, his face still held considerable weight. Moreover, he had personally come to the door. It should be a sure thing for Taididaru to release Ai Tsukishima's brother for his sake. He was just thinking about how to get closer to Ai Tsukishima and win her heart when Taididaru, sitting in his position, slightly squinted at Kaorubi. His face showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly returned to normal. So what if it was Kaorubi? This was the Sakura Society. Kaorubi, I will definitely give you face. Taidaitaro's expression was grim as he waved his hand, directly tossing out two halves of a corpse. The halves were particularly gruesome, split from head to toe. One half was missing an arm, the one used to threaten Tsukishima Ai. Several days had passed, and the body had already begun to rot and stink, covered in various maggots, which could only be described as utterly disgusting. Shaoji! Shaoji! Tsukishima Ai's heart-wrenching wail tore through the air, tears streaming down her cold cheeks like broken beads. She suddenly lunged toward the corpse. You! How could you? How could you be so cruel? Tsukishima Ai's words were incoherent, the waves of grief suffocating her. Having lost her loved one, Tsukishima Ai became a woman isolated and helpless, her situation tragically desolate. Kaorubi, witnessing this, also turned pale. He had thought that as the director of the fourth level, Taidaitaro would at least give him some face. To his surprise, Taidaitaro was so bold as to throw the corpse right in front of him. Kaorubi's anger erupted like a volcano as he pointed at Taidaitaro and roared, Taidaitaro, you're playing with fire. Apologize immediately, pull back while there's still a chance. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Taidaitaro, upon hearing Kaorubi's words, remained unfazed. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. Today, it doesn't matter who is here, it's useless. Kaorubi, be smart and get lost now, and I'll spare your life. As for Chinemo and Tsukishima Ai, you two adulterers, today I'll make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Kaorubi never expected that his authority would be utterly disregarded in front of Taidaitaro. You dare! They are my friends. If you dare to lay a hand on them, we prison guards are not to be trifled with. Taidaitaro laughed derisively, his words dripping with contempt. You should weigh your own worth first. As for you two, Taidaitaro's mouth twisted. You are doomed without a doubt. I'll send you on your way first. Shin-emo pulled Tsukishima Ai closer. Shaoji was already dead, and focusing on him was futile. Taidaitaro was determined not to let Shin-emo and Tsukishima go. Even with Kaorubi, the director of the fourth-level prison guards present, he showed no respect. Tsukishima Ai had already accepted that she would die in the next moment. Protected by Shin-emo, she tightly grasped his hand. Her resolute gaze told Shin-emo that even in death, she was unafraid, as long as she could be with him. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Detected that Tsukishima Ai is pregnant. Rewarding innate perfection realm, dragon elephant prajna skill max level. Shin-emo smiled and gently patted Tsukishima Ai's shoulder. Don't worry, I will always protect you. Taidaitaro watched the couple, still exchanging tender glances even at the brink of death. He exploded with rage and was about to strike Shin-emo. Just as Taidaitaro was about to act, a hurried sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Accompanying it was a familiar scent of blood. Wei Chi-chang had arrived. As Wei Chi-chang appeared like a storm, his fierce eyes locked onto Taidaitaro. Old man, you want to touch my food again? Unaware of your own mortality, today I'll see if your flesh has any chewiness. Wei Chi-chang's sudden appearance calmed Tsukishima Ai. With Wei Chi-chang here, she believed that she and Shin-emo could escape death. Moreover, they could kill Taidaitaro and avenge her brother. Shin-emo quietly stayed by her side, not making a move. Wei Chi-chang strode like a shooting star, quickly arriving in front of Taidaitaro, his words unspoken as his fist struck first. A punch aimed directly at Taidaitaro's face. The movement was swift and precise, without a hint of hesitation. Upon seeing Wei Chi-chang, Taidaitaro showed no sign of worry. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. You've come well. Taidaitaro moved agilely, his figure flashing as he immediately dodged the blow. The samurai sword in his hand was suddenly drawn, its cold light gleaming like a dragon, and he countered with a slash. Wei Chi-chang's movements were also extremely fast. After dodging, he quickly pulled out his two short sticks and engaged in a rapid battle. Although Taidaitaro was strong, he had sustained some injuries from his previous fight with Wei Chi-chang. His strength was not on par with Wei Chi-chang's. After exchanging a dozen blows, he began to retreat steadily. Transitioning from offense to defense, Taidaitaro seemed to be waiting. Old man, you're no match for me. Submit obediently, and I'll leave you with a skeleton. Otherwise, I'll crush your bones to pieces. Wei Chi-chang's momentum surged, the short sticks in his hands creating countless phantoms, striking down wildly. Tai Di Taro was forced to retreat again and again. If not now, then when? Suddenly, Tai Di Taro let out a loud roar. From a corner, a figure suddenly sprang out, a long flute in hand, shooting towards Wei Chi-chang with extraordinary speed. Fortunately, Wei Chi-chang reacted quickly. He stopped attacking Tai Di Taro, flipped the short stick in his hand, and swiftly struck the flute, blocking the deadly sneak attack. The attacker was none other than Chu Di, the notorious leader of the Black Wind Hall from the 4th level of the Demon Sect. Indeed, impressive skills. To think that even with this, the sneak attack failed. Chu Di silently marveled. Let's take him down together, this man-eating madman. Tai Di Taro and Chu Di moved in unison. Am I afraid of you too? Wei Chi-chang roared, boosting his own momentum. In an instant, the three were entangled in a fierce battle. Chu Di gently raised the flute in his hand, bringing it to his lips, and the notes began to flow. The music entered the ears, causing minds to sway and momentarily lose focus. Although Wei Chi-chang was powerful, he could not completely block the strange melody of his opponent. Chu Di swept his long leg, like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking at Wei Chi-chang's lower body. At the same time, Chu Di played the flute while executing his leg techniques, the notes becoming exceptionally tight. Coupled with Tai Di Taro's samurai sword, which slashed down like cutting a watermelon, Wei Chi-chang gradually found himself overwhelmed. Before long, he had 3 wounds of varying sizes inflicted by Tai Di Taro. Tai Di Taro and Chu Di exchanged glances and then smiled. Indeed, with the two of them working together, they easily subdued Wei Chi-chang. Shameless! Wei Chi-chang, under the dual assault of his opponents, was retreating step by step, feeling somewhat powerless. He couldn't help but curse. What does it mean for two people to team up? Wei Chi-chang struggled to hold on, beginning to look for a way to escape. Chu Di, guard the retreat. Don't let him get away. Tai Di Taro seemed to sense Wei Chi-chang's intention to flee. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on him. He won't escape. A sinister smile appeared on Chu Di's lips. The true purpose of their meeting was to kill Wei Chi-chang, and they would not let him escape easily. Increase the force, send him to his grave, Tai Di Taro shouted. At that critical moment, Shin Mo, who had been beside Tsukishima AI, suddenly flashed and appeared behind Tai Di Taro. 18 dragon-subduing palms. Shin Mo's true energy surged, the thick internal power between his palms crashing down on Tai Di Taro. The sudden appearance of Shin Mo startled Tai Di Taro immensely. Wanting to evade was already too late. In a panic, he slightly rotated the blade in his hand, trying to defend himself. With the innate perfection of his cultivation, combined with the fully mastered dragon-elephant prajna skill, his internal power was terrifying. Even with Tai Di Taro and Chu Di together, they could not compare to Shin Mo. In the face of Shin Mo's vast palm power, Tai Di Taro's defense was like a thin sheet of paper. With a loud bang, Tai Di Taro was pierced through the body and fell to the ground, lifeless, dead. In that instant, countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. How could he be so strong? Even if Tai Di Taro was exhausted, it was impossible for a postnatal perfectionist to kill him with a single move. The momentum that erupted just now no longer belonged to the postnatal realm. Kyarubi was horrified, murmuring to himself as he unconsciously took a few steps back. Tsukishima AI was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Her man always managed to exceed her expectations. Wei Chi-chang, still in battle, was equally shocked by the sudden outcome. He thought he would meet his end here today. The next moment, Shin Mo struck and had already killed Tai Di Taro. The shock was also felt by the core members of the Sakura Society at their headquarters. The most anxious was Chu Di. Chu Di was terrified and restless, not understanding why Shin Mo had suddenly become so terrifyingly strong. He only had one thought in his mind: run. Where do you think you're going? Take my palm. Shin Mo naturally did not intend to let his enemy escape. The power in his hand gathered. With the support of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, even using the fierce and powerful 18 palms of the dragon was effortless. The palm technique was profound, as fast as thunder, and the power was even greater than before. Chu Di desperately gathered all his strength in front of him, frantically trying to block. Put! After taking a palm strike from Shin Mo, Chu Di spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he also used the overwhelming force that Shin Mo unleashed to quickly retreat several meters. Knowing he could no longer fight, staying even a moment longer would mean certain death. Chu Di fled at an incredible speed. An innate perfectionist like Chu Di remaining in this world was undoubtedly a disaster. Shin Mo immediately pursued him. However, the distance between them kept increasing. Although Shin Mo's cultivation was terrifying and his internal power profound, his lightness skill was simply inadequate, forcing him to rely on brute strength to chase. The opponent was agile, dodging and weaving, quickly disappearing from sight. Unable to catch up, Shin-mo had no choice but to return. He returned to the Sakura Society's headquarters. No one had left yet. Shin-mo quietly walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone looked at him with particularly deep gazes. At this moment, Kaorubi truly confirmed that Shin-mo possessed the innate perfection of his cultivation. Moreover, his strength was completely on par with anyone at the 4th level. He had thought he was just an ordinary postnatal perfectionist. It was absolutely ridiculous to have made such a mistaken judgment. Although there was only a one-character difference in realm, the difference in strength was earth-shattering. Wei Chi-chang sat cross-legged, recovering from some injuries. Upon seeing Shin-mo appear, he opened his eyes, filled with inexplicable fear. That palm strike on Tai Di Taro made Wei Chi-chang feel the terror of that power. If he had tried to withstand it, he would probably have lost half his life, if not died. Could it be? Was this the special technique Shin-mo mentioned that was cultivated through having children with women? So terrifying. Shin-mo walked over, his gaze lightly sweeping across the various members of the Sakura Society. He then dragged Tai Di Taro's corpse, like dragging a dead dog, and heavily threw it in the middle of the crowd. Luck was on his side, as Taida Taro had summoned all the key members of the Sakura Society. Therefore, they were all at the headquarters of the Sakura Society, saving Shin-mo the trouble of searching for them one by one. From today onwards, all matters of the Sakura Society will be decided by me. Shin-mo announced his command to them immediately. An elder dressed in a kimono, the vice president of the Sakura Society, immediately expressed his disagreement. Why should we listen to you just because you killed Taida Taro? Let me tell you, the Sakura Society. The vice president's words were cut short. Shin-mo had somehow appeared before the vice president like a ghost. One hand clutched tightly around his neck, halting his words. With a slight movement of Shin-mo's fingers, the vice president's cervical vertebrae snapped, and his breath ceased instantly. Shin-mo tossed him aside like a dead dog towards the center. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? A low, hoarse voice emerged from Shin-mo's throat, his gaze fierce, leaving no room for doubt. The vice president, the second in command of the Sakura Society, was killed by Shin-mo in one move. Anyone who dared to speak out would be the next to die. Seeing that both the president and vice president were dead, any resistance would be futile. They immediately knelt before Shin-mo. Taida Taro was brutal and unkind. Today he was killed by Lord Shin, and he deserved it. I have made many mistakes in the past. I ask for a chance to atone for my previous sins. The small president had already begged for mercy. Other key members of the Sakura Society also knelt before Shin-mo. I know I was wrong. I ask the Lord to give me a chance to redeem myself. I am willing to follow Mr. Shin's orders, maintain the order of the entire Sakura Society, and promote its development. Very good. Shin-mo nodded silently, turning his gaze to Aizawa AI. He then slowly walked to Aizawa AI's side. Just as Aizawa AI was still in confusion, he directly took her hand and walked slowly to the center. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what Shin-mo meant. Then Shin-mo announced directly, from today onwards, Aizawa AI will be the president of the Sakura Society. From now on, she will temporarily manage all affairs of the Sakura Society, with full authority to handle all responsibilities. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked incredulous, raising their heads as if unwilling to accept it. The president of the Sakura Society had always been a man. There had never been a woman in that position. If Shin-mo were to take the presidency, they might reluctantly accept it. But Aizawa AI, a mere woman, made them feel uncomfortable in an instant. What? Are you planning to disagree? Shin-mo questioned sharply. The other party was so frightened that goosebumps rose all over, and a trembling voice came from their throat, and no. No! Shin-mo sneered. That's good. I hope you all recognize the situation and do not challenge my authority. We can all make money together and live together. If some people think too highly of themselves and want to challenge my authority, they can certainly try. With that, Shin-mo left the matter hanging, and everyone could only silently endure. After everyone retreated, Aizawa AI, still in a daze, came to her senses. She immediately tugged at Shin-mo's clothes. Don't do this. I don't really understand. I might not do well. Aizawa AI declined, feeling that she might not perform well. However, the entire Sakura Society was forcibly taken over by Shin-mo through strength. He had to use someone he could trust. Moreover, Aizawa AI had been by Taida Taro's side for so long. With that influence, managing it would definitely not be too difficult. Shin-mo smiled and patted Aizawa AI's head. Then don't overthink it. You can do it. Those who truly don't understand should ask me directly. Shin-mo has actually reached the innate realm. A surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up in Wei Chi-chang. Don't worry, you won't have to work anymore. With the existence of the Sakura Society, they could continuously obtain dragon blood stones. Shin-mo no longer needed to mine black scale stones, and neither did Angela. Shin Mo directly took Angela's hand and paid for several days' worth of dragon bloodstones for her. Angela was a bit shocked, staring blankly at Shin Mo. Everything that had happened so suddenly seemed completely unprepared for, with no signs at all. Seeing Angela frozen in place, Shin Mo smiled slightly, stepped forward, and gently wrapped an arm around her waist. He said softly, "Don't just stand there, I'll take you to where you live." Shin Mo led Angela directly to the Sakura Society. Angela was also puzzled by the recent events surrounding Shin Mo. He briefly introduced her to the general situation. Angela turned her head to look at Shin Mo, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was hard to imagine that this man had just reached the 4th level. In such a short time, he had managed to change the dynamics of the 4th level, directly killing Taiti Taro, and taking control of the deeply rooted Sakura Society. It was terrifying. At the same time, Angela felt incredibly lucky to have met him. Shin Mo immediately caught Angela's gaze and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you admiring me?" Angela forced a smile. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Sakura Society, Shin Mo led Angela through the spacious hall to her residence. The headquarters of the Sakura Society was vast, with many buildings and numerous rooms. Shin Mo pointed to a room. "From today on, you are the mistress of this place." Since arriving at the 4th level, Angela had been working tirelessly every day to complete her tasks. If she could exceed her workload, she might even get some rest. She had always been busy and on the go, to the point of exhausting herself. She had never experienced such a good life. In an instant, Angela's eyes began to redden. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Shin Mo's neck, holding him tightly. "I never thought I would have a day like this." Angela was incredibly excited. Shin Mo gently embraced her, softly stroking her back. "You don't have to think about it anymore. Everything is right in front of you." Angela felt the kindness Shin Mo was showing her. With Shin Mo's current strength, he could have any woman he wanted. A simple gesture would have women by the roadside eager to please him. Yet, he was willing to put thought into her, bringing her to a luxurious residence so she would no longer have to mine black scale stones, minimizing the toxic gas from the 4th level's impact on her. Angela was filled with gratitude, knowing that Shin Mo was already strong enough. Even the flute player who had once threatened Shin Mo and made Angela hesitate had been severely injured by him. Angela no longer had any worries. "You've been so good to me, how can I repay you?" Angela didn't let go of her hold, turning her face to plant a soft, wet kiss on Shin Mo's cheek. Shin Mo's smile grew even brighter. He gently blew a couple of breaths into Angela's ear, making it tickle immediately. "What do you think?" Shin Mo said with a smile. Angela bit her lip. "I don't have much time left. If you're willing, let's be together. I will have your children." Angela opened her heart, willing to be with Shin Mo. Even if he had other women, Angela was willing to have his children. At least the children they would not only belong to Shin Mo but also to Angela herself. It would fulfill her small wish before she passed away. Shin Mo was also immersed in the atmosphere of happiness. If Angela is willing to have a child with Shin Mo, his strength could be significantly enhanced. With greater security, he could stand undefeated in the face of danger. Shin Mo and Angela were still immersed in happiness when an unexpected person came to find Shin Mo. It was his old acquaintance, Chris. She had inquired about Shin Mo's current residence and arrived at the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Society. Chris's eyes were filled with urgency and worry. The folder she tightly clutched seemed to reflect her heavy mood. When Shin Mo opened the door, he didn't expect it to be Chris. Why was she here? Just as he was about to greet her, Chris cut straight to the point. "Shin Mo, I came today to tell you something." Shin Mo's expression immediately turned serious. He had never seen Chris like this before. "What happened?" Chris bit her lip and continued. "Lin Wanqing has been poisoned." Shin Mo quickly pulled Chris into the room and gestured for her to sit down. He sat closely beside her, hands clasped, his gaze locked onto her, urgently asking, "What exactly happened? How could Lin Wanqing be poisoned? Tell me everything." Shin Mo was extremely anxious. After all, Lin Wanqing was his first woman, and she was carrying their child. If she was poisoned, it would be especially dangerous. Chris took a deep breath, unable to explain clearly what had happened. "I don't know the specifics, but as far as I know, when someone found Lin Wanqing, she was already unconscious. The initial assessment is poisoning, and the exact cause is still under analysis. She has been sent to the medical room for emergency treatment. Now she has woken up. Although I know she didn't want me to come find you, I can see that she really wants to see you, which is why I told you about Wanqing's situation. As for what to decide, it's up to you." Chris informed Shin Mo of Lin Wanqing's current condition and handed him the folder she was holding. Shin Mo's fists clenched unconsciously. "I understand. I will find a way to see her as soon as possible." After sending Chris away, Shin Mo's heart immediately became restless. He had to return to the first floor to visit Lin Wanqing. However, as a prisoner, he couldn't freely move between different floors. Even though Chin Mo was now the actual controller of the Cherry Blossom Society, he still couldn't do it. He had to find a prison guard. Suddenly, he thought of the head of the management prison guards, Kaorubi, who had connections with Yuko. With his relationships and influence, if he agreed, Shin Mo should be able to return to the first floor. For now, he could only temporarily settle Angela and Aizawa in the Cherry Blossom Society. Although they might have had some misunderstandings before, leading to unpleasantness, Aizawa was now Shin Mo's woman, and Angela would not change. The two could only silently accept it, putting aside their past grievances. Shin Mo hurriedly crossed a large area, heading straight for the prison guard's office on the 4th floor. His heart was filled with anxiety. The news of Lin Wanqing's poisoning weighed heavily on Shin Mo, forcing him to take action quickly. Arriving at Kaorubi's office door, Shin Mo took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A steady yet slightly cold voice came from inside. Just in time, he was there. As Shin Mo pushed the door open, he saw Kaorubi sitting behind a large desk, his sharp gaze assessing Shin Mo. This old acquaintance of Shin Mo's would naturally not forget him in just a few days. Kaorubi looked at him with great interest. Previously, Kaorubi had misjudged the situation, thinking that Shin Mo was just a minor character. But now, the Sakura Society was undergoing a transformation. Although the president was Ai Tsukishima, the real power was in Shin Mo's hands. Isn't this Shin Mo? What brings you here? Kaorubi raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Shin Mo's arrival seemed out of the ordinary. Logically, there shouldn't be any opponents for Shin Mo on the 4th floor. As long as he didn't do anything outrageous, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, the Sakura Society collected enough blood dragon stones every day. Even the prison guards had no way to deal with Shin Mo. Shin Mo got straight to the point. I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to go to the 1st floor. I hope you can help me. Oh, Kaorubi suddenly found the situation interesting. Many people from the 4th floor often came to him, seeking connections to go to other floors. Interesting. Generally, those who wanted to preserve their lives and move to other floors were weaker. But unexpectedly, Shin Mo, who had already reached the innate perfection level, still wanted to leave the 4th floor. The fact that Shin Mo personally came here clearly indicated that this matter was extraordinary. Kaorubi slightly curled his lips in a playful smile. Letting you go to the 1st floor is neither too difficult nor too easy. But you should know that there's an old saying in China, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Kaorubi wanted to see what Shin Mo was thinking. Shin Mo was also straightforward. What are the conditions? Just name your price. Now that he controlled the Sakura Society, it was like a huge money-making machine, constantly extracting value for those above him. As the controller of the Sakura Society, Shin Mo reaped the most benefits. As long as Kaorubi's conditions weren't too outrageous, Shin Mo could basically agree to anything to meet Lin Wanqing as soon as possible. However, seeing Kaorubi's expression, it seemed he wasn't ready to state his conditions immediately. Instead, he appeared to be thinking of something amusing, smiling inexplicably. This smile was somewhat lewd. Shin Mo felt that the conditions he wanted to propose wouldn't be simple, and he had a bad premonition. I know you control the entire Sakura Society and are quite wealthy, Kaorubi said slowly, but I am still the director, and those things don't hold much value for me. Suddenly, Kaorubi's expression turned serious. How about this? Ai Tsukishima should be yours, right? Send her over to be my woman, and I'll immediately agree to let you go to the 1st floor. Kaorubi had long coveted Ai Tsukishima. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to act because of Tadetaro. Although Shin Mo was strong, it was clear he was in a hurry and needed something from him. In Kaorubi's view, this was very likely. Kaorubi licked his dry lips, his eyes filled with excitement, thinking about how to toy with her. Shin Mo was furious. You're playing with fire. Raising his voice, Shin Mo struggled to control his emotions. Lin Wanqing was Shin Mo's woman, and so was Ai Tsukishima. Moreover, Ai Tsukishima was also carrying Shin Mo's child. How could Shin Mo allow her to become Kaorubi's woman? Kaorubi shrugged, appearing indifferent. I like fair trade. Shin Mo, you have your goals, and I have my needs. You can't just keep me in the dark, right? Kaorubi seemed to sense Shin Mo's urgency and intended to use it to manipulate him. Shin Mo clenched his fists, the bones cracking ominously. His gaze turned fierce. I advise you to think it over. Change to another condition. Shin Mo's voice seemed filled with threat. In the next moment, Shin Mo might just let the entire situation spiral out of control. Kirby was stunned for a second. Then he remembered that this was the warden's office. If a prisoner scared him, how would he survive in the future? Kirby immediately straightened his back. I'll tell you, if you don't bring Aizawa Suki over for me to play with, I won't let you go to the 1st level. What do you think you can do to me? Kirby deliberately made things difficult for Shin Mo. It seemed he had grasped Shin Mo's weakness and used it as a threat. Shin Mo was already burning with anger inside. He could no longer endure it. After all, Kirby had no intention of letting Shin Mo go to the first level. Shin Mo would no longer indulge him. He slammed his fist down on the table, causing the wooden surface to crack and emit a dull sound. Kirby recoiled sharply, his smile instantly frozen on his face. Why you? What are you going to do? I am the director. Kirby retreated in panic, but Shin Mo had already leaped up. Kirby's shameless demands had thoroughly enraged Shin Mo. With a heavy punch, Shin Mo struck Kirby's face directly. The punch was powerful, and Kirby was completely unprepared. His body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall, and blood from his nose stained his collar. Instantly, his face showed a mix of blue and purple bruises. You're asking for it. Shin Mo's voice was particularly displeased. He yanked Kirby up from the ground and delivered several more punches to his face. In an instant, Kirby was left with a swollen face. Don't hit me. Kirby was directly beaten to a pulp by Shin Mo. Shin Mo's fists were simply too heavy. Even though Kirby had innate abilities, in front of Shin Mo, he was like a weak chicken. There was no way he could be Shin Mo's opponent. Let me go. Kirby had just begun to plead for mercy when a sudden commotion outside the office immediately caught the attention of the guards. Several rushed in. Upon seeing Kirby's battered face, they instantly understood what had happened. A prisoner had directly assaulted their director. Just as Kirby had just cowered, seeing the guards here, he suddenly forced a smile. You dare to lay a hand on me here? You really have guts. Kirby still tried to put on a brave front. Shin Mo slapped him again, sending him flying out. One guard immediately pointed at Shin Mo. You dare to come here and attack our director? Surround him. Several guards drew their electric batons and aggressively approached Shin Mo. The people before him were not ordinary guards. The strongest innate guards from the 4th level were all here. Even if some had a poor relationship with Kirby and disapproved of his ways, seeing a prisoner beat up Kirby was an act of rebellion. Such behavior could never be tolerated. Hitting a guard was like slapping their own faces. Everyone, attack together. With a command from the guards, they rushed towards Shin Mo. Shin Mo merely sneered and did not retreat. He could no longer care about anything else. In an instant, Shin Mo turned his body, like a gust of wind, weaving through the guards. Each strike was exceptionally precise. Just as a guard raised his electric baton, Shin Mo kicked his wrist, causing the baton to fly out of his hand. Another guard attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Shin Mo cleverly avoided it with a backflip, immediately delivering a spinning kick. The guard flew out, crashing heavily against the wall. A total of 4 innate level guards could not withstand a single move from Shin Mo and all lay on the ground. The imposing prison guard lay on the ground, unable to move. Only Shin Mo stood tall. In the innate realm, no one was a match for Shin Mo. He kicked aside some bystanders and stepped forward, one step at a time, until he stood before Kirby. Fear filled Kirby's eyes. He never expected that 4 innate level powerhouses would fall in a single move at Shin Mo's hands. It was important to note that the 4 prison guards before him were each comparable to Chudi. Kirby panicked and retreated, step by step. This time, Shin Mo said nothing and kicked directly at him. Kirby screamed in pain. One kick was not enough, another followed. Kirby let out a cry like a slaughtered pig, curling up and begging for mercy. Spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Kirby's incoherent pleas were filled with panic, fearing that Shin Mo would really kick him to death. Shin Mo was also someone who could lose his temper. He kicked him again, blood spilling wildly from Kirby's mouth. Kirby had long been beaten to a pulp, looking like a pig's head, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. Let me go. I will arrange for you to go to the 1st level right now. Don't hit me anymore, you'll kill me. Kirby was truly frightened. Upon hearing Kirby's words, Shin Mo slowly crouched down, looking at this once arrogant Kirby, now reduced to a coward. If you had acted like this earlier, wouldn't it have been nothing at all? You brought this on yourself. Shin Mo directly grabbed Kirby by the hair and dragged him along the ground for a distance. Enduring the excruciating pain, Kirby dared not resist. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I will handle the paperwork for you to go to the 1st level right away. Shin Mo saw that Kirby had already suffered some hardships and dared not play any tricks. Just as Kirby was processing the paperwork, a heavy voice suddenly echoed. Who dares to cause trouble here? The voice was deep and authoritative. The pitiful Kirby immediately stopped his actions and let out a chicken-like laugh. Ha ha ha, it's Lord Rex. Shin Mo. You're doomed, you're doomed. Lord Rex is second only to the warden, possessing the cultivation of a master, absolutely not someone like you, a mere innate commoner, can deal with. Daring to make a move here, you must be prepared to die. Kirby laughed maniacally, believing he could escape all danger. You dog! Shin Mo slapped Kaebi, sending him flying. It seemed that going to the first level was no longer an option. Shin Mo felt a steady and powerful sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. The metallic scraping was particularly crisp. A tall and burly prison guard appeared before Shin Mo. He was Rex, the strongest man in the fourth level, second only to the warden. Dressed in a specially made leather jacket, his muscles bulged, standing like an iron tower before Shin Mo. A pair of hawk-like eyes fixed on Shin Mo, ready to attack at any moment. Rex cracked his neck and flexed his hands, immediately producing a crisp and loud sound of cracking bones. You are the first prisoner to dare to cause trouble in our prison guard management area. Rex sneered, and in an instant, his fists clenched. The authority of the prison guards cannot be violated. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Rex stood before Shin Mo, who remained firmly in place, looking directly at Rex. Rex was a few inches taller than Shin Mo, yet Shin Mo showed no signs of fear. Rex, even if you do it yourself, I don't think you can defeat me, Shin Mo said confidently. It seemed that this time, he was going to turn the entire fourth floor of the prison upside down. Who is this guy? The surrounding guards dared not get too close, watching from a distance. This prisoner is too arrogant, daring to challenge Lord Rex in front of him. Soon he won't even know how he died. Who can argue with that? Lord Rex possesses master-level strength. Even the warden has to give him some respect. He's seeking his own death. A group of people silently watched, as if anticipating Shin Mo being defeated by Rex. This time, Rex was not careless. In fact, the Shin Mo before him was no ordinary opponent. Rex immediately took a stance to attack. You're quite confident. I hope you can still stand and talk to me afterward, Shin Mo replied with a light laugh. I hope you can still stand afterward too. As soon as Shin Mo's words fell, Rex wasted no time. His figure flickered and pounced on Shin Mo like a leopard. His speed was astonishing, something Shin Mo had never seen before. Shattering stone fist. Rex delivered a heavy punch straight to Shin Mo's chest. It seemed that the space around them distorted due to Rex's punch. The airflow changed significantly. Shin Mo sidestepped swiftly, narrowly avoiding the thunderous strike. At the same time, he gathered his internal energy in his right hand. 18 dragon subduing palms. A powerful force suddenly surged from his palm. The palm wind was fierce, producing a sharp sound as it cut through the air, aimed directly at Rex's forehead. Rex reacted quickly. Facing Shin Mo's palm, he leaned back sharply, barely evading it. However, the corner of his clothing was already torn by Shin Mo's palm wind. Not bad, Rex remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the internal energy of the person before him to be so profound, even rivaling his own. However, Rex was not one to back down. He pushed off the ground with his feet, launching himself at Shin Mo like an arrow. Storm leg. This was one of Rex's signature techniques. Relying on his close combat skills and the ferocity of his leg techniques, he descended upon Shin Mo like a torrential storm, attempting to overwhelm him with speed and power. Too weak. Shin Mo smiled slightly, calmly facing the onslaught. A layer of faint golden light surrounded him. Golden Bell Shield. Shin Mo stood still, allowing Rex's attacks. No matter how fierce the leg techniques were, they only stirred up ripples on the golden light, unable to harm Shin Mo in the slightest. His defense was fully stacked. Damn it! Seeing that brute force was ineffective, Rex roared, unleashing all his master-level strength. Bone-crushing strike. Rex's fists, like forged steel, slammed toward Shin Mo's chest, attempting to settle the score through sheer force. The only disadvantage of all the techniques Shin Mo practiced was that his speed was slightly lacking. If it came to a direct confrontation, he was not necessarily afraid of his opponent. Shin Mo's lips curled slightly, and the power of the dragon and elephant surged within him. The dragon and elephant prajna technique immediately resonated in Shin Mo's mind. The muscles in his arms bulged, and his skin seemed to embody the spirit of a dragon and elephant charging. Come on! Shin Mo laughed, raising his fist to meet Rex's iron fist. It was a clash of fists against fists, and the two forces collided violently in the air. A deafening roar that seemed to tear everything apart echoed, almost ripping apart everything around them. The entire office trembled in response. Put! Rex had thought this move would be enough to take down Shin Mo. Instead, he was pushed back several steps, his face pale, having endured a significant amount of impact. Afterward, blood surged up, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In contrast, Shin Mo slightly flicked his fist and gradually withdrew his strength, as if he had not been affected at all. How is this possible? Rex couldn't believe it. Clearly, the opponent only had the cultivation of a perfected innate stage, yet he was able to force Rex back. The opponent's strength was no less than that of a master. The only explanation was that he had refined his martial arts to perfection, with every move and technique being exceptionally clever. Rex had already deeply experienced this during their earlier confrontation. This is outrageous. To what level has he cultivated his martial arts? He can actually contend with a master at the innate realm. I wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone face Rex directly. Just exchanging a glance with him makes my heart tremble. This person is terrifying. After seeing him, it's better to just walk around. The huge commotion had already startled many people. Rex immediately glanced back. Knowing his own strength, he realized he could no longer subdue the prisoner before him. Report to Lord Catherine immediately. I'll hold him here. Quickly, a guard went to report to Catherine. Rex stayed behind to continue his confrontation with Chin Mo. Although Rex was not Chin Mo's opponent, it would still take a lot of effort for Chin Mo to kill Rex. Come again. Rex seemed to roar with all his might. He then moved his body and charged at Chin Mo once more. In an office, Catherine, who was still handling affairs, immediately heard the guard's warning. Director, something bad has happened. On the 4th floor, a prisoner has broken into the guard's office, injuring Director Colby and several guards, and even Lord Rex is not a match for him. What? Catherine immediately straightened her back, her serious attire shining under the light, exuding an imposing presence. Her golden hair did not make her seem approachable. Catherine's gaze turned fierce. What a bold prisoner. Simply outrageous. If we don't take him down, won't he turn this Shura island upside down? Catherine slammed her palm on the table, her aura radiating a terrifying intensity. Even the guard who came to report retreated a bit. Lord Rex is still stalling. Please, Director, provide support quickly. Catherine waved her hand. Understood. I'll set off immediately. I want to see what kind of prisoner it is that even Rex can handle. Under the guard's lead, Catherine swiftly made her way to the 4th floor. However, the moment she stepped into the office, the scene before her was incredibly shocking. The imposing Rex had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood, unable to stand, directly trampled underfoot by Chin Mo. Director, it's him. Someone immediately pointed at Chin Mo. Just meeting Chin Mo's gaze made them retract their finger. Ordinary guards were truly afraid that if they extended their hands for too long, their fingers would be chopped off. Catherine sneered, remaining silent as she quietly observed Chin Mo, instantly suppressing the entire space. It seems I really have to handle this myself, Catherine murmured, and as soon as her figure appeared, she immediately became the focus of the room. Many people felt an inexplicable powerful pressure upon seeing Catherine, making it hard to breathe. As a master at the perfected stage, Catherine naturally exuded a kind of pressure. Just meeting her gaze involuntarily instilled fear in others. This was also the first time Chin Mo saw Catherine, the 6th warden, one of the actual controllers of this prison. Chin Mo kicked Rex aside, and goosebumps involuntarily rose on his skin. The opponent was not simple. The aura emanating from them was incredibly strong. It's been a long time since I've fought. Catherine's eyes sparkled with incredible excitement upon seeing a prisoner worth her effort. With her hands moving like shadows, she condensed the surrounding air into visible streams of energy. Then, she unleashed them towards Chin Mo with a fierce onslaught. Seeing this, Chin Mo could only attempt to resist. The opponent's movements were swift, and Chin Mo's body was equally agile, as if he were navigating through a torrent. Each strike narrowly avoided Catherine's devastating attacks. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept onto Catherine's face. Not good, Chin Mo thought to himself. Catherine wasn't even using her full strength. After testing the waters and gauging Chin Mo's abilities, her speed surged dramatically. Chin Mo was caught off guard. Catherine's hand shot towards him like a claw, almost as if it could rip his heart out. In a life-or-death moment, Chin Mo dared not slacken his efforts. He activated all his strength to its maximum, enveloping himself in the golden bell shield. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Chin Mo, as if a celestial being had descended, draping him in an impenetrable golden armor. Catherine's attack struck Chin Mo, hitting the golden light, and it was as if a cow had plunged into the sea. The invisible force dissipated without a trace. For the first time, astonishment appeared on Catherine's face. No wonder a mere innate perfection could defeat Rex. It turned out that the opponent had cultivated their martial skills to such a level, but to expect Catherine to give up was impossible. Catherine slowly raised her hand, standing before Chin Mo, unleashing a powerful palm technique that carried the momentum of freezing 1,000 miles, striking towards him. The ice palm. Bang! The force of the palm struck against Chin Mo's golden bell shield, instantly emitting a dazzling brilliance. The cold air and golden light began to wear each other down. The chill spread, causing those around to instinctively shrink back. Others retreated frantically, yet the golden light on Chin Mo's body shone even brighter. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, shaking everything around. However, Chin Mo's form remained steadfast. It was as if a massive bell was tightly encasing him, leaving him unscathed and protected. Humph, it seems your defense is quite formidable. Catherine snorted coldly, surprised that her ice bomb couldn't break through Chinmo's defenses. But her gaze did not waver, instead, it sharpened further. I want to see how long you can hold out. Catherine was undeterred. She unleashed various skills as if they were free, striking wildly at Chinmo. Catherine's movements grew increasingly frantic, each twist and turn resembling a dance. Her actions were not only graceful but also deadly. If Chinmo relaxed the golden bell shield for even a moment, he would be reduced to a puddle of flesh in an instant. The aftermath of the battle reverberated, causing the surrounding iron bars to rattle. Yet, despite this, Chinmo's golden bell shield remained as solid as a rock, showing no signs of weakness. Take a break, Chinmo said with a smile. The strength of the golden bell shield lay in its ability to absorb all attacks directed at him, integrating them into his body. Then, through the exhaust valve, he could dissipate the energy. No matter how strong the opponent's attack is, if they cannot find the location of Chinmo's golden bell shield's valve, they cannot easily take him down. Unless Catherine's cultivation can reach a new level and directly crush Chinmo into meat paste. Otherwise, as long as Chinmo fully activates the golden bell shield, the opponent really cannot handle the situation. I refuse to believe this. Catherine seemed to be experiencing her first Waterloo in life. After a series of brutal attacks, they had no effect on Chinmo, yet she still refused to give up. Who on earth is this person? So insane. With such an attack, not to mention 10 moves, even half a move hitting me would crack my chest open. The golden bell shield he uses is simply a divine skill. Any attack can be neutralized, it's truly terrifying. Even the warden can't do anything about him. This prisoner is likely going to ascend to the heavens. Do we need to invite even more terrifying experts? The onlookers exchanged glances. This made Catherine's expression even uglier. Although Catherine could not kill Chinmo to maintain her authority, Chinmo's situation was not good either. Fortunately, with the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Chinmo's internal energy was very substantial. He could still hold on for a long time. But it was now certain that Chinmo could not handle Catherine on his own. To avoid being worn down by the opponent, the best strategy was to retreat. Chinmo immediately adjusted his strategy. After so many attacks from Catherine, her strength had already been depleted by more than half. Her speed was also rapidly declining. Taking advantage of the gap in her attacks, with the protection of the golden bell shield, Chinmo quickly shifted his body and leaped backward, crashing through the window. Catherine was caught off guard by Chinmo's unexpected move, but she still refused to let him go. You can't escape, Catherine growled, then suddenly accelerated, her clothes billowing as she moved like lightning, relentlessly pursuing him. In an instant, the two were caught in a chase, stirring up chilling air currents. Before coming here, Chinmo had scouted the terrain. Catherine usually stayed in her office. A few years ago, she was very familiar with all the surrounding buildings. However, in recent years, as the warden and with some changes to the corridors, she had begun to feel unfamiliar. Chinmo dodged and hid, using various obstacles to buy time and create distance. Just as Chinmo made a sharp turn intending to use a half-open cell door as cover, Catherine's attack followed closely, slamming down on that cell door. The sturdy door was shattered instantly. You can't run. Catherine had suffered a great loss and had no intention of letting Chinmo go. Just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow to Chinmo, he directly dove into a cell. Catherine was momentarily stunned. Chinmo quickly bound the cell with iron chains. The action was completed in an instant. Catherine had not yet understood what Chinmo meant by this. Chinmo waved at Catherine. This cell appeared to be a dead end. In reality, there was a secret passage remaining. Goodbye. Chinmo waved at her as if friendly. He then immediately ran out through the secret passage. Catherine was furious, feeling as if she had been mocked, and stormed inside. With her strength greatly depleted, she unlocked the chains and charged in, only to find that Chinmo had completely vanished along the previous tunnel. Damn it! Catherine clenched her fists. Chinmo had greatly threatened her authority. After a while, a batch after batch of prison guards arrived. Bring me all the information on this prisoner from the 4th level. Have you heard? There's a guy named Chinmo who actually defeated Rex and even fought with the warden. What? He's that strong. It's a pity he offended the warden. I heard he was shot on the spot. In some dark corners and cells of the 4th level, rumors spread like wildfire. Each version was more shocking than the last. One burly man scoffed. Don't talk nonsense. I heard this kid is really strong. He fought the warden for 300 rounds. In the end, he was just seriously injured and barely escaped. Some people didn't believe it. No way, the warden personally intervened, and he could still survive? That's a master at the peak of his powers. Ignore him, he's just spouting nonsense again. Gossip filled the entire 4th level. Many treated it as a fun topic for conversation. Only 2 women from the Sakura Society headquarters sat together, their eyes filled with worry. I wonder how Chinmo is doing, if he's okay. Tsukishima AI thought tightly. Sitting on the same sofa as Angela, they exchanged glances, both full of concern. He has good fortune, he will definitely be fine, don't worry so much. Angela's hand rested on Tsukishima AI's shoulder, giving her some strength. I just hope he can see through the guard's tricks and not come back yet. Looking around, Tsukishima AI and Angela noticed that the Sakura Society appeared normal on the surface. But in reality, many guards were hiding in the shadows, vigilantly observing every corner. They were like hunters waiting for their prey to appear. They had already cast an invisible net, waiting for Chin-mo to walk right into it. He's so smart, he will definitely be fine, and if he notices something wrong here, he will surely protect himself. The two women comforted and encouraged each other, easing their heavy hearts somewhat. Ever since Chin-mo escaped from Catherine's grasp, all information about him and his experiences in the 4th level had been delivered to Catherine's desk. After a brief analysis, it was revealed that Tsukishima AI and Angela were both very important women to Chin-mo. Currently, no one knew where Chin-mo was hiding. But one thing was certain, Chin-mo was loyal and would never abandon these two women. Therefore, guards were immediately dispatched to secretly hide in various corners of the Sakura Society headquarters. At the same time, Tsukishima AI and Angela were not allowed to come and go. They could only stay inside, waiting to capture Chin-mo when he appeared. Just at that tense moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Everyone immediately became alert, closely watching the entrance. Tsukishima AI and Angela were both extremely nervous, fearing that if Chin-mo appeared, he would be unable to escape. They would rather suffer themselves than see Chin-mo get caught by those despicable guards because of them. Catherine shot a glance from a distance, signaling Angela to open the door. Angela slowly stood up. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she had to comply. If she didn't follow Catherine's orders, she would directly kill Angela and Tsukishima AI. Angela slowly approached the door, and despite her reluctance, she opened it. Standing before her was a ragged. After speaking, the old man hurriedly left, leaving Angela in a state of confusion. She knew that the item Chin-mo had given her must be quite important. She had no idea what was inside the package. It was wrapped in a rough fabric. Angela took it back and slowly opened the package. Inside lay a transparent glass test tube, containing some unknown liquid. Just as she was pondering this, Catherine had already arrived at Angela's side. As a master at the pinnacle level, Catherine's hearing was far beyond that of ordinary people. Even from a distance, she could hear every word clearly. Without waiting for Angela's consent, she snatched the test tube from Angela's hand. "I want to see what kind of trick this is," Catherine said, her gaze sharp, as if she could see through everything. She stared at Angela for a few seconds before gently opening the test tube's cap. Bringing it close to her nose, an indescribable odor almost overwhelmed Catherine. Ugh, even as a powerful master, she nearly retched. What the hell is this disgusting thing? Though she said this, Catherine already knew what was inside. Her expression darkened as she clenched her fists. Such a vulgar trick. Catherine was furious. It seemed that Chin-mo had already discovered the headquarters of the Sakura Society and had buried quite a few prison guards, waiting for a chance. But what did it mean for him to send this thing over? Without hesitation, Catherine threw the test tube outside. There was a loud crash as the test tube shattered on the ground. Was he trying to deliberately disgust Catherine? Not long after, the old man who had just left was brought back, held by a few prison guards. The entire area had been set up by Catherine like a spider's web. As long as someone dared to come, they wouldn't be able to leave. The old man was brought before Catherine, his legs trembling. He fell to his knees with a thud. In front of the warden, an ordinary prisoner wouldn't dare to make a sound. "Warden, warden." Catherine twisted her neck, her lips slightly parted. "Who sent you here? Where is the person who told you to come?" Catherine's gaze was like a laser beam, scaring the old man into wetting himself. The old man quickly knelt on the ground, bowing his head. "Warden, I really didn't mean to. I was sleeping when suddenly someone barged in and forced me to deliver this test tube to the designated location he mentioned. I really don't know the specifics, and I don't know where he is. If I didn't do as he asked, he would have killed me." The old man cried as he bowed, already a mess of snot and tears. "Quite cunning." Catherine waved her hand, ordering the guards to take the old man away. However, this was within Catherine's expectations. After all, someone who dared to barge into the prison guard's office alone was certainly not an easy target. Turning her head, she glanced at Aizawa AI and Angela. With these two women in her grasp, she wasn't afraid of Chin-mo escaping, especially since this was Shura Island. Chin-mo could only scurry around like a rat, evading her pursuit. The next day, another prisoner was forced by Chin-mo to deliver something. It was again for Angela. Upon opening the package, it was yet another glass test tube. After snatching it from Angela's hands, Catherine looked at her. "What is his purpose in giving you this?" Angela shook her head, How would I know his thoughts? Unable to extract any results from the questioning, Catherine was also worried that this reagent might contain something else. Opening it almost made Catherine vomit again. You bastard! Once I catch him, I will peel off his tendons, skin him alive, and fry him in hot oil. Catherine threw it outside, shattering it into pieces. On the third day, another prisoner was coerced by Chin Mo to deliver something. Upon opening the package, it was indeed another glass vial filled with liquid. Catherine was at a loss for words. This time, she wouldn't touch that thing again. It was useless to Catherine. She watched Angela for a while. According to the delivery person, Chin Mo kept insisting on giving this glass test tube to Angela. Let's see what kind of storm you can stir up. This time, Catherine didn't destroy the glass reagent directly. Instead, she handed it straight to Angela. If anything happens, tell me immediately, or I'll make sure both of you won't live to see another day. Catherine dropped a warning. Angela held the test tube in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Her interactions and conversations with Chin Mo kept surfacing in her mind. It seemed Angela remembered something and hurried back to Ai Yuanshan's side. She recalled what Chin Mo had said to her before. He had a special technique. As long as he could have a child with a woman, he could enhance his strength. At the time, it sounded like a fairy tale, but now, combined with various signs, it made Angela feel a heavy sense of conviction. Approaching Ai Yuanshan, taking advantage of Catherine not paying attention to the two sisters, she quietly asked, I need to confirm something with you. Are you pregnant? Ai Yuanshan paused slightly. She hadn't discussed this with Angela. It was something she had quietly discovered recently. A faint blush crossed her face, and she gently nodded. Yes. In Ai Yuanshan's affirmative response, Angela's heart confirmed Chin Mo's words. The doubts in Angela's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by excitement. It seems Chin Mo was not lying. Looking at the test tube Chin Mo had sent, she realized that Chin Mo was in danger. If he were caught by Catherine and the guards, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would never have a chance to escape this life. Chin Mo's current thought should be to have Angela help him enhance his strength to get out of the current crisis. Angela bit her lip. Although she had spent little time with Chin Mo, she could still feel the strong goodwill he radiated towards her. Angela was not a heartless person. Although they were the guards here, she had no good feelings towards them. Holding the test tube she hadn't discarded, she glanced at Ai Yuanshan, then at Catherine hiding in the shadows, and slowly walked into the room. In the following days, Chin Mo coerced others to deliver items. But the items were all the same, a glass test tube filled with liquid. Catherine had been waiting at the headquarters of the Sakura Society, but now she was somewhat numb. What kind of pervert is Chin Mo? Having spent so long in prison, Catherine had seen many perverts as the warden. There were cannibals like Wei Chi Chang and flower thieves who liked women. But someone as perverse as Chin Mo was truly unique. You better be slippery. Don't let me catch you. Catherine had become numb. She let others hand things over to Angela. After all, Catherine believed that Chin Mo sent this thing over just to deliberately disgust her. On that day, Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di came to find Catherine together. After Wei Chi Chang escaped from the Sakura Society headquarters, he went to look for Chu Di. However, after finding the flute in a hidden location, it was not consumed. Instead, it was used to heal the flute and help it restore its cultivation. This left the flute greatly astonished. After some inquiry, it became clear what Wei Chi Chang's true intentions were. Wei Chi Chang was now eager to kill Chin Mo, to taste the flavor of Chin Mo's flesh and blood. In Wei Chi Chang's eyes, Chin Mo was undoubtedly the most delicious existence in the world. Previously, he had been helping Chin Mo solely because Chin Mo had only acquired postnatal cultivation, which did not meet Wei Chi Chang's tasting standards, so he had spared no effort in assisting him. But unexpectedly, Chin Mo had succeeded, and his cultivation had suddenly reached the pinnacle of innate perfection. Even Wei Chi Chang was no match for Chin Mo. The one who had originally helped him had suddenly become an enemy in his eyes. Hearing this discussion was like a bolt from the blue for the flute. If a normal person had said such a thing, the flute would have certainly not believed it. But who could blame Wei Chi Chang, the man-eating madman? It did indeed resemble his style. In an instant, the goals of the two men coincidentally aligned. They planned to find Chin Mo to settle the score. Just then, they happened to hear the recent rumors about Chin Mo, which shocked them even more. Even the warden, Catherine, had launched a pursuit against Chin Mo. She had come forward to seek strategies to help her capture Chin Mo as soon as possible. What are you here for? Catherine's gaze was as cold as ice. Especially when it fell on Wei Chi Chang, there was an unmistakable disgust. As the prison's administrator, Catherine looked down on associating with prisoners. Wei Chi Chang was a man-eating madman, and such disgusting and perverse behavior was even more contemptible to her. However, Wei Chi Chang no longer cared about others' opinions of him. As long as he could achieve his goals, that was enough. With a reckless smile on his face, he seemed oblivious to Catherine's aversion. "Warden, don't be so distant. I came this time to tell you a special piece of news about Qin Mo." As Wei Chi Chang spoke, he piqued Catherine's interest. She had originally been unwilling to converse with him, but upon mentioning Qin Mo, she did not expel him. "Go on." Catherine fixed her gaze on Wei Chi Chang. He stepped forward, as if presenting a treasure, and revealed the news. "I heard that Qin Mo has a special technique. As long as he can make a woman pregnant, he can enhance his own strength." Wei Chi Chang's demeanor was frivolous, but at this moment, he spoke with a seriousness. Originally, he did not believe such a peculiar technique, thinking that Qin Mo was deceiving him, but he had truly witnessed it. Qin Mo had spent over 10 days with Aizawa AI. Originally at the pinnacle of postnatal perfection, he had directly crossed over to innate perfection. This was far beyond what a normal person could achieve through ordinary cultivation. It was also after Qin Mo killed Tai Di Taro that Wei Chi Chang completely believed it. However, as soon as Wei Chi Chang's words fell, Catherine's azure eyes flickered with disdain. Her calm expression suddenly turned into the chill of early winter. "Are you making fun of me? You believe such a joke? It's pure nonsense. You are already an innate-level powerhouse. How can you believe such ghost stories?" Catherine did not believe it, but Wei Chi Chang was certain, stating emphatically, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes, and I spent a long time with Qin Mo. It's most likely true." Wei Chi Chang spoke incessantly, which thoroughly angered Catherine. "Are you out of your mind?" Catherine directly waved her hand to signal the guards. Several innate perfection guards immediately appeared behind Wei Chi Chang and swiftly threw him out. "Shut up!" Catherine cast a disdainful glance at Wei Chi Chang, who had already been thrown out. She then looked at Chu Di. "Aren't you planning to leave?" Chu Di immediately showed a shy smile in front of Catherine. "I have a plan to capture Qin Mo," Chu Di said with a smile. Catherine glanced at him but said nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Di wasted no time. With a flattering smile, he said, "I know that Qin Mo cares deeply about both Angela and Aizawa Tsukishiro. As long as we capture these two women and threaten him, Qin Mo will definitely come out and fall into our trap." Catherine turned her head and glared fiercely at Chu Di. "You want me to use weak women to threaten Qin Mo?" It was clearly a good plan. However, facing Catherine's gaze, Chu Di found himself at a loss for a moment. Catherine waved her hand directly. Several prison guards immediately appeared behind Chu Di and threw him out forcefully. "This ignorant woman, I kindly came to share information with her, and she actually dared to throw me out. I'm so angry. Does she really think she can act recklessly just because she has some power? I wish I could chew your bones to pieces," Wei Chi Chang cursed as he was thrown out. Of course, he was far enough away that Catherine couldn't hear him, nor would it provoke her. It wasn't until Chu Di was also thrown out that Wei Chi Chang's mood balanced out a bit. Chu Di, who stood up again, let out a helpless sigh. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. "What should we do now?" Wei Chi Chang asked. Even Catherine's entire prison guard system couldn't find Qin Mo, let alone the two of them, Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di. Even relying on their influence, it was quite difficult. Just then, a glimmer of light flashed in Chu Di's eyes. "Go check if all the prison guards hidden in the Sakura Association headquarters have left." Chu Di seemed to have discovered something significant, urging Wei Qixiang to confirm it quickly. After getting closer, Wei Qixiang quickly moved forward, releasing his powerful perception. To his surprise, he found that there were quite a few prison guards originally hidden in the Sakura Association headquarters, and they had all been taken away. "Yes, they've all left, and it seems they left in a hurry, as if they heard some urgent command," Wei Qixiang replied briefly, his brow furrowed with doubt. Chu Di nodded, a smile appearing on his face, and then spoke in an affirmative tone. "Just as I expected." "What?" Wei Qixiang still didn't understand. Chu Di immediately explained, "The warden herself, after all, has her identity and status, making it inconvenient for her to do such lowly things, so she took people away to allow us to execute this plan, with the goal of luring out Qin Mo, and then she would step in to deal with him." After listening to Chu Di's analysis, Wei Qixiang's brow slowly relaxed. A look of realization appeared on his face. "So that's how it is. This woman wants to maintain her innocent image while achieving her goals, and she wants me to be her pawn." Wei Qixiang couldn't help but curse. "Stop overthinking it. Finding Qin Mo and killing him is the priority." Wei Qixiang felt that Chu Di made sense. After preparing, Qin Mo and Chu Di acted simultaneously, breaking through the outer guards of the Sakura Association. They arrived at the headquarters of the Sakura Association. However, what awaited them was silence. Upon entering the room, they did not see the figures of Aizawa Tsukishiro and Angela. They had already disappeared. The room still bore traces of having been used. Wei Chi Chang looked around. "It seems we arrived a step too late. These two women are much smarter than we imagined. They've already run away." A fleeting sense of loss crossed Wei Chi Chang's mind. He had fallen into the hands of women. Chu Di, resting his chin on his hand, appeared deep in thought as he entered the room to examine the traces left behind. They haven't been gone long. Without Catherine's supervision, they realized it wasn't safe to stay here and left early. But the two women can't have gone far. As long as we cast our net, I believe we can find them soon. Wei Chi Chang bit his lip, but we don't even know where they ran off to. Just the two of us makes it a bit troublesome to find them. Chu Di felt that Wei Chi Chang had a point. While still hesitating, he suddenly remembered that this was the headquarters of the Sakura Society. With so many members, if they could get them to follow their orders, finding the two women would be a piece of cake. Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di, unwilling to waste time, quickly took control of several key members of the Sakura Society. These people were filled with fear and terrified of death, and they were not particularly loyal to Chin Mo and Tsukishiro AI. Be honest and take us to find Tsukishiro AI and Angela, or the consequence will be turning into a pile of bones crushed by me. Wei Chi Chang's fierce gaze was filled with threat. Chu Di remained silent, but the cold aura emanating from him instilled a deep sense of fear in them. I might know where they went. One person stammered, quickly mentioning a location. They might go there. It's a secret base converted from an old warehouse, known to few and relatively hidden. Wei Chi Chang immediately broke into a grin and laughed. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di, a few people trembled as they led the way. The group hurried to the secret base, only to find it empty as well. A few scattered personal items proved that Tsukishiro AI and Angela had temporarily stayed there for a while. Wei Chi Chang cursed in surprise, while Chu Di quickly analyzed the situation. They shouldn't have gone far. Continue searching and keep a close watch on some hidden locations around here. Report any news immediately. These two women must not be killed. We need to leave them alive. Chu Di issued orders to the Sakura Society members under their control. Faced with the threat of death, everyone could only search for the whereabouts of Tsukishiro AI and Angela. By the next evening, after a thorough search, the Sakura Society, leveraging their numerical advantage, finally spotted Tsukishiro AI and Angela in an abandoned corridor. The two were about to sneak away, but how could they possibly stand against so many members of the Sakura Society? They were quickly captured and brought to Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di. Did you think you could escape? Wei Chi Chang coldly stared at the two women. Back then, Tsukishiro AI was unwilling to have a child with Chin Mo, and it was Wei Chi Chang who helped. But now, Wei Chi Chang had become Chin Mo's opponent, wanting to take him down instead. Though the two women felt helpless, they remained calm and stood straight. What do you want? Chu Di slowly stood up. The people of the Sakura Society have indeed not disappointed us. As for you two? Chu Di chuckled softly. The meaning behind his smile was quite sinister. The warden, for the sake of his own face, won't lay a hand on you two, but that doesn't mean we won't. You two are very important women to Chin Mo. If we threaten your lives, do you think Chin Mo will show up? By the way, you can also see how important your positions are in Chin Mo's heart, Chu Di said with a playful smile as she approached the two of them. You wish. Both Tsukishima AI and Angela did not want Chin Mo to be harmed because of them. But in front of this group of people, the two women appeared quite helpless. Chu Di waved her hand, and her subordinates immediately brought over several ropes, binding the two women tightly. This way, there was no need to worry about them escaping. At the same time, there was no need to worry about them committing suicide and losing their leverage. Now spread the news. If Chin Mo doesn't show up within 3 days, we'll kill both of you. Chu Di had already ordered the message to be sent out. If Chin Mo did not appear within 3 days, the two women would undoubtedly die. Through the rampant dissemination by the members of the Demon Cult and the Cherry Blossom Society, the news spread quickly to every corner of the 4th level like a gentle evening breeze. It was hard to believe that Chin Mo wouldn't hear it. On the first day, the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Society was eerily silent. Wei Chi Chang and Chu Di waited from morning until night. They did not see a trace of Chin Mo. When do you think Chin Mo will come? I can't say for sure, but I know he will come. He's such a sentimental person, he would never abandon these two women. As long as we wait here, we won't have to worry about him not showing up. When the time comes, we can take him down in one fell swoop. You can also have a good taste of his flesh and blood. Hearing Chu Di say this, Wei Chi Chang chuckled. On the second day, there was still no sign of anything unusual. Why hasn't Chin Mo come yet? Could it be that he didn't receive the message? Wei Chi Chang was puzzled. But as the second day was nearing its end, there was still no sight of Chin Mo. This made Wei Chi Chang increasingly anxious, his expression growing darker. Absolutely impossible. The news about killing these two women has been communicated to almost all the prisoners on the 4th level. Just ask anyone, and they would know. Chin Mo can't be that stupid, unable to find out about the news. Wei Chi Chang clenched his fists. That damn Chin Mo has kept me waiting for so long. When I catch him, I will definitely skin him alive, savoring him piece by piece. By the third day, from the rising sun in the morning to the setting sun sinking below the horizon, the night slowly enveloped everything. Wei Chi-chang still had not seen Chin Mo's figure. Could it be that we guessed wrong? Chin Mo appears to be sentimental and righteous, but in reality, he doesn't care about these two women at all. We've already given him 3 days. No matter how far away he is, he should have known by now, yet he still hasn't come out, which seems intentional. Wei Chi-chang was furious. It's driving me crazy. For a moment, Shu Di couldn't quite grasp what kind of mindset Chin Mo had. Dragging this out wasn't a solution. Forget it, let's just kill these two women first. Wei Chi-chang and Shu Di arrived at the room where Tsukishima Ai and Angela were being held. Under the cold light, Wei Chi-chang exuded a chilling murderous intent. You two useless women really have no status in Chin Mo's eyes. It's already been 3 days, and he still hasn't shown up. Wei Chi-chang twisted his neck, ready to unleash a massacre at any moment. The time is up. Since he doesn't cherish the opportunity, don't blame us for being heartless. Just as Wei Chi-chang was about to strike, the two women immediately sensed a strange wind blowing past. Then, a figure appeared behind them like a ghost. Wait, I'm here. Chin Mo appeared silently. Wei Chi-chang and Shu Di turned around. Upon seeing Chin Mo clearly, a smile appeared on their faces. You Island Ai and Angela, bound and filled with regret. Chin Mo, you shouldn't have come back. It was better if you stayed away. Why come back? I'm sorry, we caused you harm. Woo woo. Both you Island Ai and Angela did not want Chin Mo to die because of them. They thought this way. Similarly, Chin Mo couldn't bear for these two women to die because of him. You finally came out. Wei Chi-chang thought Chin Mo was truly heartless and ruthless, capable of not caring about anything. Chin Mo looked at the two of them indifferently. Today was different from the past. They actually dared to threaten someone important to Chin Mo. Chin Mo had already issued them a death warrant. Since you've had your fun, I'll send you on your way. Chin Mo's voice was not loud, but each word echoed in their ears. The two could hardly believe it. As he spoke, Chin Mo's figure moved slightly, his speed already incredible. Everyone present didn't even have time to blink before Chin Mo was already beside Wei Chi-chang. Before Wei Chi-chang's mind could react, Chin Mo had already raised his hand and struck down at them. They couldn't fathom why Chin Mo's strength was so much greater than before. They were simply not on the same level. The two of them were like two mice, while Chin Mo was a cat. There was only room for him to toy with them. But Chin Mo didn't want to play. He only wanted to take their lives. Wei Chi-chang immediately pulled out 2 iron rods from his pants. However, as soon as he raised them, Chin Mo's hand struck directly against the iron rods. Even the rods broke apart. Ultimately, Chin Mo's hand struck down on Wei Chi-chang's shoulder. His legs immediately buckled, kneeling on the ground. Chin Mo's strike was devastating. Wei Chi-chang's meridians were instantly horrifically damaged, his body feeling as if it were about to be torn apart. Shu Di had just reacted, preparing to strike, when Chin Mo's other hand had already formed a fist. It accurately hit Shu Di's vital point. Chin Mo's movements were incredibly fast. So fast it was extreme. Moreover, the entire process was fluid, without any unnecessary actions. Wei Chi-chang only felt darkness before his eyes, instantly losing all consciousness. Being hit by that punch, his breath was thrown into chaos. Even this punch was more dangerous than the previous slap he received from Chin Mo. Shu Di was horrified, about to flee. But Chin Mo was already not the same as before. Shu Di exerted all his strength to flicker his figure. Meanwhile, Chin Mo remained in place, a slight smirk on his lips. Suddenly, Chin Mo kicked up some gravel from the ground. The gravel traced an extremely precise arc in the air before striking Shu Di's nape, piercing through his body. The next moment, Shu Di fell to the ground, never to rise again. Seeking your own death. Chin Mo glanced at him disdainfully. He then walked over to you Island Ai and Angela, untying their ropes. The two quickly threw themselves into Chin Mo's embrace, tears streaming down their faces. You scared me to death. I thought you would die because of me. Chin Mo gently patted the backs of the two women. I'm tough, no one can take me down. Chin Mo separated the two. Stay back for a bit, there's still some unfinished business. The two were still puzzled when a heavy sound of footsteps approached. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. You're right, there are indeed some matters that haven't been resolved. It was Warden Catherine, slowly walking out. At this moment, she held a large machete that emitted a chilling cold light. Although the knife looked ugly, it radiated an extremely cold glow, incredibly sharp. It was said to be able to cut through gold and split stone, even dividing copper walls and iron barriers in two. At first, Catherine was unable to take down Qin Mo because of his golden bell shield. After returning, Catherine contemplated ways to deal with Qin Mo. The solution was to prepare a sharp weapon. As long as this divine weapon was sharp enough, even the golden bell shield could be broken by her brute force. Catherine slowly raised the machete in her hand and shouted loudly, this time you won't escape." In her eyes, as long as she broke Qin Mo's proud golden bell shield, he would be unable to bounce back in front of her. Qin Mo had already arranged for the two women to stay at a distance to avoid being harmed. He stood opposite Catherine. Faced with Catherine's aggression, there was not a trace of panic on Qin Mo's face. Instead, he appeared calm, as if everything was within his expectations. "Is that so? Then let me see." Qin Mo slowly uttered a few words. Catherine immediately became furious and swung the machete, charging at Qin Mo. Suddenly, Qin Mo's figure became erratic, like a phantom. This large machete was indeed very sharp, and there was no need for Qin Mo to confront it head-on. Instead, he used skill to overcome brute force. His figure darted and twisted, hands flying, the 18 dragon-subduing palms carrying a powerful momentum, striking at Catherine's vulnerabilities. What? Catherine found it hard to believe. Qin Mo's speed had reached the level of a grandmaster. It had only been a few days. How could he improve so quickly? Catherine hadn't figured it out yet, but now she could only defend herself. Qin Mo's palm had already struck her arm. The shock made her tiger's mouth numb, and she could barely defend. Just as she managed to withstand the first palm, Qin Mo's second palm came flying toward her. Catherine slipped, her stance unsteady. The machete in her hand was practically useless, unable to exert much power. The third palm. Qin Mo's hand pierced through clouds and shattered rocks, hitting Catherine in the chest. A destructive force struck her body. Blood spilled from Catherine's mouth. Staggering back, the large machete fell directly to the ground. Seeing Catherine so astonished, Qin Mo smiled lightly. "That's right, Grandmaster level." Qin Mo unleashed his aura without reservation. It was indeed the Grandmaster level. Today, Qin Mo received good news. Angela was also pregnant. Not only had he achieved the Grandmaster level, but he had also maxed out the Divine Illumination Sutra and the indestructible Vajra skill. Now, when dealing with Catherine, Qin Mo didn't even need to use his trump card. "How about it?" Qin Mo flicked his sleeve. "Do you still want to fight?" The exchanges between Qin Mo and Catherine were straightforward, with clear distinctions in strength. Knowing Qin Mo's prowess, Catherine's continued attacks were merely seeking her own demise. Instead, Catherine placed her hands on her hips, looking indifferent. "What do you want?" Catherine stood there, her expression as stern as ice. Although she was no match for Qin Mo, she still exuded a hint of defiance. It felt particularly frustrating and uncomfortable for Catherine to be defeated by a prisoner. Qin Mo chuckled lightly. His original intention was not to provoke them. He had planned to go to the first level to visit Lin Wanqing. However, due to Kair's aggressive demeanor, Qin Mo was forced into this predicament. He never expected to draw them out one after another. Even Catherine, as the warden, was willing to engage in a fierce battle with Qin Mo, leading to the current situation. Up until now, Qin Mo's request was still very simple. "Process my paperwork to the first level, and I will let you go." In order to eliminate Qin Mo, besides Catherine, there were many guards lying in wait around. They had originally wanted to see Catherine display her might and capture Qin Mo. Unexpectedly, even their esteemed warden was easily defeated by Qin Mo. Leading the charge was Rex, the man who had been knocked to the ground by Qin Mo last time. His injuries had somewhat healed, and he truly recognized the terrifying strength of Qin Mo. At the same time, he was worried about Catherine at that moment. When he heard Qin Mo say that as long as he processed the paperwork for Qin Mo to go to the first level, he would spare Catherine, a relieved smile appeared on Rex's face. For the warden, processing a prisoner's paperwork to another floor was merely a matter of words. Fortunately, Qin Mo was not a ruthless criminal but simply wanted to go to the first level, which was not a difficult request. Rex was still feeling fortunate when he did not expect that his stubborn warden would flatly refuse. "Are you threatening me?" Catherine sneered. Since becoming the warden on this Shura island, she had never been threatened by a prisoner. With her hands on her hips, Catherine declared, "Let me tell you, as long as I am here, you will never go to the first level." Qin Mo's expression remained calm as he stared directly at Catherine. After all, as the warden, killing her would bring about even greater trouble. Keeping her alive could save him a lot of hassle in the future if she could be of service. However, Catherine's personality was too stubborn. He continued to try to communicate with her. "My request is not excessive, and it is to exchange for your life. Although our positions are different, I must go to the first level. There is someone very important to me there, and I must go." Shin Mo said with great determination, but Catherine's response was as cold as frost in winter. Your words may sound nice, but they won't change my mind. With your strength going to the first level, that would be a huge mistake in my management. The rules and order would be easily shaken. Even if you speak beautifully, I cannot agree to you. Catherine seemed certain that Shin Mo would not dare to kill her. Even with insufficient strength, Catherine's response to Shin Mo was particularly firm. Shin Mo took a deep breath, raising his tone slightly. I can take a step back. As long as you let me go to the first level, do you need Dragon Bloodstone or Black Scale Stone? Just name your conditions. Moreover, as long as you don't provoke me and the Sakura Society in the future, I won't actively provoke the guards either. We can coexist peacefully and harmoniously. Shin Mo made his greatest concession. However, he was determined to go to the first level. Catherine's eyes flickered slightly before returning to their cold firmness. You are negotiating with me. As the sixth warden, would I collude with a prisoner like you? What a joke. I will not negotiate with you. I have said that I will not let you go to the first level. Making concessions means betraying my mission, and I cannot accept that. You should give up on this idea. Seeing that Catherine was unyielding, anger flashed in Shin Mo's eyes. He stomped his foot on the ground. Bang, the arrogant aura spread out, stirring up a cloud of dust. Do you really think I dare not kill you? If you push me too far, I will leave your corpse in the wilderness. Shin Mo had already made his greatest concession, but Catherine still refused to budge. Terrified, Rex rushed out from the side and blocked Catherine's path. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Brother Chin, you just want to go to the first level, right? Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will immediately send someone to handle the paperwork. It won't take long, and I will send you to the first level right away, Rex said with a flattering smile, fearing that Shin Mo would get angry and kill everyone here. Life is the most precious thing. Once it's gone, nothing remains. We absolutely cannot agree to such behavior that violates the rules. Catherine insisted on her moral stance. Little did she know that the prison guards on Shura Island had rotted from the inside out long ago. The so-called rules she upheld were merely tools to be exploited in the eyes of other guards. As long as the conditions were right, they could be followed at any time. And the warden, despite his high position, was just as blind as anyone else. I think you're just looking for death. Shin Mo was most annoyed by such oblivious people. If it weren't for Catherine holding the title of warden, he would have let her die 100 or 80 times already. Hearing Shin Mo's words, Rex was already covered in goosebumps. He quickly turned to Shin Mo to apologize. The warden is a bit straightforward and speaks without thinking. Brother, please don't be angry. This matter is on me. You just wait here, and I guarantee that within 3 hours, the documents will be delivered to you. Rex smiled at Shin Mo while directly grabbing Catherine and hurriedly pulling her away. He was afraid that Catherine's nonsense would truly provoke Shin Mo. He pulled both the guards and Catherine out of the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Society, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Almost everyone would have been wiped out, their lives at stake. Shin Mo was simply terrifying. For a moment, Rex's temper flared, and he began to lecture Catherine instead. Why did you provoke him? He's just a prisoner, a desperate man. If you push him too hard, what won't he do? Rex said earnestly. He is indeed powerful, and we can't deal with him, but that doesn't mean no one can subdue him. We can report this matter, blur the details, and let higher-ranking guards come to deal with him. There's no need to risk your life for this job. Catherine stood in silence, mainly feeling extremely embarrassed. How could she, a dignified warden, be unable to handle a prisoner under her, and let Shin Mo negotiate terms with her? Even face a life threat? Catherine had never experienced such humiliation in her life. It's infuriating. After stamping her foot in frustration, she quickly left, leaving behind a single remark. Handle it yourself. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Rex led Shin Mo into the elevator. Separated by the elevator doors, the space inside was particularly quiet. Shin Mo felt a bit of anticipation. He could finally see Lin Wanqing. He wondered how she was doing. Rex turned to Shin Mo and said, from now on, you can move freely. But you need to be careful. Although you can defeat Catherine and no one on the 1st to 4th floors is your match, there are still many powerful figures on Shura Island. You should tread lightly and avoid getting into big trouble. Shin Mo nodded at Rex. Don't worry, if others don't provoke me, I won't easily cause trouble for them. But if someone dares to deliberately pick a fight with me, I will definitely make them uncomfortable. Rex awkwardly smiled and then pulled out a map of the terrain on the 1st floor. Once you reach the 1st floor and go up, there's a tall building on the island. The person you're looking for is in this first hospital. I heard they are in the intensive care unit. You can go check it out yourself. Rex pointed at the map to help Shin Mo find his destination accurately and quickly. Shin Mo glanced at it and then nodded gratefully at Rex. Thanks. As the elevator doors opened, Shin Mo stepped onto the 1st floor. Taking a deep breath, he began to walk. The environment on the first floor felt both familiar and strange to Chin Mo. It had been quite some time since he had left. As he walked upward, he reached the top and passed through a series of complex buildings, arriving in front of a majestic structure. This was the first hospital. It was the place where prison guards treated seriously ill inmates. Chin Mo raised his head, a complex feeling surging in his heart. He wondered how Lin Wanqing was doing now. He quickly entered the hospital, which was busy yet orderly inside. Medical staff hurriedly moved through the corridors, efficiently completing each task. Following the direction of the signs, he walked quickly. Soon, after passing through several corridors, he saw a door marked Intensive Care Unit. Chin Mo stopped in his tracks. At the same time, urgent voices came from inside. The situation is worse than expected. Lin Wanqing's vital signs are rapidly declining. The fetus in her womb has already begun to show signs of losing life. I'm afraid this lady is. Luan Tai, the expert treating Lin Wanqing, spoke with a heavy tone that was hard to accept. Since Lin Wanqing was admitted, Luan Tai had been trying every means to treat her, but the situation kept worsening. We must not give up until the last moment. Luan Tai bit his lip, encouraging the other nurses, trying to mask the sadness on his face. Chin Mo had already entered and saw Lin Wanqing, whom he had been thinking about. She lay peacefully on the white hospital bed. According to Chris, she was still conscious at that time. Now, however, the toxins had spread through Lin Wanqing's body, and she had fallen into a coma again. Various medical devices surrounded her, flashing cold blue lights and making rhythmic sounds, trying their best to prolong Lin Wanqing's life. The wires and tubes connected to her resembled a dense, chaotic web. Chin Mo quickly moved forward to Lin Wanqing's side. On the ECG monitor beside her bed, the curve that should have been steady was now slow and weak. The fluctuations resembled a candle about to extinguish, each beat appearing extremely difficult. Arrhythmia. Blood oxygen saturation is rapidly declining. A nearby nurse hurriedly reported Lin Wanqing's condition. It's over, it's over. She can't hold on much longer. Luan Tai was in a state of panic, but he had already done his utmost. Faced with the critical situation, Chin Mo immediately stepped forward. You all step aside. I have a way to save her. As soon as Chin Mo said this, it immediately caught the attention of medical expert Luan Tai. Luan Tai quickly walked up to Chin Mo. What did you say? Are you sure? Looking at Chin Mo's attire, he recognized him as someone from the prison. His gaze scrutinized Chin Mo back and forth. Yet, Chin Mo's eyes were particularly confident, which surprised Luan Tai. He had heard that among the prison guards, there were some medical experts with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Those with high skills could even turn decay into miracles, pulling patients back from the brink of death. After all, Shura Island was a place full of hidden talents. Luan Tai instinctively imagined the possibilities. Are you saying, you have a way? The situation is urgent. All the medical means I can use have already been employed, but I still can't save Lin Wanqing's life. I am sure. Chin Mo interrupted him, his tone particularly firm. What do you need? In that moment, seeing Chin Mo's confidence, Luan Tai almost believed he was a medical expert. I'll lend you a hand. But Chin Mo replied, I don't need anything. My method is a bit special. These devices, although advanced, will inadvertently hinder my power. Quickly dismantle them all, or it will affect my ability to channel. As soon as Chin Mo's words fell, Luan Tai was stunned. Or rather, he was dumbfounded. Chin Mo came empty-handed, without bringing anything with him. He even declared that he would dismantle all the life-sustaining equipment from Lin Wanqing. The trust that had initially formed towards Chin Mo instantly evaporated. What kind of joke is this? Are you treating life like a game? I absolutely will not allow such baseless actions. Seeing that Luan Tai did not believe him, Chin Mo couldn't be bothered to respond. The situation left no room for delay. Instead, Chin Mo took matters into his own hands and began to remove the various instruments from Lin Wanqing. Luan Tai hurriedly tried to stop him. Stop. You don't even know what you're doing. This is medicine, not your metaphysical performance. What you're doing will only hasten Lin Wanqing's death. Luan Tai stepped forward to forcibly intervene, but was easily pushed back several steps by Chin Mo. The nearby nurse and other assistants quickly supported the expert Luan Tai. At the same time, they whispered in his ear, Dr. Lu, traditional methods have lost hope. Let him try. Even if she dies, it won't be because of us. He is the real killer, not us. Luan Tai waved his sleeve heavily. Although the assistant's words had some merit, as a medical expert, Luan Tai could not simply shirk responsibility, nor could he watch his patient be mishandled by others. He immediately pointed at Chin Mo and said, You need to stop right now. Quickly cease this foolish behavior. If you remove these instruments, Lin Wanqing won't survive an hour. What you're doing is killing her. You are a murderer. Even in the face of Luan Tai's stern reprimand, Shin Mo paid no heed. Instead, he quickly removed all the connecting tubes and equipment. After completing this, Shin Mo swiftly placed his hand on Lin Wanqing's back, transmitting power through the heart, nurturing life with energy. Shin Zhao Jing, activate. Ignoring Lu Antai's cold mockery, Shin Mo disregarded the external chaos. In his eyes, there was only Lin Wanqing before him. He had to maintain a focused mind. Shin Zhao Jing, activate. Shin Mo's palm was enveloped in a thin layer of halo, and a warm, gentle power flowed from his palm, slowly infusing into Lin Wanqing's body. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly with Shin Mo's power. A unique vitality began to spread slowly from Lin Wanqing's body. In the next moment, Lin Wanqing's complexion visibly changed from pale to rosy. The life signs that had nearly stagnated began to show faint fluctuations and echoes. Dr. Lu, look, MS. Lin's complexion is starting to recover. There are signs of awakening. A nearby nurse quickly called out to Lu Antai. Lu Antai shook his head in disbelief. After Shin Mo had dismantled all the instruments, he believed that under Shin Mo's reckless actions, Lin Wanqing was undoubtedly doomed. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Antai naturally did not believe it. However, he turned his gaze and glanced over. Yet, his eyes were immediately fixed in shock. How is this possible? Lu Antai's tone was filled with incredulity. Is this a return of light? No, this change is too obvious. What kind of method is this? Even if it were a strong heart stimulant, it wouldn't be this miraculous, right? Lu Antai was filled with astonishment. While he was still in shock, Lin Wanqing's eyelids began to tremble gently. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, and the once dull gaze regained its brightness. Lin Wanqing looked around in confusion. The gaze finally landed on Shin Mo's face, weakly saying, Shin Mo, is that you? Shin Mo smiled and nodded at Lin Wanqing. However, at this moment, Lin Wanqing's body was still exceptionally weak. Yet this scene had already shocked all the doctors and nurses present, especially Lu Antai, who was so stunned that his scalp tingled. She really woke up? What on earth happened? This was the greatest miracle Lu Antai had ever witnessed. Shin Mo smiled slightly and did not stop because of the initial results. Lin Wanqing's body was too weak, and Shin Mo continued to channel his energy. The true qi gathered from the Divine Illumination Sutra continuously flowed into Lin Wanqing's body. Merge! As Shin Mo uttered this word, the power surged into Lin Wanqing's body. It helped her rapidly recover her frail body, like the rising sun dispelling all the gloom. Lin Wanqing's originally weak body gradually began to regain vitality during this process. Her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, and her eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. I have recovered? Sitting up, Lin Wanqing found it hard to believe. Just a few minutes ago, she was on the brink of death. Her consciousness was blurred. Even speaking was extremely laborious. But now, after Shin Mo's treatment, she felt vibrant and full of life. It was as if she had more strength than before, healthier and more energetic. It's all right. Shin Mo gently ruffled Lin Wanqing's hair. Lu Antai, standing aside, was so stunned that he rushed over. Get the equipment, check Miss Lin's current physical condition. Several nurses quickly reconnected a series of medical devices to Lin Wanqing. Heart rate normal. Blood oxygen saturation 99%. Blood pressure within normal range. A series of normal values were reported by the nearby nurses. With each test completed, Lu Antai's eyes widened a little more. He could hardly believe his ears. Even less could he trust his eyes. It was as if these eyes were deceiving him. How is this possible? Heart function, respiratory system, blood circulation. All indicators have reached healthy standards, even better than her condition before hospitalization. Lu Antai quickly grabbed Shin Mo's hand, his heart filled with immense excitement. What kind of method did you use? What kind of miraculous skill? Shin Mo smiled slightly, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. I told you I could save her, now you should believe it. Just then, the brilliance that had just returned to Lin Wanqing's face slowly dimmed. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Wanqing's voice choked as she touched her belly. Shin Mo, I didn't protect our child. The child, he is gone. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled with profound sorrow. For a mother, losing her child is the heaviest blow in the world. Shin Mo tightly held Lin Wanqing's hand. Don't be afraid, let me try again, maybe he can come back to life. At this moment, Lu Antai shook his head beside them. Rationality told him this was impossible. In medicine, things confirmed as dead cannot come back to life. The fetal heartbeat in the womb has stopped, I'm afraid. Shin Mo did not respond to Lu Antai's doubts. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Focusing all his energy, he slowly placed his hand over Lin Wanqing's abdomen, whispering, "Divine Illumination Sutra, Reverse Life." A continuous wave of green vitality flowed into Lin Wanqing's abdomen. A warm and powerful wave of life formed. Lin Wanqing did not hold out much hope, yet a subtle expectation lingered in her heart. She tightly closed her eyes and silently prayed, hoping that Qin Mo could succeed, even if that hope seemed so faint. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall, until a faint heartbeat broke the silence. It came from her lower abdomen, gradually becoming steady and strong. Lin Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at her belly. Tears streamed down her face once more. This time, they were tears of joy. Lin Wanqing felt the child inside her. It had come back to life. Lu Wantai was nearly frantic. He immediately put the stethoscope to his ears to listen. "Is that the child's heartbeat?" Lu Wantai could hardly believe his ears. "Am I going crazy?" He quickly called for an ultrasound machine to be brought in. However, as soon as the probe was placed on her belly, they could see the child inside Lin Wanqing. Its heartbeat steady and strong. A remarkably healthy child. Lu Wantai stared wide-eyed at the ultrasound screen, almost roaring. "The child's heartbeat has returned." Lu Wantai hurriedly grabbed Qin Mo's hand. "This has surpassed all medical understanding. What kind of method, what kind of miraculous skill did you use to achieve this? Please, I beg you, tell me, I implore you." For a medical expert like Lu Wantai, witnessing such a miraculous revival had driven him completely mad. If he didn't know what method Qin Mo had used, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Qin Mo's lips curled slightly as he slowly uttered 3 words, "Shinjiao Sutra." Lu Wantai watched the miraculous scenes unfolding before him, feeling a lingering fear. Facing Qin Mo, a deep sense of guilt surged within him. At the same time, he felt profound admiration for Qin Mo's extraordinary skill. Lu Wantai had been too ignorant. He had previously thought Qin Mo was killing someone. Lu Wantai walked up to Qin Mo, his expression sincere, his tone filled with apology. This renowned expert immediately bowed to Qin Mo. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I sincerely apologize for my previous ignorance and disrespectful behavior. Your extraordinary skill is beyond the imagination of us ordinary people." Seeing Lu Wantai's sincere attitude, and knowing that since Lin Wanqing was sent to the hospital, Lu Wantai had been dedicated to her treatment, Lin Wanqing might not have survived until Qin Mo's arrival without him. "It's alright, at least your heart is in the right place." Seeing that Qin Mo did not hold a grudge against him, Lu Wantai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not leave. Instead, he moved a little closer to Qin Mo. The Shinjiao Sutra that Qin Mo used was truly miraculous. It was a medical marvel. Lu Wantai took a deep breath. Knowing that such an opportunity was rare, he mustered the courage to speak. "I wonder if Master Qin could impart some secrets about the Shinjiao Sutra to me. That way, I could also help more patients like Lin Wanqing in the future." As soon as Lu Wantai finished speaking, Qin Mo's gaze shot over. Lu Wantai involuntarily shivered in fear. The power of the Shinjiao Sutra was extraordinary, almost miraculous. It could bring people back to life, a treasure beyond compare in the world. To directly ask for such a divine skill would indeed seem exceedingly rude. Lu Wantai quickly added, "My lifelong goal is to help the world, to heal the sick and save lives. As long as you can teach me, I can agree to any conditions within my capabilities." Lu Wantai expressed his utmost sincerity. However, such sincerity seemed somewhat insignificant in front of Qin Mo. Qin Mo merely smiled faintly. "Your idea is indeed good. I have a condition. If you can fulfill it, I might consider teaching you the Divine Illumination Sutra." Lu Wantai was so excited he nearly jumped up, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "What condition?" "If you can take me off this Shura island, I will impart the Divine Illumination Sutra to you," Qin Mo said, looking at Lu Wantai with interest. Upon hearing this, Lu Wantai's expression immediately darkened. After a bitter laugh, he shook his head. "You must be joking. This Shura island has its own rules. Even as a medical expert, I am strictly limited here. The entry and exit of Shura island are not something we can easily intervene in." Lu Wantai sighed. "I am powerless." Unable to meet Qin Mo's condition, Lu Wantai naturally felt embarrassed to continue asking him. Moreover, Qin Mo had walked over to Lin Wanqing's bedside to check on her condition. She had completely recovered. Lin Wanqing nestled against Qin Mo, feeling the warmth of his body. After a long while, she reluctantly let go. Although the poison in Lin Wanqing had been resolved, it was evident that someone had targeted her. As a doctor, Lin Wanqing was usually very careful in her work. How could she have been poisoned for no reason, and in such a life-threatening manner? Someone must have set her up. Qin Mo held Lin Wanqing and gently asked, "Wanqing, have you thought about who might have poisoned you?" "Such things don't happen for no reason." Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment, then shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "I don't know, I only remember feeling unwell after drinking a glass of water that night. After that, I can't recall anything until I woke up on the hospital bed being rescued. It must be that glass of water that was problematic. Lin Wanqing thought for a while but couldn't come up with any other details. Just then, Luan-tai, as an expert, overheard Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing's conversation and hesitated before speaking up. I might know a bit about the relevant details. Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing quickly turned their attention to Luan-tai, who swiftly approached Qin Mo. Regarding MS. Lin Wanqing's poisoning, I have heard some things. That is the black demon poison, a unique poison of the heavenly demon sect, extremely rare and deadly, usually considered incurable. As he spoke of this poison, Luan-tai felt goosebumps all over. The composition of this poison is complex and highly toxic. Even martial arts experts at the celestial realm find it hard to escape misfortune once poisoned. Luan-tai had encountered several people poisoned by the black demon poison. He had tried to use his lifelong knowledge to save them, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. However, what amazes me is that the poison, which even celestial realm experts cannot cure, your Divine Illumination Sutra can actually resolve. It's truly remarkable. Luan-tai was filled with curiosity about Qin Mo's Divine Illumination Sutra. After all, it was an unparalleled medical technique capable of bringing people back from the brink of death. Qin Mo understood that relying solely on the Divine Illumination Sutra might not be enough to eliminate the vicious black demon poison. His body also contained the special true energy formed by the indestructible Vajra technique. The combination of the two, with the assistance of the Divine Illumination Sutra, produced unexpected results. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull Lin Wanqing back from the gates of death. Heavenly Demon Sect. Qin Mo's fists were tightly clenched, the anger between his brows completely unmasked. I, Qin Mo, have noted this debt. The Heavenly Demon Sect was seeking death. They actually dared to lay hands on Qin Mo's people, having thoroughly crossed his bottom line. Qin Mo not only wanted to seek justice from the Heavenly Demon Sect but also intended to turn their world upside down and completely annihilate them. He wanted them to understand that provoking the wrong person would cost them their lives. Beside Qin Mo, Lin Wanqing also felt the fury radiating from him. It was especially painful for Lin Wanqing, who had suffered this unwarranted disaster for no reason. Qin Mo, I know you are angry for my sake, she said, but the Heavenly Demon Sect is powerful and ruthless. They are not to be trifled with. You must be careful. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. While it is important, it must be done step by step, Lin Wanqing said with great concern. Qin Mo nodded at her, reassuring her that he would not act impulsively. Luan-tai observed the strong bond between Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing. However, Qin Mo was a prisoner and could not stay in the hospital forever. He would inevitably have to leave. After thinking for a moment, a flash of inspiration crossed his eyes, and he proposed a new idea to Qin Mo. Qin Mo, although I cannot fulfill the conditions you mentioned earlier to help you leave Shura Island, I can do something else for you. Luan-tai immediately smiled and said, I can arrange for you to stay in the hospital as a special patient for 3 months, so you can accompany Lin Wanqing. Luan-tai's intentions were clear. He naturally wanted the Divine Illumination Sutra in Qin Mo's hands. Qin Mo was silent for a moment, his gaze shifting between Lin Wanqing and Luan-tai. Luan-tai was not a bad person. He genuinely wanted to achieve something in the field of medicine. Finally, Qin Mo nodded. All right, I agree. I will teach you the Divine Illumination Sutra without reservation. As for how much you can learn, that depends on you. Luan-tai was almost excited to the point of running. He tried to maintain his composure and immediately opened his computer. Qin Mo walked to the side of the computer and began typing on the keyboard. He entered the cultivation methods, mental techniques, incantations, and related precautions of the Divine Illumination Sutra. After entering everything, he checked it once more. Meanwhile, Luan-tai immediately got to work arranging things. He made a phone call, using his expert tone and undeniable authority to issue orders. Yes, I need to prepare the admission procedures for a special patient immediately. All expenses will be covered by me personally. No need for public disclosure. Everything must be handled properly, understood? After hanging up the phone, Luan-tai turned to Qin Mo and said, everything has been arranged. You can accompany Ms. Lin in the hospital with peace of mind. During this time, I will do my best to ensure that no one disturbs your time together. All right, Qin Mo nodded. Let's see. Luan-tai immediately sat down at the computer, just about to look, when he turned his gaze back to Qin Mo. He then raised a finger. Master Qin, rest assured, once this thing is in my hands, I will absolutely keep it confidential and will not let the skills leak out. Without your consent, Master Qin, I won't reveal a single word to anyone. In a room of the hospital. What do you want from me? Asked Zhou Yuton, a doctor at the first hospital, dressed in a white coat. She looked at the figure wrapped in a black robe inside the room. The other party was the Black Gold Group's Black Gold Envoy. The Black Gold Envoy was mysterious and cold, only seeking Zhou Yutong when there was something important. The envoy got straight to the point, taking out a bank card from his pocket and gently pushing it in front of Zhou Yutong. Dr. Zhou, this contains 2 million. Hearing this enormous number, Zhou Yutong was immediately stunned. Did she doubt whether her ears had heard wrong? Although she knew that the Black Gold Group was wealthy, she never expected their assets to be so vast that they could casually take out 2 million. 2 million was an amount that Zhou Yutong would have to work hard for 10 years to possibly accumulate. What exactly do you want me to do? Zhou Yutong swallowed hard, her gaze flickering. The Black Gold Envoy slowly spoke. It's simple, you just need to do one small thing. Poison Qin Mo. Zhou Yutong's expression changed, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes filled with shock and resistance. Indeed, obtaining this 2 million was not a simple matter. You mean that Qin Mo, whom even medical expert Lu Wantai admires greatly? He is Lin Wanqing's man. Zhou Yutong clenched her fists. Lin Wanqing and I are best friends. Zhou Yutong was indignant. Back then, Lin Wanqing was also a doctor in this hospital. Since the Shura Island prison also needed to arrange for doctors, when it came time to make a choice between the two, Lin Wanqing stepped forward and volunteered to go. This allowed Zhou Yutong to avoid prison and live on the island, not having to endure the hardships like Lin Wanqing. I can't agree. I'm a doctor. I can't harm others. Hearing Zhou Yutong's resolute refusal, the Black Gold Envoy was neither surprised nor angry. Instead, he appeared quite calm. He had known Zhou Yutong for a long time and was very familiar with her character. He did not threaten her immediately. Instead, he increased the temptation, pulling out another bank card from his pocket. This card has 3 million. Together with the other one, that's 5 million. If you can get this money, it will be enough for you to live a carefree life for the rest of your days, allowing your family to live without worries. Think it over. The Black Gold Envoy smiled casually. To them, money was just a number. But to the poor, it was the most precious thing. Zhou Yutong furrowed her brows and fell into deep thought. The dark and light sides of her heart were in a fierce battle. After a while, Zhou Yutong spoke. You know, the problem isn't about how much money it is. In a place like a hospital, there are many people, and making a move here, especially poisoning someone, is extremely dangerous. Once discovered, not only would my career be ruined, but I would also face severe punishment. Doing this is akin to seeking my own death. The Black Gold Envoy chuckled lightly, as it seemed Zhou Yutong had already begun to think about how to act without being discovered. He was well prepared for Zhou Yutong's concerns. He slowly took a photo out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Dr. Zhou, I've already thought this through for you. The Black Gold Envoy pointed to a woman in the photo. This is a female patient on the 4th floor. She is part of our plan. She will find a reason to enter Lin Wanqing's ward, and on the surface, it will appear that she poisoned Qin Mo. But in reality, she will just be a scapegoat. The real operator will still be you. The Black Gold Envoy revealed a strange smile. In that kind of chaotic situation, even if you poison Qin Mo, others will only think it was this female patient who did it, and they won't suspect you. Then, when the time comes, you can get rid of her, and everything will be fine. Zhou Yutong's gaze was complex, her voice becoming even softer. You know, Lin Wanqing is my best friend, my closest companion. She helped me with night shifts many times during my toughest times, spending unforgettable nights with me, and gave me the greatest support when I could no longer hold on. I do this because... The Black Gold Messenger's face clearly showed displeasure. His tone suddenly turned fierce. Dr. Zhou, are you sure you want to offend the Black Gold Group for a so-called friend? Do you know what kind of consequences this could bring? Zhou Yutong paused, looking at the Black Gold Messenger as if he didn't understand her meaning. Then she shifted her tone, adding a hint of subtle cunning. She spoke plainly. I'm not refusing, it's, Lin Wanqing is really important to me. This matter is extremely risky and poses a huge threat to my career and personal safety. The Black Gold Messenger narrowed his eyes. So, Zhou Yutong bit her lip. So, it needs to be more money. The Black Gold Messenger laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased with Zhou Yutong's change in attitude. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. In the following days, Qin Mo didn't have to return to prison. Instead, he became a regular visitor to Lin Wanqing's hospital room. Every day, he would channel his inner energy to Lin Wanqing and the child inside her. Qin Mo sat beside the bed, gently placing his hands on Lin Wanqing's abdomen, the true energy of the Divine Light Sutra flowing slowly, like a warm spring nourishing Lin Wanqing and the little life within her. Lin Wanqing felt this warm current and was filled with happiness, softly saying as she held onto Qin Mo's arm, I feel the baby kicking me. He seems to really like your inner energy. After finishing the energy transfer, Qin Mo, with a look full of affection, ruffled Lin Wanqing's hair. What? Maybe this little guy is a martial arts genius, and in the future, he could inherit my legacy. Lin Wanqing's health improved rapidly, and the fetus inside her was also very robust. Every time the doctor brought in the machine for examination, it always brought unexpected shock. Lu Antai skillfully operated the ultrasound to check the fetus in Lin Wanqing's belly. Qin Mo had imparted the Divine Light Sutra to Lu Antai, making him half a master to Lu Antai. Lu Antai was especially attentive to Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing. He arranged all other matters, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. However, when he saw the images on the screen, Lu Antai couldn't help but tremble. This is something I've never seen in my many years of practice. He pointed at the images on the screen, and others curiously gathered around. The development of the fetus is simply perfect, all indicators are normal, and the vitality of life is extremely strong. It can't just be described as healthy, it should be called robust. Hearing the medical expert Lu Antai say this, Lin Wanqing smiled with excitement, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Qin Mo. Joy was evident on her face. It's all you're doing. Qin Mo gently pulled her into his arms. What are you saying? That's our child. Your contribution is not small either. Watching the two show affection at the slightest disagreement, Lu Antai felt like a huge third wheel, quickly pushing the machine away to leave. After more than 10 days, under Qin Mo's continuous use of the Divine Light Sutra's inner energy, Lin Wanqing's body recovered rapidly, her complexion rosy, radiating a long-lost vitality and glow. Now, Lin Wanqing's physical condition, even compared to before, could be said to have improved several times. After the examination, all indicators showed that Lin Wanqing had completely recovered and could be discharged without any issues. However, Qin Mo insisted that Lin Wanqing stay for observation. Although you look fine now, we can't be careless, after all, there's still a little one inside you. Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, understanding Qin Mo's intention. As long as Qin Mo was by her side, okay, I'll listen to you. Just in time, I can take this opportunity to stay in the hospital and have a good rest. With that, the nurses transferred Lin Wanqing to a more comfortable and quiet minor ward. The environment here was elegant, with some lush potted plants outside the window, and sunlight occasionally streaming in, making the whole room feel particularly pleasant and refreshing. The environment here is quite nice. Lin Wanqing smiled, surveying the room. There was another bed, occupied by a female patient who had come from the 4th floor. The moment Qin Mo entered the room, he noticed her. She was wearing a hospital gown, but it couldn't hide her impeccable beauty. She stood up and quickly looked at Qin Mo, extending her hand to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Song Jixian. After a brief introduction, Qin Mo learned that the woman in this bed was named Song Jixian, a stunning beauty from Korea. She had been a star before coming in? No wonder she exuded such charisma. Qin Mo looked at Song Jixian, piecing together fragments of memory in his mind. He vaguely remembered seeing her on television or online, familiar melodies and images flashing before his eyes. Miss Song, I think I remember seeing you on screen before. Your singing seems to be quite beautiful. Song Jixian smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of playfulness and pride. Sir, you wouldn't happen to be my fan, would you? Song Jixian's smile was particularly radiant, infused with a touch of exotic charm yet still approachable. What a coincidence to meet in a place like this. It seems we are truly fated. Qin Mo was amused by Song Jixian's straightforwardness and impulsively suggested, since we are so fated, would it be too much to ask if I could hear you sing a song? Lin Wanqing, sitting on the adjacent bed, tugged at Qin Mo's sleeve, feeling that he might be a bit rude. They had just met, and he was asking her to perform live. Was that appropriate? After exchanging a glance with Lin Wanqing, Qin Mo awkwardly chuckled. He thought she would refuse. However, to his surprise, Song Jixian showed no hesitation, gracefully walking to the center of the room as if she were on a lively stage. Then I'll embarrass myself. You two mustn't laugh at me. As she spoke, Song Jixian closed her eyes, began to find her rhythm, and after taking a deep breath, she slowly began to sing. Her clear, magnetic voice flowed through the room like a crystal clear stream. Go 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 baby baby, bala ba la, bala ba la. The song flowed like a mountain spring, filling every corner of the ward. The originally dull ward seemed to brighten with Song Jixian's lively singing. When the song ended, Song Jixian returned to her previous state, her smile radiant as she looked at Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing. I haven't sung in a long time, what do you think? Was it passable? Qin Mo applauded, his eyes filled with admiration. That was amazing, even better than any performance I've seen before. Even Lin Wanqing couldn't help but clap her hands. It was indeed beautiful. I never expected to share a room with you. What a coincidence. Hearing the praise from her audience, Song Jixian couldn't help but smile. She took a step closer, her expression showing a modest charm that made her seem approachable, as she walked toward Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing. I just moved in here not long ago. Since we share a room, we are friends now. If you need any help, just call me. I can pitch in. Before Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing could respond, Song Jixian had already picked up a broom from the corner and began to lightly clean the dust in the ward. Especially under the bed where Lin Wanqing lived, everything was clean, spotless. After tidying up, she took Lin Wanqing's cup and immediately walked to the water dispenser to fetch fresh warm water for her. Qin Mo squinted, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Song Jixian's actions exceeded the bounds of a typical patient. However, her natural demeanor made it hard to feel any aversion. Moreover, Song Jixian was from the 4th floor. If she wasn't mistaken, Song Jixian should know Qin Mo, deliberately trying to please. As for her purpose, it was still unknown. Jixian, you're too kind, we just came to see you. Lin Wanqing gently took the cup from Song Jixian and thanked her softly. Thank you, you're so thoughtful, but my health has almost recovered, so you don't need to take care of me like this. Song Jixian said warmly, we're all in the same ward, we're all patients, it's only right to take care of each other. Besides, you're pregnant, so I'll help as much as I can. Who knows, maybe in the future, I'll need your help, Sister Lin. The two chatted happily, leaving a good impression on each other. 2 days later, Zhou Yutong walked into the ward with carefully selected gifts, her face beaming with joy. I've been so busy, finally caught a break, otherwise I wouldn't have had time to see you, Zhou Yutong said, pouting at Lin Wanqing. She quickly walked to Lin Wanqing's bedside, set down the gifts, and eagerly began sharing some recent amusing and frustrating stories. I know you're busy, but you still came to see me. Thank you. Lin Wanqing didn't mind at all. The two good friends hadn't seen each other for a while and quickly fell into conversation. Laughter and joy immediately filled the room, creating a warm atmosphere. Just as they were chatting happily, Song Jixian entered the room. Sister, you must be thirsty, let me get you some water. After a while, Song Jixian approached them with 2 cups of freshly poured warm water, a barely noticeable strange glint in her eyes. She placed the cups in their hands, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her mouth, which vanished in an instant, almost unnoticed by anyone. If you're thirsty, drink some water. If it's not enough, just call me, and I'll get you more. Song Jixian waved at the two. Zhou Yutong caught sight of Song Jixian's actions and looked at the cup in her hand, feeling inexplicably flustered. Suddenly, the cup slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Zhou Yutong said awkwardly, I didn't hold it steady, and now it's all spilled. The laughter and joy that had been shared with Lin Wanqing abruptly changed. It's fine, Lin Wanqing comforted, it's just a little spilled water, we can clean it up. If you're thirsty, take my cup. I'm not thirsty. Saying this, Lin Wanqing handed her cup to Zhou Yutong. No. Zhou Yutong nearly jumped up from her bed, refusing too hastily. Her expression changed, as if she suddenly remembered something, and she hurriedly said to Lin Wanqing, I'm sorry, my memory is terrible, I have an urgent surgery to prepare for later, so it seems I can't stay with you today. Lin Wanqing, being a doctor herself, understood that some urgent surgeries were hard to avoid. It's fine. You rest well and take care of your health, we can chat another day. Zhou Yutong waved goodbye to Lin Wanqing and almost rushed out of the ward. Inside the room, Qin Mo and Lin Wanqing looked at Zhou Yutong, feeling inexplicably that she seemed a bit nervous, as if something serious had happened. At that moment, Song Jixian suddenly leaned closer to Qin Mo, lowering his voice to speak in Qin Mo's ear. I have a piece of information that might be very important to you. Without finishing, Song Jixian walked out first. Seeing this, Qin Mo immediately followed. Song Jixian deliberately kept him in suspense, calling Qin Mo out. Speak, what are your conditions? Qin Mo asked. Song Jixian smiled with satisfaction. It's simple. I know what you've been doing on the 4th floor, and I know your strength. As long as you agree to look out for me on the 4th floor, I'll tell you this information. This information is absolutely invaluable to you. Qin Mo thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement to Song Jixian's conditions. Fine, but you'd better ensure that this information is genuinely valuable. Otherwise, my promise to you may not hold any guarantees. After looking around to confirm that no one was paying attention, Song Jixian took out a small bottle from his clothing. Inside the bottle was a deadly black liquid. The Black Gold Group gave me this, ordering me to poison you at the right moment, letting you die here. The Black Gold Group. Qin Mo silently repeated the name, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. However, he became interested in Song Jixian. Since that's the case, the Black Gold Group must have promised you quite a few benefits. Why don't you poison me and put me to death? Song Jixian chuckled lightly and then shrugged helplessly. I was thinking the same way. After all, they offered too much. But I also know about Lin Wanqing's situation. At that time, she was poisoned, critically ill, the toxin had spread throughout her body, and she was already given a notice of critical condition, she could die at any moment. In such a situation, you were still able to save Lin Wanqing and the child in her womb. Song Jixian pouted, I'm not foolish enough to think that this poison would be useful against you. If I really did that, I'd probably end up with no place to be buried. Song Jixian explained his concerns. Of course, he also made a rather clear choice. Shin Mo took the bottle of poison from Song Jixian's hand. He understood that the secret communication between Song Jixian and the messenger of the Black Gold Group was aimed at putting him, Shin Mo, in danger. Keeping the Black Gold messenger around was like having a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Shin Mo did not refuse, but it was inevitable that he would target those around Shin Mo, which would catch him off guard. He must be killed. Shin Mo tightened his grip on the poison, his eyes filled with fierce determination. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Back in the hospital room, he exchanged a simple glance with Lin Wanqing. I'm a bit thirsty, Lin Wanqing said proactively, smiling at Shin Mo. Shin Mo walked to Lin Wanqing's bedside. It wasn't that Lin Wanqing had to report to Shin Mo every time she wanted to drink water. It was to ensure the safety of Lin Wanqing and the child in her womb. Before she ate or drank anything, Shin Mo would try it first. This was also to prevent Lin Wanqing from being poisoned again like last time. With the protection of the indestructible skill, Shin Mo was immune to all poisons. At the same time, with the protection of the Divine Light Sutra, he was not afraid of toxins at all. Shin Mo picked up the cup of water beside the bed and took a gentle sip. Just as he was about to put it down, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was poisoned. This sudden change caught Shin Mo off guard. A strong sense of doubt arose in his heart. This cup of water was brought by Song Jixian. The most likely person to have poisoned it was Song Jixian. But Song Jixian had just clearly explained everything to Shin Mo. Even the little poison in Song Jixian's hand had already been handed over to Shin Mo. If she really wanted to poison him, why would she confess to Shin Mo? Shin Mo's gaze flickered as his thoughts quickly rewound, recalling the earlier situation. If Song Jixian hadn't poisoned him, then where did the poison come from? There was another possibility. It was the female doctor, Zhou Yutong, who had entered the ward. Shin Mo suddenly remembered how relaxed and at ease she had seemed upon arrival. But after Song Jixian finished filling the water, she appeared hurried and anxious when she left. Could it be her? Shin Mo's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Wanqing. Zhou Yutong had been Lin Wanqing's friend for many years, as close as sisters. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't do something like this. However, human hearts are inscrutable. No one knows what someone else is truly thinking. Shin Mo was in the light, while the one who struck was in the dark. He had to expose this person. Shin Mo immediately pretended to be poisoned, foaming at the mouth and shaking violently, his acting exceptionally convincing. Startled, Lin Wanqing quickly supported Shin Mo. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Wanqing was extremely anxious, panicking as she pressed the emergency call button at the head of the bed. Help! Someone has been poisoned. Come quickly. Hearing the loud call, nurses rushed in, placing Shin Mo on the bed and starting emergency treatment. A few minutes later, Luantai heard the news and immediately brought the emergency team, rushing out of the ward. In just a few days, Luantai had witnessed the terrifying aspects of the Divine Illumination Sutra. For Shin Mo to impart the sutra to him was a tremendous grace. Luantai already held Shin Mo in the highest regard. Just as he arrived beside Shin Mo, intending to provide treatment, suddenly, Shin Mo's hand discreetly grabbed Luantai's without anyone noticing. Then, using the technique of sound transmission, Shin Mo quietly spoke beside Luantai. Cooperate with me in this act, pretend I'm severely poisoned, and you'll save me. Luantai was momentarily stunned, thinking someone was speaking in his ear. But after exchanging a glance with Shin Mo, he fully understood, this was merely Shin Mo's plan. After all, with the Divine Illumination Sutra, what poison could easily harm him? Luantai didn't hesitate, quickly adjusting his demeanor. He adopted a professional and tense appearance, directing the team to begin resuscitating Shin Mo. The sounds of various rescue instruments and equipment echoed, creating the scene of Shin Mo about to cross into the gates of death. This is poisoning. Immediately inject him with the antidote and prepare for cardiac resuscitation. Luantai commanded loudly, but in reality, the so-called antidote in his hand had already been replaced with ordinary saline. After a tense round of treatment, Shin Mo's physiological state finally returned to normal. At this moment, Shin Mo's body was exceptionally weak, as if he had just walked back from the gates of hell. Lin Wanqing quietly held Shin Mo's hand, tears welling in her eyes, almost choked with emotion. You must be okay, I can't live without you. Shin Mo kept his eyes closed, offering no response. Luantai comforted her from the side. Don't worry, Master Qin has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger. He's just a bit weak right now. With some care, he'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Lin Wanqing silently nodded, gently touching Shin Mo's face, her realistic acting leaving even Lin Wanqing herself in the dark. I will take good care of him, and thank you, Expert Liu, for closely monitoring his condition. He must survive. The Black Gold envoy heard about the poisoning incident at the hospital. The floor was exactly where Qin Mo was located. However, the specific situation had been sealed off by the hospital. To know the details, one had to ask Lu Wantai. The Black Gold messenger immediately disguised himself, putting on a concerned friend facade as he entered the hospital. He walked straight to Lu Wantai's office. Hello, doctor, I am a friend of Mr. Qin on the 4th floor. I heard he had a bit of a situation here, and I'm very worried about his health. Could you tell me about his condition? Many things on the 4th floor are related to Mr. Qin, and some of his friends are quite concerned about him. Lu Wantai scrutinized the Black Gold messenger, finding him somewhat suspicious. However, his admission record indeed came from the 4th floor. Moreover, Qin Mo had instructed on how to respond if someone inquired about his condition. Lu Wantai then politely replied, Mr. Qin has indeed experienced an adverse event here. For some unknown reason, he was poisoned and is currently receiving treatment from me. He then smiled, but you can rest assured, his physical condition is quite excellent, and with our effective medical measures, the toxins have already been expelled. It is expected that in about a month, his condition will significantly improve. After hearing this, the Black Gold messenger was secretly calculating in his heart, but his face still showed a very concerned expression. That's great. Can I go see him? Lu Wantai shook his head, indicating refusal. I'm very sorry. Although I know you are very worried about Mr. Qin's safety, he currently needs absolute rest. Any unnecessary visits will affect his recovery. After gaining a clear understanding of Qin Mo's situation, the Black Gold messenger left the office, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. This guy is really hard to kill. He won't die. The Black Gold messenger clenched his fists, his gaze incredibly fierce. If he let this opportunity slip by, it would be even more difficult to kill Qin Mo once he was on guard. Looking at the bustling doctors, he realized that the only way to quietly enter Qin Mo's room was to disguise himself as a doctor. The corners of the Black Gold messenger's mouth curled slightly. Qin Mo, your time has come. In the hospital room, Lin Wanqing's gaze was sharper than a cold sword, piercing through Zhou Yutong. Lin Wanqing glanced at Qin Mo on the bed, feeling particularly tormented and uneasy. If Qin Mo hadn't tasted the poisoned water for her, it would have been her and her unborn child who would have died. However, the most likely people to have come into contact with that cup of water were three. One was Lin Wanqing herself, another was Song Jixian, and the last was Zhou Yutong, who came to visit her. Lin Wanqing had to give Qin Mo an explanation and find out who the murderer was. Therefore, she called the other two into the hospital room at the same time. Having been a doctor for a long time and often performing surgeries, Lin Wanqing could remain calm even under high pressure. My sister Zhou, Dr. Zhou. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, each word heavy as if a knife was stabbing into her chest. I know you usually take care of me, but what has happened here is undeniable. Qin Mo was poisoned, and you are involved. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's questioning, Zhou Yutong's face flashed with momentary panic, but she quickly composed herself and immediately denied it. Sister, what are you talking about? Is there a misunderstanding? How could I possibly do such a thing? I came by that day just to pass by and check on you, and I left as soon as I had something to do. Moreover, Qin Mo is your man. Why should I do such a thing and bring suffering upon myself? In my opinion, there must be someone else involved. Zhou Yutong's gaze was vague, unconsciously glancing at Song Jixian beside her. However, Lin Wanqing shook her head. Lin Wanqing was meticulous in her thoughts and clear in her logic. Qin Mo always tastes my food before I eat, ensuring that both I and the baby in my belly are safe. This time is no exception. Although the water was brought by Song Jixian, we all saw it at the time, but your sudden visit and hasty departure make me suspicious. At that moment, Lin Wanqing only thought that Zhou Yutong really had urgent business to attend to, but now, looking back at Zhou Yutong's actions, they were indeed too suspicious. Clearly thirsty, she handed her the cup of water, but Zhou Yutong immediately refused, as if she knew the cup contained poison. At this moment, Song Jixian stepped forward, his tone exceptionally sincere. Miss Lin, to be honest, I did receive orders to poison Mr. Qin. Before Song Jixian could finish, Zhou Yutong jumped up immediately. So it was you. You almost framed me for it. What are you really up to? Why do you want to harm my sister's man? You're a demon, a butcher, with the heart of a snake and scorpion. Zhou Yutong immediately accused Song Jixian, cursing him fiercely. Song Jixian glanced at Zhou Yutong, revealing a look of mockery. Truly capable of acting. Although I received the order, I did not carry it out. You say you didn't carry it out, so it didn't happen. You dare to slander me. Are you implying that it's me? Zhou Yutong wished she could tear Song Jixian's mouth apart. She wanted to pin the blame on him completely. Song Jixian did not back down. I have already explained this matter to Qin Mo, and I even handed the poison over to him. Within a day, Qin Mo will wake up, and the truth will be revealed. I also want to see who the real poisoner is. Song Jixian sneered. Seeing Song Jixian so sincere, Lin Wanqing turned her gaze back to Zhou Yutong. In this case, the only point of suspicion falls on you. If what Song Jixian said is true, once Qin Mo wakes up, we will know who the real culprit is. Zhou Yutong did not expect things to escalate to this point. Originally, this blame should have fallen on Song Jixian, but unexpectedly, he turned against her. As a doctor, to poison a patient to death is premeditated murder. Do I need to educate you on what kind of price you have to pay? Lin Wanqing's voice kept rising, almost shouting. Zhou Yutong was already timid, and Qin Mo could wake up at any moment. Once he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the situation exposed, Zhou Yutong's eyes turned red, and she collapsed to the ground. Wanqing, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so bewitched. Although Lin Wanqing had already guessed that it was mostly Zhou Yutong's doing, hearing her confession still pained her deeply. Zhou Yutong had been her sister for many years, inseparable and mutually caring. Yet she never expected that one day, she would poison her, trying to harm the most important man in Lin Wanqing's life. Slap! Lin Wanqing couldn't help but slap Zhou Yutong's face, almost knocking her off her feet. You harmed Qin Mo like this, I will send you to prison and make you pay the price. Tears rolled down the corners of Lin Wanqing's eyes uncontrollably. It was truly heartbreaking. It felt like a knife was stabbing her chest. The sister she was closest to had hurt her like this. Zhou Yutong knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing to Lin Wanqing. I was really wrong. I was threatened by the Black Gold group. They threatened me that if I didn't do this, they would harm my family. I really have no way out. I'll give you half of the money he gave me. Zhou Yutong immediately crawled over and tugged at Lin Wanqing's leg. Please let me go, I beg you. I will collapse if I go to prison. I'm not even 30 years old. If I go to prison, I'll have to spend the rest of my life in there. I will go crazy, just let me off this time. I really didn't mean to. Lin Wanqing remained silent, letting her go. Was she being fair to Qin Mo? Just then, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Room check. Room check. After saying that, the door was opened, and a man in a white coat walked in. However, before he could get close, the female Dr. Zhou Yutong happened to glance over, her face instantly turning pale with fright. Fear and despair flashed through her mind. She instinctively pointed at the disguised doctor and shouted, Wanqing, it's him. He's the one who instructed me to do this. I really didn't mean to. Zhou Yutong seemed to be trying to clear her name in this way. Song Jixian's pupils constricted. She hadn't noticed before. After hearing Zhou Yutong's accusation, she instantly recognized him as the one who ordered her to poison. The Black Gold messenger was momentarily stunned. Clearly unaware of what was happening here, he hadn't expected to be recognized the moment he entered. Since you all know, then you can all die. The Black Gold messenger stopped pretending. Without waiting for others to react, he moved swiftly, sharp daggers already appearing in his hands, closing in on Zhou Yutong and Song Jixian. Zhou Yutong wanted to escape, but how could a weak woman outrun the Black Gold messenger? Useless trash. Before Zhou Yutong could even scream for help, the Black Gold messenger's dagger ruthlessly pierced her heart. The moment the dagger was pulled out, Zhou Yutong's body collapsed to the ground. Without the heart pumping blood, it wouldn't be long before she suffered brain death. Song Jixian had a moment to react, dodging quickly, but she couldn't completely avoid it. The Black Gold messenger's dagger grazed her shoulder, blood gushing out rapidly. Song Jixian fell to the ground in pain, enduring immense suffering. It's time to end this. The Black Gold messenger, gripping the dagger, locked his cold eyes on Lin Wanqing and Qin Mo on the bed. Lin Wanqing didn't know where her courage came from. She picked up a broom and stood in front of Qin Mo's bed. Don't you dare hurt Qin Mo. The Black Gold messenger sneered. Then you can go down with him. He showed no mercy and was about to strike Lin Wanqing down. Just then, Qin Mo suddenly stood up from the bed, appearing in front of Lin Wanqing, looking for death. Qin Mo snorted coldly. The Black Gold messenger hadn't expected him to suddenly get up, and so quickly, he hurriedly adjusted his attack stance. But he still didn't react correctly. After taking a kick from Qin Mo, he pulled back. Even if you're awake, you won't survive. With my poison, even if you're a god, you won't have much strength now. The Black Gold messenger was quite confident. He was a trained killer, quickly adjusting his strategy. The dagger flashed with a cold light, heading straight for Qin Mo. In his eyes, Qin Mo was merely just awakened and very weak. Even if he once possessed the strength of a grandmaster, having just woken from a poisoned state, it would be impressive if he could exert even 10% of his power. How could he possibly be his opponent? Shin Mo sneered, having already seen through his tactics. After easily dodging his strike, he clenched his right fist. A punch containing immense power was aimed directly at the black gold messenger's chest. A blast echoed through the air. Accompanied by the intense pain of the black gold envoy, a dull thud struck like a blow from Mount Tai, sending the black gold envoy's body flying backward. The dagger in his hand clattered to the ground. The black gold envoy fell to the ground, breathless and disoriented. In just one move, he had already sustained serious injuries. "You're not poisoned?" At that moment, the black gold envoy realized that Shin Mo was not poisoned and was in perfect health. "Isn't it too late to know that now?" Shin Mo stepped closer to him. The black gold envoy spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the unfavorable situation, he immediately adjusted his strategy, almost pleading, "Wait, don't kill me, perhaps we can talk." The black gold envoy spoke in a tone of desperation, "As long as you spare me, I can provide you with the information you want. About the Black Gold Group, the Heavenly Demon Sect, everything you're interested in." Shin Mo's gaze showed no sign of wavering as he slowly approached the Black Gold envoy. With each step closer, it felt like he was delivering a final judgment. "Not interested, I just want you dead." Having nearly caused Lin Wanqing's death, how could Shin Mo trust the information he provided? How could he guarantee that he wouldn't strike again? "If you kill me, you will face endless revenge, whether from the Heavenly Demon Sect or the Black Gold Group. You will never find peace," the Black Gold envoy threatened arrogantly. Shin Mo's eyes turned as fierce as a demon from hell. "Bring it on. I'll kill one for everyone that comes, until they're all gone." Shin Mo had reached the Black Gold envoy. Just as he was about to strike, the Black Gold envoy realized that pleading was useless and threats ineffective. Attempting one last struggle, he reached for another hidden weapon at his waist. However, Shin Mo was faster. With one hand, he grabbed the Black Gold envoy's neck and twisted it gently, snapping it. Dead. Completely dead. Zhou Yutong had been struck in the heart by the Black Gold envoy and was beyond saving. Song Jixian lay on the ground, having been hit in the shoulder. Blood continuously seeped from the wound, her breathing weak, her face pale. "Help! Help! Save me!" Song Jixian desperately wanted to live. The feeling of being on the brink of death was dragging her into an abyss, suffocating her. Lin Wanqing, seeing this, was frantic and immediately grabbed Shin Mo's hand, pleading, "Please save him. She didn't mean to harm you, she's also a victim." Shin Mo nodded at Lin Wanqing, offering no further words, but quickly crouched down to check Song Jixian's injuries. The wound was deep, and she was losing a lot of blood. If not treated immediately, it wouldn't be long before Song Jixian would breathe her last. Divine Light Sutra, activate. Shin Mo placed his hands over Song Jixian's wound. The healing energy from the Divine Light Sutra surged rapidly, flowing from his palms into her injury. The powerful energy penetrated Song Jixian's skin, repairing the damaged tissue. After a while, her wounds gradually healed. Blood no longer flowed out. The once near lifeless Song Jixian temporarily regained some color, and her breathing began to stabilize. After completing all this, Shin Mo slowly withdrew his hands. "Alright, but you still need to rest well and recuperate for a few days to fully recover." Song Jixian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Thank you. She was grateful for the decision she had made. She hadn't attacked Shin Mo. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. "If it weren't for you, I would be. You made the right decision." Shin Mo lifted Song Jixian and placed her on her hospital bed. "Don't talk, just rest well," Shin Mo advised. Song Jixian forced a smile, her voice choked. Her eyes were already moist. Song Jixian silently closed her eyes. Now was not the time to talk, she needed to rest and heal. The prison guard patrolled the room. Hearing the commotion inside, he opened the door. His gaze fixed sharply on the floor. Two figures in white lay there. One was Zhou Yutong, the other a disguised Black Gold envoy. The guard's eyes instantly locked onto Shin Mo. Two weak women could not have inflicted such harm. The only possibility was Shin Mo, who appeared harmless but exuded a terrifying aura. "You killed them." The guard slowly approached, confirming that the two on the ground showed no signs of life. They were dead beyond any doubt. Just as Shin Mo was about to explain, the guard was already in front of him. Without a word, he pulled out handcuffs from his waist and locked Shin Mo's hands. "Stop with the nonsense. Did you kill them or not?" The guard didn't want to know the details, he only wanted the outcome. After all, the two on the ground were completely dead. Shin Mo nodded, he indeed killed them. "Then that's settled. Come with me to the isolation cell." Killing someone in a hospital was a serious offense. Such prisoners had to be placed in isolation. Lin Wanqing and Song Jixian quickly planned to explain and defend Shin Mo. Shin Mo waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head at them. The guard only looked at the result, not the process. Both were dead. Even if Zhou Yutong was killed by the Black Gold envoy, Chin Mo still had to pay the price for killing the envoy. Although Chin Mo could easily kill the guard with a single slap, he decided to return to the isolation cell to avoid causing further trouble. Even if he returned to the isolation cell, he wouldn't stay long. Moreover, with the Black Gold envoy dead, Lin Wanqing and Song Jixian were no longer in danger. Under Chin Mo's gaze, the two could only silently accept this outcome. The guard's insistence led to Chin Mo being taken away until he disappeared from sight. Chin Mo returned to the isolation cell he had been in several times before. This time, it felt particularly familiar. As soon as he entered, an old acquaintance quickly walked over to him. A look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He wondered if he was seeing things. Only after confirming with Chin Mo's gaze did Zhao Sun realize it was indeed him. "Brother Chin, why are you back in the isolation cell again?" Zhao Sun smiled, not in a mocking way, but simply finding it amusing. Chin Mo waved his hand, casually informing Zhao Sun about some recent events, and Zhao Sun finally understood. Chin Mo had indeed gotten into quite a bit of trouble. However, being able to kill the Black Gold envoy and temporarily protect Lin Wanqing and Song Jixian was not a bad outcome. Upon learning that Chin Mo had killed a Black Gold envoy and a doctor, Zhao Sun couldn't help but frown. The time spent in isolation is mainly determined by the severity of the crime committed. However, killing someone in the first hospital on the island is quite serious. You might not get out for 3 to 5 days, but I'll find a way to negotiate and see if I can get you out sooner. Initially, Chin Mo had not revealed Zhao Sun's identity, allowing Zhao Sun to keep his job. Zhao Sun was grateful to Chin Mo. As they became closer, he discovered that Chin Mo was a genuine person. Their relationship was quite good. When Chin Mo returned to the isolation cell, it felt like reuniting with a long-lost friend, with no hint of awkwardness. Zhao Sun immediately began to consider how long Chin Mo would stay here. "Thank you, Chin Mo didn't mind, at least it won't be as miserable as before." "That's true." Zhao Sun smiled, and after chatting for a few minutes, he went to prepare food for Chin Mo. Even though Chin Mo was in the isolation room, according to the conditions of the prisoners here, he could only gnaw on steamed buns every day. But with Zhao Sun's care, Chin Mo could enjoy meals like a prison guard. At the same time, he was quite relaxed. Next door was Xiaohei, a new prisoner from the 4th level. He had been sent to the isolation room for killing someone. At first, he looked at the room next door, where the guards even brought big fish and meat. He felt very indignant. Why could others eat so well? They could feast here. He wished he could curse Chin Mo next door out of the street. But when Xiaohei learned from the guards that the person living next door was the legendary figure from the 4th level, Chin Mo, he immediately changed his attitude and instead showed a flattering tone, gently tapping on the wall. "Master Chin, I previously said some nonsense and complained a bit, please don't take it to heart." Xiaohei was afraid that his foolish words would be remembered by Chin Mo, which would truly be the end for him. "I've heard of your great name. You single-handedly killed the leader of the Sakura Society on the 4th level, and even the warden avoids you, unable to do anything about you. I truly admire you to the core, wishing I could look up to your might every day." Xiaohei's words were full of flattery towards Chin Mo. He hoped to establish some connection with Chin Mo through this. "Is that so?" Chin Mo, staying in the isolation room, chuckled lightly while popping a peanut into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he found the taste a bit too strong, with too much salt and oil, and a bit salty. He took a swig of alcohol. It felt quite comfortable. Just as he was feeling bored, the Xiaohei, like a sycophant, started talking nonstop, showing no fear of running out of breath. But every word seemed to be laced with flattery towards Chin Mo, constantly buttering him up. Such flattery was obvious to anyone with eyes. But Chin Mo also sensed Xiaohei's admiration for him. "After saying so much, you must be thirsty. Here's a bowl of wine for you." Chin Mo had someone bring wine into Xiaohei's isolation room. "Thank you, Master Chin." "Thank you, Master Chin." Xiaohei was even more grateful, not daring to drink it in big gulps. He took a small sip and immediately set it aside. The long nights in the isolation room might have to be spent slowly with this wine. It was somewhat flavorful. Knowing that Xiaohei was from the 4th level, Chin Mo changed the subject and asked him, "Is there any news from the 4th level recently?" Angela and Tsukishima AI were still on the 4th level. Chin Mo wanted to understand the situation there. Hearing Chin Mo's inquiry, Xiaohei spoke freely and excitedly about the earth-shattering changes that had occurred on the 4th level. "Master Chin, you left a bit too early, so you might not be aware of the recent changes. The biggest event recently is a gigantic pond." "Pond?" Chin Mo frowned, thinking Xiaohei was talking nonsense. But the next second, Xiaohei spoke in a way that piqued Chin Mo's interest. "This is not an ordinary pond. I heard it is formed from the breast of the Black Dragon." Chin Mo felt that after leaving the 4th level, he seemed to have missed something significant. He had previously heard about the Black Dragon, which was related to the Black Scale Stone and Dragon Blood Stone. As for the pond that Little Black mentioned, Shin Mo had truly never heard of it. It must have been a recent development. Little Black continued, "This pond is transformed from the breast of the black dragon, and it is filled with dragon milk. This is an extraordinary thing. For ordinary people, it is the ultimate supplement. Just a little sip can lead to a tremendous leap in one's cultivation." At this point, Little Black couldn't help but swallow. He quickly picked up the wine that was set aside and took a sip. It was spicy and particularly refreshing. Little Black also longed to drink a bit of dragon milk. However, ever since this pond was discovered, it had been closely guarded. An ordinary prisoner like Little Black had only heard about this pond and had never witnessed it with his own eyes. But with so many people talking about it, it didn't seem like a lie. Little Black had seen with his own eyes how someone who secretly drank the dragon milk experienced a change in their cultivation. Is it really that good? If what Little Black said was true, and dragon milk had such great effects, Shin Mo wanted to return to the 4th level to try this so-called dragon milk. Wouldn't that be a quicker way to enhance his cultivation than finding a woman and having children? Hearing Shin Mo's question, Little Black continued to explain. Although this stuff is indeed good, some people couldn't suppress their greed and secretly drank the milk from the pond. Their cultivation experienced a qualitative leap in a short time. But at the same time, those people also changed. They became extremely irritable and agitated, attacking others over just a word or two. Most of the prisoners have become violent, and the entire 4th level has fallen into chaos. The riot among the prisoners caused by the dragon milk had made the already dark and oppressive prison even more disorderly. Every corner was filled with slaughter and violence. The prisoners, who had long been oppressed, faced guards stronger than themselves. By drinking the dragon milk, they significantly enhanced their strength and began to resist. Shin Mo couldn't help but start to worry. The dragon milk had altered the strength of many prisoners, causing the original order to collapse. This meant they could obtain things they previously did not have through extraordinary means, becoming even more deranged. Angela and Aizawa AI were still on the 4th level and could be threatened at any moment. What about the guards? Shin Mo countered. Little Black shook his head helplessly and sighed heavily. In the face of this uncontrollable situation, the guards had no choice but to take action, trying to restore order while also ensuring that mining could continue. At first, the situation was manageable, but then it became uncontrollable. Their efforts seemed to be futile. The suppression actions not only had no significant effect but instead provoked more rebellious emotions among the prisoners. The situation has become increasingly difficult to control, reaching a nearly unbalanced state. There are too many prisoners and too few guards. Shin Mo took a deep breath. The number of guards was already less than that of the prisoners. Many relied on their cultivation advantage, with one person able to suppress 10 or even dozens. After the dragon milk changed the prisoners' strength, how could they continue to submit to the guards and do their bidding? The order had completely collapsed. Shin Mo was not optimistic about this situation. It was all chaos, with no order, only the law of the fist. In such a situation, won't the prison send stronger guards from the lower levels to effectively suppress them? There were many more levels beneath Shura Island, each with more powerful guards maintaining the entire strict system. Since the guards on the 4th level couldn't handle them, they could send guards from the lower levels to suppress them. Xiao Hei couldn't answer this question. However, Zhao Sun, who happened to overhear the conversation between Shin Mo and Xiao Hei, slowly spoke at the door of Shin Mo's isolation room. It's not that they can't, it's just more difficult. As one of the prison guards, Zhao Sun's expression was complex. Fortunately, he managed the isolation room, and the situation in this area was relatively good. Some of his friends among the guards on the 4th floor were in a dire state. Each level of guards has fixed jurisdictions and suppression responsibilities. Without a high-level order, they cannot be easily reassigned. Unless the situation becomes extremely urgent, they won't leave their posts lightly. After all, each level has its own special management rules and potential risks. Unauthorized reassignment could lead to greater dangers. Moreover, the prisoners on the lower levels are more dangerous. If a few guards are missing and the lower level goes out of control, the upper levels won't be spared either. Hearing Zhao Sun's words, Shin Mo felt it made a lot of sense. Given this situation, it could only be the warden who coordinated everything and sought solutions independently. A look of concern flashed in Zhao Sun's eyes. It seems you might not be able to stay here for long. Why? Shin Mo countered. The situation on the 4th floor that Xiao Hei mentioned was still somewhat mild. According to Zhao Sun's understanding, the chaos on the 4th floor had reached an uncontrollable level. A sufficiently powerful person was needed to suppress it. Relying solely on Catherine may no longer be enough to maintain order, and your strength is not inferior to hers. Perhaps she will really seek your help. Shin Mo also felt that Zhao Sun's words made sense. If that were the case, it would be good. Shin Mo could leave this isolation room. He could also find a way to bring Tsukishima AI and Angela from the 4th floor. Sure enough, Shin Mo was anxious, and Catherine was even more so. On the second day, she actively sought out news about Shin Mo in the isolation room. She came on her own. Catherine's figure appeared at the door of Shin Mo's isolation room. There was an unmistakable weariness and helplessness in her eyes. She had always been unconvinced by Shin Mo before, even unwilling to look at him again. Now, coming to find Shin Mo was a last resort. At least among the people Catherine currently knew, Shin Mo was the strongest and could help her maintain order and quell the turmoil on the 4th floor. Shin Mo, no more nonsense, I won't say much. The situation is urgent, and I hope you can lend me a hand. Catherine got straight to the point, her tone as serious as ever. Those prisoners who used the black dragon liquid have almost become uncontrollable demons, posing a huge threat to the stability of the prison. I can no longer pacify these demons alone. Catherine looked directly at Shin Mo. Shin Mo slowly stood up, facing Catherine's request without immediately responding. Just tell me your conditions. As long as I can fulfill them, I will consider them carefully. Catherine knew clearly that Shin Mo, as a prisoner, had never had a good relationship with her. Previously, it had even escalated to a point of irreconcilable conflict, making it difficult to ask Shin Mo for help. Letting Shin Mo state his conditions was also a quick way to establish a cooperative relationship. Seeing Catherine so straightforward and not beating around the bush, Shin Mo slowly spoke. Since you say that, I do have some conditions. As long as you're willing to help, I can assist you. You say, Catherine said without hesitation. Shin Mo became serious and began to list the requirements he needed to help her. First, I hope Tsukishima AI and Angela can be transferred to the 1st floor. The environment here is relatively safe, and they are both pregnant, which is beneficial for their recovery. Arranging someone to the 1st floor, as Catherine put it, is not a difficult task. However, this is quite against the rules, which puts Catherine in a bit of a bind. After a long silence, she finally nodded in agreement. The established order would be completely disrupted. I can agree to this. Shin Mo continued. Secondly, I hope to meet freely with Lin Wanqing and the others on the 1st floor, without any restrictions. Unless there are some emergencies, even if there are troubles, you must help to resolve them. Upon hearing this condition from Shin Mo, Catherine furrowed her brows. She did not immediately respond. If she agreed to Shin Mo's terms, he would be able to move freely between the other floors and the 1st floor, which would ultimately make things very difficult for Catherine. Seeing that Catherine did not agree, Shin Mo slowly spoke again. For now, these are my 2 conditions. If you can agree, I will help. If not, then let's leave it at that. I can stay in this confinement room a little longer. Shin Mo adopted a nonchalant attitude. Catherine bit her lip. Although these conditions touched the bottom line of management, the current urgent situation left her with no choice. After a struggle within herself, Catherine finally nodded in compromise. All right, I agree to your conditions. However, from now on, you must follow my instructions, effectively control those demons, and prevent the situation from worsening. With both parties in agreement, the tense atmosphere eased a bit, and Shin Mo smiled lightly. All right, Catherine acted quickly, and with her efforts, Tsukishima AI and Angela were carefully escorted to the 1st floor. Following that, due to special physical reasons, they were transferred to the 1st hospital within the prison system. Expert Lin Wanqing, who had benefited from Shin Mo, was particularly attentive to the matters Shin Mo had entrusted him with. Master Shin, rest assured, I will handle everything you instructed. Shin Mo nodded, allowing Tsukishima AI and Angela to rest comfortably in the hospital. They would receive the most meticulous treatment and care here, and there was no need to worry about costs. At the moment of parting, Lin Wanqing rushed into Shin Mo's arms, her eyes already moist. Shin Mo patted Lin Wanqing's back, seemingly trying to condense all his comfort into this silent environment. After a long while, Lin Wanqing slowly gathered her complicated emotions. You must be careful. If you encounter danger, you absolutely cannot act recklessly. You must ensure your own safety. At the very least, you must stay alive. Lin Wanqing knew that Shin Mo's trip to the 4th floor would be particularly perilous, and her heart was filled with reluctance. Shin Mo nodded heavily at Lin Wanqing. Everything will be all right. Don't worry, I have my plans. Just wait for me to come back. Shin Mo caressed Lin Wanqing's delicate face and kissed her a few times, helping her thoughts gradually return to calm. Shin Mo scanned the entire room. Originally, Song Jixian and Lin Wanqing were in the same ward, but now he could not see her figure. Before Shin Mo could ask, Lin Wanqing's gaze shifted, and she slowly said, Jixian. She has been sent back to the 4th floor. It's so chaotic over there now. If there's a chance, could you help keep an eye on her? She's a good girl, and she's lived a hard life, always alone. I can't help but worry about her. Lin Wanqing, having spent some time with Song Jixian, knew that her past had been particularly difficult. She was deeply concerned about Song Jixian's current situation. Qin Mo gently nodded, keeping Lin Wanqing's words in mind. Song Jixian is also my friend. I will find a way. You rest well here and wait for my good news. Wait for me to come back. Qin Mo bid farewell to Lin Wanqing and began his journey back to the 4th level. The moment he returned to the 4th level, the surrounding noise and chaos came into view. All the facilities had suffered significant damage. The scene before Qin Mo's eyes became particularly profound, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him. I wonder where Song Jixian is now, and if she is safe. Song Jixian's beauty was not inferior to Lin Wanqing's, and she exuded a confident, carefree aura. Yet, she was a delicate woman, which naturally stirred a sense of responsibility and protectiveness deep within Qin Mo. He wanted to ensure her safety, to care for her as he did for Tsukishima Ai and Angela. Moreover, Song Jixian had previously offered poison, suggesting an exchange with Qin Mo, hoping he would take extra care of her on the 4th level. Thinking of this, Qin Mo couldn't help but recall that day in the hospital when Song Jixian sang freely in front of him and Lin Wanqing. Her sweet voice and graceful dance were like a blooming flower, talented and beautiful, evoking a desire to cherish her. It shouldn't be too hard to win her over. A confident smile curved Qin Mo's lips. After all, Song Jixian already had a good impression of him, combined with his own charm. With sincere communication and appropriate help, they could quickly establish a close relationship. With Song Jixian's assistance, Qin Mo's strength could reach new heights. The only uncertainty now was not knowing where Song Jixian was. I will definitely find you. Qin Mo clenched his fist. At the same time, Catherine had also assigned a task to Qin Mo, to kill a master-level demon. A master-level demon meant that the opponent had already attained master-level cultivation. Moreover, after consuming dragon milk, they possessed extraordinary strength and unpredictable madness. Eliminating such a person was no easy task. Qin Mo arrived at the Sakura Society and gathered all the normal members. He issued the latest orders to them. Everyone, search every corner of the 4th level. Report to me immediately if you find any news about Song Jixian. The members of the Sakura Society scattered like beans upon receiving Qin Mo's command. The Sakura Society had many members, so finding Song Jixian should not be too difficult. However, in the past 2 days, such a large organization had not uncovered any information about Song Jixian. This made Qin Mo somewhat anxious, a sense of foreboding looming over him. If nothing had happened to Song Jixian, she would surely have been spotted by the members of the Sakura Society during their usual movements. How could she vanish without a trace? Qin Mo issued a strict order to the members of the Sakura Society. No clue should be overlooked. Any news must be delivered to him immediately. After another 2 days, news about Song Jixian finally came in. However, as Qin Mo had feared, it was terrible news. Report, Song Jixian has been taken away by an exceptionally powerful demon. A subordinate of the Sakura Society hurriedly reported to Qin Mo. What exactly happened? Explain in detail. Qin Mo immediately pressed for more information. He learned that Song Jixian had been taken by a demon named Situ Xing. The subordinate quickly explained the information regarding Situ Xing to Qin Mo. Situ Xing was originally a postnatal prisoner, but by chance, he drank black dragon milk and overnight, he advanced to become a master-level powerhouse. Qin Mo blinked in surprise, feeling somewhat astonished. He knew that black dragon milk was extraordinarily powerful, but he never expected it to be so excessive. It could actually allow someone to advance from postnatal to master level. No wonder it drove countless people to madness. As his strength surged to the master realm, he became arrogant and established the so-called gang, the Situ sect. One of the subordinates of the Sakura Society was introducing Qin Mo while he observed Situ Xing, who had recently risen to fame. After confirming his character, Qin Mo quickly made preparations and planned to go in person. Time was of the essence. Song Jixian was in the hands of the enemy, her life and death unknown, and she could be persecuted at any moment. He needed to rescue her from her suffering as soon as possible. This would also reduce the threat to Song Jixian and lessen her suffering. At the same time, Situ Xing was a demon who had consumed the black dragon essence. Killing him would not delay the task that Catherine had entrusted to Qin Mo. Dealing with the Situ sect was something Qin Mo could handle alone. Thus, Qin Mo infiltrated the territory of the Situ sect alone. As soon as he entered, several of Situ sect's lackeys surrounded him. They wore disdainful smiles, as if mocking this uninvited guest. "Hey, where did you come from, kid? Do you know this is the territory of the Situ sect?" One of them, wielding an iron rod, spoke arrogantly, as if feeling superior just because he was a member of the Situ sect. Qin Mo remained calm. He had long anticipated these ordinary thugs who relied on their connections. "I'm here to find Situ Xing. I heard he's the strongest here, and I want to join him to see if I'm qualified to stay. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. Shin Mo had no interest in these small fry. Taking down Situ Shing would mean controlling the entire Situ sect. Shin Mo could also find Song Jixian in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing this, the group of lackeys burst into laughter. One of them exaggeratedly slapped his thigh. Just you? Ha ha ha. Do you know our boss is a master who has consumed the black dragon essence? They looked at Shin Mo, who appeared gentle and unassuming, clearly someone they thought they could bully. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes, yet you want to work for our boss. After saying this, they exchanged glances, seemingly planning to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. They intended to give Shin Mo a memorable beating. As they prepared to strike, Shin Mo shook his head. Just as they were about to make their move, Shin Mo's figure appeared beside them like a ghost. His hands moved as fast as lightning. As soon as they saw Shin Mo's sleeves flutter slightly, several lackeys were sent flying, bearing the weight of millions of pounds in impact. By the time they regained their senses, they had crashed heavily to the ground, their bones seemingly on the verge of shattering. Spare us, my lord, spare us. The perceptive lackey quickly knelt down, realizing Shin Mo's strength, and begged for mercy, frantically slapping his own mouth for his earlier bravado. Go call Situ Shing out. Just say someone is looking for him. Shin Mo's voice was not loud, but after defeating everyone, it carried an extraordinary authority. His gaze was like a torch, fixed on the few lackeys slumped on the ground. Why aren't you going? Shin Mo's eyes were fierce, and a nimble lackey immediately got up, right away. He then trembled as he ran deeper into the Situ sect. The subordinates of the Situ sect knew exactly where their leader was. They would call him out without Shin Mo having to waste time searching. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. Situ Shing, the leader of the Situ sect, arrogantly walked into Shin Mo's view, surrounded by his so-called disciples. Situ Shing had only recently entered the master realm, deliberately exuding the powerful aura of a master. His eyes were filled with arrogance and cruelty. Humph, so you're the one who dares to challenge my Situ sect? Since Situ Shing established the Situ sect, he has had few rivals. After all, a master's cultivation is a rare existence on the entire 4th level. You must be tired of living. Shin Mo remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping over Situ Shing, the sect leader of Situ sect. The aura around him fluctuated. His realm had not yet fully stabilized. He was completely relying on the chaotic power within his body to act recklessly. That's none of your business, Shin Mo said calmly, but if you know what's good for you, let Song Jishin go. I'll leave you with your whole corpse. Situ Shing laughed wildly at these words. His laughter carried a hint of ferocity. Let her go? What do you think you are, to negotiate with me? Do you really think I'm still that prisoner Situ Shing from back then? Today, I'll let you see my power. Before his words fell, Situ Shing moved like a raging beast, rushing towards Shin Mo with the sound of breaking air. His fierce punch seemed to carry the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth, yet in the face of such a violent attack, Shin Mo remained calm. A faint golden light appeared around him, resembling substantial armor. Indestructible Vajra technique. When the opponent's fist struck Shin Mo, it only produced a muffled sound. The sound was exceptionally crisp. It shocked Situ Shing's hands, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Shin Mo seized the opportunity to pursue, moving like a swimming dragon. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Situ Shing. His seemingly casual punch contained the indestructible power of the Vajra technique. A single punch went straight for his face. Situ Shing panicked and was hit squarely. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a river. Stars danced before his eyes, and he could not tell east from west. I'll kill you. Situ Shing angrily swung his fists, but he had already lost his sense of direction. Shin Mo delivered 2 punches to his chest, sending his body flying and crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Situ Shing was terrified. It was the first time he felt such fear since becoming a master. In front of this man, he had no strength left to counterattack. Shin Mo twisted his neck. Now, immediately, take me to see Song Jixian. Don't make me say it a second time. After witnessing Shin Mo's terrifying strength, Situ Shing dared not play tricks. Under the guidance of Situ Shing and his panicked subordinates, they entered the Situ sect. They arrived at a hidden detention location. Here, various individuals were imprisoned. The light was dim, with only a few flickering candle flames illuminating the surroundings. Walking to the deepest part, an iron door came into view. Heavy breathing could be heard from behind the door. Shin Mo urged Situ Shing to open it quickly. The door hinges creaked painfully due to age. As the iron door opened, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. Song Jixian was imprisoned here, looking haggard. However, the moment she saw Shin Mo, her surprise was immense. She rushed to Shin Mo's side. Shin Mo. Song Jixian reached out to grab Shin Mo's sleeve. It's really you. I never expected. you would really come to save me. Tears welled up in the corners of Song Jixian's eyes. During this time, she had been imprisoned here, thinking she would never get out in this lifetime. Song Jixian looked worn out, having been held captive by the Situ sect, both physically and mentally exhausted. Although she had not suffered too much abuse, it had still caused great harm to her body and mind. Qin Mo had no extra words. He stepped forward to brush the dust off Song Jixian. He tidied her hair. It's okay, I'm here. Qin Mo's simple words calmed Song Jixian's heart. Gently supporting her, he let her lean on his shoulder, providing her with the warmest comfort and support. She felt Qin Mo's solid chest and warm breath. Song Jixian could no longer hold back her emotions, tears streaming down her face as she tightly embraced Qin Mo. It was as if she feared that if she let go, everything would vanish like a dream. Thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. Qin Mo gently stroked the back of Song Jixian, offering her comfort. After a long while, she finally regained her composure. Her hands slowly moved away from Qin Mo's body, wiping away the tears on her face. Beside them, Situ Xing was startled, his heart racing. He hadn't expected the relationship between Qin Mo and Song Jixian to be so close, especially after having kept her imprisoned for so long. Situ Xing felt as if his scalp had been brutally sliced open. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything else excessive to Situ Xing. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Situ Xing swallowed hard. I really didn't know Song Jixian was yours. Now that she's safe, you can take her away. Situ Xing said, trembling. Qin Mo nodded silently and then slowly walked over to Situ Xing's side. I will definitely take her away. But before we leave, there's one more thing I need you to do. Situ Xing perked up. What else is there? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely complete it. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Release all the prison guards you have locked up here. Upon entering, Qin Mo had seen many prison guards who had been defeated by Situ Xing and were imprisoned here. Don't worry, big brother, I promise to release them immediately. Situ Xing nodded in agreement, not daring to disobey. Just as Situ Xing was about to leave, Qin Mo pulled him back, his gaze calm yet captivating. I advise you to be careful. Don't touch what you shouldn't. Do you understand? Qin Mo said lightly. Situ Xing trembled as he replied, I understand. After giving all the instructions, Qin Mo turned to Song Jixian. Let's go, come back with me. As Song Jixian prepared to move, her legs trembled slightly. She tapped her thigh with her hand, but it didn't help much. Walking seemed somewhat difficult for her. Then, Song Jixian looked up at Qin Mo, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. Qin Mo, I really can't walk anymore. Can you help me a bit? Song Jixian bit her slightly shy lips, as if harboring some expectation. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo saw through it but said nothing. A touch of tenderness crossed his gaze, and without any hesitation, he gently embraced Song Jixian, lifting her effortlessly. Her body pressed lightly against Qin Mo's chest. Instinctively, she rested her head on his shoulder, her nose brushing against the slightly cool fabric. Feeling Qin Mo's warmth and heartbeat, an inexplicable sense of security arose within her. At that moment, Song Jixian felt like a lazy little kitten, nuzzling against Qin Mo in his embrace. Qin Mo simply held Song Jixian as they walked outside, returning to the Sakura Society's base. As they walked, Song Jixian's hand inadvertently slipped down, gently wrapping around Qin Mo's neck. It seemed unintentional, yet it felt deliberate. It was as if she was exploring something, searching for something. Song Jixian's subtle touches against Qin Mo's skin made him feel a bit ticklish. Each light touch carried a slight electric current, causing both of them to smile and fall into silence. After a while, Song Jixian spoke in Qin Mo's embrace. During this time, I often thought about what I would do if you hadn't shown up. But fortunately, you did. Qin Mo's footsteps paused slightly before returning to calm. Don't say that. Didn't I promise you last time to take good care of you? That's only right. Hearing Qin Mo's response, Song Jixian intentionally leaned in a little closer. She wrapped her arms tighter around him and whispered close to his ear, Is that so? Then how do you think I should be taken care of? Song Jixian smiled, her words laced with obvious implications, mixed with a hint of playfulness and seriousness. Qin Mo's heart involuntarily raced. Feeling Song Jixian's deliberate seduction in his embrace, he merely chuckled softly and gently pinched her waist, making her behave a little more. Don't move around. Be careful not to fall. Song Jixian pouted helplessly, her body settling down a bit. After a while, they returned to the Sakura Society's base. Qin Mo finally let Song Jixian down from his arms. The residence of the Sakura Society was exceptionally quiet and warm, no less than the place where the guards lived. It formed a stark contrast to the location where Song Jixian had been previously detained. Qin Mo placed Song Jixian on the sofa and couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. Just stay here and rest well. I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Song Jixian obediently nodded. However, just as Qin Mo was about to leave, Song Jixian coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the room. She took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all the courage she had in her life. Wait a minute. Qin Mo turned his head. Is there something else? Song Jixian bit her lip, putting on an exceptionally shy expression. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. There's something I've been thinking about for a long time. I want to tell you. Song Jixian called Qin Mo back, wanting to say more to him. Qin Mo looked at her with interest. There seemed to be a burning flame dancing in her eyes. In that moment, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. You can say it. Qin Mo slowly spoke, returning to Song Jixian's side. Song Jixian fluttered her eyelashes slightly, her gaze meeting Qin Mo's. I think I might not be able to live without you. You are the hero in my heart, giving me unprecedented warmth and safety. If you don't mind me, I would like to be with you forever, no matter what the future holds. I hope to be by your side. Song Jixian's words at that moment fell like raindrops on the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Qin Mo listened quietly, reaching out a hand to gently brush her hair. Really? You wouldn't be tricking me on purpose, would you? Qin Mo teased. Song Jixian hurriedly replied, how could I? I would never trick you. Besides, I've already been brought here by you, so I can't even trick you if I wanted to. Qin Mo playfully scratched Song Jixian's nose. He didn't expect things to be this easy, so easy that it felt somewhat unreal to Qin Mo. Although he was confident in his charm, Song Jixian was indeed a bit too proactive. Could it be a manifestation of her lack of security after being in a dangerous environment for so long? Song Jixian was willing to be Qin Mo's woman, and of course, he was happy to accept. Then you better not regret it. Qin Mo reached his hand to Song Jixian's waist again, playfully pinching it, soft and tender. Song Jixian's body almost jumped up, yet she still pretended to be very shy, taking the initiative to kiss Qin Mo's cheek. Then, in a very ambiguous tone, she whispered in his ear, I'll go wash up first, you wait here obediently for me. After saying that, Song Jixian ran barefoot into the bathroom. Qin Mo chuckled, imagining the good things that would happen later. The sound of splashing water from the bathroom echoed, and it took a while before it stopped. Song Jixian slowly emerged, her damp hair clinging to her delicate face, adding a touch of allure. Step by step, she gradually approached Qin Mo. Every breath became exceptionally tense. It was thought that Song Jixian would rush over to give Qin a gentle embrace. In an instant, Song Jixian's gaze turned cold and ruthless. Whoosh! A sharp dagger appeared in her hand, stabbing swiftly towards Qin Mo's chest. Even Qin Mo was somewhat taken aback. The dagger's appearance was so quick, the movement so practiced, as if it had been planned for a long time. At this critical moment, Qin Mo had no way to evade the strike, but Qin Mo's reaction speed was not to be underestimated. He quickly summoned the profound inner strength within him, the golden bell shield and the indestructible Vajra technique simultaneously enveloping his body. As the dagger made contact with Qin Mo's skin, it emitted a crisp sound and could advance no further. How is this possible? Song Jixian discovered that the incredibly sharp dagger in her hand could not even scratch Qin Mo's skin. She felt incredulous and immediately gripped the dagger with both hands, continuing to stab downwards. Qin Mo sensed the opponent's strength and force. Even if she exerted all her might, she could not break through Qin Mo's defense. She relentlessly attacked several times until she was drenched in sweat, and the dagger in her hand had several notches. Qin Mo lazily stretched, then instantly grasped her wrist holding the dagger. With a twist of his hand, he easily disarmed her. Slap! He then slapped her to the ground. Qin Mo examined the familiar yet strange face before him. He slowly approached, touched her face, and then forcefully pulled. It was a human skin mask. Qin Mo tossed the mask to the ground, his gaze fierce. Who sent you? The person before him was not the real Song Jixian, but an assassin. Her purpose was to disguise herself as Song Jixian and use seduction to kill Qin Mo. If it weren't for Qin Mo's astonishing defense, he might have truly fallen for her scheme. The assassin remained silent, feeling the sting of her beaten face. Qin Mo showed no mercy to the female assassin, kicking her hard again. The pain nearly made her lose consciousness. Qin Mo reached out, directly gripping her neck, lifting her slowly. Do not test my patience. Feeling the intense killing intent in Qin Mo's eyes, the female assassin finally spoke. The Black Gold Group hired me to kill you. Within the prison, there existed a group of assassins who specialized in taking on tasks as a profession. As long as the price was fair, they would find ways to kill the targets designated by their employers. Qin Wang snorted coldly. Where is the real Song Jixian? Speak! Qin Mo's fingers not only did not loosen but instead tightened their grip. The female assassin felt suffocated, her face instantly turning purple. I really don't know. The Black Gold Group only provided me with some identities and information about Song Jixian. I have never seen her. Spare me. Looking at the assassin's response, Qin Mo confirmed in her eyes that she truly did not know where Song Jixian was. Then what use are you to me? Go die. Just as Qin Mo was about to act, the female assassin hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Although the female assassin was ruthless, with countless deaths on her hands, her appearance was still decent, a rather delicate woman. To survive, the female assassin was willing to do anything. With a pleading look in her eyes, she extended her toes, actively brushing against Qin Mo's leg. As long as you let me go, I can do anything for you. I guarantee I can make you happy, the female assassin said with a hint of meaning. After all, having worked in this line of work for years, she was particularly skilled in the art of seduction. Qin Mo slowly loosened his grip. Cough, cough, cough. The female assassin finally took a deep breath of air. She patted her chest heavily. Her cheeks, which had turned purple, returned to a semblance of normalcy. Do you still have information about the Black Gold Group? Qin Mo asked. The female assassin shook her head. My relationship with the Black Gold Group is merely a simple employment one. The price they offered was just too high for me to refuse. The assassin began to feel a bit regretful. She then moved closer to Qin Mo. As long as you let me go, I can make you happy. I have many skills. The female assassin secretly rejoiced that she was a woman. Just when she thought she had saved her life, Qin Mo reached out again, as if grabbing a cat, and locked onto her throat with a fierce gaze, even more ferocious than before. Sorry, I won't keep someone who wants to kill me around. The female assassin was about to say something else when Qin Mo directly snapped her neck and casually tossed her onto the ground. Someone, take her away. After dealing with the assassin, Qin Mo, like a lone wolf, stepped back into the territory of the Situ family. Without anyone noticing, Qin Mo appeared at Situ Xing's residence. The door was kicked open by Qin Mo with a loud crash. Situ Xing, who was about to rest, jumped up from the bed in shock. Turning his head, he saw it was Qin Mo. Thinking something had happened, he immediately put on a silly smile. Qin Mo was suddenly in front of Situ Xing. You better give me a satisfactory answer. Qin Mo's voice was exceptionally cold. His gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Situ Xing. Situ Xing was flustered and confused. What do you mean? How have I offended you? Didn't you already take the person away? Situ Xing feigned calmness, his face full of confusion. However, his trembling voice had already betrayed his fear of Qin Mo. Ever since he had been beaten by Qin Mo, his courage had diminished significantly. Qin Mo stepped closer. The invisible pressure made Situ Xing feel breathless. Don't play dumb with me. Let me ask you, where is Song Jixian? The Song Jixian I took from you is a fake, or a killer impersonating her, just to take my life. Upon hearing this, Situ Xing's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly defended himself. I really don't know what you're talking about, and I have no impression of that fake Song Jixian. A cold light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He was clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Suddenly, Qin Mo struck, so fast that Situ Xing didn't even have time to react. A punch landed in his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Don't test my patience. I'll ask you again, where is Song Jixian? Qin Mo's voice was cold and ruthless. Situ Xing felt like he had never been in such a dire situation in his life. How had he provoked Qin Mo? He coughed painfully, tears and sweat mixing together. Situ Xing's eyes were filled with panic and innocence. I really don't know. I swear, if I knew, I would definitely tell you. Qin Mo snorted coldly and swung his fist again. This time, he sent Situ Xing flying, crashing into the wall, leaving a deep dent. Situ Xing half knelt on the ground, nearly crying. Breathing heavily, his eyes were filled with despair. I really don't know. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't know. The big man, Situ Xing, spoke weakly, his voice tinged with a sob, utterly helpless. Qin Mo paused his assault, lingering on him for a moment. It seemed he really didn't know. This also meant that finding Song Jixian again would be a challenge. He had to look for clues from other directions. Qin Mo had just stepped out of the Situ gate. Several figures hiding in the shadows were already stirring. Qin Mo seemed to sense something. He noticed that someone was lurking in the dark, following him, but he didn't know who they were. Could they be assassins sent by the Black Gold Group again? However, sensing the aura emanating from them, they were merely at the master level. At the master realm, Qin Mo felt no fear. Seeing a stone on the ground, he kicked it out, sending it flying towards the figures hiding in the dark. Not good, we've been discovered. Since that was the case, they no longer hid. They reached out and immediately caught the flying stone. Then, using sheer strength, they crushed the stone in their hands. The figures finally converged in front of Qin Mo. There were 4 people in total, exuding a very aggressive aura, their eyes particularly fierce. Their muscles were unusually swollen, not as if gained through long-term training. It was as if something had been injected into their muscles, causing them to swell dramatically. They resembled the appearance of Situ Xing. Demons. The 4 people before him were all demons who had consumed dragon milk. Why are you following me and hiding in the dark? Shin Mo's gaze swept over them. Even though they were 4, he felt no fear. One of them stepped forward, his throat sounding somewhat hoarse as if inflamed. You must be Shin Mo, the so-called strongest of the 4th layer. The person spoke, seemingly quite fond of the title of the strongest in the 4th layer. This was not Shin Mo declaring himself the strongest, rather, it was due to his several confrontations with Catherine, where he gained the upper hand. Thus, among the prisoners of the 4th layer, it spread widely. Eventually, he was referred to as the strongest of the 4th layer by all the prisoners. You guys? Shin Mo's gaze flickered with confusion as he looked at their foolish expressions and tone. They didn't seem like assassins sent by the Black Gold Group. That's right, Shin Mo no longer hid. The other party directly confessed, we are all masters who have advanced after drinking dragon milk. We came today to challenge you. As long as we defeat you, the throne of the 4th layer will belong to us. Faced with this sudden challenge, Shin Mo found it somewhat amusing. This so-called title of the strongest in the 4th layer was merely a joke among others. However, they had been oppressed for a long time. With their strength surging after drinking dragon milk, they were eager to do something to promote their fame and power. The simplest way was to defeat a well-known strong person. Stepping on Shin Mo's body would amplify their reputation. Shin Mo was their chosen target. A hint of disdain flashed in Shin Mo's eyes, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If he didn't fight them, it was clear they wouldn't let him go. Oh, time is tight, so you might as well all come at once to save me the trouble. Shin Mo was exceptionally confident, as if he believed that even if they all attacked together, they were no match for him. The others felt looked down upon by Shin Mo. Their eyes ignited with overwhelming fury. Kid, you're too arrogant. They had initially wanted to challenge him one by one. They didn't expect Shin Mo to say this. After drinking dragon milk, their emotions had already become extremely volatile. Now, they were ignited by Shin Mo's few words. Beat him into a cripple. The 4 figures instantly sprang into action, charging like leopards, their rough fists mixed with their respective martial arts techniques, powerful as thunder. Shin Mo faced attacks from all 4 directions simultaneously. Yet, he remained unmoved, standing firm like a rock, until the last moment when he suddenly sprang into action. Indestructible divine skill. In that instant, Shin Mo's defense and physical strength reached their peak. The opponent's attacks on Shin Mo caused little damage. Shin Mo swung his fist, creating a visible wave of energy, striking directly at the chest of the group of demons. Bang! A punch infused with Shin Mo's immense power sent the demon flying. It fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. One move defeated one. Withstanding the attacks of 3 others, Shin Mo then moved swiftly, continuing his assault. In just 3 punches and 2 kicks, all 4 demon masters who had come to challenge Shin Mo were knocked down. They were like children who had not yet matured, easily overwhelmed in front of Shin Mo, the adult. The battle ended so quickly that even some disciples of the Sita sect standing at the entrance were left dumbfounded. Shin Mo is truly too strong. No wonder he is called the strongest of the 4th level. This title is truly well-deserved. Strong, terrifyingly strong. Even in the Master Realm, Shin Mo can take on 4 opponents at once, not only holding his ground but easily defeating them. He is indeed the true strongest of the 4th level. Everyone witnessed Shin Mo effortlessly defeat the 4 demons, and amidst their shock, discussions erupted, creating a stir in the crowd. Even the 4 demons who were knocked down by Shin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Even if their strength doubled, they knew they were no match for Shin Mo. Just then, a rough voice rang out. What a bunch of useless trash! The disdainful voice was laced with heavy sarcasm. The crowd was stirred, and everyone began to search for the source of the voice. Before they could locate the person, someone was thrown before them like garbage. Shin Mo focused his gaze, and his pupils instantly widened. It was actually the 6th warden, Catherine. Her aura was weak, severely injured, a stark contrast to her usual cold and glamorous demeanor. Shin Mo was filled with shock, quickly forcing himself to remain calm. His eyes darted around, finding it hard to believe. Catherine had previously been the strongest after Shin Mo. The fact that someone could bring her to this state meant that their strength could very well rival his own. In that moment, Shin Mo felt a wave of concern. A powerful aura approached from afar, accompanied by an extremely arrogant laughter that shattered the earlier silence. A tall man stepped into view. What a bunch of useless trash, 4 against 1, and you still can't win. He looked disdainfully at the 4 demons easily defeated by Shin Mo. His laughter was harsh and grating, marked by a strong accent from the Korean peninsula. This man was Li Jigang, a Korean, exuding an exceptionally arrogant attitude, disregarding everyone present. He dared to be so arrogant because he had the capital to back it up. The rampant aura around him was shocking. Grand Master. He was actually a level higher than Catherine. This was the first Grand Master Qin Mo had ever encountered. Everyone stepped back in fear, watching Li Jigang's unpredictable expressions and demeanor with trepidation. After drinking dragon milk, Li Jigang's cultivation soared, and his mental state became particularly unstable. Under normal circumstances, he would not harm Catherine. As the sixth warden, she was a symbol of Shura Island's facade. If he harmed her, the higher-ups would definitely not stand by and do nothing. But now, he was nearly insane, no longer caring about such matters. Li Jigang pointed at Catherine on the ground and said recklessly, "If you don't hold back your fists, your strength is a bit too much, and you hit her hard. Look at her, she's about to die." He then turned his gaze to Qin Mo. "Think of a way to save her." It was as if Li Jigang was giving Qin Mo an order, demanding that he must save Catherine. Of course, his intentions were not pure. Looking at Catherine's graceful body, a malicious smile filled Li Jigang's face. "I've never tasted the flavor of a warden before. If she's alive and can resist, moving around, it would definitely be particularly interesting." A glint of greedy pleasure flashed in Li Jigang's eyes. A dead person, motionless, could not stir his desire for conquest. Only one alive, enjoying the intense resistance of the other party, could bring him ultimate pleasure. "Hurry up and save her," Li Jigang said impatiently to Qin Mo. Qin Mo's gaze shot towards Li Jigang. Although he felt some trepidation facing a master-level powerhouse, it was not enough to make him timid. The other party had merely experienced a surge in strength after drinking dragon milk. His martial skills and techniques could not keep up with Qin Mo's cultivation. At the same time, his mood became particularly irritable. He was easily provoked. A simple verbal stimulus could make him lose some of his composure. In contrast, Qin Mo himself, even with only master-level cultivation, relied on the defensive techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and the indestructible Vajra skill. Even if he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, he could easily protect himself. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth, and he felt no fear towards him. "All right." Qin Mo's gaze slowly turned to the severely injured Catherine. If he didn't treat her soon, she would be in real danger. Gently, Qin Mo picked Catherine up and placed her on flat ground. He then began to circulate his true energy and performed the Divine Illumination Sutra. With a low roar, his palms released a soft and gentle light. It was as if two small suns were covering Catherine's wounds and acupoints. Wherever the light reached, the wounds slowly healed, and even the internal injuries diminished at a rapid pace until they were restored. Vitality gradually grew within Catherine's body. The true energy could also naturally circulate along Catherine's previous techniques. Li Jigang saw Catherine on the ground slowly recovering her vitality and laughed triumphantly. As long as Catherine was alive, it would definitely bring him great pleasure. After a while, the external injuries on Catherine's body were mostly treated by Qin Mo's true energy. Even the internal injuries had nearly healed. Catherine's breath had stabilized. Looking at Catherine, who was no longer in life-threatening danger, Qin Mo slowly withdrew his energy, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. Catherine had not fully recovered. She had merely escaped the danger of death. For now, she had regained some usable strength. Li Jigang was not easy to deal with. Qin Mo had to reserve some strength to confront him. Seeing that Catherine had awakened and appeared to have no major issues, Li Jigang laughed even more recklessly. Good. She really has recovered. Since others dare not play, let me have a go. It counts as tasting the flavor inside. Ha ha ha. Li Jigang stepped forward, self-satisfied, wanting to take Catherine away, but was blocked by Qin Mo. What do you want to do? Li Jigang glared fiercely at Qin Mo. Qin Mo glanced at Catherine, who had regained consciousness. Although she had regained some vitality, if Catherine thought about being toyed with by a devil like Li Jigang later, she might as well die now. Of course, Qin Mo would not stand by and do nothing. Facing Li Jigang directly, she said, "I saved her, and I want to take her away." Arrogant. Li Jigang scoffed, clenching his fist the size of a sandbag. "With your little frame, do you think you can withstand my punch? You still dare to take her away in front of me. Be sensible and get lost." Li Zishan couldn't help but glance at Catherine again, greedily swallowing, causing Catherine to instinctively step back a little. However, Qin Mo remained unfazed and instead proposed a bold wager. "Since you're so confident in your strength, why not make a bet?" Li Jigang wanted to take Catherine away, and Qin Mo naturally wouldn't allow it, instead suggesting a daring wager. "Why should I bet with you?" Li Jigang was already frustrated and wanted to take Catherine away to release some tension, but Qin Mo insisted on blocking him. Li Jigang didn't agree, and Qin Mo mocked him instead. "Could it be that after reaching the Grand Master level, your courage has shrunk? You can't even dare to make a bet. It's truly laughable." Shinmo's overly sarcastic tone made Li Jigang grit his teeth in anger. Fine, tell me what kind of bet you want to make. After drinking the thick milk, Li Jigang, like most people, was particularly confident in his own strength. He also became emotionally unstable, easily provoked by a casual remark. His thought process became singularly focused and overly simplistic. Shin-mo boldly said, "Let's have a match. If you can kill me within 10 moves, I'll immediately let go of Catherine and end it myself. Conversely, if you can't kill me, I'll take her away, and you can't stop me." Upon hearing Shin-mo's words, Li Jigang's arrogant voice echoed in the surrounding air, mocking with a unique accent from the country of sticks. "You, 10 moves?" Li Jigang's eyes were filled with disdain. "You think too highly of yourself. You're underestimating me, Li Jigang. I only need 3 moves to take you down." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jixian immediately attacked, like a beast in a storm, his fists swift and fierce, aiming directly for Shin-mo's face. Shin-mo sidestepped, easily dodging, like a swimming fish, his movements agile and without a trace of hesitation. With one move missed, Li Jigang followed up with a second attack. His leg swept in like a pillar, intending to win by brute force. But Shin-mo stood his ground. The golden bell shield activated. The opponent's leg technique only stirred up faint ripples on Shin-mo's body, failing to injure him in the slightest. Is that it? Seeing that he hadn't taken down Shin-mo with 2 moves, a hint of impatience flashed in Li Jigang's eyes. He realized he had underestimated Shin-mo, so he unleashed all his strength, his fists infused with frenzied true energy, charging straight for Shin-mo's chest. The indestructible Vajra technique and the golden bell shield operated simultaneously. The seemingly dangerous punch hit like it was striking steel. A crisp sound echoed, and Shin-mo remained unmoved, instead taunting him. "Is this your strength? Haven't you eaten?" Shin-mo said recklessly. "Why does your punch feel so soft, lacking any power? It's weaker than a woman's." The battle escalated, and Shin-mo's moves struck Li Jigang. Although he was slightly weaker in strength, with his exquisite footwork and impenetrable defense, Li Jigang's attacks repeatedly missed. Coupled with Shin-mo's deliberate taunts, Li Jigang's anger flared. Having already lost face due to the earlier 3-move wager, he was now so furious that he lost his reason. The so-called 3-move agreement had long been forgotten. Even the 10 moves Shin-mo mentioned had been far exceeded. He began to unleash his fury recklessly, each move carrying explosive power. "Shin-mo, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you," Li Jigang shouted madly. Rationality had been lost, and many people who looked exactly like Shin-mo appeared before him. He roared and wildly swung his fists. This was the aftereffect of drinking dragon's milk. His emotions were volatile, easily spiraling out of control, and reason was quickly overtaken by rage. The surrounding prisoners hurriedly dodged, fearing for their lives. Shin-mo's figure flickered, and Li Jigang was like a bull with bloodshot eyes, starting to rampage. Anyone he saw was killed, treated as if they were the Shin-mo who had angered him, and he aimed to smash them to pieces. In an instant, the crowd that had gathered became innocent victims of abuse. Faced with Li Jigang's one-sided slaughter, chaos erupted, and people fled in madness. Having shaken off Li Jigang's attention, Shin-mo seized the opportunity, pulling up Catherine amidst the turmoil and escaping at the fastest speed. He weaved through the panicked crowd, rushing in a specific direction. After running for a while and confirming that he had lost Li Jigang, he finally stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the ground, Catherine looked at the panting Shin-mo. She had never had a good impression of him, merely viewing him as a prisoner. Even when she wanted Shin-mo to help her, it was just a simple cooperative transaction. But this time, he had risked his life to save her from danger. If it weren't for Shin-mo's help, the consequences for Catherine were easy to imagine. This made Catherine's view of Shin-mo subtly change. After biting her lip, she took the initiative to softly say to Shin-mo, "Thank you." "Ha?" Shin-mo seemed not to have heard. "What did you say?" Catherine returned to her original cold and fierce demeanor. "Forget it if you didn't hear." Shin-mo sat on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling particularly troubled by the current situation. "There has been unrest here for some time. Why didn't you seek help from your superiors, to let stronger guards handle prisoners like Li Jigang?" Shin-mo was particularly puzzled about this. Catherine insisted on bearing it. Sitting on the ground, still catching her breath, she let out a bitter laugh, her voice filled with helplessness. "You might not understand the situation on Shura Island. The conditions on the lower levels are even more severe than here, and many situations are not much better than the 4th level." Hearing Catherine say this, Shin-mo was clearly taken aback. If the 4th level was already so chaotic, then what about below? In some aspects, the 4th level is still considered stable. It hasn't reached an uncontrollable situation yet. Shin-mo felt that Catherine's words seemed to be self-comforting. The guards on the 4th level currently don't have the ability to resolve this, otherwise, things wouldn't have developed to this extent. You should know this better than I do. Hearing Chi Nemo say this, Catherine fell silent again, not responding immediately. After a while, she continued, I did some investigation on you before and learned that your cultivation method seems to be different from ordinary people. Chi Nemo had mentioned this to many people. It wasn't really a secret. I heard others say that as long as you combine with a woman and get her pregnant, you can enhance your strength. After all, this was just a rumor, and when Catherine first heard it, she was filled with disbelief. She thought of it as an excuse to find women. After hearing this, a teasing smile unconsciously appeared on Chi Nemo's face. Instead, his gaze began to assess Catherine's figure. Catherine was also a woman, and her figure was stunning, a top-notch beauty among women. However, she always wore a gloomy expression, putting on a demeanor that kept others at bay, making it hard to approach her. Her temper was a bit poor, but her figure was simply impeccable. Among the women Chi Nemo knew, she was perfect. Chi Nemo examined Catherine. Could it be that Catherine wanted to help Chi Nemo enhance his strength at the cost of her own? If that were the case, Chi Nemo could indeed lend a hand. How about you help me have a child, just to verify? If it succeeds, as a reward, I'll help you restore order. Upon hearing Chi Nemo's suggestion, Catherine for the first time felt a hint of blush on her cheeks. She quickly regained her composure and shook her head. It's not at that point yet. Catherine naturally refused. Even though the current situation was dire, it hadn't reached the level where Catherine would bear a child for Chi Nemo. Catherine's eyes flickered. After taking a deep breath, she had already devised a plan in her mind. Although it was somewhat risky, it was still worth a try. Since prisoners could enhance their strength by drinking dragon milk, so could Catherine. As long as she could find dragon milk, even with the risk of becoming a demon, Catherine was willing to give it a shot. At the very least, she could gain strength to subdue others. However, she did not share this idea with Chi Nemo. Regarding Chi Nemo's earlier suggestion for her to get pregnant, Catherine refused, and Chi Nemo fell silent. Catherine then organized her thoughts and said to Chi Nemo, "Don't worry, if you really have that ability, I will arrange for a few willing women to assist you in enhancing your strength." At least for now, Catherine considered Chi Nemo a trustworthy prisoner. Moreover, he could help her restore order. Chi Nemo was an important force, and if his strength could be enhanced, that would be even better. Chi Nemo's expression was complex. Although Catherine's proposal was good, he still wanted to find Song Jixian. After all, Song Jixian already had feelings for Chi Nemo, and now she was missing. If he could find her, even if it meant having her bear his child to enhance his strength, it would feel much more natural than dealing with an ordinary woman he had no connection with. Thank you for your kindness, but my primary goal right now is still to find Song Jixian. Do you have any clues or methods? Catherine shot a glare at Chi Nemo. She didn't expect him to be so picky. After thinking for a moment, a sudden idea struck her, and she lightly tapped her forehead with her finger. Every prisoner, including Song Jixian, has a microlocator implanted in them upon entry, used for monitoring and tracking. I wonder if we can locate her position. Hope flickered in Chi Nemo's eyes. He didn't expect that the prisoners held here had such a secret. Let's act quickly. Time was of the essence. Chi Nemo and Catherine first returned to the guard's office to find the corresponding equipment. Catherine sifted through the files and soon found the code for the microlocator implanted in Song Jixian's body. She entered it into the device and skillfully pressed a few buttons. A series of flashing signal points appeared on the screen. One particular light point caught Catherine and Chi Nemo's attention. Found it, this should be Song Jixian's location. Catherine glanced at Chi Nemo, who felt a sense of relief in his heart. The two immediately set off, guided by the electronic device in hand, heading in a general direction. After passing through several intricate caves, they finally arrived at an open area. It was exceptionally spacious, with a huge pond standing in the middle, filled with a milky white liquid that shimmered with an unusual glow. This should be the so-called dragon milk. Upon seeing the dragon milk, an unusual light sparkled in Catherine's eyes. Surrounding the pond were many prisoners, either sitting or standing. At the same time, the prisoners were orderly listening to some instructions, quickly moving stones. Everyone, get to work, especially the newcomers. If you can't finish, don't expect to eat. This voice sounded so familiar to Chi Nemo, but in front of the prisoners, it carried an undeniable authority. Chi Nemo focused his gaze. The person was actually the one he was looking for, Song Jixian. Song Jixian stood in the center of the crowd, commanding the prisoners. She held a whip made of rattan, looking like a boss, and struck those who were slacking off with a fierce slash, causing the prisoners to question their lives in pain. I told you to move faster, go get some good materials, and make my bed. It was clear that Song Jixian had already become the leader among them. Everyone feared her and obeyed her orders. At the same time, she wanted to transform this cave into her territory. Thus, Song Jixian could live here as the local emperor. Chi Nemo was stunned, not knowing what was happening. He and Catherine slowly walked over. Song Jixian had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Qin Mo, there was a slight flicker in her gaze. It was quickly suppressed, replaced by indifference. "You're here. What are you doing here? From now on, this is my territory. If you have nothing to do, you should leave quickly." Qin Mo paused, looking at Song Jixian, who seemed very willing to live here as the boss. But he still spoke. "I came to find you. I want to take you away." Upon hearing Qin Mo, Song Jixian couldn't help but laugh. "Qin Mo, do you still think I'm the Song Jixian from before? I am no longer the person I used to be, nor do I need your protection." As they spoke, Qin Mo and Catherine felt a strong wave of energy. It was a powerful and oppressive force, completely different from before. Song Jixian's figure remained still, but the aura around her had undergone a tremendous change. The brilliance in her eyes was exceptionally dazzling, exuding a temperament that was entirely different from that of a master. Qin Mo had only felt this kind of aura from Li Jigang, a grand master. Qin Mo swallowed hard, feeling it was unbelievable. He glanced at the pond nearby. The change in Song Jixian must have come from this so-called dragon milk. It had allowed her to reach the realm of a grand master. It was too incredible. Song Jixian's voice now carried a hint of harshness and ruthlessness, lacking the gentleness of the past. She looked at Qin Mo and Catherine with disdain. "The power of dragon milk has already allowed me to break through my limits. You mortals are no longer in my eyes. Qin Mo, considering you saved me back then, leave with your people quickly, and I won't hold it against you. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship." Song Jixian had become exceptionally arrogant. She was no longer the woman who sought Qin Mo's protection. Instead, she looked down on Qin Mo, who was only at the master level. Qin Mo was speechless, not expecting that after all the hardships to find Song Jixian, it would end up like this. Dragon milk is filled with terrifying power. It will consume your mind, making you mad and irritable. Even your strength will be out of your control. "Come with me, and I will find a way to remove the hostility from you," Qin Mo said seriously, but Song Jixian merely smiled disdainfully, her smile filled with strangeness. "Come with you? You should take care of yourself. I am now the ruler here, at the Grand Master level. Why would I need you to intervene?" Song Jixian's temperament had undergone a significant transformation. First, she had experienced an unprecedented terrifying power, which changed her mindset. Secondly, the dragon milk indeed possesses the ability to alter a person's mind. "Come here, see them off," Qin Mo said earnestly, trying to reason with her. But Song Jixian was completely ungrateful, lost in her own world. She believed she was the strongest, that no one could make her submit, and she looked down on Qin Mo. Now, she even issued an eviction order to Qin Mo, wanting him to leave quickly. Qin Mo looked at Song Jixian's arrogant demeanor, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Did she not realize how dangerous her current situation was? Song Jixian had become blinded by power. Only if Qin Mo took action could he possibly restore some of her rationality. The simplest and most straightforward method was to defeat Song Jixian. "Wake her up. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being rude," Qin Mo said quietly. Although he was reluctant to fight Song Jixian, he saw no other way. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Song Jixian suddenly burst into laughter. "Bring it on. I want to see how strong you really are. If you can truly defeat me, then I have no reason not to listen to you." In a place filled with martial prowess, strength spoke volumes. Qin Mo's body bent slightly, a golden glow emanating from him. The indestructible divine skill and the golden bell shield, two defensive techniques, were layered together, ready for battle at any moment. After all, Song Jixian possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster. In terms of sheer attack power, Qin Mo might indeed struggle to compete. Seeing Qin Mo take a stance, Song Jixian sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. She thought Qin Mo was overestimating himself. "You're just asking for trouble." Before her words fell, Song Jixian struck swiftly. The Grandmaster's power surged from her hands like a venomous dragon. Confident in her newfound strength, she believed the power granted by the dragon milk was enough to overwhelm Qin Mo. However, her attacks were clumsy and lacked technique. Relying solely on brute force, she had no strategy. Song Jixian had not systematically learned any profound martial arts, like having an ocean inside her but being unable to stir up waves. In contrast, Qin Mo did not engage in a direct clash of strength with Song Jixian. Instead, he skillfully dodged her attacks with perfect timing. Even when some of Song Jixian's strikes landed on him, with his two defensive techniques, she could not break through his defenses. Song Jixian fought awkwardly. At the right moment, Qin Mo seized the opportunity, delivering a palm strike towards Song Jixian's shoulder. Unable to resist, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Qin Mo gradually eased his strength, choosing not to pursue the attack but instead walked up to Song Jixian. "How do you feel now?" Just as Qin Mo had anticipated, the former Li Ji Gang was a battle maniac. Although he couldn't do anything to Qin Mo, it was particularly difficult for Qin Mo to deal with him as well. However, Song Jixian was entirely different. She had power but could not utilize it properly. Coupled with the dragon milk, which altered some of her temperament, Qin Mo found it easy to handle her. Song Jixian lay on the ground, looking up at Qin Mo. Her once arrogant attitude was replaced by confusion. She had become a grandmaster yet was still no match for Qin Mo. It seemed that this was how her life would be. I lost. Song Jixian pouted in grievance, extending her hand towards Qin Mo, wanting him to help her up. Qin Mo pulled her to her feet. Song Jixian did not hesitate. You won, you're the boss. Whatever you say from now on, I will listen. I will do whatever you say. In an instant, Song Jixian transformed into a submissive figure, treating Qin Mo as her master. As long as Qin Mo issued commands, Song Jixian was willing to do anything. Qin Mo let out a soft sigh. Even if this dragon milk has an effect on you, I will find a way. Just then, Song Jixian ran to the edge of the huge pond. Holding a bowl, she scooped up a bowl of dragon milk that shimmered with a strange light. Immediately, Song Jixian excitedly ran towards Qin Mo, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Mo, you have to try this dragon milk. I drank it, and my strength increased so much. If you drink it, your power will definitely become even stronger, and no one will be your opponent. Song Jixian said with a grin, her eyes showing no malicious intent. She genuinely wanted Qin Mo to try the dragon milk. Qin Mo took the bowl and remained silent for a long time. Song Jixian urged, it just has a bit of a fishy taste, just pinch your nose and drink it. It'll be over in a moment, don't be afraid. Qin Mo glanced at Song Jixian, carefully observing the strange waves of power swirling within the dragon milk. He could feel that this power was terrifying. A sense of unease crept in. This thing is too sinister. Although the power is strong, it has obvious side effects and can easily alter a person's mind. Upon hearing this, although the prisoners here were shocked, their eyes were filled with fervor. They had reached the Grand Master level. Catherine's actions did not cease. Instead, she continued to swallow. Her aura surged once more. Her cultivation advanced step by step, ultimately reaching the Grand Master's perfect realm. It seemed Catherine wanted to refine herself further, to reach the next celestial realm. Qin Mo stood on the shore, pondering. The dragon milk is powerful, but it cannot lead one into the celestial realm. To reach the celestial realm, one must comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, not merely rely on dragon milk. No matter how much dragon milk Catherine drinks, it won't suffice. The dragon milk contained the terrifying power of the black dragon, capable of causing a temporary surge in strength and cultivation. However, to enter the celestial realm, one must possess extraordinary comprehension, grasping the mysteries and rules of this world. Catherine seemed to have realized this as she continued to swallow a few more mouthfuls of dragon milk. Upon discovering that her cultivation could not advance further, she gradually stopped. At this moment, Catherine seemed unable to lift her body above the water's surface. She let out a gentle sigh and then swam towards the shore. Being a Grand Master is enough. After consuming the dragon milk, Catherine had reached the Grand Master level. To continue breaking through, she needed to comprehend the rules between heaven and earth. This could not be achieved solely by consuming dragon milk. Thus, Catherine swam towards the shore. Just as she was about to reach the bank, bubbles suddenly erupted from the pond. In an instant, a creature resembling an octopus appeared in the pond. Its body was woven from flowing shadows and flickering lights. Its moving tentacles resembled agile black lightning, covered in strange patterns. Each twist resembled an extremely bizarre octopus, evoking discomfort. Qin Mo's gaze caught sight of the suddenly appearing monster, which seemed to have targeted its prey Catherine, who was about to swim ashore. Be careful, Qin Mo shouted. In that moment, the octopus-like creature seemed to find a perfect opportunity. It shot out from the shadows with incredible speed, almost unbelievable. Its tentacles moved like agile whips, tracing bizarre trajectories in the air, aimed directly at Catherine. Hearing Qin Mo's warning, Catherine's alertness immediately heightened. Instinctively, she tried to evade the sudden attack. Just when Catherine thought she could dodge it, the tentacle shot from the octopus-like creature, bending and extending in the air with its will, ultimately wrapping around Catherine's leg after a 90-degree curve. This was a parasitic beast residing within the black dragon. It had rarely been seen on the 4th level, but it frequently appeared below the 4th level. Even Catherine did not expect to encounter a parasitic beast in the dragon milk pond. Her legs were ensnared by the tentacles of the parasitic beast. However, Catherine's years of combat experience allowed her to quickly stabilize her mind. She did not attack recklessly nor choose to flee. Instead, she gathered all the power within her body, channeling it between her palms, instantly condensing a brilliant light. Catherine, now, was no longer the same. With years of combat skills, her techniques and strength were solidly established from the beginning. Even having reached the Grand Master's perfect realm through dragon milk, her strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The light in Catherine's hands intensified, transforming into a sharp blade that shot fiercely towards the tentacle of the parasitic beast. Although the tentacles were soft and highly resilient, they were severed under Catherine's intense light blade, spraying out dark green blood. The parasitic beast felt excruciating pain, and fury erupted in its ink-like eyes. Countless tentacles on its body shot towards Catherine. The tentacles surged like a tide, leaving almost no blind spots, aiming to envelop Catherine completely. Die, Catherine declared. As the former warden, she was well aware of the basic information about parasitic beasts. Catherine had abundant combat experience, and her fighting skills reached their peak at that moment. With a roar, a determined look flashed in her eyes as she prepared to resolve the situation. The tentacles that wrapped around her barely touched Catherine. She used the entangled tentacles as leverage. With a sudden burst of strength, her body shot towards the core of the parasitic beast like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, all of Catherine's power converged into a brilliant sphere of light, striking directly at the center of the parasitic beast. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The parasitic beast was struck by Catherine's intense radiance. Its entire body was torn apart by this force, shattering into countless fragments that fell onto the lake's surface, creating ripples. Chinemo watched as Catherine single-handedly dealt with the sudden parasitic beast, feeling a sense of relief. Just as he thought the matter was resolved and Catherine was about to return to the shore, more tentacles shot towards her rapidly. This time, even more tentacles ensnared Catherine's arms and legs simultaneously. Catherine was about to resist, but her limbs were already locked and bound by countless tentacles. She found herself unable to exert any strength for the moment. Not good, Shin-Emo thought to himself. Just moments ago, Catherine had displayed her might, using the power of a Grand Master to kill a parasitic beast. However, the commotion had been too intense, attracting more parasitic beasts from the surroundings. Quick, help! Shin-Emo shot a glance at Song Jishian beside him. Although Song Jishian was not as strong as Catherine and even weaker than Shin-Emo, she still possessed the cultivation of a Grand Master, making her stronger than most. In a critical moment, she could still lend a hand. Hold on! Shin-Emo shouted to Catherine, urging her not to give up. Catherine exerted all her strength, continuously struggling to break free from the tentacles, trying her best not to be dragged down. However, no matter how she thrashed, she could not escape the bindings of the parasitic beasts. Just as she was about to be pulled to the bottom of the pond, Shin-Emo and Song Jishian arrived at the pond. Shin-Emo unleashed his palm technique, each strike landing precisely on the body of the parasitic beast. The powerful force pierced through the beast's body, sending it flying away. Song Jishian was not idle either. She used her own internal power to cooperate with Shin-Emo, continuously dealing with the parasitic beasts that were closest to Catherine. With the addition of Shin-Emo and Song Jishian, the pressure on Catherine was significantly reduced. Grab my hand. Shin-Emo reached out to Catherine, offering his assistance. Just as he was about to pull her over, the surface of the pond began to boil. More parasitic beasts surged forth like a nightmare. Their tentacles formed a dense net, instantly wrapping around the three of them tightly. Not good, there are too many of them. Shin-Emo, we need to retreat. Song Jishian shouted, but as soon as she finished speaking, countless tentacles enveloped their bodies. An unprecedented force dragged them down. The three of them fell into the icy pond together, gulping down the dragon's milk liquid that surged into their nostrils and mouths. For a moment, it seemed as if the three of them had lost consciousness. Their bodies passed through the thick mud, as if crossing multiple boundaries. Eventually, they fell into a dimly lit yet spacious passage, surrounded by hard rock. What caught the eye even more was the dragon bloodstone on the walls. The dragon bloodstone emitted a faint red glow, illuminating the passage like a blood vessel flowing with blood. After a long while, Shin-Emo gradually regained consciousness and heavily spat out some liquid. Where is this? He slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar place before him gradually came into focus. He was lying in a cold and damp passage, illuminated by the weak light emitted by the dragon bloodstone. Where is this? Shin-Emo immediately became alert. There was no place on Shura Island that was not dangerous. Shin-Emo had been suddenly pulled to this strange location by a tentacle. It was definitely not ordinary. Filled with unease, Shin-Emo quickly turned his head to look for his companions. He found Catherine lying quietly beside him. Catherine's complexion was pale, and her breathing was weak. Shin-Emo immediately checked Catherine's condition. He gently touched her carotid artery, confirming that she still had signs of life. But the situation was not optimistic. "Wake up!" Shin Imo shook Catherine's body. However, the only response was a dull echo. Time was urgent. Shin Imo had to take effective action to save Catherine. His mind raced, constantly thinking of suitable emergency measures. After much thought, the most appropriate way to save Catherine was probably through artificial respiration. "I'm sorry." To save Catherine, he could no longer care about anything else. Shin Imo carefully tilted Catherine's head slightly back and pinched her nostrils. He took a deep breath and slowly blew air into her mouth. Once, twice, 3 times. Shin Imo was sweating profusely, and after several cycles of artificial respiration, Catherine's chest began to rise and fall slightly. Her eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. However, the first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Shin Mo's lips on hers. Catherine's gaze was still dazed from just waking up. Then came surprise, followed by her eyes locking tightly onto Shin Mo's face. Catherine's own face felt as if it were on fire, flushed with a brilliant red hue. You. Catherine struggled to form a complete sentence for a long time. After pushing Shin Imo away, she quickly covered her burning cheeks with her hands, her emotions a mix of confusion and turmoil. Catherine knew that Shin Imo had performed artificial respiration to save her. She understood his good intentions, but to take her first kiss like that left her feeling numb inside, making it hard to accept. Shin Imo watched as Catherine fell silent for a moment, just as he was about to explain. Catherine immediately lifted her head, her gaze meeting Shin Mo's eyes. They both felt awkward for a second. Shin Imo began to explain, but he was quickly interrupted by Catherine. "I know, you don't need to say." Catherine's eyes signaled that this matter should end here and not be mentioned again, as if nothing had happened. Catherine was not someone who liked to dwell on things. Since it had already happened, it was irreversible. So, it was best to leave it at that. Shin Imo immediately stood up, urging Catherine to help him look for Song Jixian. After a while, they spotted a figure lying not far away. It was Song Jixian. Shin Imo rushed over. Song Jixian's breathing was steady, though he had choked on some water. Shin Imo patted Song Jixian's back. Song Jixian's water was suddenly expelled, and her consciousness quickly became clear. Although Song Jixian's strength had increased, her heart was extremely fragile and particularly timid. She immediately rushed into Shin Mo's embrace. "Woo, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to die." Song Jixian wiped away the tears that had unconsciously slipped from the corners of her eyes. Shin Imo also held Song Jixian's soft body, gently patting her back to comfort her. "It's okay. We're safe for now. Don't be afraid. With me by your side, even if we were to die, I would die in front of you." Hearing Shin Imo say this, Song Jixian felt much more at ease, and after a while, they gradually separated. Beside them, Catherine looked at the two of them and felt a bit nauseated. She immediately shifted her gaze to the side, surveying the surrounding environment. After comforting Song Jixian, Shin Imo helped her up and also observed their surroundings. "What exactly is this place? It feels so strange, not like anywhere I've seen before. Are we in the 4th layer now?" Shin Imo voiced his inner doubts. Catherine remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a blood vessel of the Black Dragon." Her voice echoed in the area, instantly piquing the curiosity of Shin Imo and Song Jixian. This was a situation Shin Imo had never encountered before. Both Shin Imo and Song Jixian fixed their eyes on Catherine. Catherine slowly sat down, one hand propping up the damp ground. Although her complexion had recovered somewhat, her voice lacked strength. "We should have arrived at the 5th layer." As soon as Catherine said this, it shocked Shin Imo and Song Jixian even more. They had originally been in the 4th layer, but suddenly, a monster had brought them to the 5th layer. Just the unfamiliar environment made Shin Imo feel an immense sense of danger. They needed to leave here as soon as possible. According to the records in the classics, the 5th layer is the territory of parasitic beasts, and few prisoners can reach here, let alone leave. No prisoners in the 5th layer? Shin Mo's brows furrowed tightly. The dangers of the 5th layer seemed to exceed all the situations he could have anticipated. However, as soon as Shin Mo's words fell, the surrounding taboos seemed about to be broken. Any slight movement could attract the attention of countless eyes around them. They hadn't observed closely before, but in reality, the number of parasitic beasts surrounding the three was countless. Yet, they seemed to still be resting, not actively launching an attack. Any particularly loud noise could wake them from their slumber. "There are many parasitic beasts in the 5th layer," Catherine added in a low voice, her keen eyes catching the faint movements in the distance. The tentacles stirring in the shadows seemed ready to strike at any moment. "Moreover, their strength is equivalent to that of a grandmaster. The danger we face is even greater than we imagined." Shin Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm the unease in his heart. He tightly grasped Song Jixian's hand, urging her not to panic. Song Jixian was already terrified. If it weren't for Shin Mo being by her side, she would have probably lost control of her emotions by now. All movements should be light, try not to disturb them, Shin Mo said, deliberately lowering his voice. This was directed at Song Jixian, fearing that something might go wrong at this critical moment. However, the densely packed parasitic beasts seemed to sense the presence of intruders. Their bodies began to shift slightly, like monsters that had been asleep for a long time, slowly awakening. One by one, they opened their pitch-black and deep eyes, revealing a chilling hunger. There's no need for that, they're already awake. The matter of Song Jixian's life and death made her temper flare up instantly. Without caring whether Catherine was the so-called warden or not, she directly began to curse at her, shouting loudly. Catherine shot a fierce glare at Song Jixian. If it weren't for their lives being intertwined at this moment, she would have wanted to tear Song Jixian's mouth apart. However, her gaze shifted to Shin Mo. Locking eyes with Shin Mo, she could see beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. The pressure on Shin Mo was also immense. The golden bell shield he formed was gradually shrinking, and it seemed he might not be able to hold on much longer. Although Catherine herself had considerable offensive power, her defensive role was too weak. In the face of numerous parasitic beasts, being hit by them and falling was the most normal thing. If you're going to agree, then hurry up and agree. If you're not going to agree, then get lost. Don't hog the toilet without doing your business. Song Jixian gave her no face at all. In this situation, Catherine had no way to deal with Song Jixian. I agree. Catherine clenched her fists. It seemed this was the only feasible solution for now. If you had agreed sooner, it would have been better. Dragging it out like this, so troublesome. Even if Catherine agreed now, Song Jixian wouldn't let her off the hook. Shin Mo gave Song Jixian a look, signaling her to end it for now. They shouldn't make the situation too tense, as it wouldn't benefit anyone. However, at this moment, Catherine slowly said, "This place is definitely not safe. The parasitic beasts surrounding us are increasing. We need to leave here quickly. We need to find a temporarily safe location to do that, to help you increase your strength." Catherine glanced at Shin Mo. Shin Mo certainly understood, but Catherine's agreement was a pleasant surprise. As long as the two of them could give birth to Shin Mo's child, his strength would be more than enough. I know. There's still time. You two prepare. When I remove the golden bell shield, attack the weak point with all your might, and we'll break through together. There's still a glimmer of hope. Shin Mo's gaze swept over, and both of them nodded in understanding, waiting for Shin Mo to act. Shin Mo carefully observed the surroundings. The enemy's attacks were also indirect. Shin Mo was waiting for an opportunity. Now, after a more intense impact, Shin Mo suddenly changed tactics. The golden bell shield shook violently, using force to strike back, suddenly bursting towards a weak point. At the same time, Catherine and Song Jixian saw Shin Mo act and decisively launched their attacks. In an instant, the three of them charged forward with overwhelming force. The two women didn't need to worry about the parasitic beast's tentacle attacks. At critical moments, Shin Mo would immediately form the golden bell shield, wrapping both of them. When there was no powerful attack, Shin Mo would also strike, layering their attacks. Under the simultaneous fierce assaults of the three, they tore open the encirclement of the parasitic beasts. The parasitic beasts roared in anger. Following closely, they did not intend to let Shin Mo and the others go. The three stood back to back, forming an indestructible triangular formation. At this rate, we'll definitely be caught by them. We must think of a way immediately. Catherine reminded, her movements never stopping. Each swing of her arm unleashed a massive amount of power from her body. Shin Mo didn't respond and continued to charge forward. They reached a wall formed by dragon blood stones. Open! The protagonist roared, the hidden power within him erupted instantly, the wind from his fists howling, each strike accompanied by the sound of air bursting, as if even the stars trembled in response. Song Jixian and Catherine were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure. Without a moment's delay, the two women, one on the left and one on the right, shone like twin stars, unleashing their most powerful attack. Bang! With a loud noise, a huge hole was blasted in the wall. The parasitic beasts were right behind them, leaving no room for hesitation. In! Shin Mo shouted, jumping inside. Seeing that Shin Mo had already entered, the two women hesitated no longer and jumped in with him. As they just leaped into the dark opening, they felt no abnormalities. Moreover, the parasitic beasts behind them hesitated and stopped at the entrance. Just as the three felt they had narrowly escaped death, they suddenly sensed an immense suction force coming from inside the opening. At first, they could still dig their feet into the ground, trying to resist, but the pulling force from the opening grew stronger and stronger, almost uprooting them. Everything around seemed to be sucked in. Shin Mo, save me! Song Jixian called out anxiously. The moment Qin Emo reached out his hand, Song Jixian could no longer hold on and was pulled in. Catherine immediately couldn't withstand it either, reaching out and grasping wildly around her, trying to find a solid point to create as much friction as possible. She found nothing to hold on to. Just as Qin Emo wanted to reach out, it was too late. Catherine was also sucked in. Qin Emo struggled desperately, his strength exhausted, helplessly allowing the suction to pull his body in. With that irresistible force, Qin Emo's body seemed to lose weight, completely leaving the ground, entering a strange state. This feeling, am I flying? Qin Emo felt puzzled. Although it seemed that the control over his body was stripped away by this force, his consciousness remained exceptionally clear, as if he were floating above his own shell, observing all these incredible changes. So strange. What is happening? It was an indescribable feeling, accompanied by a hint of wonderful liberation. It felt as if Qin Mo's soul had broken free from the shackles of his body, beginning a drifting journey without a fixed abode. He didn't know how long it had been. At that moment, his sense of time became blurred. Minutes, hours, or even longer, everything around was rushing by at high speed. Only the thoughts in his heart were as still as a calm lake, clear and profound. I wonder how long I will drift. Qin Emo waited slowly. Suddenly, the suction force decreased sharply. Qin Emo felt himself gently landing on a soft ground. He stood up, raised his head, and looked up. This was a strange world, colorful and vibrant. The richness of colors and the brilliance of light far exceeded any depiction in the human realm. Bubbles of various sizes floated in the sky, projecting all kinds of images. Rainbow-like clouds drifted leisurely. On the ground, fiery red flowers bloomed with dazzling luster, each petal shining with different colors, like gems in a dream. A faint fragrance filled the air, refreshing the mind. All fatigue and tension vanished in an instant. These were the images within the bubbles. Suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. In a flash, the wind and clouds shifted. A black dragon wielding the power of heaven and earth soared through the skies, battling various monsters with great vigor. These were the memory bubbles of the black dragon. Qin Emo was instantly immersed in it when suddenly he heard Catherine's voice beside him. Looks like we're lucky. This should be the black dragon's brain, Catherine said excitedly, feeling fortunate. They had survived and entered the black dragon's brain, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. When Qin Emo heard Catherine mention the black dragon's brain, he was taken aback for a moment. He learned relevant information simply from Catherine's words. Coming back to his senses, Qin Emo immediately searched for Song Jixian's figure. She fell to the ground and was quickly found by Qin Emo and Catherine. Fortunately, she wasn't injured. After resting for a while, Song Jixian regained consciousness. Where is this place? I can't believe I'm still alive. Woo woo. Song Jixian was particularly excited, throwing herself into Qin Mo's arms. After a brief introduction from Catherine, she learned about this place. For now, the three of them were temporarily safe. This is incredible. We actually ended up here? Song Jixian exclaimed. Catherine was equally excited, but for different reasons. This is the brain of the Black Dragon, containing its terrifying memories and extraordinary powers. Some ores here, after condensing, ultimately form an extraordinary mineral known as Black Dragon Crystal. Seeing Catherine speak so seriously and vividly describe the Black Dragon Crystal was enough to show that it was indeed extraordinary. Catherine continued, the Black Dragon Crystal contains the wisdom of the Black Dragon and its life experiences in cultivation. It reflects the rules of the world, ultimately merging into the Black Dragon Crystal. If we can find the Black Dragon Crystal, we might grasp a thread of the world's rules and advance from the Grand Master realm to the unreachable celestial realm. Catherine spoke with great excitement, igniting Song Jixian beside her. Song Jixian's achievement of the Grand Master level was entirely due to the dragon milk. If it were solely based on her own talent and strength, she wouldn't know when she could reach the Grand Master level. But now, regardless of who it was, everyone would spare no effort in pursuing a higher realm. This way, they could protect themselves and rise above others. After all, Shura Island had always relied on strength to speak. Strength was reason enough. If someone could advance from Grand Master to Celestial Realm, they would no longer need to fear the numerous parasitic beasts. There was a natural difference between the Celestial Realm and the Grand Master. Celestials could already grasp a part of the world's power, using the rules of the world to place themselves in the strongest state in that area. Generally, even the most numerous Grand Masters could not easily defeat a Celestial-level powerhouse. Then let's hurry and find it. As long as we can find the Black Dragon Crystal, all our problems will be solved, Song Jixian suggested. The three of them exchanged glances and unanimously agreed with the proposal. Strengthening their power was the most important thing. Only by enhancing their strength could they possibly maintain the chaos of the fourth layer and rescue themselves from the crisis they faced. After hearing Catherine's words, the three of them made a quick decision and began searching for the Black Dragon Crystal. Catherine briefly informed them about the appearance and form of the Black Dragon Crystal. Everyone had a general understanding of what the Black Dragon Crystal looked like. The three separated and immediately began searching, calling Catherine over to verify anything that resembled it. At first, Song Jixian was still full of enthusiasm. She thought she might have found the Black Dragon Crystal and quickly called Catherine over for identification. "Come over and take a look? Is this the Black Dragon Crystal? It looks like it." She hurriedly called Catherine over, but Catherine shook her head helplessly. "This is not the Black Dragon Crystal." Hearing Catherine's denial, Song Jixian sighed lightly but regained her confidence to continue searching for the so-called Black Dragon Crystal. Once found, even Song Jixian might become a celestial powerhouse. "This one looks quite similar. Catherine, come take a look." "This isn't it. This isn't it either. This one isn't it either." Song Jixian didn't know how many times she had been denied, her confidence crushed again and again. "Are you playing with us? Where is this so-called Black Dragon Crystal? I see no such thing as a Black Dragon Crystal." Song Jixian sat down on the ground, immediately choosing to give up. After searching for so long, not a single one was found. It felt like a joke. Catherine glanced at Song Jixian in silence, not saying a word. Shin Mo, who was beside Song Jixian, spoke slowly. "Since the Black Dragon Crystal has such immense effects and abilities, it must not be an ordinary item. Finding it easily is probably not that simple." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Song Jixian understood the reasoning behind it. But after searching for so long, she hadn't found even a trace. Song Jixian had lost interest in looking for this so-called Black Dragon Crystal. "I'm tired from searching, let's take a break." Upon hearing Qin Mo's concerned suggestion, Song Jixian nodded seriously. Shin Mo and Catherine continued to search the vast area around them. Shin Mo circled around, thinking he would return empty-handed. Just as he was about to head back, he suddenly noticed a strange machine in a recess of the wall. This machine seemed completely out of place in the entire area, as if it had abruptly appeared here. Shin Mo immediately approached it, carefully exploring, still unsure of its function. There were signs of use on it, suggesting it had been here for quite some time. It had some special buttons on it, but he didn't know what they did. Faced with this bizarre location and the suddenly appeared machine, Shin Mo called out to the two women, "Come over here and take a look." Hearing Qin Mo's shout, Song Jixian, who had been sitting on the ground, jumped up. Could it be that Qin Mo found the Black Dragon Crystal? Song Jixian pouted, "What luck? It must be that my luck is just too bad." Song Jixian transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Qin Mo at high speed. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Qin Mo. Shortly after, Catherine also appeared. She thought Qin Mo had found the Black Dragon Crystal as well. However, upon arriving in front of Qin Mo, she saw no sign of the so-called Black Dragon Crystal. "Did you find the Black Dragon Crystal?" Song Jixian asked. Qin Mo shook his head. Instead, he pointed to the strange machine in front of him. "I didn't find it, but I discovered this strange device. Do you recognize this device?" The two women cast curious glances at the machine Qin Mo had found, then immediately approached it to examine it closely. "This device is really strange. Who left it here? What could its function be? It feels odd." Song Jixian fired off several questions in succession. Qin Mo felt the same way. Catherine was silent for a moment but couldn't provide an answer. She had never seen such a device either and didn't know what it was for. The only thing they could be sure of was that it had been placed here by someone. "Let's search the surrounding area more carefully," Qin Mo said. The three of them immediately spread out, conducting a thorough search of the area. "Qin Mo, Catherine, come over here and take a look. There's another identical device here." Song Jixian shouted loudly. Qin Mo and Catherine appeared in front of Song Jixian at once. Looking at the device that was almost identical to the one Qin Mo had found earlier, they noticed that the level of use was different, with signs of long-term use on it. However, they couldn't see who had operated it. There was no additional information left on it, which left the three of them feeling particularly puzzled and curious. Based on the clues from the two instruments, Qin Mo seemed to have some kind of guess in his heart. "Let's walk in this direction and see." Immediately, Qin Mo led Catherine and Song Jixian towards the designated direction. "There's another one here," Song Jixian shouted loudly. As expected, they found another one. Just as Qin Mo had anticipated, at regular intervals along this wall, such instruments were placed. "I'm speechless," Song Jixian pouted. Just as the three of them were planning to find a place to rest, a group of black-clad figures wearing masks lazily approached them. They wore a distinctive outfit that Qin Mo would never forget: the Heavenly Demon Sect. Back then, Chu Di was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. When they saw the three of them, they were equally shocked. They never expected to see unfamiliar faces here. In that instant, their hostility towards Chin Mo and the others reached its peak. Just as they were about to make a move, Chin Mo had already acted. Chin Mo had no good feelings towards the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Moreover, the poison in Lin Wanqing was closely related to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chin Mo's goodwill towards them had already plummeted to the lowest point. Since they intended to strike, Chin Mo would not give them a chance. "Attack!" shouted the masked black-clad man. But it was already too late. Although they were all Grand Masters, they still fell short in front of Chin Mo. Their attacks seemed to slow down in Chin Mo's presence. Chin Mo was as light as a swallow, easily dodging their attacks. Each evasion was perfectly timed, and without any mercy, he unleashed his true energy, striking quickly, each blow severely injuring a masked black-clad man. In the blink of an eye, Song Jixian had yet to regain her senses. The masked black-clad men fell to the ground one after another, leaving only Chin Mo standing in the center, his breath calm, as if he had never fought. "Who are you people?" The black-clad man lying on the ground was filled with fear and shock. He had no idea where this group had come from, and their combat power was so formidable. They had been knocked down in just a few moves, without even the strength to fight back. Moreover, the man in front of them was only a master. The two women beside Chin Mo exuded the aura of Grand Masters, yet neither of them had made a move. Chin Mo ignored the black-clad man and instead directly asked him, "What are those strange instruments for?" Seeing that the black-clad man did not answer and was still in shock, Song Jixian did not hold back and stepped directly on his palm. The black-clad man cried out in pain, "Stop, stop, stop. You answer whatever I ask you," Song Jixian said rudely to the black-clad man. The black-clad man swallowed hard, facing this woman who resembled a mother tiger, his eyes scanning them, and then he gasped, "We are just following orders. We just arrived here. As for those instruments, I only know they are used to collect a certain kind of energy, but I really don't know what they are specifically for. I just know that there seem to be quite a lot of them." The black-clad man recounted everything he knew. "Spare us. Let us go. Please, we beg you." The black-clad man immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing and pleading for mercy. Taking their lives would be of no use. However, both women were looking at Chin Mo for his opinion. Without saying a word, Chin Mo immediately began to search the black-clad man. "What are you doing?" They were taken aback and tried to stop him, desperately protecting their pockets. Chin Mo immediately glared at them, scaring them so much that they withdrew their outstretched hands. As expected, after searching everyone, they successfully found 2 stones that shone like obsidian on them. The moment Chin Mo took out their ore, the black-clad men felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Catherine sparkled with fervent light, black dragon crystal. Song Jixian was taken aback. When Catherine mentioned the black dragon crystal, Song Jixian's eyes lit up. "What did you say? Black dragon crystal? You mean this is the black dragon crystal?" Song Jixian showed surprise and joy. "You almost got away with it." Song Jixian glanced at the group of black-clad men. If it weren't for Chin Mo keeping a lookout and searching them thoroughly, they would have almost taken the black dragon crystal away. That would have been a huge loss. "You've already taken our things. Can you let us go? We really don't have anything valuable on us anymore." The black-clad men had no choice but to continue begging for mercy. However, this time, Chin Mo had no intention of letting them go. In an instant, he struck, killing them with every move. The already severely injured black-clad men had no chance to resist and were swiftly killed by Chin Mo, their necks snapped and bodies falling to the ground. Song Jixian and Catherine watched, seemingly indifferent. "Chin Mo, how did you know they would have the black dragon crystal?" Song Jixian felt puzzled by Chin Mo's actions. Chin Mo merely smiled slightly. "I don't know. I just thought I would give it a try, and I didn't expect they actually had it." He looked at the 2 dark crystals in his hand. They were the black dragon crystals that could enlighten people and enhance their strength. Song Jixian looked at Chin Mo, unable to help but lick her lips. Chin Mo glanced at Song Jixian, knowing what she was thinking. After pondering for a moment, he walked up to Catherine. "Here you go." Catherine stared at Chin Mo, surprised that he would give her the black dragon crystal right after obtaining it, instead of using it himself. Seeing Catherine's lack of reaction, Chin Mo directly placed it in her hands. "These 2 black dragon crystals might be very useful for you. They can help you break through to the celestial realm. Find a quiet place to start your seclusion." Song Jixian felt a bit upset seeing Chin Mo being so nice to Catherine. She had genuine feelings for Chin Mo, while Catherine acted all high and mighty, throwing tantrums at every turn. Yet Chin Mo treated her so well, leaving Song Jixian feeling somewhat aggrieved. Just as she was about to speak up to claim some benefits for herself, Chin Mo pulled her away. "Let's go, we have our own business to attend to." Catherine held the black dragon crystal, watching their departing figures, and immediately sought a quiet spot to begin her breakthrough. "Chin Mo, Song Jixian, pulled aside by Qin Mo, deliberately avoided looking at him, hands on her hips, showing her dissatisfaction. Oof. Song Jixian huffed deliberately, her voice tinged with grievance. Seeing Qin Mo laughing beside her without coming over to comfort her made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She had wanted Qin Mo to come and soothe her, but he didn't, leaving her to stew in her own frustration. Song Jixian felt this wouldn't do. What if Qin Mo really got involved with Catherine, and their relationship heated up? What space would she have left? Only by leveraging her own advantages could she secure a place in Qin Mo's heart. Otherwise, if she were abandoned by him, she would truly be alone and isolated. Song Jixian bit her lip, then cast a glance at Qin Mo sitting on a rock. She then took small steps toward him. After coming to Qin Mo's side, she gently tugged at the corner of his shirt, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and a playful tone. Aren't you being a bit too nice to Catherine? I feel like I've been ignored, Song Jixian said deliberately, leaning closer to Qin Mo. Seeing that Song Jixian was no longer sulking alone, Qin Mo wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Song Jixian was momentarily taken aback but did not resist. However, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Qin Mo, of course, was aware of Song Jixian's little thoughts. With a smile in his eyes, he gently brushed his fingers through her hair. 2 pieces of black dragon crystal. Such precious things, you just got them, and instead of keeping one for yourself, you gave both to her, not even leaving one for me. Do you really not care about me at all? While saying this, Song Jixian pretended to be angry and lightly punched Qin Mo's chest with her small fist. It didn't hurt, but it was a way for her to vent her emotions. She mumbled a few words. Now that the decision was made, the black dragon crystals couldn't be taken back. She just wanted Qin Mo to comfort her properly, not to leave her sulking in a corner. Qin Mo's smile grew wider as he held her waist, his ear close to Song Jixian's, whispering softly, "You." Qin Mo pinched Song Jixian's chin. Even if the black dragon crystal really has that effect, would you know how to use it? Hearing Qin Mo say this, Song Jixian was momentarily speechless. I can't. Song Jixian still wanted to show off a bit, but Qin Mo immediately covered her mouth, leaving her unable to speak. Song Jixian's eyes widened, then slowly closed as she began to enjoy the feeling, and after a long while, they finally parted. Qin Mo's gaze softened considerably. Don't worry, there will always be a place for you in my heart. Qin Mo giving the black dragon crystals to Catherine was naturally his own consideration. Everything about the black dragon crystals was based on what Catherine had said. The truth of it remained to be confirmed. Although Catherine spoke with deep emotion, this part of the matter could basically be confirmed as fact. However, Song Jixian had never used the black dragon crystals before, and her martial arts talent was not high to begin with. Qin Mo could certainly choose to be biased and give both black dragon crystals to Song Jixian, but she might not be able to use them to reach the celestial realm. Thus, she would still be unable to escape the current crisis she faced, and could be killed by parasitic beasts at any moment. On the contrary, Catherine possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster, with a solid martial arts foundation, and moreover, she had a clear understanding of the black dragon crystals. Giving both pieces to her might truly allow her to create a miracle and reach the celestial realm. After all, the 3 of them were all in the same boat. As long as she could reach the celestial realm, they would no longer have to fear those parasitic beasts. The life and death crisis they faced on the 5th level would also be temporarily alleviated. After being kissed by Qin Mo, Song Jixian immediately settled down a lot. She no longer fussed or said much, her eyes blinking, sparkling and clear. Using the black dragon crystals on Catherine might be more effective, but don't think too much about it. In the future, when I get the black dragon crystals, the first thing I'll do is use them on you, ensuring that you can also become a celestial realm. Hearing Qin Mo say this, Song Jixian leaned against his chest, feeling the warmth of his embrace, and her heart felt much safer. The jealousy and grievance in her heart dissipated immediately, and she nodded at Qin Mo. Okay, I believe you. You have to treat me a little better in the future. Song Jixian pressed her lips together, wrapping her arms around Qin Mo's neck, and Ly offered a kiss, expressing her deep love for him. This also signified that from this moment on, Qin Mo could do anything he wanted with her. Qin Mo smiled. Letting Catherine break through was also to create a private space for himself and Song Jixian. Song Jixian already had feelings for Qin Mo, and their relationship had naturally developed. Unlike Catherine, who, although she verbally agreed, still had some resistance in her heart. Allowing Catherine to use the black dragon crystal to break through was just one aspect. On the other hand, he and Song Jixian needed to seize the time during this period. If he could truly make Song Jixian pregnant, Qin Mo could also take the opportunity to break through. Once his cultivation improved, the current crisis he faced could also be easily resolved. After a while, the two slowly parted. However, the emotions in their gazes grew more intense, as if the simple touch and subtle glances conveyed deep feelings. Song Jixian's gaze softened as she slowly raised her hand. Finally, she gently tapped Qin Mo's face with her soft fingers. Qin Mo chuckled softly and immediately picked her up, then found a very flat rock. The environment here was limited. There was no comfortable little house, no soft big bed, and no warm blankets. But there was Song Jixian, and Qin Mo holding her. The environment here is like this. Qin Mo pressed his lips together, slowly brushing back the hair that fell on his forehead. I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. Song Jixian shook her head, tightly hugging Qin Mo, pressing their bodies closely together. What are you saying? You've been taking care of me all the way. Without you, I might have already died in some corner. Don't say so much. As long as it's you, I'm willing, Song Jixian said gently, and the entire area suddenly felt exceptionally quiet. Qin Mo suddenly exclaimed. Looking at Song Jixian, who was lying in his arms, she unexpectedly bit him fiercely. The force was unyielding, leaving a mark on his skin and even drawing a bit of blood. What are you doing? Qin Mo looked at Song Jixian. Song Jixian pressed her lips together. I know there are many people around you, so I have to find a place for myself, right? So that someone won't forget me after it's done. Qin Mo and Song Jixian were diligently handling their matters. Catherine was also trying hard to break through. A few days later, Qin Mo sat on the stone as usual. Suddenly, he felt a different aura. First, there was a slight tremor in the air. It was as if a giant beast was lowing in the distance. This sound grew closer, slowly intensifying and amplifying. Such a subtle change was also sensed by Qin Mo's organs. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, immediately looking towards the location where Catherine chose to break through. Could it be that she has made some progress? Just as this doubt arose, his gaze shook. He saw a dazzling light tearing through the dark clouds in the distance, continuously shooting down like stars in the night, exceptionally brilliant, radiating extraordinary brilliance. This beam of light possessed immense power, shooting down from the sky, coloring everything around it, as if it were a pure force from heaven and earth, descending a path to the heavens. Qin Mo couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with great shock. It seems, it really worked. This was the vision before the breakthrough. The extremely brilliant light continued to shine down. That direction was precisely where Catherine was in seclusion. The halo kept flashing with its immense power, dazzling to the point of being almost unviewable, only able to shield with her hands. After a long time, the brilliance slowly dissipated. Song Jixian beside her was also stunned by the scene. What just happened? Song Jixian felt that this was a terrifying power capable of destroying the world. If I'm not mistaken, Catherine has already reached the celestial realm. Qin Mo slowly spoke these words. Although Song Jixian had already guessed most of it in her heart, hearing Qin Mo say it still filled her with great astonishment and a hint of jealousy as a woman. The other party's talent was indeed a level above hers. Even if she used those 2 black dragon crystals on herself, she wasn't 100% sure she could reach the celestial realm. As for Qin Mo giving the black dragon crystals to Catherine, Song Jixian had already set that aside. However, the fact that the other party could reach the celestial realm still made her feel a bit inferior to Catherine. You really have good luck, Song Jixian said, biting her lip. Qin Mo pulled Song Jixian to his side and ruffled her hair. Don't think too much. Right now, the 3 of us are in the same boat. Having someone with celestial realm cultivation is a good thing. At least we don't have to fear the vast majority of parasitic beasts anymore. Hearing Qin Mo say this, Song Jixian nodded in agreement. I'll go take a look, Qin Mo said to Song Jixian, then headed towards Catherine's direction. When he arrived at the place where she was in seclusion, Catherine had slowly stood up, surrounded by a powerful halo. Celestial realm. This was the first time Qin Mo had seen a celestial realm level expert with his own eyes, and someone was breaking through right in front of him. Qin Mo quickly walked towards Catherine, his excitement hard to contain. You actually did it. Catherine stepped out of the halo with a slight smile, exuding confidence. Feeling the new power within her body, if she were to return to the 4th level now, she could easily suppress those prisoners with one hand. Maintaining the warden's authority and keeping order would be a piece of cake. Catherine was also a person of conscience. Without the 2 black dragon crystals Qin Mo had given her, she would never have been able to reach the celestial realm. Thus, she looked at Qin Mo and politely cupped her hands in gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for the 2 black dragon crystals you gave me, I probably wouldn't have reached the celestial realm so quickly. Qin Mo waved his hand. It's nothing. He assessed Catherine's figure. It was nearly perfect. Everything was just right, very distinctive, definitely to Qin Mo's taste. If he could win Catherine over, his strength would still see a significant boost. Back when he was surrounded by countless parasitic beasts, both Song Jixian and Catherine had promised Qin Mo they would bear his children. Song Jixian was already in his grasp. As for Catherine, Shin Mo felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. After all, she was the high and mighty warden, who was reluctant to interact much with prisoners. Ordinary prisoners couldn't even see Catherine, let alone win her over. Her aura and figure were truly tantalizing. As he moved closer to Catherine, she no longer resisted him as much. Even when Shin Mo placed his hand on her shoulder, Catherine felt it was quite normal. "When will you fulfill what you said before?" Shin Mo's tone was slow, his gaze carefully examining Catherine's expression. Upon hearing this, Catherine's expression changed. She had just been immersed in the excitement of her breakthrough. Hearing Shin Mo's question, her body visibly trembled. Shin Mo swallowed hard, a bad premonition creeping in. Catherine's gaze swept over Shin Mo, tinged with a hint of apology, yet her words were exceptionally firm, as if there were no room for doubt. "I'm sorry about the child. I'm just not ready." It was exactly as Shin Mo had anticipated, the worst possible scenario. "You are being inconsistent." For a moment, Shin Mo didn't know how to morally accuse Catherine of being untrustworthy. Catherine bit her lip, her voice remarkably clear. "I know you're feeling unbalanced right now, but regarding the child, I really haven't thought it through. I can't have a child with you yet." Catherine spoke with great determination, her eyes reflecting both regret and resolve. Having a child would create more ties. Catherine hadn't figured out how to be a mother yet. Anger flickered in Shin Mo's eyes, stemming from Catherine's breach of promise. But Catherine could take a step back. "I admit you're exceptional. I can also feel something different when I'm with you. If you feel upset, I can make a sacrifice to let you enjoy it." Catherine bit her lip, and as she voiced this thought, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, not expecting to make such a concession. Whether it was her true desire or an attempt to fulfill her previous promise as much as possible, this was the greatest concession Catherine could currently offer Shin Mo. Shin Mo furrowed his brows, his hands clenching into fists, then relaxing and clenching again, back and forth. He fell into silence, struggling internally and feeling helpless. He really wanted to give Catherine a good beating, to be forceful, but considering her strength, having already reached the celestial realm, doing so would only sour their relationship, which would be self-defeating for Shin Mo. "I hope you can understand, this is the greatest concession I can make, and it's my true decision." Catherine walked towards Shin Mo to take his hand. Shin Mo instinctively avoided her, taking several deep breaths to calm his inner turmoil. This was the feeling of powerlessness from lacking strength. Otherwise, how could he give Catherine the chance to backtrack? Catherine wanted to soothe Shin Mo's emotions further. The moment she got close, Shin Mo immediately grabbed her hand and kissed her on the lips. Catherine felt her breath catch, struggling for a long time before they finally separated, her cheeks burning like a fiery cloud, round after round. Her heart raced unexpectedly fast, not anticipating that Shin Mo would suddenly kiss her in this situation. But thinking back to what she had just said about being willing to compensate Shin Mo, her bottom line was simply not having a child. Now, being kissed openly seemed like it wasn't a big deal. Once this thought emerged, her fair skin felt as if it were placed on a fiery iron, burning hot once again. "Even if you don't want to now, you can't belong to someone else," Shin Mo said domineeringly, directly pulling her hand to find Song Jixian, where the three of them would meet. Just then, they suddenly heard a powerful presence rushing from afar. The three immediately chose to hide. How dare this outpost be so negligent? It's been so long, and there's still no news coming back. Negligence. The captain, named Quangzhan, wore a scarlet robe embroidered with a silver demon emblem, exuding an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Because this outpost had not relayed any information, he needed to come personally to check, feeling furious. On either side were his team members, each possessing the cultivation of a grand master. Only the captain, Quangzhan, had already reached the celestial realm. With every word and action, it was as if the entire area was under his control. He was the ruler of this domain. Although some team members do neglect their duties, but it shouldn't be that there's not a single piece of news. One person said slowly, a look of confusion on his face. "I think either something unexpected happened to them, or someone is secretly obstructing the transmission of information." The berserker waved his hand, stopping their discussion. "No matter the reason, we must be cautious." The team led by the captain arrived at the designated location. They looked around but found no sign of the team previously sent here. "No one. It seems they really encountered danger," one of the team members said quietly. The berserker nodded slowly. At this moment, Shin Mo, Catherine, and Song Jixian were hiding in the shadows, quietly observing this pair, the sudden appearance of the demon cult team. This group was much stronger than the previous team of masked men. The strongest was the captain, the berserker, dressed in a scarlet robe. He had been in the celestial realm for a long time. His control over his power was so precise that it was almost meticulous. Just from a glance from afar, Chi Nemo felt a lingering fear. He was completely no match for him. Catherine, who had just entered the celestial realm, also showed a hint of trepidation in her eyes. If it came to a direct confrontation, she really wouldn't be able to compete with this veteran captain of the celestial realm. The only thing to do now was to quietly wait here. Wait for their departure. The members of the demon cult team immediately dispersed, meticulously searching the surroundings. After finishing, they returned to the captain, the berserker. Report, Captain. We did not find any trace of the demon cult team. If I'm not mistaken, they should have been killed. This result was not surprising. The demon cult team sent here must have encountered a strong enemy. They didn't have time to send a distress signal before being eliminated. This made the berserkers somewhat curious. When did such powerful individuals appear on the 5th level? He hadn't heard a single whisper about it. The dispatched demon cult team was not made up of weaklings. Each one had the cultivation of a grand master. Yet, he didn't expect such a result. The search is complete. No abnormalities were found. The team members reported to the captain. Since there are no abnormalities, Captain, let's leave. They had already confirmed the situation at this outpost. They were just here to take a look. Soon, they would send a new team to take over. All right, let's go, the berserker said slowly. Everyone immediately turned around. Even Chi Nemo, Catherine, and Song Jixian let out a silent sigh of relief. Just at this critical moment, the berserker's aura trembled, instantly erupting with a shocking momentum, like the precursor to a volcanic eruption. He clenched his fiery red fist, as if magma was swirling around it, and an extremely powerful attack shot out from his fist, directly striking a large concealed boulder. Bang! The boulder was shattered to pieces. The boulder that had concealed Chi Nemo and the others vanished completely. The three figures were immediately exposed in front of the members of the demon cult team. What? There are actually people? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The hiding place of the opponents was too secretive. If they hadn't looked closely, they really wouldn't have discovered them. If it weren't for the captain's keen eyesight, they might have let the three slip by unnoticed. These three were all unfamiliar faces. They had never been seen on the 5th level before. Moreover, they were deliberately hiding near the outpost of the demon cult. Perhaps it was closely related to the disappearance of the demon cult team. The berserker twisted his neck, stretched a bit, and his gaze, like that of a leopard, scrutinized the three prey before him. He took a step forward, and the entire ground trembled. It seemed that all the surrounding forces were being utilized by the mad warrior. At that moment, Catherine made no attempt to hide. She unleashed the power of the celestial realm within her body, trying to seize control of this area's power. However, Catherine had just entered the celestial realm. Her strength was still stabilizing. Compared to the seasoned opponent, the mad warrior, she was still lacking significantly. Catherine's understanding of the celestial realm was still a great distance away. Lucky you must have just entered the celestial realm in the past couple of days, the mad warrior said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out like a cannonball, his fist directly smashing towards Catherine. Catherine stepped forward, facing such a formidable enemy, with Chi Nemo and Song Jixian having no room to defend themselves. Only Catherine might be able to hold her own. Catherine acted decisively. However, in front of the mad warrior, facing his overwhelming offensive, Catherine found herself unable to keep up. Each attack felt like an egg hitting a rock. Her strength was effortlessly shattered by him. Catherine used all her might but could not inflict any harm on the mad warrior. The mad warrior had a rough understanding of her strength. You are still too weak. After saying this, the mad warrior became serious, delivering a heavy punch to Catherine's chest. In the face of such a vast disparity in power, even if Catherine fought with all her might to defend, that punch still severely injured her. Blood spilled from her mouth, her breath became chaotic, and her body could barely hold up, nearly collapsing to the ground. Song Jixian was both shocked and terrified. The opponent's strength was terrifyingly beyond her original understanding. At that moment, Chi Nemo dashed out in a swift step. It wasn't that Chi Nemo was confident in dealing with the mad warrior. It was just that if he didn't act now, Catherine would undoubtedly die. 18 dragon-subduing poems. The true energy within Chi Nemo surged like a river, pouring out in an instant as if a dam had burst. The frenzied power seemed capable of easily annihilating an ordinary Grand Master. But facing the seasoned powerhouse of the celestial realm, the mad warrior, this amount of power was truly insufficient to harm him. Yet, a particularly intense heat flashed in the mad warrior's eyes. Good kid, your power is surprisingly strong. With such might, how many Grand Masters would fall at your hands? Although the mad warrior praised him verbally, he showed no intention of letting Chi Nemo off. Like a wild beast, he unleashed his power rapidly. Even though Chi Nemo fought desperately to block, he was still injured. Fortunately, the overlapping defenses of the Golden Bell Shield and the indestructible Vajra art minimized the damage. At the same time, the Divine Illumination Sutra within him operated at the fastest speed, repairing his injuries. This allowed Chi Nemo to stand up again after being hit by a punch. The Mad Warrior's eyes flashed with surprise once more, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. You can actually stand up. While Catherine could not withstand a punch from the Mad Warrior and was severely injured, Chi Nemo was still able to endure, and his injuries were not as serious as Catherine's. This piqued his interest. However, being able to withstand one punch did not guarantee he could withstand two. The other team members also wanted to join in and attack to take them down. The captain, the Mad Warrior, had already taken an interest and raised his hand, signaling them not to intervene. I want to see how many punches your little body can withstand. Watching Chi Nemo take a punch, Song Jixian immediately rushed in front of him, trying to block the next hit. If we die together. However, Chi Nemo directly pushed Song Jixian several meters away. Chi Nemo was well aware of Song Jixian's defenselessness. Her flesh was simply too fragile. If Song Jixian were to take a punch from the berserker, even if the opponent held back, she would instantly perish within seconds. Even with the Divine Illumination scripture, Chi Nemo might not be able to save her. Chi Nemo! Song Jixian cried out in despair. Catherine tried to get up from the ground to continue fighting, but she was severely injured, her breath was erratic, and her vital energy was in disarray. It was extremely difficult for her to even stand, let alone fight. The berserker could not tolerate such a scene and let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Don't worry, I'll send this kid away first, and then I'll take you two down as well. At least you'll have company. The berserker clenched his fist again, gathering strength, preparing to strike. Just at that critical moment, due to the immense power fluctuations from the battle, it seemed to attract some pink memory bubbles floating in the sky. Several larger memory bubbles quickly flew towards Chi Nemo. At the instant the opponent was about to strike, Chi Nemo disregarded everything else. He grabbed one of Catherine's legs with one hand and one of Song Jixian's arms with the other, and jumped directly into the memory bubble. This was Chi Nemo's only chance to survive. Although he didn't know what dangers lay within the memory bubble, if he didn't jump in, he, Catherine, and Song Jixian would all die there. The three figures immediately vanished into the memory bubble, leaving behind only a faint ripple. Captain, they have entered the memory bubble. Should we pursue? The berserker immediately clenched his fist, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The contents of the memory bubble were bizarre and strange. It contained all sorts of unknown risks, as well as opportunities. Even someone with the cultivation of a celestial being could perish inside a memory bubble. To let these three escape right before his eyes was unacceptable to the berserker. What are we afraid of? If they can enter, why can't I? Everyone, charge in. Kill all three of them. With the captain's command, the entire squad rushed towards the memory bubble that Chi Nemo had entered. They had to slay Chi Nemo. Just as Chi Nemo entered the memory bubble, supporting Catherine and Song Jixian, he was checking for any anomalies around them. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Looking up, a colossal beast, seemingly from ancient times, appeared before everyone. Its massive size resembled a solid mountain, adorned with various sparkling phosphorescent scales that shimmered under the light. A slight movement caused the ground to shake. The sharp bone spines on its back, like mountain ridges, seemed capable of slicing through the entire world. There was not just one such beast. In front of him were many others, their sizes no less than that of this ancient giant. They let out roars like battle horns. Then, they moved their enormous bodies, striking fiercely against other giant beasts. The fierce attacks and rough defenses collided violently. The residual force and aura spread out, leaving Chi Nemo, Catherine, and Song Jixian feeling apprehensive. Fortunately, it seemed that their intrusion into this memory bubble did not attract the attention of these giants. In their eyes, Chi Nemo was like a tiny black dot, akin to an ant. To them, Chi Nemo was as insignificant as Chi Nemo viewed the ants on the ground. Even if they stepped on him directly, they wouldn't care in the slightest. Chi Nemo quickly led the other two women to hide to the side, avoid being harmed by powerful attacks. It's truly shocking. The memory of the Black Dragon also means that he once competed among these ancient behemoths. He even became a ruler in his own right. Just then, he suddenly noticed a series of foamy ripples rising in the distance. Someone is coming in. Chi Nemo pressed his lips together, his eyes fixed on the distance, and sure enough, as he had anticipated, the mad warrior of the demon sect, along with his team, charged into this memory bubble, all to kill Chi Nemo. They were truly relentless in their pursuit of his life. As they entered, their position seemed rather inappropriate. They happened to be in the attack path of the ancient behemoth. A massive claw came crashing down on them in an instant. Bang! A wave of furious energy sent several people flying out. Faced with the ancient behemoth, the others had no strength left to resist. However, as a warrior of the celestial realm, the Mad Warrior possessed an indomitable spirit. After withstanding the force of the opponent's powerful attack, he immediately retaliated with a fierce strike, a counterattack. But this attack merely brushed against the ancient behemoth's skin, as if it was just dusting off its coat. Yet the ancient behemoth seemed enraged. Its powerful aura instantly spread out, shaking the entire world. Not just their bodies, even their spirits were greatly shaken. The members of the demon sect watching from afar were momentarily stunned, as if they had been frozen in place, unable to move. What a good opportunity, Shin Emo thought to himself, placing Catherine on the ground and asking Song Jishian to take care of her. He then shot out like a sharp sword. The best defense is a good offense. Running away would ultimately not resolve the current predicament. Only by striking decisively at the right moment could he extinguish the danger in his hands and ensure his own safety. And this was that opportunity. The members of the demon sect, with their gazes fixed on the ancient behemoth, had their souls knocked out of their bodies. It would take them a while to regain their focus. How could Shin Emo let such an opportunity slip by? He rushed to their side at the fastest speed. Coming up behind them, he decisively snapped one of their necks. Some were severely injured, while others only had the cultivation of a grandmaster, with weak defenses. Shin Emo swiftly dealt with the remaining stragglers. The biggest trouble was their captain, the Mad Warrior. Once he was attacked, the intense pain would bring him back to his senses immediately. Shin Emo had to deliver the strongest blow possible. He needed to minimize the threat to himself, even to the point of killing him. Shin Emo approached from behind, noticing the warrior's fingers beginning to tremble slightly, soon to regain his focus. Time was of the essence. Shin Emo gathered all his strength into his palm. Channeling a surge of true energy, he struck the Mad Warrior's back. Thud! The blow sent him flying several meters away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Mad Warrior turned around, clutching his chest, shocked as he looked at Shin Emo. This strike had severely injured him. Shin Emo gave him no time to recover and continued his assault. You've got quite the resilience. Shin Emo had already used his strongest move, yet it only left the Mad Warrior heavily injured, not dead. Truly, he was a seasoned warrior of the celestial realm. The severely wounded Mad Warrior clearly could not match the now rejuvenated Shin Emo. Just as Shin Emo was about to finish him off, the Mad Warrior found an opportunity and jumped out of the memory bubble. Shin Emo immediately pursued him. However, Crazy Battle jumped into another memory bubble. Where do you think you're running? Keeping Crazy Battle alive would lead to endless troubles. Shin Emo immediately chased after him, jumping into another memory bubble, vowing to kill him. The moment Crazy Battle entered another memory bubble, Shin Emo followed closely behind without hesitation, pursuing like a beam of light, his movements clean and swift. However, the scene before him suddenly changed. No longer was there the chaos and illusory mist, nor the colossal ancient beasts. Instead, it opened up to a magnificent view. A resplendent palace stood tall, exuding an extremely sacred and solemn aura amidst the clouds and mist, making one involuntarily hold their breath, as if they were in a realm of immortals. This was the Heavenly Court, the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. In that instant, both Shin Emo and Crazy Battle seemed to be frozen by a mysterious force. Even with all their might to break free, they could not move even an inch. This was merely a faint memory of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall from the Black Dragon's memory fragments, yet the power emanating from it was terrifyingly real. In front of the hall, the gods were imposing, each radiating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, their figures tall and their faces varied. Among them, some were laughing and joking, while others were at odds with one another. The only commonality was the terrifying power they exuded, enough to make ordinary souls tremble, as if a mere movement could turn a common person to ashes. Shin Emo swallowed hard. The closest figure to him was a monster with wings. Its face was ashen, hair as red as cinnabar, with fangs protruding from its lips, towering over Shin Emo by several heads. Lei Jinzi. Every muscle in his body contained the power of thunder, and his eyes sparkled like lightning, as if a thunderclap could strike at any moment. Beside him stood the King of Heaven, draped in a red robe, holding a pagoda, and Erlangshan, wielding a three-pronged spear and sporting three eyes. Their terrifying aura transcended that of ordinary deities. Taishan Laojun was at the center of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, dressed in a Taoist robe, exuding an unyielding authority without anger, his whisk gently flicked, embodying the essence of immortality, as if with a thought he could command heaven and earth. At that moment, Taishan Laojun suddenly turned around, his gaze directed at Shin Emo in Crazy Battle. In that instant, an extremely powerful pressure surged towards them. It felt as if their souls were being torn from their bodies, nearly dissolving into nothingness. Cold sweat broke out all over Shin Emo, and despite his desperate attempts, he could not withstand it. Taishan Laojun flicked his whisk slightly and slowly uttered a word. Retreat! Shin Emo felt an invisible force that nearly shattered his soul. Faced with such pressure, he was on the brink of death. Even the memories from the Black Dragon about the Lingxiao treasure hall and the various deities contained enough terrifying power to obliterate others. Just when Qin Mo thought he was doomed, a seemingly invisible barrier formed above his soul. This was a power that belonged neither to this realm nor to this world. It was the system's protection for Qin Mo. It formed an indestructible shield. It was impossible to annihilate Qin Mo from the illusion and soul impact in an instant. After a while, Qin Mo slowly regained his senses, his sweat nearly soaking his clothes completely. It had been too perilous. With the system's protection, he had narrowly escaped death. It seems that this kind of memory bubble mainly targets the mind and the impact of illusions. With the system's protection, I am not so easily killed. If the memory bubble contains real, overwhelming power, Qin Mo might have already died without a grave. He immediately focused his gaze on the figure of the berserker ahead. He didn't know how he was doing, but his silhouette appeared particularly silent, as if his body were a portrait, etched into existence. Qin Mo cautiously moved forward, nearing the berserker's side, and then quickened his pace. The berserker, already severely injured by Qin Mo, was no longer his opponent. Thus, Qin Mo simply gave him a gentle push, hoping to restore a bit of his consciousness. His fingers lightly touched the berserker's shoulder. Yet, the berserker's body fell silently, without warning. This sent a shock through Qin Mo, like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. The powerful soul impact from that brief moment had completely obliterated the soul of the berserker, a being of the celestial realm, leaving only a lifeless body behind. Dead beyond any doubt, Qin Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. Without the system, he feared he would be no different from the lifeless form of the berserker before him. Death was equally silent and still. Qin Mo took a breath and glanced around with his peripheral vision. This place was far too dangerous. He had to leave quickly. Qin Mo immediately searched the berserker's body, taking everything of value before swiftly exiting the memory bubble. He then returned to the memory bubble where Catherine and Song Jixian were located. Finding their position, he quickly brought them out of the memory bubble to a temporarily safe location. Catherine had been struck by the berserker and was gravely injured. Although her life was not in danger, it would likely take a long time for her to recover on her own. Now the three of them were in the same boat, united. Qin Mo immediately placed his hand on Catherine's shoulder. A rich, magical power flowed into her body. The Divine Transformation Sutra was working rapidly, its ability to turn decay into wonder manifesting. In less than a quarter of an hour, Catherine's complexion had already improved, and her injuries were mostly healed. "Thank you," Catherine said to Qin Mo, her gaze sometimes unable to meet his directly. She felt as if she had received a benefit from him, yet she didn't know how to repay it. Qin Mo looked at Catherine and then quickly rummaged through his sleeve. He pulled out several crystals emitting a dark glow. Catherine was naturally familiar with these crystals. They were the Black Dragon crystals that had helped her advance to the celestial realm. "Where did you get these?" Catherine asked, surprised, looking at Qin Mo. All the Black Dragon crystals he had scavenged from the black-clad men when they were killed had already been given to her. Now, Qin Mo suddenly produced new Black Dragon crystals. Could it be? Had Qin Mo deliberately hidden away some extra Black Dragon crystals? "Did you steal these?" Catherine asked, eyeing Qin Mo warily. Qin Mo poked her shoulder with his finger. "What are you thinking? You were watching when I scavenged the Black Dragon crystals." Catherine had indeed seen it clearly. This meant that the Black Dragon crystals in Qin Mo's hands did not come from the black-clad men. That implied. Catherine was clearly taken aback. Once again, their gazes locked, and a complex light flickered in her eyes. "You're right, the entire team led by the captain of the demon cult, the Berserker, has been killed by me, including the captain himself," Qin Mo said simply. But Catherine, having felt the terrifying power of the Berserker, knew that achieving such a feat required not only strength but also courage and luck. Qin Mo placed the Black Dragon crystal in front of Catherine, saying, "It was scavenged from the Berserker. Let's see if it can help you take another step towards becoming a land immortal." Qin Mo actively placed the Black Dragon crystal in Catherine's hands. Each Black Dragon crystal emitted a pure black light. Catherine held the Black Dragon crystal, and although it felt icy to the touch, its heavy weight plunged her heart into a complex turmoil. Without Qin Mo's help, she might have already been dead. Yet, she never expected Qin Mo to kill the Berserker. Moreover, he had scavenged the Black Dragon crystal from him. To receive this thing and still be willing to give it to her was unexpected. "Aren't you afraid I'll keep it for myself? I'll kill you to silence you," Catherine bit her lip and said, her gaze assessing the expression on Qin Mo's face. Qin Mo merely smiled slightly. After their brief interactions, he had gained a fairly clear understanding of Catherine. "You're not that kind of person." Qin Mo said it lightly, then gently patted Catherine's shoulder. "After the celestial realm, it's the land immortal, right? That's a whole new level. With your talent, you might just be able to make a push for it. Catherine shot a speechless glance at Shin Mo, her eyes carrying a hint of self-mockery. You really think highly of me. The realm after the celestial realm was indeed the land immortal. But how many ordinary people could reach such heights? It couldn't be that simple. I haven't even fully solidified my celestial realm. I can only tap into a portion of my power. It's still too early to talk about entering the land immortal. After a pause, Catherine glanced at Shin Mo again. I'm not like you, with such a unique cultivation method. As long as you're with a woman. Catherine glanced outside, get you a few more women, and maybe in no time, you could become a land immortal. There was a hint of jest in her words. Shin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then leaned closer to Catherine. On the 5th level, there should be other celestial realm level powerhouses. If we run into them, it won't end well. Our luck won't always be like this. Only if someone among us can reach the land immortal can we truly not fear anyone. Shin Mo's reasoning was sound. Catherine understood, of course. But becoming a land immortal wasn't something Catherine could easily achieve. Since you can't break through, why not? Shin Mo reached his hand to Catherine's waist, leaning against her, bringing her within arm's reach. Looking at Catherine's alluring figure, he felt an overwhelming desire to devour her. What are you doing? Catherine's heart raced. What do you think I'm doing? Don't you already know? Shin Mo slowly leaned closer to her face, gently pecking her lips. Catherine felt a strange sensation, and after regaining her composure, she chose to push Shin Mo away forcefully. This also meant rejecting him once again. I still stand by what I said. Catherine placed her hands on her hips, her words carrying the aura and unyielding dominance of a warden. If you want to play around, we can find a quiet place, and I'll accompany you. But if you have other intentions, like wanting me to bear your child, I can't do that for now. Being so cruelly rejected by Catherine, Shin Mo ground his teeth. Catherine was like a stone in a latrine, both foul and hard. This last request was something she refused to grant Shin Mo. He had no way to deal with her. Fine, I won't force you. Then let's go. As long as they moved around the 5th level, they would leave traces. They would be discovered by the parasitic beasts of the 5th level. At that time, thousands of parasitic beasts would surge towards the locations with signs of activity, killing all living creatures. Therefore, on the 5th level, it was necessary to change locations at regular intervals, seeking a temporarily safe spot to rest. Otherwise, even if one had strong personal strength, facing the endless parasitic beasts would be particularly troublesome. Catherine had already attained the realm of a celestial being, and with Shin Mo's help, her injuries had fully healed. She was leading the charge ahead. Shin Mo instructed Song Jixian to stay close behind, while he took the rear. The three of them maintained a straight line. 3 days later, Song Jixian suddenly felt something unusual in her body. She immediately informed Shin Mo, I think I might be pregnant. Shin Mo was instantly overjoyed and spun around with Song Jixian in his arms. After a while of excitement, he gently set her down, rubbed her head, and held her close. Song Jixian felt a strong sense of security in Shin Mo's embrace, snuggling together. Just as Shin Mo was still in shock, the system rewards arrived immediately. Ding! Song Jixian is pregnant, activating the system, rewarding the perfected celestial being realm, the war god codex, and the divine artifact dragon-slaying blade. Shin Mo was still in disbelief when he found himself holding the war god codex obtained from the system. It looked like a small booklet, appearing quite sparse and ordinary. Just as Shin Mo opened it, he saw no words or images, but instead felt a pulling force that directly drew his consciousness into it. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his consciousness no longer existed in the previous realm. Instead, he was quietly in a grand hall, prominently labeled the War God Hall. This strange place, the War God Hall, was like a small world in itself, seemingly isolated from everything around it. The hall was exceptionally vast, as if it contained the secrets of the entire world. Above, the beams and pillars were intricately carved, depicting the stars of the universe, as if holding the keys to the laws of heaven and earth. The War God Codex was not a specific content. It was not an ordinary object but a series of relief sculptures directly carved in the War God Hall. There were a total of 49 reliefs. Each relief contained the most marvelous martial arts principles between heaven and earth. Every texture, every indentation, was a sublimation of the martial arts philosophy by the war gods of the world. Suddenly, all the reliefs began to move, each demonstrating its own martial arts. The martial arts moves were quite ordinary, yet each could be deadly, as if showcasing the techniques of combat. However, this was just the surface. The deeper essence was the profound meaning of martial arts. It transcended ordinary moves and techniques, representing a mastery and understanding of the essence of martial arts. Anyone who could learn this essence would reach a deeper level of understanding of martial arts, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense, seamlessly integrating all moves into any martial art, thus attaining a state of harmony with the natural world. Shin Mo was dazzled, each relief represented a level of realm. It was unrealistic to master them all in a short time. However, Shin Mo had grasped the War God Codex and could enter the War God Hall at any time to observe the martial arts principles depicted in the reliefs. He believed that with his abilities and diligent study, he could achieve a leap in improvement, reaching a supreme realm where his internal energy would be endless and continuous, able to withstand hundreds, sweeping across all directions. Perhaps one day, he could attain the ultimate martial arts realm within the War God Codex, breaking through the void. Still within the War God Hall, Shin Mo received another reward, the divine artifact dragon-slaying blade. Shin Mo delicately stroked it with his fingers. The dragon-slaying blade had been forged repeatedly from two different types of metals, soft and hard, ultimately merging into one. This knife possesses two attributes. The blade has a strong hardness, while the wide body offers great flexibility. The two elements merge into one, appearing together on this treasured blade, embodying both rigidity and softness. The blade also features distinctive patterns. After being carved, dragon scales, claws, and whiskers emerge on the blade, vividly lifelike. This dragon-slaying knife looks quite simple, yet it exudes a formidable aura that makes one hesitate to approach. What a weapon! Shin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. With this knife, Shin Mo could enhance his combat power by 3 to 4 times compared to before. Shin Mo's consciousness temporarily withdrew from the God of War Hall. Just as he returned to reality, the true energy within his body flowed continuously. Under the system's rewards, Shin Mo had completely entered the realm of great perfection in the celestial being stage. This feeling was extraordinary, as if the heavens and earth were moving for Shin Mo. With every gesture, it seemed he could freeze the entire world into a solid mass of ice. The air around him trembled with his movements, as if Shin Mo were the ruler of this domain. Song Jixian and Catherine were left dumbfounded. "You broke through?" Catherine swallowed hard in disbelief. Although she sensed a significant change in Shin Mo's aura and could guess the general idea, witnessing the formidable power he unleashed still moved her deeply. Of course, Shin Mo replied politely with 2 words. The great perfection in the celestial being stage was many times stronger than Catherine. If Shin Mo were to fight the former leader of the demon cult, Quanzhan, now, he could probably handle him with just one hand. This was the terrifying strength Shin Mo currently possessed. Catherine's gaze flicked to Song Jixian. Shin Mo had not received any opportunities, he had been with Song Jixian all this time. Suddenly breaking through, combined with what he had learned about Shin Mo's unique cultivation method, made it easy to guess. Song Jixian was pregnant. Song Jixian blinked her eyes, filled with deep admiration, watching her man grow stronger. She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself, her face full of smiles. Shin Mo also felt the intense changes within his body. At that moment, in the sky, those flickering memory bubbles began to accumulate more and more. These memory bubbles were small, but it seemed they were drawn by some special force, all converging in this sky. They slowly approached Shin Mo. These memory bubbles varied in shape, some were transparent and smooth, while others reflected vague images. Some were colorful, flashing with intense light. These contained fragments of memories from the Black Dragon, his experiences, and insights, including many perilous scenes. Initially, the memory bubbles were just a few scattered points, but they began to gather more and more. They seemed to be attracted by Shin Mo's aura, forming around one larger memory bubble, slowly merging into it. They swirled and danced in the air, colliding and merging repeatedly, causing the memory bubbles to grow larger and larger. When the memory bubbles became sufficiently large, no one could ignore them. What is going on? Why are there so many memory bubbles? Song Jixian felt particularly puzzled. She had never seen such a scene before. Catherine bit her lip, unable to find an accurate answer. She looked at the memory bubbles and then focused on Shin Mo. It was highly likely that they were drawn in by the terrifying power emanating from him. Shin Mo watched as these memory bubbles formed a massive sphere beside him. The sphere was dazzling and all-encompassing, containing the essence of the universe. Shin Mo could not dare to forget that one memory, which contained information about the Lingsha treasure hall above the heavenly court within the bubble. Just a single glance could scatter a person's soul. Even though Shin Mo possessed a system, it was still far too dangerous. He wanted to distance himself from this enormous memory bubble, to avoid entering it. Just then, the memory bubble suddenly opened a mouth. It was as if a giant mouth was directly biting down at Shin Mo. The speed was swift, and Shin Mo reacted in an instant. He wanted to escape the moment the opening appeared. At the same time, an immense suction force emanated from within. With one bite, it enveloped Shin Mo inside. Within the memory bubble, there existed many fragmented scenes, where the characters fought against each other. They battled fiercely, leaving Shin Mo aside. Shin Mo immediately sought a way out. At that moment, the characters within the memory bubble began to coalesce together. The originally fragmented scenes connected, becoming smoother. One ring after another did not dissipate, instead, they were rewoven, spun, and gathered by an invisible force, ultimately outlining an enormous silhouette in midair. After a while, the embryonic form of a giant dragon appeared before Chin Mo. He couldn't help but swallow hard. However, the power of the rings before him was gradually filling in this silhouette. Finally, it transformed into a black dragon. The moment the black dragon appeared, the entire area seemed to dim. Its scales shone as dark as the night sky, and a gentle flick of its tail could whip up a storm. Its eyes were more dazzling than lanterns, piercing into the heart and mind. This must be an illusion, Chin Mo comforted himself. As long as he ignored it, his heart and mind would not be harmed or troubled. If he quickly left this memory bubble, he could remain unscathed. Just then, the black dragon spoke, its powerful voice resonating in Chin Mo's ears. "Mortal, I am of the ancient dragon clan." Chin Mo's heart was immensely shocked. He looked up at the black dragon, needing to tilt his head back to see its form clearly. It can actually talk? And it can speak human language. Most importantly, it was actively communicating with Chin Mo. The memory bubble he had entered was a part of the black dragon's memory. As an intruder, it was difficult for Chin Mo to communicate, and he could only barely avoid being harmed. Yet this black dragon, formed through various powers, felt real. It seemed to genuinely be speaking to him. And then, Chin Mo asked. The whiskers on either side of the black dragon swayed slightly. "I fell here during a grand battle of the ages. Your soul and the powerful energy you awakened after your recent advancement unexpectedly roused a part of my consciousness here, which caused all the memory bubbles to converge, allowing you to see me." Chin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the black dragon. It looked quite imposing, but just as it said, it had only awakened a part of its consciousness. It didn't seem strong enough to be unmanageable. "So why did you pull me into this memory bubble? What do you intend to do?" The black dragon wouldn't be so bored as to do this without reason. "There must be something. You and I are fated. I need your help. Revive me." Chin Mo's expression grew complex as he looked at the black dragon, his demeanor slightly changing. Revive? Based on Chin Mo's understanding, Shura Island had been established for a long time. The black dragon had been dead for who knows how long. In any case, under such circumstances, it could still be revived. This left Chin Mo's heart in immense shock, seriously doubting whether the black dragon before him was trying to deceive him. However, the black dragon went to great lengths to leave behind this portion of power, clearly not intending to waste it. Could it really be as he said? Was it to allow himself to be resurrected? He couldn't do it alone. He needed the help of others. Chin Mo did not answer immediately. The black dragon slowly opened his mouth again, his voice booming. Waves of sound rippled like water, continuously resonating in Chin Mo's ears. "I am of the ancient dragon clan. I hold countless secrets and innumerable treasures of the world." The black dragon's gaze pierced through, like two beams of pitch-black light. "Do not think that reaching the celestial realm is already something remarkable. A true strong man can easily suppress you with one hand. If you are willing to help me resurrect, I can assist you in your cultivation. I can also grant you sacred artifacts of the dragon clan, making you the strongest among the human race beneath me." Seeing Chin Mo hesitating, the black dragon immediately made a grand promise. "The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. The further one goes, the more challenging it becomes. Without guidance, who knows when one might go astray? Resurrection is not a simple matter. What must I do?" Upon hearing Chin Mo's proactive inquiry, the black dragon nodded in satisfaction. He then slightly shifted his abdomen, and a crack opened up. Inside the crack was a dragon egg, glowing faintly. The breath of life was barely perceptible. "This is a dragon egg. The consciousness associated with the dragon egg has been erased by me, but I have preserved its life force with a portion of my power." The black dragon paused, noticing Chin Mo listening intently, and continued. "What you need to do is search for my dragon consciousness within the dragon brain, then inject my consciousness into this dragon egg, and I can use this dragon egg to break the shell and achieve resurrection." After hearing this, Chin Mo couldn't help but nod repeatedly. It was indeed a good plan. The black dragon's original body was dead beyond recovery, having turned into various minerals. Yet, through clever means, he had preserved his consciousness within the dragon brain. By finding a new dragon egg, he could resurrect using a new body. As long as the consciousness remained his, it could be considered a form of resurrection. What do you think? This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? As long as you help me resurrect, with my backing, no one will be your opponent. Suddenly, Chin Mo burst into laughter. "That's wonderful. I promise you, I will help you resurrect." Upon hearing Chin Mo's agreement, a glimmer of joy flashed in the black dragon's eyes. Just as the black dragon relaxed his guard, a trace of coldness emerged in Chin Mo's gaze. In that critical moment, Qin Mo's thoughts shifted rapidly. On the surface, he remained calm, but his hands were already in motion. The dragon-slaying blade was drawn in an instant. The blade shimmered, sharp and fierce. Die! Qin Mo suddenly leaped up, swift as lightning. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air, aiming directly for the black dragon's head. You dare! Before the black dragon could react, Qin Mo's dragon-slaying blade had already struck him. The blade was unstoppable, radiating brilliance, piercing through the black dragon's skull with a single slash. Whoosh! The black dragon's roar echoed through the skies, eventually transforming into scattered points of black light, which then dissipated into nothingness. Holding the dragon-slaying blade, Qin Mo cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that the black dragon had been shattered, he finally sheathed the blade. Although the black dragon's aura was strong, his power was far from his peak state. Moreover, this was merely a manifestation of a portion of his consciousness. Relying on this little thing to intimidate Qin Mo, who has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, is still too naive. The consciousness of the black dragon definitely cannot be contained in such a small fragment. His desire to resurrect has long surpassed a mere flicker. If Qin Mo cannot help him achieve this, he will inevitably seek out others. This matter is likely not simple. Qin Mo left the memory bubble and returned to the original spot. Are you okay? Song Jixian rushed over, immediately checking if Qin Mo was injured or if anything unexpected had happened. Just a moment ago, seeing Qin Mo's breakthrough in cultivation had made him happy. However, various memory bubbles suddenly appeared in the sky, forming a massive sphere, and swallowed Qin Mo whole. This left Song Jixian extremely worried. In a moment of impulsiveness, he almost charged inside to fight alongside Qin Mo. Fortunately, the calm Catherine held him back. Currently, Qin Mo is the strongest among the three. If he cannot solve the problem, adding the two of them would be of no use. Charging into that memory bubble would be futile and tantamount to seeking death. The wisest choice is to stay outside and quietly wait for the final outcome. Qin Mo hugged Song Jixian. Don't worry, I'm fine. Once he confirmed that Qin Mo was unharmed, Song Jixian let out a sigh of relief. Catherine, standing nearby, also saw that Qin Mo was safe and couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. Qin Mo set Song Jixian aside and then waved to Catherine, calling her over. Catherine looked puzzled until she reached Qin Mo's side. When Qin Mo spoke, what he said struck Catherine like a bolt from the blue. I encountered the black dragon. Qin Mo recounted the events that took place within the memory bubble to Catherine. She was quite shocked, her eyes wide as saucers. After hearing it, Catherine felt as if she were in a dream. If it weren't for Qin Mo's first-hand experience, how could it sound so real? This matter is likely of great significance. We must report this news up the chain and inform the other wardens to prepare themselves. This issue is serious and has exceeded what Catherine can handle. It must be reported to have any chance of resolution. We need to leave, Catherine said seriously to Qin Mo. Qin Mo nodded. Let's get ready to leave. Although the 5th level is filled with parasitic beasts, their cultivation levels are all at the Grand Master stage. Previously, they were extremely fearful of the parasitic beasts and unable to deal with them. But now, Qin Mo's strength has undergone a leap. God's block, kill gods, Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. Even with thousands of parasitic beasts, Qin Mo can carve a bloody path. If not now, then when? Qin Mo took Song Jixian and Catherine with him. The three of them began to search for the exit of the 5th level as quickly as possible. They moved swiftly through the 5th level, desperately looking for a way out. However, the 5th level was like a maze, and the exit was indeed hard to find. Although Qin Mo's strength had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and he could fight through any number of parasitic beasts, without anyone to guide them, blindly charging forward to find the exit was quite troublesome. After trying different directions, none of them had discovered the exit. This exit is really hard to find. Song Jixian pouted. We've been running for so long and haven't even seen a single person, not even someone to ask for directions. The 5th level was already sparsely populated, with parasitic beasts occupying the vast majority of the area. The exit should be in the hands of some powerful factions. If they wanted to leave as quickly as possible, they would have to find someone specialized to ask. The three exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. Just when they were at a loss, Qin Mo's keen ears picked up a peculiar sound coming from the southwest. Creak, 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 creak. Although it was quite far away, the sound waves, after being reduced layer by layer, still reached Qin Mo's ears. It was the sound of an unknown machine starting up. The metallic friction was particularly evident. Follow me. Qin Mo waved her hand and headed southwest. Catherine and Song Jixian looked at each other with suspicion. Have we found a way out? Song Jixian immediately asked, but Qin Mo was already moving in that direction. She did not answer them. They could only quickly follow behind Qin Mo. At first, the speed was so fast that Catherine and Song Jixian struggled to keep up. Until they were close to the location, Shin Mo slowed down significantly. "Did you discover something?" Catherine had just opened her mouth to inquire. The next second, Catherine's brows furrowed tightly. She too heard the sound of the machine turning. The group exchanged glances, immediately holding their breath and hiding around a corner. Looking out, the scene before them stunned the three for a moment. Before them stood a massive instrument, towering on the ground. Surrounding it were tangled wires and pipes, with currents flickering out from time to time, emitting a low sound. This enormous machine was operating under a special program. What shocked Shin Mo and Catherine even more was that surrounding this instrument were a group of ragged prisoners and expressionless guards. Shin Mo's gaze was dazed, even doubting whether she was seeing things. The parasitic beasts present on the 5th level were numerous. There were almost no imprisoned prisoners. Only some powerful individuals would enter the 5th level under special circumstances to handle matters. The prisoners before them were not originally confined here. They had been brought here by someone, and those guards, who were originally part of the management, were now also handcuffed and shackled. "Everyone, get in. Don't even think about running, otherwise, you will die without a burial place." The captain, dressed in the attire of the Heavenly Demon sect, commanded his team to push one prisoner and guard after another into the machine. Terrifying sounds came from within the machine. One by one, figures were directly pushed inside, turning into nothingness. Heavenly Demon sect. Shin Mo clenched her fists, looking suspiciously at the massive machine before her. She had no idea what special function this machine had that required so many people to be pushed inside. And those who were pushed in, they were nothing but dead. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Witnessing all this, Catherine was filled with uncontrollable rage, her eyes igniting with fury. She was originally the warden. She could turn a blind eye to ordinary prisoners, believing they had made mistakes to end up on Shura Island. Even if they died, it was merely retribution for their sins. But with the other guards, she could not remain indifferent. They had once been her subordinates, or rather, colleagues. The relationship between superiors and subordinates. However, in Catherine's eyes, she still regarded them as human beings. The bastards of the Heavenly Demon sect were casually depriving them of their lives. Everything before her made Catherine seethe with anger. "I can't stand by and watch." Catherine suddenly tugged at Shin Mo's arm and said beside her. Shin Mo understood and nodded at her. The next second, Catherine charged out at the fastest speed. Song Jixian also wanted to take action, but was pulled back by Shin Mo. "You just stay here. We only need the two of us to deal with them," Shin Mo said to Song Jixian. After all, Song Jixian was pregnant and could be at risk of miscarriage at any moment. Song Jixian felt that Shin Mo's words made sense, and being protected by him felt quite warm. After nodding seriously at Shin Mo, she hid here and stopped moving around. Catherine Jean took the lead, quickly reaching the instrument. She easily killed the nearest member of the demon cult beside her. The demon cult members were extremely shocked by Catherine's sudden appearance and were caught off guard. Moreover, Catherine's injuries had fully healed, and her mastery of the celestial realm was more skilled and effortless. In just a few moves, she had already killed 3 or 4 master-level members of the demon cult. "You all hurry and leave." Catherine immediately raised her hand, a brilliant silver light gathering in her palm. Her hand transformed into a blade, striking down at their hard iron chains. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as the chains were directly cut by Catherine. The prison guards on the 4th level and below, freed from the chains, helped each other. They seized the opportunity to escape and immediately scattered in all directions. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our demon cult? You're asking for death." A regular member of the demon cult, facing Catherine, mustered his courage to speak while retreating. Just as Catherine stepped forward, ready to take action, the ordinary member of the demon cult also attempted to flee. At that moment, the captain of the demon cult, Tian Lang, stepped forward. Instantly, the members of the demon cult found their backbone, as Tian Lang was also a seasoned powerhouse with celestial realm cultivation. "Catherine!" Tian Lang recognized her at a glance. Catherine squinted, sizing up the burly man before her. His aura was no less than that of the previous berserker. Catherine did not know him, but he recognized her. "You know me?" Tian Lang smiled slightly. "The 6th warden. I've only heard of you." Tian Lang offered her enough courtesy. Catherine snorted coldly. "He actually knows my reputation. That makes things easier. What you are doing now has seriously violated the regulations of Shura Island. If reported, your demon cult will have no place to bury your dead and will lose all foundation. Surrender and go back with me to clarify the situation. Perhaps there's a chance for survival." Catherine relied on her reputation and status, hoping to make the captain of the demon cult retreat. However, Tian Lang did not take Catherine seriously at all, a savage smile appearing on his face. "You've only just entered the celestial realm. I really don't know what gives you the courage to say that to me. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful aura surged from him. The demon cult's affairs are not for others to meddle in. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianlong's body shot out like a cannonball after a powerful push against the ground. The blades embedded in his palms suddenly emerged above his arms. Catherine immediately drew a dagger from her body, and the clashes between her claws and the dagger were rapid as lightning. The two engaged in battle. Should we go help Captain Tianlang? The members of the demon cult watched the battle unfold, unsure whether to join the fight. With Captain Tianlong's current strength, capturing Catherine is just a matter of time. If we intervene, we can resolve the battle in a very short time and capture Catherine. A few small leaders pondered for a moment before raising their heads. Let's take action. Taking down Catherine sooner would bring more peace of mind, and she even let go a large number of prisoners and guards. There's still some distance to go before completing the task assigned from above. Upon hearing the little leader say this, several cultists of the heavenly demon sect immediately dispersed, slowly moving towards Catherine's back, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As long as they landed a hit, Catherine would never have the chance to stand up again. Just as they were about to strike, Shin Mo had already moved. With his perfected cultivation at the celestial realm, combined with the martial arts insights contained within the 49 sculptures in the War God Hall, every movement of Shin Mo appeared simple yet had reached a state of returning to simplicity. With a light tap of his fingers, true energy shot out like a torrent, more rapid and violent than bullets from a machine gun. In just a few breaths, dozens of master-level cultists were left with faint wounds resembling bullet holes on their bodies, lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, blood flowing endlessly. Retreat! He's so strong. With his cultivation at the celestial realm, we are no match for him. Catherine's reinforcements had arrived. They were no longer opponents. They wanted to escape, but how could Shin Mo let them go? His steps shifted, quick as lightning. In an instant, he was before them, the dragon-slaying blade appearing in their sight. With a swift motion, he struck down, decapitating them as easily as slicing a watermelon. In just a few minutes, all the other cultists, except for the Wolf of Heaven, had been killed by Shin Mo. On the other side, Catherine was facing the seasoned celestial realm powerhouse, the Wolf of Heaven. Even with some prior experience, Catherine found herself overwhelmed and was retreating step by step. In less than 3 minutes, she would be taken down by the wolf. Help me! Catherine called out towards Shin Mo. For Catherine to personally ask for help was indeed a rare pleasure. The Wolf of Heaven, who had been focused on battling Catherine, suddenly realized that the terrifying Shin Mo had already killed all the other cultists. Instinctively, the wolf became alert, exerting all his strength and focusing 200% of his spirit. However, the moment Catherine's voice fell, Shin Mo had already joined the battle like a tiger ready to pounce. In just a few strides, he was at the wolf's side, the cold gleam of the dragon-slaying blade flashing as he coordinated with Catherine's assault. The two formed a combined attack in an instant. To the left, Shin Mo shouted to Catherine. Understanding immediately, Catherine shifted her attack angle and launched a fierce assault to the left. Damn it! The wolf cursed inwardly, dodging Catherine's attack with a sidestep. However, Shin Mo's blade was already aimed directly at him. Facing the dragon-slaying blade, the wolf raised an unprecedented defense, but under the unstoppable force of Shin Mo's blade, it was exceptionally difficult to withstand. With a loud crack, the armor on his body shattered. The wolf staggered to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The battle was over. With that strike, Shin Mo could have taken the wolf's life, but he deliberately avoided the vital points, only inflicting severe injuries. Meanwhile, Song Jixian, who had been watching the battle, slowly ran out to join Shin Mo and Catherine, surrounding the now panting and bleeding wolf. What do you want? The wolf wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly pressed on acupoints to stop the bleeding. The fact that they hadn't killed him outright clearly indicated they found him useful and wanted to extract some information from him. I hope you find me valuable. Shin Mo's cold voice leaked from his lips. Otherwise, not only will you not survive, but you will die a gruesome death. I will use this knife in my hand to cut off all your limbs. I might even let you see your own brain matter. For the captain of the heavenly demon sect, reaching this position came after enduring immense suffering. Many people are not even afraid of death, but there are exceptions. Shin Mo wanted to see if he could make him confess through this method. Tianlang swallowed hard, fear evident on his face as he looked at Shin Mo before glancing at Catherine. He knew he couldn't escape this time. You can ask. As long as I know, I will tell you. Tianlang sighed, as if resigned to his fate. Shin Mo immediately pointed to the giant machine not far away. He watched as countless people were pushed into it, yet he couldn't understand what it was for. What are you doing? Why are you pushing so many people into the machine? What is being hidden? Shin Mo stood to the side, his expression stern. Song Jixian and Catherine were equally curious about the question Shin Mo asked. Tianlang hesitated, his face showing difficulty. He looked at the machine, then at Qin Mo and the others. He could answer other questions, but not this one. Tianlang was reluctant to speak. Qin Mo sneered, "Don't test my patience. If you tell the truth, I might consider sparing your life." Tianlang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, then relaxed them. In fact, Tianlang originally didn't know what the machine was for. It was just a chance encounter. He happened to overhear a conversation between the elders and the leader of the sect, which gave him some insight. It might be to resurrect the Black Dragon. Catherine and Song Jixian's pupils dilated instantly. Qin Mo couldn't help but frown. "Are you sure?" Catherine grabbed Tianlang by the collar, questioning him loudly. Hearing Catherine's inquiry, Tianlang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I can't be sure. I just happened to overhear the leader and the elders discussing it. Whether I misheard or if there are other uses, I have no idea. You need to judge for yourselves." Upon hearing Tianlang say that the machine was for resurrecting the Black Dragon, if it had been before, not to mention Song Jixian, even Qin Mo and Catherine would never have believed it. It was too absurd. The Black Dragon had been dead for countless years. Its bones had turned into various ores, mined by countless people. Resurrection was nothing but a fantasy. However, since Catherine heard about the strange events Qin Mo encountered in the memory bubble, she had begun to have some doubts. Coupled with Tianlang now revealing some related content, it had to be taken seriously. It was very possible that it was true. The people of the Heavenly Demon sect were attempting to resurrect the Black Dragon. The situation may be more severe than we imagined. Catherine stood up and said to Qin Mo, just as Qin Mo had predicted. Since the Black Dragon could seek Qin Mo's help using the methods it left behind, it would naturally leave other means to seek help from others. Some would choose to refuse, like Qin Mo. Of course, others might not resist the temptation of the Black Dragon and choose to agree. Once the Black Dragon was resurrected, the consequences could be unimaginable. As the warden of Shura Island, Catherine absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. She had to use her abilities to protect this area. Indeed, Qin Mo nodded, biting his lip. He had no idea how far the Heavenly Demon sect had gone in their efforts to resurrect the Black Dragon. Qin Mo continued to ask Tianlang, "Then do you also know the location of the exit on the 5th level?" This time, Tianlang did not hesitate at all and answered very decisively. "As for the location of the exit, I'm not too clear either. When we came in, there were elders from the sect accompanying us, and everyone else had their eyes covered. But I do know a general direction. Whether it is accurate or if you can find the exit depends on you." Saying this, Tianlang pointed in a direction that could possibly be the exit. Qin Mo, Song Jixian, and Catherine exchanged glances. For now, they could only hope it was true. Considering how honestly Tianlang had confessed, Qin Mo spared his life. However, his injuries were severe, and whether he could survive depended on them. "Let's go." Qin Mo took the lead. "Let's check over there. Hopefully, we can find a way out soon. This matter is of great importance, especially since it was ordered by the sect leader. We should patrol more. If anything goes wrong, we old fellows can't take the responsibility." The three elders strolled leisurely towards the direction of the instrument, chatting and laughing among themselves. "That's true, but that Tianlang kid is quite meticulous. He probably won't make any big mistakes. Who says otherwise? Since we're idle, we might as well wander around." The speakers were the three high-ranking elders of the Tian Mo sect, Ing Wuzong, He Shan La Yao, and Minggui Wang. Each had their own unique methods and rarely exposed themselves, their strength being at the peak of the celestial realm. Here, apart from the sect leader who could suppress them, almost no one else was their match. Their sect leader had assigned them the task of keeping an eye on that instrument. Although they didn't need to do it personally, it was still necessary to patrol to avoid any unexpected incidents. As they were nearing their destination, Ing Wuzong suddenly sensed something was off and caught a strong smell of blood. The scent of blood had just dispersed in the air. "Not good, something's wrong." Ing Wuzong was skilled in concealment and teleportation techniques. His movements were almost invisible. With a single stride, he crossed several dozen meters. His figure could blend into the surrounding environment, silent and stealthy. The nearby He Feng Lao Yao and Minggui Wang also immediately sensed something was wrong and quickened their pace. When they reached their destination, the scene before them shocked them. A large portion of the prisoners and guards they had brought from other levels had been released. Moreover, the guards stationed by the Tian Mo sect had all been killed, and even their captain, Tianlang, had vanished without a trace. Who did this? What audacity! He Feng Lao Yao flicked his sleeve, and the raging power of the black wind seemed capable of blocking out the sun. Minggui Wang held what appeared to be a mage's staff. He closed his eyes silently, as if he could sense the remnants of the battlefield left behind. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, his lips moving. They just left not long ago. They haven't gone far. The gazes of Ming Wang and He Feng Laoyao turned to Ying Wuzong simultaneously. Ying Wuzong was best at stealth and teleportation techniques. In terms of tracking enemies, both He Feng Laoyao and Ming Wang admired Ying Wuzong's skills immensely. His sharp eyes could capture traces that ordinary people could not. This was his innate talent, combined with years of practice. It was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ying Wuzong no longer hesitated for a moment. His keen eyes seemed like a pair of detectors, conducting a thorough scan of a large area around them. Soon, among some subtle traces, he seemed to discover a clue. Finally, Ying Wuzong pointed in a direction. They went that way. Ying Wuzong blinked his eyes and retracted that part of his ability. Immediately, the three exchanged glances, and the black-winged old demon flicked his sleeve, harnessing all the surrounding airflow. A gust of dark wind swept towards them, like a rapid ride on a tailwind. Let's go! With the aid of the wind, their speed reached an unprecedented peak. With the wind's support, even if they sprouted wings, they won't escape us three. The three had no trace of seriousness on their faces. Instead, they were grinning. If it were just one person trying to chase down the fleeing enemy, it would be quite difficult. But with three working together, the number of potential opponents was few. Qin Mo led Catherine and Song Jixian in the direction indicated by the celestial wolf. However, their speed was not fast, as they needed to search every possible exit. At this moment, the three had not yet noticed that the elders of the heavenly demon sect were quickly pursuing in that direction. It was only when they were about to arrive that Qin Mo sensed three extremely powerful auras, accompanied by a swirling gust of dark wind. Qin Mo immediately struck out with a palm, hitting the pitch-black gale. The black wind scattered in all directions, and the three people wrapped in the black wind slowly appeared before everyone. The three elders of the heavenly demon sect were grinning. It's you, isn't it? Daring to run wild on our heavenly demon sect's territory. You killed so many of our disciples. Your time to die has come. The black-winged old demon flicked the dust in his hand slightly, his sinister face looking particularly frightening, truly resembling an old monster. Meanwhile, the Ming Wang and Ying Wuzong beside him showed little expression, their faces dark, their gazes fixed firmly on Qin Mo and the others. If you want me dead, you might not be qualified. The three great elders of the heavenly demon sect found Qin Mo at an astonishing speed, not taking him seriously at all. Even though Qin Mo and Catherine exuded the aura of the celestial realm, they believed that even if Qin Mo and Catherine teamed up, and even with the addition of the Grand Master Song Jixian, they could not possibly be their match. The three eyed them hungrily, and with Qin Mo having killed so many disciples of the heavenly demon sect, the possibility of reconciliation was almost zero. The current situation could only be resolved through battle. Only by killing them or driving them away could Qin Mo alleviate the crisis. However, Qin Mo's confident demeanor particularly irked the black-winged old demon. Ignorant! Catherine glanced at the three elders and could feel the terrifying power radiating from them. They were significantly stronger than seasoned celestial realm experts like the celestial wolf, already at the peak of the celestial realm. Catherine stepped forward, standing beside Qin Mo. I'll help you. Qin Mo directly placed her behind him. You're not their match. Stay safely behind. Leave those three to me, Qin Mo said earnestly. Catherine bit her lip. Understanding her current strength, she realized that Qin Mo's words were not meant to belittle her. Even if she fought alongside Qin Mo, it might not yield good results. Instead, it could expose weaknesses that would distract Qin Mo and lead to a worse situation. Catherine silently nodded at Qin Mo and then took a few steps back. The feeling of being protected by Qin Mo didn't seem so bad after all. You must be careful. Ying Wuzong sneered, you overestimate yourselves. As his words fell, his body gradually blended into the surrounding shadows. I want to see if your skills are as tough as your words. The voice of Shadowless echoed around, yet it was impossible to determine his location based on the source of the sound. This was his ability. His figure vanished like a ghost in the night, silent and stealthy, not knowing when he would suddenly appear behind Qin Mo, delivering a silent and deadly blow to his enemy. The king of the underworld and the old demon of black wind both looked down on Qin Mo, believing that dealing with this ignorant child required only Shadowless alone. The entire situation became exceptionally quiet. Qin Mo stood still, aware that Shadowless would ambush him. Not just Qin Mo, everyone present knew. However, few knew when Shadowless would attack or from which direction. Several minutes passed, yet there was still no movement. Qin Mo silently closed his eyes. Is he planning to give up? Hiding in the shadows for a sneak attack relies on a single fatal strike. Once hit, the chance of survival is almost zero. However, the fact that the opponent sees Shadowless disappear into the shadows means he is nearby, and has yet to strike, creating immense pressure. With his eyes closed, it seems the psychological pressure has reached its peak. The old demon of black wind and the king of the underworld exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged forth. Shadowless had already made his move. A cold, gleaming dagger flew towards the southwest direction of Chin Mo. He moved like a ghost, stealthily attacking Chin Mo. However, Chin Mo was already on guard. Even with his eyes closed, his body's senses were no longer what they used to be. With the Divine Illumination Sutra, he continuously purified his limbs and bones through power. His senses were now countless times stronger than before, coupled with the constant washing of innate strength. As long as the opponent made a move, Chin Mo could sense their presence. Even if they did not attack, with a little effort, Chin Mo could locate them. However, Chin Mo had not made a move for so long, pretending not to find Shadowless's trace, all to force him to reveal a flaw. Chin Mo turned his body, and the dragon-slaying blade erupted with a fierce attack, accurately slicing through the path of Shadowless's assault. His figure was revealed. Shadowless showed a look of surprise, not expecting Chin Mo to be so sharp as to block his sneak attack. However, Chin Mo's second strike followed closely. Forced to reveal himself, Shadowless was now in a defensive posture, showing a flaw. Chin Mo summoned his powerful strength, gripping the blade with both hands, and struck down with overwhelming force. Shadowless felt a great threat. He excelled in stealth and assassination. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for the king of the underworld and the old demon of Black Wind. Faced with such a fierce strike from Chin Mo, he had no way to evade or escape. He could only choose to defend. He wielded all the true energy within his body to block in front of him. Bang! A loud sound echoed. Shadowless was sent flying dozens of meters away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Shadowless appeared to be unharmed, but this strike had damaged his lungs, leaving him severely injured and without the strength to fight. If the three of them were to attack together, Chin Mo would find it quite troublesome. But if he could severely injure one, he would not fear facing the other two. The pupils of the old demon of Black Wind and the king of the underworld constricted, as if they had discovered something special and peculiar about Chin Mo. Coupled with the power of Chin Mo's previous strike, it was not at all weaker than theirs. They immediately began to take Chin Mo seriously. The old demon of Black Wind and the king of the underworld exchanged a glance, not daring to show any signs of slackness. Let's attack together. The two struck simultaneously. The old demon of Black Wind roared, wildly swinging the dust in his hand. A demonic wind rose, carrying the dark soil from the ground, forming a gust of black wind. On the other side, the king of the underworld seemed to hold a staff resembling that of a sorcerer. Although it looked like a withered vine, as he murmured incantations, he stomped the staff onto the ground. This summoned a multitude of ghosts, floating in the air, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, numbering in the tens of thousands. The black wind howled, and the ghosts surged like the wailing demons of hell, all rushing towards Chin Mo. Chin Mo's expression remained calm, the dragon-slaying blade in his hand slightly tilted. The wind rose and clouds surged, the blade cleaved the heavens. Chin Mo let out a low chant, the roar of the dragon-slaying blade deafening. The sword technique simplified complexity into simplicity. With a single slash, the fierce blade light seemed capable of slicing through the entire world. This was Chin Mo's profound understanding of the countless martial arts he had observed in the Hall of War Gods, as well as his ultimate control over power. The old demon of the Black Wind merely sneered, thinking he could easily deflect this simple attack. However, he did not anticipate that the blade's aura carried an unmatched force, closing in instantly. He hurriedly summoned the Black Wind, intending to form a barrier. Yet, the blade light was able to ignore the wind wall, cutting straight through and striking his shield. The deafening roar echoed as the old demon of the Black Wind was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The Black Wind and ghosts charging towards Chin Mo turned to nothing the moment they came into contact with the blade light. Seeing the situation turn dire, the king of the underworld waved his hand, causing countless phantoms to lurk underground, forming ropes that could bind others, attempting to control Chin Mo first. But relying on the residual power of that previous strike, Chin Mo moved like a fish, effortlessly weaving through. The ghosts on the ground could not touch him in the slightest. In the next moment, the light of Chin Mo's blade burst forth again. The king of the underworld was taken aback. His ghostly chains had never encountered such a powerful attack. For a moment, he was thrown into disarray. Boom! The powerful king of the underworld was also sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Sitting atop a high platform, she possessed a stunning beauty, yet exuded an inviolable kingly aura. She was Feng Huayu, the leader of the celestial demon sect. Feng Huayu closed her eyes tightly, seemingly immersed in her cultivation, as the air around her changed in strange ways with the fluctuations of her practice. At that moment, Feng Huayu slightly furrowed her brow, and her tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Those eyes seemed like two brilliant rivers of stars, cutting through the night sky, containing a hint of subtle confusion and curiosity. What's going on? That's the aura of the three elders. Feng Huayu bit her lip, her powerful perception radiating outwards. She could sense the intense battle fluctuations coming from afar. Such unique momentum only arose when strong opponents clashed, a force that even Feng Huayu could not ignore. Moreover, the power contained within the aura felt particularly familiar. If Feng Huayu was not mistaken, it was indeed the three elders she had dispatched, Ing Wuzong, the old demon of the Black Wind, and the king of the underworld. Logically, these three were high-ranking elders within the celestial demon sect, each with unique strength. Normally, no one could match them unless the ruler of the highest city of Shura Island intervened. Otherwise, with all three elders together, who could possibly be their opponent? However, the fact that they were forced to act simultaneously suggested that they were struggling against the enemy. The blade aura unleashed by the opponent was unparalleled. Considering this, it seemed the situation had already gone awry. It looks like I need to go in person. Feng Huayu's voice was ethereal, echoing in the surrounding area as she silently stood up, her movements graceful yet dignified. Her black hair flowed with her, and her sect leader's robe was particularly solemn and serious, evoking an involuntary sense of respect. The followers of the heavenly demon sect do not even dare to look at the sect leader. Whenever they encounter him, they immediately lower their heads, their hearts trembling with fear at all times. Dare to stir up trouble within the territory of my heavenly demon sect. I want to see just how much courage you have. Feng Huayu Lianhua moved, his figure barely visible, leaving only a faint afterimage. With a gentle leap, he resembled a great rock, effortlessly hovering in the air without limits. In just a few moments, he had crossed countless high mountains. The three elders of the heavenly demon sect were all defeated by Qin Mo. Immediately afterward, Qin Mo captured all three of those who had been thrown out. The three highly respected elders of the heavenly demon sect were now surrounded by three nameless individuals, Qin Mo, Catherine, and Song Jixian. Or rather, the only one with any reputation was Catherine. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Looking at Qin Mo, they could not comprehend when such a powerful figure had emerged from Shura Island. They were completely unaware. Clearly, they were all in the celestial realm, yet the opponent's strength could crush them. The dragon-slaying blade in his hand possessed the power to sever heaven and earth. What do you want? The Black Wind Old Demon was the first to speak. Who are you? And why are you opposing our heavenly demon sect? Catherine's expression was serious as she slowly crouched down, her gaze piercing into the Black Wind Old Demon. I want to ask you, heavenly demon sect, she said, why are you creating such a large device and trying to resurrect the Black Dragon? Upon hearing Catherine's question, the three elders suddenly fell silent. Go on, I want to hear it. What benefits do you gain from resurrecting the Black Dragon? After a moment of silence, the king of the underworld met Catherine's gaze. We are merely following orders from above. The sect leader tells us what to do, and we do it. The other two elders nodded in agreement. Originally, the heavenly demon sect could only be considered a small faction on Shura Island, not a powerful sect at all. But ever since the new sect leader took office, he has made sweeping reforms, issuing many decrees and regulations. At the same time, he often gives commands and takes actions that are hard to comprehend. Initially, some elders within the sect opposed him, but facts proved that the sect leader's actions were all correct. Ing Wuzong swallowed hard and continued, since then, the followers and elders of the heavenly demon sect have been bound to obey the sect leader's orders, no matter how absurd or unbelievable they may seem. We spare no effort to fulfill them, which has led to the current strength of our sect. Their words were filled with admiration and loyalty to their sect leader. Qin Mo could confirm from their eyes that they were not lying. They were merely acting according to the sect leader's orders. Catherine's expression turned troubled. Could it be that the Black Dragon had offered some benefits to the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, making them willing to serve him? But what kind of benefits could that be? Ordinary benefits probably wouldn't be enough to persuade the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect to help. Qin Mo, standing to the side, asked, what stage have you reached? Is the Black Dragon about to be resurrected? Upon hearing Qin Mo's question, Ing Wuzong shook his head. I don't know. Including myself, the other elders of the heavenly demon sect should also be unaware. Suddenly sensing the disbelief in Song Jixian and Catherine's gazes, Ing Wuzong quickly explained to the three before him. The three were weak, and he spoke the truth to avoid suffering. After all, they had struggled to reach this point and naturally did not wish to die here. The sect leader's actions have always been meticulous. In order to avoid the leak of the plan, no one can listen too much or ask too many questions. They can only follow the orders from above and complete their tasks without reservation. Even as elders of the heavenly demon sect for decades, we have no right to know the contents of the grand plan or its progress. Catherine sighed helplessly. They were utterly clueless. All the core secrets were almost entirely in the hands of the sect leader. Of course, to know the full scope of the plan, one would have to connect the events completed by each person, which could provide a chance to guess. But that would take too much time, and there was no way to manage it. These are all truths. The black-windowed demon locked eyes with Chin Mo. Although he had been severely injured by Chin Mo, he was still a seasoned powerhouse and could not show weakness in momentum. If we knew what you wanted to know, we would tell you, but after living this long, we also want to stay alive. If you don't want to give us a way out, then we can only fight to the death. Song Jixian sneered, with you like this, even if you were given another pair of hands and feet, you could never be a match for my brother Qin. Song Jixian looked down on them directly. The black-windowed demon shook his head. I truly am not a match for this young master. But when it comes to life and death, we have all reached the celestial realm and have already absorbed some of the world's power into our bodies. If we are pushed to the edge, we will detonate all the power within us, creating a vast explosion zone with great distance and power. The black-windowed demon turned his gaze to Catherine and Song Jixian. Perhaps this man can escape and will be severely injured, but you two have basically no chance of survival. Once the celestial realm is stabilized, one would attempt to integrate some of the world's power into their body. Their strength would surpass what it was before. This was not a threat, it was merely these three wanting to protect themselves. Of course, they did not wish to have a fish death net breaking situation with Chin Mo. Alright, Chin Mo nodded silently. I can let you go. But there's one last question. Where is the exit of the fifth layer? Don't say you don't know this. As elders of the Heavenly Demon sect, they had operated on Shura Island for many years. Others might not know, but they absolutely knew the exit of the fifth layer. If they claimed not to know this, it would be utterly ridiculous. Moreover, this exit was not some extraordinary secret. The three of them simultaneously informed Chin Mo of the exit's location. Good. Chin Mo gestured to Catherine and Song Jixian. Let's go. The exit was not far away, obscured by some stones. It was not difficult to find. The three of them ran at full speed, eager to leave the fifth layer as quickly as possible. However, just as they were about to reach the exit, Chin Mo sensed an extraordinary aura. It was unlike the ordinary celestial realm. That aura seemed to dominate the entire world, having transcended the realm of mortals. A land deity. A powerful presence surged from the horizon, like the calm before a storm, making everything around feel a chill. Chin Mo's figure paused slightly, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings. The aura was approaching rapidly and would arrive in no time. Speed up, Chin Mo shouted. Although Catherine and Song Jixian were also anxious to leave the fifth layer, there was no need to rush so much. What's wrong? Song Jixian had just opened her mouth to ask. In the next second, she too felt the unprecedented terrifying pressure. What a terrifying aura! Who is coming? Chin Mo bit his lip, his eyes darting left and right. The fifth layer was basically controlled by the Heavenly Demon sect. Suddenly coming here, it was highly likely that it was someone from the Heavenly Demon sect. The aura surrounding him was terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was likely the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Once he arrived here, it would become incredibly difficult for Chin Mo and the two women to escape. The three of them simultaneously sensed a tremendous crisis and accelerated madly. Arriving at the exit a moment earlier meant an extra chance of survival. However, no matter how fast they went, they were still a step too slow. A powerful wave of energy surged toward them, completely halting Chin Mo, Catherine, and Song Jixian in their tracks. This force was like a massive wall, forcing them to slow down, otherwise, they would surely crash into it and be severely injured. The three were forced to stop. In the next moment, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect slowly floated down from the air. It was as if he truly had a pair of wings, able to hover and descend freely. Dressed in magnificent robes, the leader's attire fluttered slightly in the air, each fold containing terrifying power. When he landed on the ground, his toes lightly touched the surface, his movements elegant and composed. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed on the three of them. So it's you causing trouble? The voice of Feng Huayu was like a needle, piercing directly through the body. A terrifying pressure descended. Except for Chin Mo, both Song Jixian and Catherine bore immense pressure, summoning all their strength to resist. This was the pressure of a land immortal. Chin Mo's gaze was fixed. Feng Huayu before him was indeed a land immortal. He had always thought the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect was a very powerful being. However, the person before him was indeed powerful, but he never expected her to be a woman. Moreover, she was a woman of such stunning beauty. Every movement she made exuded her overwhelming dominance. Those enchanting eyes were not merely seductive, they held a fierce potential to take lives at any moment. You used the prisoners and the guards to try to resurrect the Black Dragon. The consequences of this, even you cannot bear. Catherine shouted loudly. Feng Huayu let out a cold laugh, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then her expression changed abruptly, a sign before the kill. You know quite a bit, but when it comes to my affairs, it's not up to you outsiders to meddle. Saying this, Feng Huayu lightly tapped her fingers, and a world-destroying force surged directly toward Qin Mo and the others. Qin Mo immediately pushed Catherine and Song Jixian away. Run! The exit was within reach. The two dared not cause any trouble for Qin Mo and hurried toward the exit. Qin Mo summoned all his strength to resist the pressure Feng Huayu exerted in this area. At the same time, the black dragon blade in his hand unleashed hundreds of strikes in just a few seconds. Only then did he manage to fend off the attack. Following that, using the terrifying shockwave, he quickly turned and reached the exit. Just as Qin Mo was about to enter, Feng Huayu's sharp gaze had already noticed his intention. Her body slowly floated into the air, raising one hand, the movement containing the power to slice through heaven and earth. Falling star! With that, Feng Huayu's palm swung out. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth was completely mobilized by her. Even with Qin Mo's celestial realm cultivation, the power of heaven and earth within him was temporarily beyond his control. The powerful palm force fell like a meteor from the sky, crashing toward Qin Mo's exit. The stone wall at the exit trembled violently under the fierce palm force. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the solid rock was torn apart like paper, the exit collapsing and debris flying everywhere. The exit was directly destroyed, and as the three dodged, they were swept away by the powerful airflow, tumbling down into an unknown direction below. The three continued to fall, surrounded by constantly spinning fragments and swirling dust, making this moment feel as if time had slowed down. Just as they were about to crash down heavily, a soft light suddenly illuminated the space. Qin Mo's gaze froze. It was a memory bubble. It resembled a cloud in the air, possessing a strange stickiness and cushioning effect. It caught the three people who were falling. The touch of the memory bubble felt peculiar, able to absorb all the impact and envelop the three within. However, the positions from which they fell were different, and thus their final entry points were also different. Feng Huayu, standing outside, moved at a steady pace, methodically walking towards the locked target. What kind of cultivation did Feng Huayu possess? Her physical features had been refined to the utmost. Her ability to capture was unparalleled. Even the most minute changes around her could not escape her keen perception. As the exit was breached, the three were flung out and fell into the memory bubble. However, escaping from Feng Huayu's grasp was utterly impossible. Offending the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Feng Huayu, meant that mere survival was a tremendous luxury. The memory bubble slowly descended and landed right in front of Feng Huayu. Having reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal, the vast majority of memory bubbles posed no threat to her at all. She slowly raised her delicate fingers, gently touching the edge of the memory bubble with her index finger. Feng Huayu could sense the general content within her bubble. After confirming it was accurate, she shifted her feet and stepped into the memory bubble. Let's see where you can run. The memory bubble was large, and as Feng Huayu entered, her powerful perception spread outwards. Yet, even with her terrestrial immortal cultivation, she could not encompass the entirety of the memory bubble's area. The content of this memory bubble was simply too vast. She did not sense a single trace of a person. What luck, Feng Huayu mused, her brows furrowing slightly as she stepped forward. The reason she said they were lucky was that the memory bubble they had fallen into was sufficiently large. If it had been a smaller memory bubble, a single thought from Feng Huayu could have allowed her to search every corner of it. Even if Qin Mo had hidden, he would have been unable to escape her scrutiny. Yet, this memory bubble was large enough to limit her search. She could only expend some effort to actively pursue. After moving in a certain direction for a while, she remarked, "Strange. Why haven't I found any traces of them?" A hint of confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. She continued searching for a while longer but still found no sign of them. Not even the lingering scent in the air or footprints were detected. Was this memory bubble too vast, or had they already escaped and hidden away? This left Feng Huayu somewhat perplexed. While she was still contemplating, the presence of an unexpected guest intruded into her domain. The previously furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Someone was coming. Feng Huayu darted forward. Catherine was still observing her surroundings, moving forward bit by bit, always alert for any danger. She was unaware that Feng Huayu had entered the memory bubble to search for her. Since entering this memory bubble, Catherine had separated from her companions. Now, she was also looking for an exit from the bubble, hoping to encounter Qin Mo and Song Jixian. Catherine's perception range was far inferior to Feng Huayu's. Therefore, Feng Huayu could sense Catherine's presence, while Catherine could not perceive Feng Huayu at all. Feng Huayu approached silently until she was right behind her. Suddenly, a hand patted Catherine's shoulder. Catherine felt a breath that made her almost unable to move. A thought was necessary to regain her senses. It was Feng Huayu. Catherine exerted all her strength and struck out fiercely. However, how could Catherine's speed possibly surpass Feng Huayu's? One hand locked onto Catherine's wrist, while the other directly sealed her acupoint. The speed of the movement left Catherine with almost no time to react. Immediately after, Feng Huayu stood in front of Catherine. Warden. Feng Huayu did not pass by Catherine. However, he was still familiar with the various wardens of Shura Island. Catherine's gaze was fixed on Feng Huayu before her. She struggled continuously, trying to release the power within her. But at that moment, Catherine was like the Monkey King pressed under the five-finger mountain by the Buddha. The power within her was temporarily sealed by an extremely strong restriction. No matter how hard she tried, she could not use any of her strength. Don't waste your effort. With your current strength, you can't break the seal I've placed on you, Feng Huayu said lightly, but his tone carried an undeniable dominance. Catherine, not willing to accept defeat, tried a few more times, but still had no effect. She chose to give up. Just stay here. Wait for me to find the other two, and then I'll let you die together. With her cultivation sealed, Catherine could only move around like an ordinary person. As a result, when Feng Huayu left, he placed another force around her, surrounding her from all sides, allowing her to move only within a very small area. If she tried to charge forward, she would be bounced back by a force as solid as a wall. Catherine was trapped. Feng Huayu slowly left, continuing to search for Qin Mo and Song Jixian. However, this time Feng Huayu was not successful. After searching for a while, he had almost scoured a large area of the memory bubble. Yet, he still found no trace of Qin Mo. Could it be that he has already escaped the memory bubble? Feng Huayu pursed his lips. Qin Mo was indeed somewhat special. Even the three elders of the heavenly demon sect could not subdue him. If he had not personally intervened, almost no one could hold him down. If he had not been seriously injured, the possibility of him escaping was still quite high. Having escaped, even as the leader of the heavenly demon sect, it would be quite troublesome to bring him back without any trace. Feng Huayu returned to the place where he had imprisoned Catherine. At first, Catherine was a bit worried. Looking at Feng Huayu's expressionless face, and seeing that there was no blood on his hands and he had not used much true energy, she could conclude that Feng Huayu had not found Qin Mo. This made Catherine breathe a sigh of relief. She even felt a bit fortunate. Truly, Qin Mo was someone she knew well. Feng Huayu was somewhat frustrated, wondering why Qin Mo could escape his tracking. As he returned, he happened to glance at Catherine. Instead, the subtle expression on Catherine's face was caught by Feng Huayu's eyes. In an instant, Feng Huayu appeared in front of Catherine. His gaze pierced through her, filled with the ferocity of someone who had killed thousands. You seem quite happy. Feng Huayu sneered coldly. The two of them have escaped, but you are still here. As he spoke, Feng Huayu directly punched Catherine in the abdomen. Of course, Feng Huayu was precise with every ounce of his strength, ensuring that he would not kill Catherine. However, Catherine immediately clutched her stomach in pain, bending over as sweat poured down her forehead like raindrops from the sky. This punch was so painful that it made Catherine's nerves feel numb. They have already left. When the time comes, just report the situation here. The other wardens will intervene directly, and then your heavenly demon sect, including you, will be doomed. Catherine had already put her life and death aside. Even when facing the possibility of being killed at any moment, she showed no sign of fear. To avoid feeling inferior, Catherine still struggled to straighten her back, calmly facing death. You do have quite a stubborn temper. Feng Huayu lightly touched her ear, seemingly lost in thought. You, a warden of Shura Island, are actually getting involved with a prisoner. It's really quite interesting. Feng Huayu spoke with a hint of meaning. Catherine retorted, what happens between him and me is not for you to comment on. This made Feng Huayu find it even more interesting. It seems your relationship is quite extraordinary. Could it be? Feng Huayu smiled knowingly. You know, if he knew you were in my hands, would he come to rescue you at all costs? Feng Huayu reached out and touched Catherine's smooth face, finding it quite intriguing. Then he laughed heartily, lifting Catherine and leaving the memory bubble. What do you want? Catherine asked fiercely. Feng Huayu casually threw Catherine to the ground. She stumbled forward 2 steps before falling. What are you doing? Feng Huayu scoffed. Now there's an opportunity in front of you. It's up to you to seize it or not. Feng Huayu stepped forward to stand directly in front of Catherine, then slowly squatted down, teasingly saying, there are plenty of men around, but this one has already touched my bad luck, so I must kill him. How about we put on a show of self-harm to lure him out? If you do, I'll spare your life. Catherine was somewhat good-looking, very handsome. Even a woman like Feng Huayu couldn't help but be tempted to touch Catherine, especially with the magnificent peaks before her. Feng Huayu felt envious. Impossible. Upon hearing Feng Huayu's despicable plan, Catherine immediately refused. Her attitude was firm, resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. So resolute? Feng Huayu chuckled, it seems the feelings between you two are indeed quite deep. Listening to Feng Huayu's random speculation, Catherine made no rebuttal, because at this moment, saying anything was meaningless. Catherine was not the kind of person to betray others. Moreover, Qin Mo had done her a favor. Watching Catherine's temper, although it particularly suited Feng Huayu's taste, she still wanted to find Qin Mo and kill him herself. Since you are so unyielding, then it must be done my way. With a wave of her hand, Feng Huayu summoned the followers of the heavenly demon sect to her side. Take her down for punishment, let her know what it feels like to be stubborn. With her cultivation sealed, Catherine was like an ordinary person, easily restrained by others. Just as she was about to be taken away, Feng Huayu added, keep her alive, don't kill her. After Catherine was taken away, Feng Huayu had the followers spread the word. Catherine was in her hands. If Qin Mo wanted Catherine to live, he would have to come out and face death willingly. Everything was arranged. After Catherine was severely tortured, she was brought back before Feng Huayu, looking extremely disheveled. Catherine was no longer the same as before. Her body bore wounds from various places, and her clothes were particularly wrinkled and worn. There were also numerous bloodstains, and she exuded exhaustion, yet when she met Catherine's gaze, she could still sense the steadfastness and resilience within her. Feng Huayu stepped forward slowly, coming to stand before Catherine. The bones are still hardening. Catherine charged forward, wishing she could bite off a piece of Feng Huayu's flesh, but her movements were simply too slow. Feng Huayu sidestepped easily, and Catherine ended up tumbling to the ground. Just kill me already. If you have the guts, kill me. Using me to threaten others, what kind of hero does that make you? Can someone like you even be called a leader? Catherine deliberately provoked Feng Huayu, because Catherine was uncertain whether Qin Mo would come. Qin Mo had always wanted to have a child with her. One thing was certain, Qin Mo was indeed interested in her body. However, Qin Mo had saved Catherine from peril multiple times. Without him, Catherine might have already turned into a pile of bones by now. The relationship between the two was particularly delicate. Catherine couldn't quite articulate it. She hoped Qin Mo would come, as it would prove their feelings for each other. Yet she also didn't want him to come, as it would put him in grave danger. Thus, she intentionally sought to provoke Feng Huayu, hoping she would just kill her and be done with it, sparing others the trouble. But how could Feng Huayu allow that? She merely patted Catherine's cheek lightly. No matter what, you are still the warden of Shura Island. After all, with that title, killing you would bring me a lot of trouble for this heavenly demon sect. Do you know that? Don't worry, I will spare your life. But if that man dares to show up, I will definitely not hold back. Feng Huayu waved her hand, instructing the others to leave. Treat her well. Catherine felt puzzled. However, in the following time, she was indeed not tortured. On the contrary, the other members of the heavenly demon sect treated her with great respect. They even provided Catherine with her own space. Catherine could only silently pray in her heart that Qin Mo would not come. Catherine rested for a day. When she did not see Qin Mo arrive, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. Stepping out of her quarters, Catherine wanted to take a walk outside. She was stopped by the heavenly demon sect members standing at the door. You can't go out. 2 members of the heavenly demon sect, following orders, strictly prohibited Catherine from leaving. It's stuffy staying in here, I want to go out for a walk. Catherine placed her hands on her hips, feeling quite displeased at being restricted in her freedom. I'm really sorry, but without the leader's orders, you cannot leave. Please don't make it difficult for us. The 2 members showed no intention of letting her pass. With her powers sealed, Catherine couldn't fight them or escape. For a moment, she found herself in a standoff with the 2 members. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from afar. Let her walk around nearby. Just have someone follow her. A light, airy voice floated over. It was Feng Huayu's voice. In the next second, Feng Huayu appeared beside Catherine, raising an eyebrow. Catherine had a bad feeling. Why did it seem like Feng Huayu's gaze towards her was a bit strange? Could it be that she liked women, and liked a striking woman like Catherine? Catherine quickly averted her gaze. You 2 follow her. Just don't go too far. Yes. The 2 members complied. There was no hope of escape. Catherine was clear on that point. Even if she went out for a walk, her every move was under Feng Huayu's watchful eye. Whenever there was any unusual behavior, Feng Huayu would act immediately. Catherine, feeling simply downcast, just wanted to take a walk in the nearby area, nothing more. She walked straight out, and the 2 followers beside her immediately followed. Feng Huayu chuckled lightly. Let's see what tricks you can't play. Catherine aimlessly wandered around the area, walking back and forth. After a while, she decided to head back, taking the necessary path. Suddenly, she spotted a special test tube containing liquid. Out of curiosity, Catherine bent down, picked it up, and started walking back. Just as she entered the door, she heard a voice from inside. What did you pick up? Catherine looked at the brand new test tube filled with liquid. Curious, she had picked it up. She hadn't opened it to see what was inside yet, planning to check it out later. As soon as she stepped inside, the all-knowing Feng Huayu was already aware. Her voice floated in lightly. Her figure shot out like a streak of gray-black lightning. Before Catherine could react, Feng Huayu snatched the test tube from her hand. I just happened to see it on the way. I just picked it up to take a look, Catherine said nonchalantly, as if there was nothing to hide. Feng Huayu's gaze scrutinized Catherine while she explored this strange world. How could this test tube suddenly appear? How did Catherine happen to find it? Feng Huayu didn't believe in coincidences. It was good luck that Catherine discovered it, but there must be some underlying connection. Feng Huayu slowly opened the test tube. She had no idea what was inside. Bringing it to her nose, she took a gentle sniff. In an instant, a pungent odor lingered in her nostrils. Ugh! Even someone as skilled as Feng Huayu almost couldn't hold back, quickly pulling the test tube away. Her eyes glared fiercely at Catherine. Catherine was puzzled by Feng Huayu's reaction. What's in there that warrants such a reaction? Catherine thought Feng Huayu was overreacting. However, Feng Huayu's eyes kept flickering. Initially, she suspected that Catherine, after being tormented by her, was deliberately trying to play a trick on her, pretending to have found it by accident. Given Feng Huayu's naturally suspicious nature, she would definitely snatch the test tube to take a look. This could also serve to disgust Feng Huayu, but at that moment, looking at Catherine, she found no abnormalities. She didn't see any schadenfreude in Catherine's eyes. Catherine still looked bewildered, thinking Feng Huayu was making a fuss over nothing. Could it be that Feng Huayu was mistaken, and even she didn't know what was in the test tube? Then, Catherine snatched the test tube from Feng Huayu's hand. She took a gentle sniff. Ugh, Catherine almost vomited. Who is so outrageous? I want to chop him into meat paste, Catherine said indignantly. She cast a slight glance at the now calm Feng Huayu. The two exchanged glances, then turned their eyes away. The test tube contained nothing other than a man's bodily fluid. Catherine's finding was not intentional but rather an accidental act. Both frowned slightly, thinking in unison. This must be some man's deliberate prank, just to disgust others. Let's throw this away. Feng Huayu snatched the test tube from Catherine's hand and threw it harshly. The test tube hit the ground, producing a crisp sound, and then shattered into pieces. Such things, once lost, are just lost. Neither of them mentioned it again. Days passed like this. The next day, Catherine, as usual, wanted to go out for a walk. No one stopped her. Two cultists from the demon sect followed Catherine slowly as she turned around. On the way back, Song Jixian unexpectedly saw a test tube at the same spot as before. This test tube hadn't been there yesterday. It appeared today, and it was right on her usual path. Catherine looked around. There was no one else. But who had placed this thing here, and what was their purpose? Suddenly, Catherine seemed to think of something. The one capable of doing such a thing was likely Qin Mo. Catherine crouched down and slowly picked up the test tube from the ground, her mind drifting into a memory. Back when she was at odds with Qin Mo, she had captured his woman. It seemed that something similar had happened then. However, at that time, Qin Mo's strength had suddenly surged. If she wasn't mistaken, it was Qin Mo who had made his woman pregnant, causing his power to increase, which had led to her defeat. Now it seemed that the test tube belonged to Qin Mo. It was very likely left for her. After all, Feng Huayu's strength was simply too formidable. Even Qin Mo couldn't defeat her. The only way was for her to also become pregnant with Qin Mo's child. This might elevate Qin Mo's cultivation, and perhaps there would be a turning point. But Catherine still hesitated. What if she was wrong, and the contents weren't Qin Mo's? What if she ended up pregnant with someone else's child? What would her relationship with Qin Mo be then? Catherine's thoughts were in disarray, and she couldn't sort them out. She could only return first. Just as she got back to the door, she bumped into Feng Huayu. Feng Huayu saw the test tube in Catherine's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that the other party had some perverse hobby? It's better to just throw this away. It offends my eyes. Before Catherine could respond, Feng Huayu snatched the test tube from her hand and threw it hard. It fell heavily to the ground and shattered into pieces. Catherine remained expressionless, ignoring Feng Huayu, and walked straight back to her room. She stayed in the cupboard of her room, thinking for a long time. She didn't know what Qin Mo was going through. Now that she had fallen into Feng Huayu's hands, Qin Mo must be anxious. But he couldn't defeat Feng Huayu. Currently, he was hiding everywhere. If he was discovered by the cultists of the demon sect, he would undoubtedly die when Feng Huayu rushed over. Leaving the test tube on her usual path was clearly intentional. Catherine bit her lip tightly, lying on the bed, tossing and turning for a long time, as if she had made a certain decision. Qin Mo had saved her so many times. What would it matter if she helped him once? If she could find the test tube on the road tomorrow, she would definitely give it a try. What if Feng Huayu really resurrected the Black Dragon? The consequences would be unimaginable. Determined, Catherine quietly spent the day. On the third day, Catherine, as usual, went out for a walk, and sure enough, she found the test tube again on her usual path. It must have been intentional by Qin Mo. This time, Catherine was clever. She hid the test tube directly on her person. When she interacted with Feng Huayu, she didn't reveal any flaws, and when she returned to her room, Catherine went to the bathroom to begin her first attempt. The following days were the same. At first, Feng Huayu didn't notice Catherine's strange behavior of constantly picking up the test tubes from the ground. He really thought someone was playing a prank, but seeing Catherine still picking them up made Feng Huayu suspicious. You are not allowed to pick up things in the future. At first, Feng Huayu did not pay attention to this point. Catherine tried every day. However, after Feng Huayu discovered it, he explicitly ordered Catherine not to pick up things randomly. Catherine could no longer brazenly pick things up again. Otherwise, it would only deepen the other person's suspicion. She could only secretly pick things up when Feng Huayu was not around. If he was present, Catherine resolutely would not pick anything up. Days passed like this. Catherine touched her belly, looking left and right. Finally, she realized she was pregnant. I'm pregnant. Catherine looked in the mirror. It was almost hard to imagine. She was really pregnant, with a child. The father of this child was still a prisoner. But Catherine did not regret it. Instead, she felt a bit of anticipation. After all, in her heart, she indeed had a special feeling for Qin Mo. Having Qin Mo's child, though it was an act of helplessness, seemed to also be a stroke of luck. She would definitely protect it well. And with her pregnancy, Qin Mo's cultivation would surely reach new heights. It wouldn't be long before Qin Mo would appear, right? Staying in the shadows, Qin Mo had been hiding during this time. Every day, he only delivered test tubes on Catherine's usual path. Until today, he heard the system's voice. Catherine is pregnant. Congratulations to the host for achieving the great perfection of the Earth Immortal, gaining the 8-9 Profound Art. A mysterious power rose within Qin Mo's body. The 8-9 Profound Art is a mythical cultivation technique. Back then, Yang Jian, who roamed the heavenly court, practiced this technique, moving with incredible agility and boundless wonders. If he could truly grasp the mysteries within the 8-9 Profound Art, he could walk freely between heaven and earth, with almost no one as his opponent. This was the terrifying aspect of the 8-9 Profound Art. Even Qin Mo was shocked. It was unexpectedly powerful. After operating the 8-9 Profound Art, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. Coupled with his improvement in cultivation, he was no longer the same as before. Even if he faced Feng Huayu, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Qin Mo would no longer flee in defeat. Song Jixian had already settled down. This time, Qin Mo would no longer hide himself. Instead, he would appear openly and boldly. As soon as he appeared, he was spotted by the disciples sent out by Feng Huayu. They looked at the portrait, then at Qin Mo, and after comparing the two, they instantly locked onto him. You are Qin Mo. The other person's voice trembled. They stared at the portrait for a long time. Finally, they confirmed that the person was indeed Qin Mo. You really have some guts. Everyone in the heavenly demon sect has received orders. Anyone who sees Qin Mo must report it immediately. Now, almost no one in the heavenly demon sect did not recognize Qin Mo. Yet, they did not expect that Qin Mo would dare to appear openly. Someone quickly went to report. Qin Mo was unafraid, standing here without restraint. It wouldn't be long before Feng Huayu would actively appear before Qin Mo, saving him the trouble of looking for her. Some people were eager to try. It was said that as long as they could capture Qin Mo, they would immediately gain the position of elder in the heavenly demon sect. Once they became an elder, they would be one person below the leader and above 10,000 others, sitting on equal footing with other elders, their status incomparable. Although some rushed over, trying to capture Qin Mo to present to the leader, they were seeking their own death. It was no wonder Qin Mo reacted. He simply stepped on the ground. A destructive aura, centered around Qin Mo, spread out. Before the others could even reach Qin Mo, they were engulfed by the tsunami-like momentum. They were sent flying dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs shattered. He struggled to stand up, but the next second, he fell again. With Qin Mo's first move, he once again stunned this group of people. No wonder the leader would spare no effort in issuing the highest bounty. They did not dare to act, only able to watch Qin Mo from a distance. Of course, if Qin Mo really wanted to kill them, it would be just a matter of thought, but there was no need. As long as they captured Feng Huayu, it would be equivalent to capturing the entire heavenly demon sect. Killing them would only be a waste of time. You all hurry and report. Don't waste my time, Qin Mo said coldly. Several people, armed with various weapons, turned to the others behind them. Quickly go tell the leader. Urgent, speed it up. The news quickly reached Feng Huayu. At that moment, Feng Huayu was with Catherine. Just then, a subordinate came to report to the leader. We have found Qin Mo's trace. The originally calm Feng Huayu's brows slightly relaxed. A look of joy appeared on his face. His gaze couldn't help but glance at Catherine beside him. Very good, there will be heavy rewards. Feng Huayu waved his hand, placing one on Catherine's shoulder. Your little lover has finally appeared. But it's all quite strange. Instead of coming to find you immediately and figuring out a way to take you away, my subordinates found his trace first. What does this want to do? Feng Huayu blinked. Could it be that he wants to lure me away? After drawing himself away, he would send others to take Catherine away. Such childish tricks. Feng Huayu had long been able to see through them. Catherine's expression was calm, a bit excited, yet somewhat nervous. She should be pregnant. But she didn't know if Qin Mo's strength had really improved, and by how much. Whether he could deal with Feng Huayu. If he couldn't, being discovered like this would mean there was no way out. Why not come with me for a while? Let's go see your little lover. If you beg for mercy, I might just spare him. At that time, I can leave him a whole corpse, and you can collect his body, not forgetting the deep feelings between you. What do you say? Catherine did not answer. However, she was now just a prisoner. Feng Huayu waved his hand, and immediately several disciples of the heavenly demon sect flew over from both sides, standing behind Catherine. Take her with me. Let's go have a look. Regardless of whether Catherine agreed or not. After all, Catherine was now an ordinary person with her cultivation sealed. She was directly lifted and taken away. Feng Huayu's speed was fast, and in just a few breaths, they had already flown a considerable distance. Before long, they arrived at Qin Mo's location, slowly descending, instantly locking onto Qin Mo's aura. It really was Qin Mo. Moreover, Qin Mo showed no intention of escaping, as if he had deliberately appeared. Standing there, completely still, as if waiting for something? Could it be waiting for him? Feng Huayu appeared. Qin Mo felt no seriousness or difficulty. Instead, a light smile appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Feng Huayu said coldly. The last time he let him escape was just luck. This time, he wouldn't be so lucky. You finally came. Qin Mo smiled meaningfully. You will soon know what I am laughing at. Looking at Feng Huayu's devilish figure, which was completely unrelated to Catherine, Qin Mo stared openly, unable to help but swallow hard. Feng Huayu was particularly angry. I don't need to know, but you are about to die. Watching Qin Mo's calm demeanor made Feng Huayu extremely displeased. Even if Qin Mo had some adventures in these past few days, Feng Huayu did not believe he was his opponent. Die! Feng Huayu stood in front of Qin Mo, surrounded by a fierce aura. Those deep-set eyes, after having killed countless people, had honed an unparalleled decisiveness. Qin Mo had disrupted his own plans. He had to be killed. Feng Huayu raised his hands. The air around him was drawn in by his power, forming sharp blades of wind. They spun rapidly on either side of him. As he swung his hands again, the wind blades shot directly towards Qin Mo. Extreme wind blade. Feng Huayu's technique was quite peculiar. However, what was even more terrifying was the power contained within it. He casually uttered a few words, yet they carried an absolute deterrent force that could put someone to death. Facing the overwhelming wind blades, Qin Mo remained unperturbed. If it had been a few days ago, he would have likely cowered and fled, hiding in shame. But today was different. With Catherine's timely assistance, even if Feng Huayu's strength had increased a bit, he would not be a match for him. Moreover, with the mythical level support of the 8-9 profound arts, Qin Mo found it easy to deal with Feng Huayu. A slight, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The attack launched from across was nothing more than a trivial game to Qin Mo. Master Feng, Qin Mo called out warmly. It's only been a few days since we last met, and your little tricks are hardly worth my attention. Do you have any new moves? Bring them all on. Before his words had even settled, Qin Mo's figure darted swiftly, like a ghost weaving through the wind blades, dodging each one perfectly. Occasionally, he would casually flick a few wind blades, redirecting them to spiral back towards Feng Huayu. A look of surprise flashed in Feng Huayu's eyes, but his anger only intensified. Instead, he escalated his assault. One hand raised to the sky, he directly lifted the pure white clouds, forming waves of dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, as if ready to strike at any moment. However, Qin Mo seemed unwilling to give Feng Huayu that opportunity. He leaped, using the wind blade from earlier, grasping it in his hand. Instead, he hurled it towards the sky. The wind blade spun at an incredibly high speed, directly slicing through the dark cloud, splitting it in two. A bright light reappeared in the sky. After completing this, Qin Mo elegantly clapped his hands. His demeanor was as casual as if he were strolling in his own backyard, as if he had just done something utterly ordinary. Then, Qin Mo slowly said, I underestimated you, your strength is indeed impressive, but it's still a bit lacking to deal with me. Was there a hint of teasing in Qin Mo's words? He flashed in front of Feng Huayu, extending a finger and gently gliding it past Feng Huayu without actually touching him. Feng Huayu felt something tugging lightly at his heart, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. For the first time, his gaze showed clear signs of wavering. A slight daze appeared in his mind. You, what have you done to me? Feng Huayu's voice was incredulous. For the first time since his rise to fame, he had never found himself in such a passive situation during a battle. Just days ago, he had easily crushed Qin Mo, yet now he felt as if he were crushing himself. It was terrifying. In response to this inquiry, Qin Mo smiled without answering, merely striking a casual pose, as if to showcase his nonchalance. What exactly did you do? Feng Huayu had no idea what Qin Mo had done, but he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he were being restricted at every turn. Don't worry, Qin Mo chuckled lightly. It's just a few little tricks. In fact, Qin Mo had just used a special spell from the 8-9 Profound Arts. Without directly harming the opponent, he manipulated her psychology and the fluctuations of her aura. He directly affected Feng Huayu, causing her mind to be greatly disturbed. This made it so that his strength could not be constrained at all. Damn it! Feng Huayu thought to herself, contemplating whether to change her tactics to deal with Qin Mo. However, Qin Mo did not share Feng Huayu's thoughts. He stopped his movements instead. The corners of his mouth became even more pronounced as he pointed at Feng Huayu. Qin Mo enjoyed the feeling of controlling Feng Huayu. He slowly walked towards her, his steps light, as if testing her psychological defenses. With a step forward, Feng Huayu couldn't help but take a step back, afraid to stay too close to Qin Mo, fearing some danger. Oh, the great leader of the Winds sect. Why are you so nervous? You are the dignified leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, the backbone of all the disciples present. Are you afraid I will bully you? Qin Mo's eyes glimmered with a hint of golden light as he deliberately slowed his pace. Once he got close to Feng Huayu, he gently raised his right hand, as if wanting to touch her cheek. Just as he was about to make contact, he quickly withdrew his hand, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Feng Huayu wanted to dodge but felt no further movement from Qin Mo. Anger and shyness flashed in her eyes, but more than that, it was a sense of frustration. Feng Huayu bit her lip, not expecting Qin Mo to be so formidable. What kind of strange encounter had he experienced? Feng Huayu tried to mobilize her abilities but found a vague power within her body, like an invisible silkworm cocoon, making it difficult for her to exert herself. Qin Mo continued to approach. Don't come any closer, Feng Huayu shouted. Her voice carried a warning, but it sounded more like a plea. This situation was far too passive. The people nearby scratched their heads, watching Qin Mo and Feng Huayu. The two seemed to be performing on a stage, one advancing and the other retreating, creating a very awkward atmosphere. However, in the face of Feng Huayu's shout, Qin Mo was unfazed. This only indicated her incompetence. The opponent was already out of options. She had lost her composure. Qin Mo's boldness grew, and his actions became increasingly reckless. This time, he directly used his finger to unexpectedly poke Feng Huayu's nose. The action was quite gentle, as if treating a precious treasure, but the provocation was unmistakable. You look really good. That nose is quite prominent. Other places aren't bad either. Qin Mo's gaze swept over Feng Huayu from top to bottom, as if appraising a beauty from the mortal realm. In this moment, Feng Huayu seemed like a delicacy, ready to be served at any time. Feng Huayu gritted her teeth. But in the current situation, she was further teased by Qin Mo. She was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her frustration. Qin Mo was pressing too hard. Qin Mo kept advancing, while Feng Huayu kept retreating, not knowing how many steps she had taken back. Suddenly, as Feng Huayu stepped back, she tripped over a stone and was about to fall. Qin Mo naturally would not miss such an opportunity. He reached out and gently caught her. The scene was almost comical. He lightly pulled Feng Huayu's slender waist into his arm and even spun her around a couple of times. It was quite amusing. Feng Huayu wanted to push Qin Mo away, but she simply couldn't do it now. Qin Mo's strength was too overwhelming. They were not on the same level. With the support of the 8-9 Profound Arts, Feng Huayu felt like a 7 or 8-year-old child in front of Qin Mo, easily crushed. You are humiliating me like this. Once I have the chance, I will make you suffer endlessly. At this moment, Feng Huayu could only speak harshly, hoping to drive Qin Mo away. The fierce energy emanating from her could truly scare an ordinary person. But, did she not see who was standing in front of her? That was Qin Mo. After spending some time on Shura Island, it was utterly ridiculous to threaten a prisoner without any advantage. Shin Mo's demeanor was even bolder. His face gently brushed against Feng Huayu's ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver. The magnetic low voice of Qin Mo, laced with a hint of playful amusement, reached her ears. As a vulnerable woman, threatening a man will only provoke his stronger desire to conquer. With Qin Mo saying this, Feng Huayu didn't know how to respond, genuinely afraid that he might actually get angry. However, Shin Mo's constant closeness was becoming increasingly excessive, especially his hands, which roamed around her waist, as if searching for a gap in her clothing to slip in. Catherine was brought here by other disciples of the demon cult, but her speed was slower. She had just arrived at the battlefield and was met with such a scene. It was simply astonishing. The surrounding disciples of the demon cult were murmuring in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding before them. Feng Huayu looked as if she hadn't seen her lover in years, embracing and cuddling in public without a hint of restraint. Fiery gazes continuously shot towards Qin Mo and Feng Huayu. Anyway, Qin Mo had thick skin and didn't care, holding such a beauty was not a loss. Moreover, Feng Huayu was the leader of the demon cult. If you keep pushing me like this, I will perish with you. Feng Huayu's initial anger transformed. Qin Mo was truly going too far, making the leader of the demon cult publicly humiliate herself. The authority she had painstakingly built was nearly shattered. Hearing Feng Huayu's words, Qin Mo chuckled lightly. Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need to push her to the brink. You let these people leave first. Let's talk privately. Reluctantly, Qin Mo released his hold on Feng Huayu's slim waist. Her face involuntarily flushed, and she quickly ordered all the disciples of the demon cult to leave in haste. At least this would give Feng Huayu a little bit of face. Once most of the others had left, Feng Huayu stood in front of Qin Mo. The current situation had laid their strengths bare. There was nothing left to hide. Qin Mo was strong enough to easily crush Feng Huayu. In front of Qin Mo, the leader of the demon cult was nothing significant. However, Qin Mo, being tender-hearted, was still willing to give Feng Huayu a chance. Continuing to fight is meaningless. Let's have a good talk, Qin Mo said with a smile, reaching out to take advantage. However, Feng Huayu stepped back to avoid him. Don't get too close to me. Feng Huayu blared at Qin Mo fiercely, but Qin Mo didn't mind. If it were anyone else, they would probably be terrified. Yet in Qin Mo's eyes, Feng Huayu seemed to carry a hint of playfulness, looking quite interesting. How do you want to talk? Feng Huayu said, acknowledging her inferiority. Let's start by discussing why you want to resurrect the Black Dragon. This matter cannot be kept secret. Moreover, resurrecting the Black Dragon is a significant issue. Once the Black Dragon is revived, everything will be irreversible. When Qin Mo spoke of this matter, his attitude suddenly became serious, a stark contrast to his previous playful demeanor. Feng Huayu's eyes flickered as she pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. This is my selfish desire. At the same time, I want to develop the Heavenly Demon sect into the most powerful sect. Feng Huayu bit her lip. There are many ordinary cultivation techniques, but there is a lack of profound immortal cultivation methods. To reach the next realm, one needs more advanced immortal cultivation techniques. I have searched everywhere, but I can't find any. Feng Huayu felt very frustrated as she said this. She had made many attempts, but none were successful. To reach the realm of immortals, ordinary techniques are definitely insufficient. Moreover, by chance, I encountered the consciousness of the Black Dragon. If I can help him revive, I might obtain the advanced immortal cultivation techniques. Once successful, with me in charge, even the wardens and leaders of Shura Island would not be my match. The Heavenly Demon sect could rightfully be called the #1 sect. Feng Huayu spoke her innermost thoughts without hesitation. This had been her long-standing ambition. Feng Huayu had always been a martial arts prodigy, having reached the realm of terrestrial immortals long ago, tirelessly pursuing the next level. However, time and again, her attempts had met with failure, gradually eroding her confidence. Only more advanced immortal cultivation techniques could possibly save her from her inner predicament. Qin Mo understood what Feng Huayu truly desired. It wasn't merely about reviving the Black Dragon. She simply wanted to acquire techniques to elevate herself further. And that was just perfect. Qin Mo possessed the 8-9 Profound Art. This technique had once allowed Yang Jian to easily reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. As long as one had talent, practicing the 8-9 Profound Art would surely lead to becoming an immortal. Qin Mo stepped forward, reached out, and pulled Feng Huayu into his embrace. Why can't you just speak properly? You always do this. Feng Huayu was momentarily speechless. This bad man, wasn't having a beauty like Catherine enough? Relying on his own strength, he still kept making advances on her. It was truly too much to take. Held in his arms, Qin Mo leisurely said, isn't it just about wanting to break through? Hearing Qin Mo's question, Feng Huayu nodded. For you, reviving the Black Dragon is actually optional. The main goal is to obtain more advanced immortal cultivation techniques to aid in breaking through. Qin Mo's words made sense, but how could one easily obtain profound immortal cultivation techniques? Yes, you can understand it that way, Feng Huayu affirmed. How advanced can the immortal cultivation techniques of a Black Dragon be? Can it reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal level? Qin Mo scoffed. Feng Huayu sighed. The Great Luo Golden Immortal truly represented the existence of an immortal. At this moment, she was still just an ordinary terrestrial immortal and dared not think of that. Contemplating such things was no different from daydreaming. What exactly do you want to say? Feng Huayu stared intently at Qin Mo. Finally, they had arrived at the main topic. The corners of Qin Mo's mouth curled slightly. I have a technique here that is sufficient to support your cultivation to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. I can give it to you for free. But, Qin Mo glanced at Feng Huayu's chest. Naturally, there must be a price. Qin Mo made it clear to Feng Huayu. He could give her the profound technique for her to cultivate. As long as her talent was sufficient, she would definitely be able to break through. But to gain something, one must also give something. Just like the Black Dragon, it was impossible to give Feng Huayu immortal cultivation techniques for no reason. She had to help him revive. If she wanted Qin Mo's techniques, she naturally had to pay a price as well. How do I know if your technique is real? Feng Huayu said suspiciously. Qin Mo let out a cold laugh. Do you really think that after resurrecting the Black Dragon, it will provide you with the completely correct cultivation methods? Hearing Qin Mo say this, Feng Huayu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to argue back. After all, her contact with the Black Dragon had also been brief. If I didn't have such powerful techniques, how do you think I surpassed you in strength in just a few days? Upon hearing this, Feng Huayu frowned slightly, her brows knitting together. There was indeed some truth to that. After a while, considering the feasibility of the situation, Feng Huayu attempted to ask, what conditions do you want to propose? Looking at Qin Mo's lecherous eyes, she could already guess most of it. However, as long as Qin Mo didn't state it directly, Feng Huayu wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. Upon hearing her inquiry, Qin Mo knew she had guessed quite a bit. He placed a hand directly on her hip and unconsciously pinched it. Be my woman. Qin Mo was very decisive. Once Feng Huayu became his woman, it would be equivalent to him having a formidable wife. Moreover, Feng Huayu was the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, which meant Qin Mo would essentially possess the entire sect. Feng Huayu still wanted to struggle a bit. Qin Mo interrupted her. I only have this one condition. I'm not interested in anything else. Qin Mo was aloof, lifting Feng Huayu's chin and bringing her face closer to his. Her cheeks, sculpted like a masterpiece by the gods, reflected in Qin Mo's mind. She looked like a cute doll, ready to be pinched at will. Feng Huayu struggled for a while longer. After a moment, she said, how do I know if what you say is true? Is your technique really that powerful? This was Feng Huayu's last line of defense. As long as Qin Mo could break through it, she would completely submit. Qin Mo smiled slightly, then reached out a finger and gently tapped Feng Huayu's forehead. In the next moment, he transmitted part of the content of the 8-9 profound art directly into her mind. The technique unfolded within Feng Huayu's consciousness. Upon first contact, she felt the profound intricacies of the 8-9 profound art. It was indeed a mystical method capable of cultivating to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. This was 100 times more exquisite than any technique Feng Huayu had ever seen. With this technique, who would still care for the so-called cultivation methods given by the Black Dragon? Not to mention the level of the Black Dragon itself. The Black Dragon was powerful, almost godlike in front of ordinary mortals. Yet in the grand scheme of things, it was like a humble ant, not daring to speak loudly. Even a gentle cough from other deities could send the Black Dragon flying. Of course, Qin Mo had only given Feng Huayu a small part of the 8-9 profound art. With just this little bit, she could only glimpse its profundity and depth, but couldn't formally begin cultivation. Qin Mo was also one to not release the eagle without seeing the rabbit. Without giving benefits, how could he possibly offer more? After a long stalemate, Feng Huayu finally opened her heart's defenses. She lifted her head, blinking her eyes, and Qin Mo seemed to respond by winking back at her. Feng Huayu sighed, if only you had appeared sooner. Ha! Qin Mo was momentarily confused by her words. Did it mean she had a man already? Then Feng Huayu continued, perhaps it's a bit too late now. Ha! Qin Mo was taken aback. What exactly happened? Feng Huayu tugged at Qin Mo's clothes. I suspect the Black Dragon's true consciousness may have already awakened. Before long, it will be completely resurrected. I don't know if we still have time. One could only blame Feng Huayu, the efficiency was simply too high. Qin Mo shot Feng Huayu a glare. This was not the time to blame Feng Huayu. Solving the problem was the priority. Qin Mo released Feng Huayu. Catherine, who had been watching them, felt a twinge of jealousy as she saw their animated exchange. The two suddenly clarified everything, making it clear. Qin Mo and Catherine explained the situation. Catherine also realized it was not the time to throw a tantrum. The black dragon could resurrect at any moment. They had to hurry and take a look. If they could still stop it, they must. The three of them, Qin Mo, Feng Huayu, and Catherine, quickly made their way to the massive machine on the 5th level. The machine emitted a terrifying roar. The entire environment around the machine became exceptionally eerie. The emptiness felt particularly subtle. I have to destroy the machine, Qin Mo said seriously, glancing at Feng Huayu. Feng Huayu suddenly realized. Making a deal with the Black Dragon was far too risky. No one knew what would happen once the Black Dragon was resurrected. He might just be a pawn for the Black Dragon to use. Feng Huayu nodded vigorously at Qin Mo, and Catherine did the same. Qin Mo dared not delay for a moment. After taking a small step back, he gathered all his strength into his fist, like a volcano about to erupt. He faced the machine, which had required immense manpower and resources to construct for the resurrection of the Black Dragon. Qin Mo quickly punched it. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded as the machine's shell cracked. The complex internal structure was fully exposed. Although it was difficult to build, destroying it was straightforward and brutal. In a flash, metal fragments flew everywhere. It's over, Qin Mo growled. The force intensified. The internal structure of the machine shattered under Qin Mo's immense power. The machine was completely destroyed. The colossal structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, symbolizing that everything had come to an end. Feng Huayu and Catherine both breathed a sigh of relief in unison. With the destruction of this machine, the Black Dragon's consciousness could no longer coalesce. Even if the Black Dragon wanted to resurrect, it would be powerless to do so. This Black Dragon will definitely not resurrect, Feng Huayu said seriously, and Qin Mo walked over to him, nodding in symbolic agreement. Not just the two of them, even Qin Mo felt that the matter should be resolved. Just then, Catherine's expression began to change subtly. It was as if a look she had never worn before appeared on her face. Qin Mo suddenly noticed Catherine's transformation. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? After all, Catherine was carrying Qin Mo's child. He was quite worried about her. Suddenly, a powerful force exploded in Catherine's mind, causing her consciousness to lose control of her body. Her gaze lost its usual seriousness, her face twisted, and her eyes became deep and unfathomable. This was definitely not Catherine. Her body trembled involuntarily, as if it were completely occupied by a force, a consciousness. Qin Mo stared intently at Catherine, thinking something was wrong with her body. The next moment, Catherine threw a punch directly at Qin Mo. Prepared, Qin Mo quickly dodged, but Catherine still managed to break free. You are the Black Dragon. Upon hearing Qin Mo say this, Feng Huayu quickly stepped back. Sure enough, after Catherine's identity was revealed, she soared into the air in another direction, flying away at an incredible speed. Originally, Catherine did not have the ability to fly. After all, she was still just a celestial realm being. In just a few seconds, such an astonishing change occurred, and this was the only explanation. Moreover, it was the worst explanation. The situation was urgent, and Qin Mo was burning with anxiety. Without time to think, he immediately chased after Catherine. Thus, one person ran ahead while the other pursued. The two flew through the air at an incredibly fast speed, as if slicing through the sky. The wind howled along the way, and the horizon seemed to be torn apart, leaving only two extremely swift figures between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Catherine's speed decreased significantly, as if she had reached her destination. This was the core area of the Black Dragon mountain range. The mountains here undulated, as if every inch of land remembered a breathtaking battle. This place was called the Black Dragon Mountain Range, where most of the Black Dragon's body lay at the time of its death. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the mountains were formed. In a hidden spot on the mountainside, a massive dragon egg suddenly appeared. Its surface was adorned with natural patterns, radiating a faint golden light. This was the dragon egg. Qin Mo quickened his pace. At this moment, Catherine, already under the control of the Black Dragon's consciousness, had placed her palm on the Black Dragon. Stop! Qin Mo pushed his speed to the limit. However, he was still a step too late. Under Qin Mo's anxious gaze, the consciousness within Catherine transformed into a pitch-black stream of light and directly entered the dragon egg. In the next moment, Catherine's body suddenly went limp. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Qin Mo rushed to her side and caught her in his arms. With the Black Dragon's consciousness no longer occupying her, Catherine's awareness slowly regained control of her body. Confused, she looked around and suddenly remembered everything that had just happened. She had only lost control of her body, but everything she had done was still vivid in her mind. Catherine felt a pang of regret, not expecting that it would be because of her that the dead black dragon was about to be resurrected. What have I done? Catherine's heart felt a bit shattered. Seeing that Catherine's body showed no signs of abnormality, Shin-emo gently set her down beside him. He needed to address the issue of the dragon egg first. Taking advantage of the fact that the black dragon's consciousness had just entered, he hoped to destroy it in one fell swoop. Shin-emo clenched his fist, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at the dragon egg. His fierce punch struck the dragon egg like a wild beast. The powerful recoil made Shin-emo take 3 steps back. The tremendous tremor left his hands numb. Since my fist won't work, then let you experience my sword technique. As soon as Shin-emo finished speaking, he drew out the dragon-slaying blade. The blade glimmered like a dragon, carrying the momentum of a storm, swiftly slashing at the dragon egg. Each strike condensed Shin-emo's terrifying inner strength, producing a true screeching sound. It severed everything around it and heavily impacted the dragon egg. Yet the surface of the dragon egg emitted a faint glow. Under the other attacks, it became even more dazzling, as if forming an almost invisible shield. It absorbed and dissolved all the sword energy, leaving not a trace behind. The terrifying defense made Shin-emo's attacks feel as if they were striking at nothingness, utterly futile. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 or 4 strikes. Shin-emo exerted all his strength, yet he could not break through even a fraction. This dragon egg is surprisingly sturdy. Ordinary attacks can't shake it at all. To break the dragon egg is not something one person can achieve. Shin-emo marveled inwardly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The situation before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Shin-emo was inherently a person who refused to admit defeat. Faced with difficulties, one must resolutely solve them. Even if the black dragon enters this dragon egg, so what? To fully merge into this dragon egg still requires time. As long as we can break through the shell of the dragon egg and strangle the little dragon in its cradle, there is still time. Shin-emo pulled Catherine up from the ground and said to him seriously, "Now is not the time to be discouraged." Shin-emo's attitude was exceptionally serious. Catherine calmed her mind. Shin-emo did not mean to blame her, rather, he wanted to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. Regaining her composure, Catherine stood up straight. "What do you need me to do? How about we work together to see if we can break the shell of the dragon egg?" Catherine suggested. Contributing to rectify her mistakes felt like a way to make amends. However, Shin-emo shook his head. "I just tried. The shell of the dragon egg is exceptionally sturdy, far beyond what an ordinary person can break. You need to leave as quickly as possible and summon all the wardens of Shura Island and the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Fonghwayu, to come here as soon as possible. Only the strongest can attack at the same point simultaneously to create a gap in the shell of the dragon egg, thus breaking it completely." Shin-emo turned to look at the dragon egg again. "But I must stay here to continuously wear down the power of the dragon egg and delay as much as possible. This is also to prevent the dragon egg from suddenly leaving. If it disappears, it will become even more dangerous." After hearing Shin-emo's precise analysis and requests, Catherine immediately committed them to memory. "Wait for me," Catherine said heavily to Shin-emo, then rushed out like a beam of light. Finding help quickly would also relieve Shin-emo's pressure and share his burden. Catherine dared not have a moment of worry. First, she went to find Fonghwayu. Fonghwayu had already leaned towards Shin-emo because he was willing to give her the 8-9 profound art. Once the black dragon was resurrected, it would definitely overturn the order here. Fonghwayu was also maintaining her own position. Soon, the two of them split up to find the other 5 wardens on Shura Island. Once everyone was gathered, they rushed towards the Black Dragon mountain range to meet up with Shin-emo. After Catherine left, Shin-emo stood guard over the dragon egg alone. As expected, the dragon egg also had a consciousness and wanted to leave. Fortunately, Shin-emo was well prepared to prevent it from escaping. Although Shin-emo's power was still insufficient to break through the heavy defenses of the dragon egg's shell, it was more than enough to stop it from leaving and keep it here. About 10 days later, Catherine arrived with a team, rushing in like the wind. Although Catherine appeared exhausted, the light in her eyes shone like stars in the night, sparkling with brilliance. Beside Catherine were 5 extraordinary wardens, no less powerful than her. Warden Leihan, like Catherine, was also a woman, her eyes as cold as the Arctic glaciers. A chill surrounded her, and with a wave of her hand, ice spikes formed, ready to strike at any moment. Standing next to Warden Leihan was Warden Yihua, with hair dyed yellow. A scorching aura emanated from her like a volcano, like a child of the sun. With a gentle flick of her finger, fireballs shot out like meteors, carrying destructive heat. The ground around them seemed to be covered in a layer of lava. At the same time, there was Warden Ju Feng, manipulating invisible winds, using all the sand and dust to her advantage. The hurricane blades she formed were incredibly sharp, unmatched by any weapon. In addition, there were Warden Ning Wu and Warden Shang Wang. Although their strength was still somewhat lacking compared to Feng Huayu, they were among the few powerful individuals on Shura Island. Each person possessed their own unique secret techniques and terrifying strength, and no one could be underestimated. Even Feng Huayu had arrived, making this temporary team even stronger. At first, Feng Huayu wanted to resurrect the Black Dragon purely out of a bit of selfishness and a pursuit of her own cultivation. After being enlightened by Qin Mo, Feng Huayu abandoned the idea of resurrecting the Black Dragon. Coupled with Qin Mo's promise to give her the 8-9 profound art, Feng Huayu naturally leaned towards Qin Mo. Therefore, when she learned that Qin Mo was in trouble, she came with Catherine to lend a hand. There was no need for many words among them. In an instant, they all focused their gazes on the dragon egg. The situation is urgent. Everyone, let's act together. In an instant, everyone showcased their abilities. Lei Hanyu waved his long hand, and ice spikes began to form in the air. The crystal-clear ice spikes, carrying a bone-chilling cold, shot towards the dragon egg like arrows, leaving layers of icy traces. However, this trace had barely been left for less than a second when flames attached themselves. Gathering fierce flames, they erupted forth like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The scorching tongues of fire licked the dragon egg, intending to melt its outer shell with high temperatures. The dragon egg was simply too perfect and resilient. Even the most intense heat could not penetrate it, ensuring that the life inside could thrive. Hurricane Warden waved his hand, and invisible wind blades coiled up. The surrounding air currents spiraled into a hurricane, drilling into the eggshell like a nail. The wind and the dragon egg intertwined continuously. After several minutes, the surface of the dragon egg remained crystal clear. Just then, Shadow Dance Warden slightly moved his fingers, forming strands of black silk that wove together like a net. Under the interplay of light and shadow, they slowly spread within the dragon egg, invisibly tearing at it, finding any loophole or minute gap. But there were none. He could only slowly gnaw away at it bit by bit. The Holy Light Warden's attack power was slightly weaker. Light gathered in his palms, transforming into arrows of light that shot out from all directions. Each person showcased their strongest side, continuously attacking the dragon egg. The dragon egg was simply too perfect and too resilient. The attacks could not break through. However, as the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. At this moment, they could only grind away bit by bit. They absolutely could not allow the dragon egg to continue as it was. Day after day, until the 12th day, under the pulling of Shadow Dance Warden's black silk, they finally found a weak point. In an instant, all attacks poured down towards this weak spot. They finally opened a slight gap. Continuing to attack along this gap, the number of cracks on the dragon egg gradually increased. By the 14th day, very obvious fissures appeared on the dragon egg. Everyone attacked together. Under the coordinated strike of the 5 wardens in Feng Huayu and Qin Mo, the dragon egg finally could not hold on any longer. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the eggshell broke open a hole. The few of them exchanged glances and quickly jumped inside. Killing the black dragon was the most important thing. However, as soon as they entered, they were enveloped by a mysterious light. It seemed that something was stirring within. The light curtain shimmered with colors, surrounding everyone who entered. Feng Huayu was the first to speak. This is a protective array. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the last line of defense left by the Black Dragon for itself. Everyone momentarily focused on the array that surrounded them all. This array was truly exquisite. It is a super array that no one has ever seen before. It is a terrifying existence that ordinary people cannot set up. Thus, people gasped in shock. Just breaking the dragon egg had already taken such a long time. To break this array, who knows how long it will take? In an instant, everyone lost confidence and did not want to continue. It's just a defensive guardian array, Qin Mo suddenly spoke up, sensing the change in everyone's expressions. Fortunately, it is just a defensive guardian array, meant to stop others' attacks. If this array were an offensive one, everyone who entered would likely meet their end. We don't have much time left, Qin Mo said seriously. I believe everyone can feel the black dragon's pulse. The beating sound is growing more intense, and the heartbeat is becoming clearer. Everyone must work together to break this guardian array. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, they felt it made sense. Once the black dragon is resurrected, they would all die. After all, the warden of Shura Island often assigned prisoners to continuously excavate the black dragon's remains, the fossils left behind. Digging up someone else's bones is no different. How could such deep-seated hatred possibly be resolved? Although this array looks difficult, if everyone works together and plays their part, it can still be broken, Qin Mo encouraged. A few people exchanged glances and then silently nodded. Feng Huayu stepped forward. You take charge. Everyone will follow your arrangements. The others nodded in agreement. Although Qin Mo had never studied arrays, some marvelous changes and attack methods within his own 8-9 mysteries could complement the others. Perhaps they could achieve miraculous results. Alright, everyone, get ready. Start. A defensive guardian array, how exquisite it is. Moreover, it was created by the Black Dragon. It is his last line of defense, and it cannot be taken lightly. Qin Mo had only said that to inspire every warden. When it came to actually taking action, he realized the difficulties involved. But Qin Mo absolutely could not give up. Once he gave up, everyone would collapse. Their final fate would be sealed, with no place to bury them. Qin Mo took a deep breath, continuously trying different positions and attacking. The array endured wave after wave of impact. The defensive power gradually weakened, although each time the reduction was minimal. But at least there were results, and it damaged its self-repairing ability. Day after day, the sun rose and set, the moon fell and rose. Continuous attacks finally caused the defensive array to show cracks under everyone's relentless efforts. From the initial fine cracks, they gradually expanded, until finally, with a loud bang, the light curtain shattered, scattering like glass all over the ground. Everyone exhaled heavily. We finally succeeded. Their eyes were particularly fervent. Of course, they all knew that without Qin Mo's encouragement and command, it would have been impossible to break such a sophisticated guardian array in just 30 days. Everyone has worked hard, Qin Mo said to them. Although they felt exhausted, breaking such an array was worth it. The Warden of the Inferno had a worse temper. This damned black dragon has left so much trouble, I want to personally slay him. Although the Warden of the Inferno had already expended a tremendous amount of energy from attacking the black dragon's shell for a long time, and had spent nearly a month tirelessly breaking the guardian array, his strength had dwindled to the lowest point. Now, he had barely 1/10 of his power left, but he still managed to move. For a dragon that has not yet matured, as long as its outer shell is breached, it can be easily killed with just a flick of a finger. Therefore, no one intervened. Qin Mo, Feng Huayu, and the other wardens all looked at the Inferno Warden, waiting for him to deliver the final blow to the black dragon. Just when everyone thought it was over, suddenly his body was struck as if by a violent blow. He was forcefully ejected, crashing out, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. What's happening? Everyone straightened their backs. Even if they felt their spirits flagging, they had to muster all their energy. The very thing they most feared had happened. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed. The black dragon's consciousness within the little dragon was completely awakened. The once sleeping dragon's pupils slowly opened, shining with a depth of light not belonging to its age. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire area seemed to be suppressed by a force akin to that of heaven and earth. The black dragon had fully taken over the little dragon's body. He was no longer in a newborn state. Instead, he bore the seriousness and coldness of a black dragon that had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Anger radiated from the black dragon's face. You foolish mortals! Dare to stop my resurrection! Die! The black dragon's deep voice reverberated throughout the area, like an ancient bell struck heavily, the sound rippling endlessly. With a gaze of arrogance and disdain, it casually swept over the group of lowly beings. It stood tall, its dragon claws pressing down on the ground, its tail sweeping out. A sweeping motion that could take down an army. With lightning speed, it swept past everyone. Retreat! Qin Mo shouted. He wanted to escape the range of the attack, and the other wardens did the same. But the black dragon's speed was simply too fast. Even though the black dragon had just taken over the little dragon's body, being a naturally born dragon, it possessed a terrifying dragon bloodline. Its innate physical resilience far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the experienced consciousness of the black dragon occupied the entire body. It could utilize every ounce of strength in the little dragon's body to the fullest. Of course, if everyone present were still at their peak strength, they might have been able to subdue the black dragon. But now, everyone was exhausted, their strength depleted. Being able to retain even 1/10 of their power was already a blessing. Facing the black dragon's sweeping attack, Qin Mo and Feng Huayu, being slightly stronger, barely managed to evade. However, the remaining 6 wardens, including Catherine, were heavily struck by the black dragon's tail. The dragon's scales were exceptionally tough and sharp. It was as if they were blades, sending them flying. Their bodies were instantly hurled backward. Qin Mo caught Catherine at the fastest speed possible, simultaneously channeling the power of the Divine Illumination Sutra into her, quickly alleviating her injuries. The others were also injured to varying degrees. With their strength gone, they were basically severely wounded and could no longer continue fighting. All that remained was to watch Qin Mo and Feng Huayu. In this dire situation, Qin Mo and Feng Huayu exchanged a glance, no words needed. The black dragon intended to annihilate everyone. With the overwhelming fury, only by joining forces could Qin Mo and Feng Huayu have a slim chance of survival. The black dragon twisted its body, preparing to take to the air. Once it flew up, it would be like a dragon entering the sea. Qin Mo and Feng Huayu's speed could not keep up with its rhythm. Come! Feng Huayu unleashed unprecedented power, slowly raising both hands to his chest. The wind attribute power surged toward it, followed by a gust of wind condensing at high speed. His robe billowed, and his figure was chaotic in the wind. An unprecedented surge of power coalesced in the hands of Feng Huayu, shaped by the wind and rain. Feng Huayu suddenly opened his eyes. Lock! A torrent of fierce winds transformed into tangible chains, howling as they wrapped around the black dragon from all directions, attempting to restrict its movements. Lowly humans, daring to strike at this king, I will trample you ants to death. The black dragon stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged like a tsunami, trying to sweep Feng Huayu away. Qin Mo acted swiftly, the dragon-slaying blade appearing in his hand, cleaving through the attack aimed at Feng Huayu. The black dragon roared in fury, its body, hot as magma, entangled by the wind, struggling to break free. The current black dragon had just seized this small dragon's body. Despite its immense power and extraordinary techniques, the small dragon's body was far too fragile to unleash its full potential. Forcing its use would only lead to self-destruction. Otherwise, with just one or two moves, the black dragon could crush the two insignificant beings, Qin Mo and Feng Huayu. The two of them were not weak, and there was a faint sense of threat emanating from them. Only by soaring into the air could it truly secure an invincible position. Break for me! The black dragon began to roll, the wind-based chains starting to snap under the terrifying pulling force. However, Feng Huayu refused to give up. She knew that once the black dragon broke free, combined with its agility, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Mo to land a hit, let alone kill it. Only by firmly locking its movements and attacking its fatal weaknesses would there be a chance to slay it. The black dragon moved violently, one chain after another breaking under the strain. Yet, bolstered by Feng Huayu's power, new chains formed one after another. The wind chains continuously broke and regenerated, back and forth. However, all of this was draining Feng Huayu's strength. In the blink of an eye, the power within her began to deplete. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, staining her pristine white clothes, creating a large red patch. Qin Mo was extremely anxious but did not strike immediately. He needed to find the most suitable position and opportunity. The power remaining within him was limited. If this strike could not take down the black dragon, there would be no further chances. The black dragon, bound by the wind chains, felt particularly uncomfortable. It twisted continuously, suddenly creating an opening. Qin Mo was just about to strike. The black dragon roared, opening its mouth to unleash flames, intending to incinerate everything. Qin Mo made a timely judgment, his figure flashing as the blade light leaped like lightning. The blade's aura surged, aiming directly at the black dragon's vulnerable throat. Slash! At the critical moment, Feng Huayu reduced some of her power. Instead, it was drawn into Qin Mo's dragon-slaying blade, the blade's aura and wind power intertwining. In an instant, the two forces overlapped heavily, charging straight at the black dragon. The black dragon twisted madly, its body slightly shifting. However, Qin Mo's dragon-slaying blade plunged directly into its throat. In the next moment, the black dragon felt the pain tearing through it. Its head slammed forcefully into Qin Mo's body, sending him flying. Blood gushed out violently, and as Qin Mo tried to get up, he found he had no strength left. In contrast, the black dragon, which had originally aimed to take his life with that strike, had shifted slightly at the last critical moment. Although the dragon-slaying blade had aimed for its throat, it had avoided the most vital trachea, only injuring its esophagus. Roar! A fierce, wild roar erupted. The dragon-slaying blade shot out from the body of the black dragon, flying towards the distant peaks, soaring who knows how many meters away. A layer upon layer of bright red blood was left at the dragon's neck. Its eyes turned a shade of crimson. Lowly humans, daring to injure me. Feng Huayu's power was exhausted to the point of no return. As all the chains of wind shattered, Feng Huayu fell heavily to the ground, his face pale. Free from the constraints of the wind chains, the black dragon could move freely. It soared into the air, its form floating above, its speed reaching an extreme. No one could attack it anymore. Qin Mo and Feng Huayu had completely lost their chance. I will make you die. The black dragon roared. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a jet of pitch-black flames, forming a gigantic fireball. Qin Mo and Feng Huayu exchanged a glance. They had tried their best, and all the wardens had done their utmost. Yet they still could not defeat this black dragon. A resolute expression flashed across everyone's faces. Die! The last word from the black dragon was like that of the Grim Reaper, delivering the final verdict. The fireball shot down. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, Shin Mo suddenly heard a crisp sound in his ears. Lin Wanqing has been born, rewarding the cultivation of true immortal great perfection, rewarding 9 turns mysterious art. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from Shin Mo's body. He stood in front of everyone, facing the massive fireball, and simply extended a finger. In an instant, the fireball was pierced through. How is this possible? What did you do? The black dragon looked at Shin Mo, who stood up from the ground, radiant and full of life, in shock. How could Shin Mo, who should have been exhausted, stand up again? Why did he feel so terrifyingly powerful now? Even at his peak, he would not be a match for him. Just a glance from Shin Mo made the black dragon feel a deep-seated fear. Looking at Shin Mo before him, the black dragon suddenly felt the urge to retreat. It quickly turned 180 degrees in the air, wanting to escape. However, Shin Mo was faster, as if he were the true master of this world. For at this moment, Shin Mo was a true immortal, the only true god in this world. With a wave of his hand, he directly caught the black dragon in his palm. You! The black dragon looked at Shin Mo in disbelief, feeling the power erupting from him, terrified. Spare me! But Shin Mo paid him no mind. The black dragon in his hand was like a loach. Despite its indestructible dragon scales, it seemed incredibly fragile in Shin Mo's grip. Shin Mo's hand tightened slightly, then he continued to increase the pressure. The black dragon's body began to twist violently, its scales colliding and rubbing against each other, until the scales were pressed against one another. The black dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream. It soon lost all vitality. Dead. Squeezed to death by Shin Mo's hand. This is bad. This is bad. Boss, you need to take a look quickly, someone is coming to kill us. A small employee rushed to the rooftop of the skyscraper at an incredible speed. In an office, he shouted loudly at his boss, Wang Heijin, who was dressed in a suit. What is it? Stop making a fuss. You act like you've never seen the world. Wang Heijin glanced at the small employee, secretly resolving to expel him from the Heijin group. A person without composure like this was not worthy of staying in the Heijin group. Anyone who can enter the Black Gold group must possess ruthless means, sharp intelligence, and most importantly, composure. Little do they know, the Black Gold group is about to face its demise. A junior employee swallowed hard, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took a few deep breaths. Someone is coming to attack our Black Gold group. Wang Heijin sneered, ridiculous. The Black Gold group has stood strong for 100 years. We only kill others. When have we ever been killed by someone else? Immediately mobilize all the Black Gold warriors, Wang Heijin ordered. However, the junior employee did not leave. What are you still doing there? Wang Heijin glared fiercely at him. The junior employee continued, the Black Gold warriors have already been dispatched. They encountered them right away. But before that man could even make a move, he was directly killed by a group of women beside him. Wang Heijin was taken aback, instantly rushing in front of him, grabbing his collar, and throwing him out. Explain yourself clearly. The junior employee was terrified by his boss's overwhelming presence. His body trembled involuntarily as he stammered, a man brought several women, and they came to our Black Gold group's headquarters to kill. No one could stop their advance, even the Black Gold warriors were easily killed by them with a single hand. When I just came up, they had already reached the 33rd floor. Our 61-story skyscraper won't hold out much longer. The skyscraper could be accessed directly from the first floor to the highest 61st floor, but their goal seemed to be to annihilate the entire Black Gold group, starting from the first floor and killing their way up without skipping any. They aimed for total extermination. Then let's get out of here. Wang Heijin seemed to realize the horror of the situation. He wanted to temporarily avoid the storm, understand the full scope of the matter, and then make plans. No need to leave. We have already arrived. A voice came, and then a handsome figure appeared in front of Wang Heijin. Behind him were one stunning woman after another, breathtakingly beautiful, almost unbelievable. Some were even visibly pregnant. Despite being pregnant, they showed no hesitation in a fight. Catherine and Song Jixian's bellies were already showing. Yet, when it came to killing, it was as simple as chopping vegetables. Who are you? What do you want? Shin Mo was targeted as soon as he entered Shura Island. After killing Wang Heihu, he was repeatedly issued kill orders by the Black Gold group. Time and again, they tried to push him to his death. Shin Mo was not a forgetful person, nor was he forgiving. He repaid grudges. The Black Gold group loved to kill. Shin Mo would satisfy them. Thus, Shin Mo left Shura Island with the women, intending to eliminate this scourge of the Black Gold group. Since you love killing so much, always trying to manipulate and bring others to their demise, I will naturally fulfill your wishes. Shin Mo slowly raised his finger. Just as he was about to strike, Wang Heijin seemed to be preparing for a desperate fight. In an instant, a phantom resembling a leopard emerged from his body, and terrifying power surged forth, aiming to grab one of the women beside Qin Mo as leverage. The next moment, a blue light shot out from Qin Mo's fingertip, and upon touching the phantom, it shattered like a brittle twig, piercing through as if it were a bullet. Wang Heijin, the boss of the Black Gold Group, lay on the ground. The actual controller of the Black Gold Group was gone. From this moment on, the Black Gold Group was completely annihilated. After doing all this, Qin Mo left with the women. Originally, avenging the Black Gold Group was a small matter that Qin Mo could handle alone. However, his women all wanted to follow along, partly to join in the excitement. After all, they were family, so Qin Mo's affairs were their affairs. They also wanted to see the outside world. With Qin Mo becoming a true immortal, he ended up protecting Shura Island. Now, he could bring anyone in and out of Shura Island at will. If there were any disturbances or difficulties on Shura Island, they would even need to ask Qin Mo for help to suppress them. In fact, they were the ones who needed him now. Qin Mo found a huge villa and settled the women down. He looked at the big chubby boy that Lin Wanqing had given birth to and gently poked his cheek with his finger. So cute. Lin Wanqing smiled as well, realizing she hadn't misjudged him. Being with Qin Mo, she had no regrets at all. Qin Mo then walked over to check on Tsukishima Ai, Catherine, and Song Jixian. They would soon be giving birth too. At that moment, Feng Huayu, who had been standing aside with a dry expression and wide eyes, seemed to be filled with jealousy, until Qin Mo walked out the door and was directly blocked by Feng Huayu. "What's up?" Qin Mo blinked, having already imparted the 8-9 mysteries to Feng Huayu. Feng Huayu also felt the charm emanating from Qin Mo, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. She leaned closer to Qin Mo. "All the sisters have children now. What about me?"